Freedom and necessity, philosophical categories that find expression in the relationship between men's activity and the objective laws of nature and society. This relationship is well known in Christian theology as the question of free will. This conception has caused much controversy since the idea of God's omnipotence is not compatible with the idea of man's free will. If man enjoys that freedom, then God is not omnipotent. If man does not, however, enjoy that freedom, then he cannot be responsible for his actions, and evil in the world stems from God. Roman Catholicism starts out from St. Augustine's teaching that M is not free when it comes to good, since along that path he is moved by grace, but is free when it comes to evil, since it is his sinful nature that draws him towards the latter. In Protestantism, the idea of predestination holds sway and clearly reduces freedom to a mere illusion. The scientific materialist interpretation of freedom and necessity starts out from the principle that phenomena. Freemasonry 211. Of the mind and emotions are causally determined, just as are physical phenomena, but it opposes a mechanistic approach to this causation which leaves no room for freedom and leads to fatalism. Man possesses freedom and is therefore responsible for his actions. Yet the conditions in which he uses that freedom are subject to the laws of nature around him and those stemming from his own nature. The attainment of real freedom in the process of historical development is realized in the course of man's growing awareness and practical mastery of both the external world and his own inner world. Freedom of conscience. Freedom of worship, citizens' right to profess any religion or no religion at all, to carry out religious worship or to disseminate atheist propaganda. Such is the Marxist-Leninist understanding of freedom of conscience and its definition to be found in the Constitution of the USSR. Freedom of conscience is an essential, inalienable part of Soviet socialist democracy. It incorporates equal rights for citizens irrespective of their attitude to religion, equality for all religions before the law, an absence of any kind of coercion whatever in connection with the profession or non-profession of religion, a ban on compulsory collections for the benefit of any church, non-intervention by the state in the internal affairs of the church, non-intervention by the church in the affairs of the state. Freedom of conscience also implies freedom for the dissemination of atheist propaganda, with the exception of freedom to offend the religion. T4*. Insensibilities of the faithful, and a ban on the incitement of enmity and hatred in connection with religious beliefs. In the USSR not only is freedom of conscience proclaimed but it is also guaranteed. This involves, separation of church and state, open access for all citizens to education and culture, separation of school and church, secularization of church property, granting to believers of specific material conditions essential for the satisfaction of their religious needs. Freedom of conscience is finalized in Article 52 of the Constitution of the USSR and is guaranteed by the system of state control instituted to ensure the observance of Soviet legislation regarding religious worship. Freedom of worship. C. Freedom of conscience, freedom of worship. Freemasonry, a religious philosophical movement which took root mainly in aristocratic and bourgeois circles in the early 18th century in Britain and led to the setting up of secret societies, whose members declared their aim to be to unite men on the basis of brotherly love, mutual help, and loyalty. Masonic lodges were set up along the lines of medieval British Masons' guilds from which they adopted specific rituals and accoutrements. Originally Freemasonry developed as just another form of free-thinking and opposition to the official church and its moral and ethical. 212 Der Freedenker. Precepts, but after mysticism came to play a larger part in it, the movement became opposed to materialism and atheism. Masonic movement has been repeatedly condemned by the Roman Catholic Church. In Germany Freemasonry was supported by Friedrich II and in France by Napoleon I and Louis Napoleon. In Russia the first lodges appeared in 1762 in Moscow and they existed up until 1917. At the present time Freemasonry is widespread in many countries of Western Europe and in America. Der Freedenker, monthly journal brought out by the International Union of Freethinkers and published in Dortmund. From 1905 to 1925 the main publication for freethinkers in Germany was Der Atheist, which in 1925 became the mouthpiece of the International of Proletarian Freethinkers and was subsequently published in Vienna. From that time on the journal Der Freedenker was published by the International Union of Freethinkers in Berlin. In 1933, when the National Socialists came to power, the publication of the journal was banned and did not resume until 1951. The journal has a special supplement for young people entitled Jung Generation. Der Freedenker sheds light on topical socio-political issues, publishes articles of an anti-clerical, instructive nature and includes writings by the founder FS of Marxism. The Swiss Association of Freethinkers publishes a journal under the same name. Freret, Nicolas. French scholar of the Enlightenment. An atheist, ethnographer and writer on religious matters. In his research he used the comparative historical method. From Freret's point of view, a myth is a fantastic reflection of reality in the consciousness of primitive man. Here Freret disagreed with the humorists, for he held that the historical element played only a subordinate role. Freret demonstrated the continuity of myths and the way in which myths from various countries and religions influenced each other. Most of the legends concerning the deities of ancient Greece had been adopted from the Egyptians and the Phoenicians, while Christianity had incorporated many legends of the ancient Egyptians and Jews. From this starting point Freret went on to demonstrate that the Gospels were not historically authentic. His main works were Examen critique de apologistes de la religion chrétienne and Lettre d'attribule Aleu, Cip. Freud, Sigmund. Cf. Freudianism, the Freudian school. Freudianism, the Freudian school, movement in Western psychology, social philosophy, and the philosophy of culture whose forerunner was the Austrian psychiatrist and psychologist Sigmund Freud. Freudianism initially came into being as a special method for the treatment of neuroses, based on helping the patient remember facts long since forgotten which were the cause of his neurotic state. Later Freud attempted to apply the psychoanalytical method. Fringe Religions 213. He had devised to the investigation of cultural and social phenomena, including religion. Freud's attitude to religion was a contradictory one. As a freethinker he regarded religion the enemy of enlightenment and progress, but at the same time he tried to explain it as born of the individual psyche, of the unsatisfied desires and instincts. He defined religion as a universal neurosis of obsession, ignoring the social roots of religious beliefs. The weakest spot in Freud's conception of religion is his attempt to explain the emergence of totemism through reference to the Oedipus complex. According to Freud, totemism could be traced back to the rebellion of sons against their father, as rivals for their mother's affection. After the murder of their father, however, the sons would experience guilt and repentance. The transference of their feelings from their father to a totem animal would help them ease their psychological conflict. Later the totem, as the object of their worship, was replaced by God. God in Judaism and Christianity is, according to Freud, an idealized father figure. Freud's conception of religion, which had no historical foundation, was criticized by most ethnologists and religious scholars. Freud's ideas were developed and modified by his followers. In particular, Carl Jung lent Freud's ideas a blatantly idealist flavor, bringing them nearer to theology. The neo-Freudians, such as Erich Fromm, attempted to purge Freud's ideas of their pansexualism and link them to a sociological conception critical of modern capitalist society. Theologians first adopted a negative attitude to Freud but later attempted more and more to use his ideas in their scientific explanations for certain theological doctrines. Christian theologians are impressed by Freud's interpretation of man as the blind tool of natural sinful urges and instincts. They use it to substantiate the doctrine of original sin. Freyja, in Scandinavian mythology, the goddess of fertility, love, and beauty. She was the daughter of the god of the sea Njord, sister of Freyr and wife of Odi, god of wind, who had abandoned her, and whom she seeks all over the earth. shedding golden tears as she goes. Freyr, in Scandinavian mythology, the god of fertility, marriage, abundance, and peace, son of Njord and brother of Freyja. The cult of Freyr was particularly widespread in Sweden. Friday, the day of the week, which Christian legend links with the suffering of Christ on the cross. The Church decreed that all Fridays should be fast days, with the exception of those Fridays which happen to coincide with the celebrations of the Nativity of Christ and the Baptism of Christ in the Jordan. Frigg, in Scandinavian mythology, the wife of Odin, mother of Balder, goddess of married love and the family home. The merging of the cults of the Aesir and Vanir led to the fusion of the figures of Frigg and Freyja, to whom were transferred the attributes of Frigg. Fringe religions, a term that serves to bracket together, in modern literature on developments in religion, new religious move. 214 from Ments and cults that appeared in the capitalist countries in the 60s and 70s. These religions provided a focus for the religious searchings of certain sections of Western youth, which had been disappointed by traditional religious values, but were reluctant or incapable of breaking with religion once and for all. Distinctions are drawn between fringe religions which developed in the wake of Asiatic religious tradition, and those which were an extension of the Christian tradition. The first category includes the movements and groups that appeared in the USA in the 60s and later spread to a number of other countries. The teachings in most of the fringe religions is syncretic in character. They bring together select elements of many different religions and philosophical systems. There are also to be found groups and sects which make use of ideas taken from theosophy, spiritualism, black magic, Satan worship, witchcraft, etc. From Eric Ger Mann, American psychologist, sociologist, representative of Neo-Freudianism. According to Fromm, religion is belief is rooted in man's unchanging nature and performs the socially therapeutic function of compensation, relieving his sense of internal discord and alienation and saving him from intolerable loneliness. Fromm sees abstract humanist religion as a means of creating a sane society. Theologians use Fromm's ideas in their efforts to modernize existing religions. His main works include Escape from Freedom, Man for Himself, The Revolution of Hope, On Humanistic Technique, The Crisis of Psychoanalysis, Fulda, Benedictine Abbey near Frankfurt am Main, which was founded in 744. At the present time it is the center of a diocese and each year conferences of German Roman Catholic bishops are held there. In the 9th century it was one of the foremost centers of Christian culture. Fundamentalism. In the broad sense this term is used to denote those religious movements which proclaim doctrines to be immutable and demand from believers a literal acceptance of the prophecies and miracles contained in the sacred books, rejecting any attempts at allegorical interpretation and preferring blind faith to the arguments of reason. They also insist upon strict, unswerving observance of all traditional religious prescriptions. In the narrow sense the term is used to denote the orthodox trend in modern Protestantism, which emerged just before the First World War in conservative Protestant circles in North America as a response to the spread of theological modernism and liberalism in Christianity. This trend came to be known as fundamentalist after 1910. Fundamentalists demanded stronger faith in traditional Christian dogma and particularly in the unquestioned infallibility of the Bible. Fundamentalist ideas became particularly widespread in the USA. Furies, in the mythology of ancient Rome, female deities of Fyodorov 215. 1. Revenge and remorse, who pursued unpunished criminals, they were identified with the Erinyes of ancient Greece. Fyodorov, Nikolai. Russian religious thinker. In his work Philosophia Obshchegodila, Fyodorov, who regarded death as the main evil facing man who is enslaved by the blind forces of nature, put forward the idea that nature should be regulated. The ultimate aim of such regulation should be the resurrection of our ancestors. Resurrection or the attainment of immortality is seen by Fyodorov as the common cause for all mankind, that will lead to universal brotherhood and kinship, enabling men to surmount all forms of hostility, to bridge the gulf between thought and deed, that between scholars and non-scholars, between wealth and poverty, town and village. Characteristic of Fyodorov's utopia was a whimsical combination of Christian doctrines and hypothetical scientific conceptions. Gaia, in the mythology of ancient Greece, Mother Earth. The most ancient of the pre-Olympian divinities. One of the four primordial forces, Gaia, without a mate, brought forth the sky, the sea, and mountains. She took as her spouse Uranus. From their union was born the first generation of gods, the Titans, among whom were Cronus and Rhea, the parents of Zeus. Gaia did not take an active part in the life of the Olympian gods, but she often gave them wise advice. Later Gaia came to be venerated as the custodian of ancient wisdom, who understood the behests of fate, and for this reason was often identified with Themis. The figure of Gaia re-emerged in the goddesses Demeter and Cybele. Gagarin, Alexei, Soviet philosopher who concerned himself with aspects of the history of philosophy and atheism. His main work was entitled On the Class Character of Religious Morality. GAIZ, State Anti-Jailologious publishing house which operated in Moscow in the period from 1932 to 1942. It published academic and popular atheist literature and also issued the newspaper Bezboznik and CISO journals entitled Bezboznik and Antireligioznik. Among the works put out by this publishing house were those by Y. Emelian Y. Yaroslavsky, Ivan Skvortsovsky Ipanov, Vladimir Niko/Sky and D. Abramovich and other Soviet writers researching into religious affairs. An important part of this publishing house's work was the publication of works by leading atheist thinkers of the past, such as Spinoza's Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, Holbach's selected anti-religious works and Ernst H. A. Haeckel's The Riddle of the World. Galileo, an Italian scholar, one of the founders of the experimental mathematical method in the natural sciences. He made a number of important scientific discoveries in the fields of mechanics and astronomy that were of epistemological importance. Galilei's discoveries served to demonstrate the correctness of heliocentrism, the idea of the eternal nature of the universe, that of the physical homogeneity of terrestrial and celestial bodies, the existence of objective laws of nature and the possibility of man's reaching an understanding of those laws. After the appearance in 1632 of his work Dialogo dei due massimi sistemi del mondo, Galilei was summoned to appear before the court of the Inquisition. Galilei's Gaponovshchina 217. Recantation of his Copernican delusions was no more than a formality since it was dragged from him under threat of torture. Galileo. See Galilei, Galileo. Gallicanism, clerical cum political movement among French Roman Catholics calling for autonomy of the Church in France from the papacy in Rome, which came into being in the 13th century. In 1682, at an assembly of the French clergy convened by Louis XIV, a declaration of the French clergy, known as the Four Gallican Articles, was adopted which placed restrictions on the power of the Pope in France and was in effect until the end of the 18th century. In the first half of the 19th century, when the French bourgeoisie, frightened by revolutionary events, sought support from the Holy See, the movement eventually subsided. Gandhism, all the religious, philosophical, moral, ethical, and political ideas propounded by Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, called Mahatma, in the course of the national liberation struggle of the peoples of India against British Colorado nihilism. Starting out from Hindu ideas of cyclical development, Gandhi advocated the ideal of the society of universal prosperity described in the Hindu scriptures and which allegedly existed at some time in the past. In Gandhi's writings, however, this ideal is presented as linked with the protest of the masses in their struggle against capitalism and in support of an end to the exploitation of man by man, to the privat ownership of the means of production etc. In the fight for a just C.D. Gandhi started out from the need to preserve those institutions and traditions which had taken shape in the course of history and to transform them from within by gradual and nonviolent means, gradually imparting to them a new content. Gandhi rejected all kinds of inequality and campaigned against caste divisions. Gapan, Georgy 1870–1906, a priest from St. Petersburg's transit prison, who worked as an agent provocateur for the Russian Tsarist secret police. In the years just before the revolution he worked actively to ensure that the labor movement is effectively controlled by the police and the church. In January 1905, he instigated a peaceful demonstration of St. Petersburg workers that marched to the Winter Palace, where it came under fire from Tsarist troops. Gapan, fearing his part in this tragedy might be exposed, fled abroad. After returning to Russia at the end of 1905, Gapan continued to carry out assignments for the secret police. He was later sentenced to be hung by a workers' tribunal. Gapanovshchina or Gapan. Tactics, attempt by the Russian Tsarist regime and the church to deflect the proletariat in pre-revolutionary Russia from the political struggle, by using to this end artificially created associations of workers who supported the monarchy and were under the control of the police and the clergy. These associations that were known as Assemblies of St. Petersburg factory workers were set up in 1903 to 1904 by the priest Gapan, who was acting on instructions from the Tsarist secret 218 Gassendi police and with the direct support of Metropolitan Antony. The assemblies propagated and distributed religious and Black Hundreds anti-Semitic literature, organized church choirs, lectures, and discussion groups, fanning illusions among the workers as to the possibility of improving their situation without recourse to political struggle. By the beginning of 1905, Gapan's organization had 11 branches with a total membership of over 10,000 workers. The climax of its activity was the instigation of a peaceful march by workers to see the Tsar, which was ruthlessly suppressed by the Tsarist government on January 9, 1905. The majority of the workers under Gapan's influence reached a clearer understanding of their situation after Bloody Sunday and began actively to participate in the revolutionary struggle against the autocracy. Gassendi, Pierre. French materialist philosopher, historian, and mathematician, proponent of the atomism as expounded by Democritus and Epicurus. Gassendi wrote an exposition and substantiation of the teachings of Epicurus, setting him free, as Karl Marx wrote, from the interdict which the fathers of the Church and the whole Middle Ages had placed upon him. Yet Gassendi's personal stance and the views expressed in his writings were contradictory. After giving atomism a new lease of life, he then acknowledged the existence of God as the original cause of the first combination of atoms. Despite the inconsistency of his world outlook, Gassendi made it possible for philosophical thought to depart from the path of medieval scholasticism. Gautama, the ancestral name of the wandering preacher Siddhartha from the Sakya or Shakya tribe, who, according to Indian tradition, is held to be the founder of the religious and philosophical teaching of Buddhism. Gehenna, in the mythology of Judaism, Islam and Christianity, the word is used to denote hell. It was originally the name for the valley below Jerusalem, the valley of Hinnom that stretches from Mount Zion to the valley of Kidron. According to legend, it was there that in ancient times the Israelites made sacrifices to Moloch. King Josiah, in order to put an end to the worship of idols, defiled the valley. The stench which came from the valley led it later to be used as a symbol for hell. Gemara Ct Talmud. General Councils. See Ecumenical or General Councils. Genesis, name of the first book of the Old Testament of the Bible. In the Hebrew original, the book is named after the first word of the text Bereshit, meaning in the beginning, but in the translations into modern languages it is known as Genesis. The first chapters contain the mythological story of the creation of the world and man, the fall of Adam and Eve and their banishment from the Garden of Eden, the family tree of their descendants, the flood, the building of the Tower of Georgian Orthodox Church 219. Babylon. Then come the descriptions of the lives of the patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. A particular significance in this part of the book is the covenant made with Abraham by God and later Isaac, to multiply his seed and make their descendants his chosen people, also the narratives concerning the sale of Joseph into slavery in Egypt, and the settlement of the Jews in Egypt. The book of Genesis was attributed by both Jews and Christians to Moses, as indeed are the other books which make up the Pentateuch. In actual fact, the text of the book of Genesis can be traced back to three of the sources for the Pentateuch, the Yahwistic, Elohistic, and the priestly sources. The most ancient fragments of the book of Genesis date back to the 9th century BC. Genuflection, in religion, a ritual accompanying the reciting of prayers in private and in particular during public recitation of prayers in the course of services. Geocentrism, the idea according to which the earth is the center of the universe, around which turn the sun, planets, and stars. The most advanced version of geocentrism was that propounded in the world system devised by Ptolemy in the 2nd century AD. This system accord to a fixed, spherical earth the central place in the world, and around it there a one-leggedly turned in order the moon, the sun, the planets, and the sphere of the fixed stars. Beyond these came the heavens in which the gods resided. Geocentrism was supported and championed by the Church, since it fitted 1. in with the doctrine that man was the crown of divine creation and the servant of God. Discoveries made by Copernicus and subsequent achievements in the field of astronomy brought to light the inconsistencies of geocentrism. George, Saints see Saints, worship of the Georgian Orthodox Church, one of the autocephalous Orthodox churches. With regard to liturgical rules and the festivals it celebrates, it differs somewhat from the other Orthodox churches. The pattern of organization of this church can be accounted for with reference to the propagation of Christianity in Georgia as early as the 4th century. Christianity was soon proclaimed state religion in central Georgia. Up until the 5th century the Georgian church was headed by an archbishop subordinate to the Patriarch of Antioch, but after 487, when this church was pronounced autocephalous, it was headed by a Catholicos. From the 11th century onwards the head of this church came to be known as Catholicos Patriarch. After the voluntary union of Georgia with Russia, this church was incorporated into the Russian Orthodox Church, enjoying the status of an XR_8. After the February 1917 revolution the Georgian clergy, which had disbanded the Exarchate and elected a Catholicos Patriarch, pronounced its church to be autocephalous. The separation of the Georgian Church from the Russian Orthodox Church lasted until the end of 1943, when the Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church recognized the autocephaly of the Georgi. 220 The German ideology and Church. At the present time the Georgian Orthodox Church consists of 15 dioceses within the territory of the Georgian Soviet Socialist Republic. The German ideology, a work by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, in which historical materialism is expounded as an integrated concept in the frame work of a critique of German post-Hegelian philosophy. The prerequisites of historical materialist views are outlined for the first time, and the book also provides a study of the dialectics of productive forces and production relations. It is in this work that the formula for the correlation between social being and social consciousness first appeared. On the basis of this general methodological standpoint, religion is evaluated as one of the forms of social consciousness. The founders of Marxism rejected the theological and idealist idea of religion as something with a separate sense of its own, standing outside and above society. They drew attention to its earth-bound roots, assessing religious alienation as just one of the forms of the individual's alienation in social conditions in which the exploitation of man by man is the order of the day. In this work Marx and Engels examined the nature of social illusions. From the moment when men's spiritual activity was singled out as a special type of occupation, consciousness can really flatter itself that it is something other than consciousness of existing practice, that it really represents something without representing something real, From now on consciousness is in a position to emancipate itself from the world, and to proceed to the formation of pure theory, theology, philosophy, morality, etc. Yet religion, like other types of ideology, only possesses relative independence. Its development overall depends on the development of the system of social relations within which it takes shape. By explaining the social roots of illusory forms of consciousness, Marx and Engels shed light, in general outline, on how the latter might be overcome, following the restructuring of society along communist lines. Ghazali, Abu Hamid Muhammad ibn Muhammad, Muslim theologian and philosopher. His most famous works include The Intentions of Philosophers and Deliverance from Error. Al-Ghazali defended the Islamic teachings concerning the creation of the world by God from nothing, to the effect that God created man's body and soul, that man's soul is eternal, and that God can work miracles, etc. Al-Ghazali went out of his way to demonstrate that true knowledge is only possible with the HCJP of the mystical philosophy of Sufism. Jawar, derogatory term for a non-Muslim, especially a Christian, used in particular by the Turks. See also Caffer. Gilbert de la Porre or Gil. Bertus Puritanus, French scholastic philosopher and bishop. He attacked the nominalism of Abelard, and defended the objective existence of abstract concepts from a standpoint of moderate realism. Gnostics 221. Gilson, Etienne Henry, French neo-Thomist philosopher, who held that philosophical problems must be linked with religion as sacraments, since only religious faith leads human reason to its highest cognitive goal and understanding of God. His main works are devoted to the study of medieval philosophy. GWCK, Charles, also known as the gift of tongues, a pathological phenomenon consisting in the meaningless calling out by the faithful of various incoherent sounds and words. This can occur involuntarily as a result of extreme nervous tension under the influence of exhausting praying for several hours on end, religious ecstasy, after preliminary fasting and so on. Glossolalia is cultivated in certain Christian sects and is substantiated by the biblical story regarding the descent of the Holy Spirit upon the apostles on the day of Pentecost, as a result of which the apostles allegedly began to speak with other tongues, as the Spirit gave them utterance. According to the beliefs of the Pentecostals, glossolalia is the culmination of the Baptistism through the Holy Spirit, one of the visible gifts, a sign that divine grace has been granted believers, and that direct communion with God has taken place. Religious rituals designed to bring about glossolalia, which sometimes give rise to serious nervous disorders among the faithful, are banned as fanatical in the USSR by the laws concerning religious cults. Gnomes, in tales, legends, and superstitions, and in the epic poems of the Germanic peoples, these are imaginary creatures said to guard underground treasures. They are usually depicted as evil or benign dwarfs. Gnostics. The Gnostics eclectically link certain ideas of classical philosophy, taken mainly from the teachings of the Platonists and Stoics, with ideas taken from Eastern religions. The Gnostics acknowledged the existence of a supreme divine being and maintained 222 God. That between the latter and the sinful material world there existed emanations or eons. Into some men there had allegedly entered some spark of divine spiritual substance, enabling them, through gnosis, to rescue that substance from its sinful material environment. Christ was one such person. Typical of the teaching of the Gnostics is the duality of the good and evil principle, that of light and darkness, and an extremely pessimistic view of the perceptible world around man. The Gnostics also tended to stress their Cynicans as chosen followers of God and to extol the mystical ways for achieving knowledge of God and self-knowledge, while taking a negative view of rational cognition and simple faith. The doctrines of the Gnostics, which had much in common with the teachings of the New Testament, nevertheless differed from the latter in their sophistication, their disregard for the Old Testament, and rejection of the redemptive mission of Christ, their docetism and certain other features. The teachings of the Gnostics were to exert a strong influence on Manichaeism and dualistic heresies of the Middle Ages. God, an illusory being endowed with supernatural qualities, who is the main object of worship in almost all religions. All advanced religions attribute to God the qualities of a perfect person who created the world and rules it in accordance with his own wishes. In Judaism, this is Yahweh, in Christianity the Holy Trinity, in Islam it is Allah, in Hinduism Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, and in Zoroastrianism Ahura Mazda and so on. The concept of God as a personal, supernatural being is the crucial aspect of the ism. In pantheism, its opposite, God constitutes a non-personal force, inherent in nature and sometimes identical with nature. In polytheism, there can be hundreds of different gods, one of whom is usually singled out as the main god. In monotheism, belief in a single all-powerful God is the chief religious doctrine. Once the process of the formation of the main monotheistic religions was complete, there emerged a religious and philosophical teaching with relation to God theology. God becomes not only the object of faith and worship, but also a concept in idealist philosophy. The concept of gods emerged in the process of the evolution of religion and is linked with the transition from its primitive forms to the personification of the forces of nature. The disintegration of the primitive communal structure of society and the emergence of alliances between tribes, classes, and states made necessary the establishment of genotheism, namely, the preeminence of gods from those tribes which assumed a dominant position in the new communities. Marduk, Osiris, Yahweh, Zeus, Jupiter, Perun became the supreme gods, while the gods of other tribes became the patrons of various types of economic activity. Attempts to explain the reasons for the emergence of the idea of God have been recorded since time immemorial. In the ancient world, the emergence of concepts of God was linked with man's inability. God building 223. To explain elemental phenomena of nature. This idea also stemmed from the deification of tribal chiefs, kings, powerful military leaders and politicians. The idea of God was presented as a cunning invention of the early priests, who used it to strengthen their own position in society. Many outstanding thinkers in medieval times and the modern era regarded the idea of God as the consequence of the deception of the then ignorant common people, who accepted as reality fantastic links between cause and effect. In the 19th and 20th centuries, in bourgeois writing on religion, the mythological school gained extensive ground. It held that the concept of God was the result of the personification of cosmic phenomena. There was also the animistic school, which interpreted the idea of God in the light of the evolution of concepts of the soul. The sociological school, maintaining that God was a symbol, in which society deifies itself. Fruitful attempts were made to reveal the psychological basis for the emergence of the idea of God. All theories regarding the emergence of the idea of God opposed the theological postulate concerning the idea of God as something eternal and innate in men, yet it was only Marxist atheism which revealed with reference to comprehensive scientific data the social and epistemological reasons for the emergence of the idea of God, the conditions in which that idea emerged and began to die away, its inconsistent and reactionary nature, its social role and class content. God is first of all the complex of ideas generated by the brute-ish subjection of man both by external nature and by the class yoke, ideas which consolidate that subjection, lull to sleep the class struggle. The crisis that all modern religions are going through is directly linked with the loss of faith in God by the broad masses. While acknowledging that this process is indeed underway, priests and theologians are suggesting means for injecting new life into traditional theistic concepts and are coming forward with modernist conceptions of God. God building, a philosophical and ethical trend which emerged in the midst of Russian social democracy after the defeat of the 1905-1907 revolution. Its representatives included Vladimir Bazarov, Pavel Yushkevich, and Anatoly Lunacharsky. Maxim Gorky was also associated with the group for a time, but under Lenin's influence later broke with it. The God Builders attempted to combine scientific socialism with religion and lend the former the character of a religious creed. They were very much affected by the spread of religious attitudes amongst the bourgeois intelligentsia and also by Machist philosophy, above all the empirio-monism of Alexander Bogdanov with his notion of individually and collectively organized experience. Advocates of God-building suggested that the ethical value of the Marxist world outlook would be more comprehensible to the masses, particularly the peasant faithful, if it were to assume a religious form. This led the God-builders to speak of the cosmos and the people as new objects of veneration, and to deify the people's creativity and collective emotion. 224 God-fearingness. The fight for socialism, which, in their opinion, was the highest form of religion, they saw as God-building. Religion was interpreted by the God-builders as a mode of thought and an awareness of the world, that overcame the contrast between laws of life and the laws of nature, while God they saw as tantamount to a collection of ideas that lent form to social emotions. Although advocates of God-building stressed that their teaching was diametrically opposed to that of the God-seekers, it was clear beyond doubt that the two were closely related. The ideas connected with God-building were popularized in the press and actively propagated in the party school set up by the Maoists on the island of Capri. Lenin and the Bolshevik Party subjected God-building to harsh criticism and Georgy Plekhanov came out strongly against it. By the beginning of the First World War the trend was no longer influential. God-fearingness, fear of God, man's trepidation at the possibility that he might be violating religious prescriptions together with his conviction that such violations would be followed by retribution from supernatural forces. God-fearingness is one of the manifestations of piousness, stemming from the religioneous teaching to the effect that man's fate is totally dependent upon the will of God and a range of stern religious prescriptions, whose slightest violation brings with it the threat of man allegedly having to suffer eternal torment in hell. In their efforts to strengthen the influence of religion, priests sow the seeds of God-fearingness and then seek to foster it in every way possible, by proclaiming it to be one of the religious virtues. God incarnate. See God made. Man, God incarnate. God-likeness, a category from Christian anthropology, according to which God created man in his image, after his likeness, but this original God-likeness was destroyed by man's fall. Hope of restoring God-likeness is provided, according to Christian teaching, by Christ through his assumption of human form, death, resurrection and victory over sin. The doctrine of GC5-day likeness is used to propagate imitation of Jesus, i.e. to consolidate faith and other Christian virtues. The idea of God-likeness is inherently contradictory, since God-likeness is advocated alongside all sorts of humiliation for man. Recent attempts to find humanism within the doctrine of God-likeness are inconsistent, since the concept essential to the growth of the spiritual principle on the way to complete renunciation of all things of this earth belies ignorance of man's real nature. God made man, God incarnate, God embodied as man, as expounded in religious dogmas. Concepts of a God incarnate were intrinsic to many ancient religions and find expression in myths concerning gods who died and came back to life. In Christianity the God-made man was Jesus Christ, who is at one and the same time God the Son and mortal man. The doctrine concerning God incarnate is firmly established in the Creed and is designed to corroborate theological assertions as to the divine origin of Goethe 225. Christianity, its absolute truth as a divine revelation granted to men by God himself in the form of a man. The contradictory nature of this doctrine provided the ideological basis for many heresies, such as Arianism, Docetism, and Monophysitism. In contemporary Protestant theology God-made man is regarded as the fusing of two worlds. God-seekers, a religious and ideological movement which came into being in Russia in the early 20th century. Its members were drawn from various strata of the liberal intelligentsia, men of letters, philosophers, religious, and church leaders. The God-seekers criticized socialist theories, particularly Marxism and its philosophical principles, while defending the religious idealist world outlook. Realizing that the Christian Church was compromising itself by supporting the status quo, the God-seekers began to talk of the need to promote a new religious consciousness, neo-Christianity, of quests for a God relevant to the contemporary age. There appeared on the scene theories of mystic realism, anarchism, conciliar individualism and so on. According to the supporters of this trend, social movements and culture as a whole could only be fruitful if through them could be realized the ideal of the Christian community, i.e. the ideal of the divine model for men on earth, if the task of social transformation could be freed of any political flavor and become the province of religio N. This would 15-01018 have made the theory of revolution and class struggle simply unnecessary. The ideas of the God-seekers were expounded in the collections of articles known as Vika, and as Glubany. A scientific analysis of the movement is to be found in the works of Lenin and Plekhanov and other Marxists. God's fools, psychologically inadequate people, whom the Church regards as having deliberately renounced the ordinary use of reason, but who possess the gift of prophecy and can expose injustice, and speak the truth looking straight into the eyes of the rich and powerful. This kind of folly for the sake of Christ is found in the Byzantine Empire, but it became particularly prominent in medieval Russia. Church writers in Russia regarded this phenomenon as a specific form of social protest and the God's fools themselves as mouthpieces for the hopes and aspirations of the masses. It is stressed in the lives of such well-known Russian God's fools as Saint Prokopy of Veliki Ustyug, Saint Nikolai Kochanov of Novgorod, Saint Basil the Blessed that they had those ties with the people and defended the people's interests. In reality, however, most of the stories concerning the exposure of the rich and powerful were fictitious. The Church declared these people to be marked out by God as enjoying special favor from the Lord on high. Many of them were later canonized by the Church. Goethe, Johann Wolfgang von, German poet, and Thin Kerr, outstanding figure of the Euro. 226 Gaugarten. Pian Enlightenment. Goethe's development as a citizen, poet, and thinker is inextricably bound up with the French Revolution of 1789. Goethe dreamt of a social order in which it would be possible for man freely to develop his creative potential. He devoted a good deal of time to natural sciences. Materialist and atheist ideas were predominant in Goethe's world outlook and he advocated the release of art from the fetters of religion. He supported the concept of evolution as a means of explaining not only nature but society as well. He supported the idea of progress and opposed the theological interpretation of the phenomena of the real world. He subjected mysticism to harsh criticism. Yet there was a good deal that was contradictory in Goethe's views on religion. In his last years he showed an interest in Christianity and came to take a positive view of its moral principles. Gaugarten, Friedrich, German Protestant theologian. One of the founders of dialectical theology. Golgiher, Ignaz. Hungarian expert in Islam. He undertook a scientific critical analysis of the Sunnah as an historical source, demonstrated the late origin of many of the hadith and pointed out the elements in them that had been drawn from other religions. Golgiher's works contain a wealth of factual material drawn from Arab sources which is still of major value for students of Islam today. Being an idealist, Golgiher regards Islam as the result of the development of ideas and religious legal institutions, while neglecting socio-economic conditions. Golgotha, a hill just outside Jerusalem, which in ancient times was a place of execution for criminals. According to the Gospel story, Jesus Christ was crucified on this hill. The image of Golgotha is often used by Christian preachers in their appeals to the faithful to accept sufferings patiently as Christ did. Gallwitzer, Helmut. German Protestant theologian. In his theological works and his political journalism, including Die Christliche Gemeinde in der politischen Welt, Die Christen und die Atomwaffen, and Die Kapitalistische Revolution, Gallwitzer tries to interpret, from the point of view of Christian dogma, questions of ethics, contemporary culture, social life, and politics. Gallwitzer's theological concepts are closely related to the teachings of Karl Barth. Good, In ethics and philosophy, everything which possesses a definitely positive significance and is of value for man. The opposite of good is to be found in the negative value evil. Good and evil, ethical categories for expressing positive or negative assessments of social phenomena and also of the actions of individuals. Concepts of good and evil tend to vary from one period of time to another over the centuries and in Gospels 227. Class-based society, they are class-determined. Good is a moral value as such and cannot be reduced to pleasure, happiness, prosperity, progress, or benefit. Evil is the negation of moral value. Religious concepts of good and evil as being independent of practical interest, eternal and immutable in their underlying characteristics, stemmed entirely from the basic principle to the effect that the essence of morality is divine. The intellectual crisis in modern bourgeois society, disillusionment with science and its practical application, are leading some people to the false conviction that without religion good and evil have no foundation and disappear, giving way to the goal of utilitarian gain. This delusion is fostered by the ideas of some philosophers to the effect that it is impossible to substantiate moral values scientifically. Scientific explanations for the concepts of good and evil are provided in Marxist ethics. Engels pointed out that the conceptions of good and evil have varied so much from nation to nation and from age to age that they have often been in direct contradiction to each other. The historically transient nature of moral standards, their class character and the fact that they are molded by social factors serve completely to refute the system of religious concepts concerning the essence of good and evil. All theological conceptions of God as the embodiment of good and of man's free will as something that gives rise to evil are inconsistent. As social inequality is eliminated, culture advances and justice and truth come into their own, good and evil acquire an in 15*. Increasingly clear meaning and are easier to elucidate scientifically as moral signposts on the path of the development of the individual and society. Gospels, early Christian writings describing the legendary life of Jesus Christ and his teaching. Initially, Christian teaching was spread by word of mouth. Probably the first things to have been written down were the sayings of Christ, separate sayings attributed to the founder of Christianity. Later, more detailed accounts were compiled drawing on various oral legends and the logia, and in these the fundamental element was the teaching concerning the redemptive death and resurrection of Jesus. The authorship of these writings was attributed to the disciples of Jesus, the apostles, or to their immediate followers. The Gospels were compiled by various Christian groups, starting approximately from the second half of the 1st century and up until the 4th century. Apart from the 4 Gospels which have been incorporated into the canonical text of the New Testament, there also existed Gospels according to St. Peter, St. Andrew, St. Philip, and 2 separate Gospels according to St. Thomas and many others. Some Gospels existed in a number of versions. Christian writers refer to an Aramaic version of the Gospel according to St. Matthew and 3 versions of the Gospel according to St. Mark. There are also extant the complete texts of 3 Gospels which are not recognized as canonical texts by the Church, those of St. Thomas, St. Philip, and the Gospel 228 Grace of Truth, which reflect the teachings of the Gnostics. The Gospels of the New Testament were written in Greek, and evidently beyond the borders of Palestine. Of the 4 evangelists recognized by the Church, only 2, according to Christian legend, were disciples of Jesus. Luke was traditionally believed to have been the companion of Apostle Paul and Mark the companion of Apostle Peter. The first 3 Gospels are similar in many respects and they drew from common oral and written sources. The academic term used to refer to them is synoptic. The shortest of the 3 is the Gospel according to St. Mark, which does not contain accounts of the Immaculate Conception or the miraculous birth of Jesus. Experts regard it as the earliest of the canonical Gospels. There are marked differences in both content and style between the Synoptic Gospels and the Gospel according to St. John. For a long time scholars regarded it as the law test of the 4 Gospels. In Egypt, however, a fragment of this Gospel on a papyrus scroll was found which was dated as coming from the 1st third of the 2nd century. The Gospel according to St. Matthew is aimed more at Christians drawn from the ranks of Jews, while the Gospel according to St. Luke is addressed to Christians drawn from the ranks of non-Jews. In this latter Gospel, attacks against the rich are more categorical. In the Gospel according to St. John, Gnostic ideas are given consideration. The Gospels sometimes present one and the same event in different lights. The moral teachings in all the Gospels advocate humility above all else. Grace, according to religious concepts, a special divine force sent down to man from above so as he might overcome his intrinsic sinfulness and achieve salvation in life beyond the grave. In Christianity, the Western Fathers of the Church considered grace to be the only condition of salvation, while the Eastern Fathers of the Church considered grace together with man's free will to be the necessary condition. The first view was expounded in the 5th century by St. Augustine. This view was contested by the teaching of Pelagius, who stated that salvation was possible without the help of divine grace. The Christian Church adopted the view put forward by St. Augustine, but acknowledged that man's will did have a certain part to play in the process of salvation. Roman Catholic and Orthodox believers regard the clergy to be the vehicle through which grace is imparted to man, and this teaching is used to justify the decisive role assigned to the church hierarchy in the process of salvation. Protestants acknowledge the possibility that all believers may be the direct recipients of grace. Through its teaching on the subject of grace, religion encourages the faithful to have no trust in man's ability to achieve spiritual or moral perfection through his own efforts. Great Schism 229. Graces, Latin name for the Greek goddesses known as the Charites. Graf, Heinrich Karl, division of the Christian Church into the Eastern and Western Church, i.e. the Orthodox Church and the Roman Catholic Church. The origins of this breach should be sought in the profound socio-economic and political contradictions between West European and Byzantine feudal rulers, the struggle for supremacy in the Church and for church revenues between the Roman popes and the Patriarchs of Constantinople. The division of the Roman Empire into the Western and Eastern empires led to the emergence of two religious centers, in Rome and in Constantinople, between which, by the 7th century, differences had taken shape in connection with points of doctrine, rites, and organization. These contradictions between the two churches became particularly tense in the second half of the 9th century because of the efforts on the part of the Pope and the Patriarch of Constantinople to establish their dominant influence over the Church of Bulgaria, after it embraced Christianity, and because of the controversies over the Filioque. The date of this schism between the churches is traditionally held to be 1054, when the deepening contractations led to a situation in which Pope Leo IX and Patriarch Michael Cyrillarius anathematized each other. In 1965, at the Second Vatican Council, Pope Paul VI and the Patriarch of Constantinople, Athenagoras I, declared their decision to commit to oblivion the anathemas of 1054. This decision was the result of modern ecumenical efforts on the part of Christian churches. This name was also given to the troubled period in the history of the papacy lasting almost 40 years. It began when, for the first time after the 70 years of the Avignon captivity, an Italian pope was elected, Urban VI. At the same time, under pressure from the French king, Charles V, some of the cardinals elected as Pope Robert of Geneva, who took the name Clement VII. Urban VI resided in Rome and his rival in Avignon. This led to an unusual papal duarchy, which divided the Roman Catholic world into two hostile camps: monarchs, feudal lords, and civic authorities in the countries involved participated actively in the struggle between the two. The religion struggle was an echo of the struggle for power between various political groupings in feudal Europe of that period. Up until 1417 the papal throne was claimed simultaneously 230 Gregory of Nazianzus by two, and sometimes even three popes, who opposed each other with fierce ardor. The Great Schism seriously undermined the authority of the papacy and that of the Roman Catholic Church as a whole. The Council of Constance 1414–1418, put an end to the schism. It deposed the three popes then reigning and elected a new Pontiff Martin v 1417-1431, which marked the end of the troubled period in the history of the papacy. Gregory of Nazianzus, St. or Gregory the Theologian 329-389, one of the Fathers of the Church, a prominent figure among the teachers of the patristic age. Gregory of Nazianzus was the author of orations written according to the rules of classical rhetoric and 12 hymns, fragments of which have been incorporated into church canticles. Gregory of Nyssa, St. theologian and philosopher, an important Greek figure of the patristic age and an active opponent of Arianism. Saint Gregory of Nyssa was involved in the elaboration of the Nicene Creed, and he exerted a significant influence on the subsequent elaboration of Christian dogma and on the emergence of symbolic exegetics. Gregory Palamas, St., Byzantine theologian, who systematized the mystical teachings on the unity of man and God, which later came to be known as hesychasm from the Greek hesychazion, meaning to be still, keep quiet. According to this teaching, God is regarded as completely unknowable in his essence. Knowledge of God can be attained, if at all, only through the manifestation of his grace. Only on this basis did there emerge for man the possibility of communion with God. He made a significant contribution to the elaboration and formulation of the basic tenets of Christian orthodox, dogma, exegetics, and anthropology. Grief, mental state in man, which is sparked off by some personal or social loss. In tribal religions and the religions of early class-based society, the borders between life and death were blurred, and grief for the departed did not exist. In Islam, Christianity, and to a lesser extent in Buddhism, the generally accepted moral code made grief some kind of institutionalized category, and special forms for its manifestation were elaborated: mourning, involving special dress, and in a number of denominations even special hairstyles, special patterns of behavior, dates for remembering the departed, etc. Guardini, Romano 1885-1% 8. German Roman Catholic philosopher. His ideas are close to those of Christianity existentialism. Starting out from a thesis concerning the contradictory nature of life, he elaborated the idea to the effect that man is incorporated into the world created by God by means of his Christian faith. He attempted to interpret Christianity as something separate from religion. Guillaume de Conches B. in the 1080s, DC 1145, French philosopher. In his works, De Philosophia Mundi and Dragmatiken Philosophia, he resurrected certain ideas of the classical atomism and criticized Orthodox Roman Catholic philosophy. When solving questions drawn from the natural sciences, he demanded that the matters arising should be argued over with refer_ins to logical deductions, rather than allusions to the Holy Scriptures. He was bitterly attacked by Saint Bernard of Clairvaux and other theologians. Guilt, the violation of moral or legal norms and the emotions linked with this feeling. Religion lends mystery to the concept of guilt, presenting it as a link in the relations between man and the fantastical, supernatural element. In religious ethics, particularly those of Christianity, guilt is seen as a primordial feature of man's existence. Guyot, Jean-Marie. French positivist philosopher. Guyon saw religion as providing a fantastic explanation of the world around us by presenting us with an analogy with human society. Religion, according to his views, changes together with the evolution of society and will in the future disappear. Yet Guyon held that it was possible to propagate a new religion based on lofty ideas. Hades, in classical mythology, the name for the god of the underworld, abode of the souls of the dead, or that abode itself. Hades, the son of Cronus and Rhea, and brother of Zeus and Poseidon, presides there together with his wife Persephone over the souls of the dead. According to classical myths, Hades was the place where souls were judged and received reward or punishment for their earthly deeds. The idea of Hades as conceived by the ancient Greeks was adopted in part by Christians in their notion of hell. Hadith, short tale concerning the utterances or deeds of Mohammed. It consists of two parts. The first contains a list of the persons who handed down the hadith, going back even as far as the person who himself heard Muhammad make the utterance or perform the deed. The second contains the story. The hadiths taken together are regarded as a source of law, moral guidance, and religious prescriptions. The hadiths that were selected by well-known theologians in the 9th and 10th centuries and acknowledged by them to be authentic constitute the Sunnah, the body of sacred tradition for Muslims. Hadith, customary law of the Muslim peoples as opposed to the Sharia or holy law. The hadith embraces the legends and traditions of these peoples. Close links exist between the Sharia and hadith. The hadith is often seen to possess relevance within the framework of the Sharia, although it only coincides formally and in external details with the latter. The hadith contributed to the preservation of patriarchal, dan or tribe-based relations and customs. Haeckel, Ernst 1834–1919, G.E.R. Mann scholar. He made an important contribution to the defense and development of Darwinism. He started out from a position of scientific materialism, but was not always consistent in his views. In particular, he departed from the term materialism, for which he substituted monism. He sought to replace official religion with materialist pantheism. Haeckel actively propagated scientific views of nature, and in his book The Riddle of the World he exposed fideism. In order to propagate his scientific world outlook, Haeckel founded in 1806 a Monists' League. In 1910 he publicly broke away from religion and the church. Hafiz, Persian poet. Hafiz studied theology and won fame as a Hafiz, a term usually applied to someone who knew the Quran by heart. His most famous work is the Divan. Hala 233. Hafiz poetry, while not escaping the influence of Sufism and mysticism completely, nevertheless remains free of asceticism and unquestioning meekness. In his verse the poet speaks out against the religious prohibitions and prescriptions of the Sharia, calls upon men to enjoy life and to aspire to personal freedom. Hafiz condemned the mullahs for their dissimulation, hypocrisy, and poverty of ideas. Haggadah, the part of the Talmud which contains edifying commentaries to the legal statutes in the Halakha, expounded in the form of fables, parables, anecdotes and sayings. It existed originally in oral form and was written down and incorporated into the Talmud between the 5th and 3rd centuries AD. Its aim was to popularize religious ideas and the commandments. Many themes and narrative methods found in it were used in Jewish folklore and literature. Hagiography, a variety of church literature, biographies of the saints. In their representations of the lives of the saints, Christian hagiographers made wide use of classical mythology, Bible stories, and popular legends. It is no coincidence, therefore, that the biographies of the Christian saints are remarkably similar to other legends concerning gods and heroes. Naturally, the lives of the saints should not be regarded as reliable historical sources. Henchelin, Charles, French Marxist historian, member of the French Communist Party, member of the resistance movement. His main work was titled Les Origines de la Religion, and it shed light on the role of religio and on the ways religious beliefs are one shaped by forms of social production. It provided a critical analysis of such conceptions of the origin and development of religion as the ideas of Émile Durkheim and Freud, or monotheismus etc. Henchelin gives an account of specific forms of religion ranging from totemism to Christianity. Hajj, visit to Mecca and its ancient shrine, the Kaaba, linked with a number of ceremonies, such as listening to the Senan by Mount Arafat, symbolic throwing of stones at the devil, walking round the Kaaba 7 times, reciting prayers, drinking water from the Zamzam spring. Hajj is one of the 5 basic duties of a Muslim, who is in a condition to carry it out. Such a pilgrimage takes place so as to coincide with the festival of sacrifice. The visit to Mecca, made at some other time of the year but also accompanied by the performance of all the above said rituals, is referred to as the lesser pilgrimage or Umrah. Haji, title of respect given to a Muslim who has made the Hajj or pilgrimage to Mecca. Mullahs and imams surround the Haji with the aura of a specially devout man. Hala, this term is used to denote both each individual statute and the statutes in their entirety in the Talmud. The Halakha provided the code of rules for the religious. 234 Halakha. Family and civic life of the Jews. It can be traced back to the 4th century BC, when the so-called scribes, in order to adapt Judaism to the changing conditions of life of the Jewish people, began to compose commentaries to the Old Testament. The principle underlying the compilation of the Halakha was to provide deductions based on comparisons or analogies or with reference to other synonymous expressions. The major influence of Roman and Babylonian legislation is reflected in the composition of the Halakha. Halaj, Hussein ibn Mansur, representative of the most extreme trend within Sufism. He was an itinerant preacher. Unlike other Sufis, who kept their teaching a secret from the uninitiated, he preached Sufism openly. The ideas advocated by al-Halaj deviated sharply from those of orthodox theologians in their interpretation of the main doctrines of Islam and Islamic ritual. He was declared a heretic and executed. Hallucinations, false perceptions occurring in persons suffering from a number of mental disorders and infectious diseases, intoxications, or serious emotional traumas. Hallucinations involving the senses of sight, hearing, smell, and touch are recorded, and various others. People suffering from mental disorders bound up with their religious beliefs sometimes think they are seeing gods and saints, or that they are hearing voices commanding them to embark upon a pilgrimage or make a sacrifice, and so on. In some primitive religions, hallucinations are a permanent feature in rituals of worship, and they are deliberately brought on by the use of hallucinogenic plants. Halo or nimbus, word used to denote the radiant light around the head in representations of the gods, in Christianity, of God, and also Our Lady, Mother of God, the saints, angels, and prophets, and in ancient Greece of heroes as well. The origin of the halo is associated with solar and astral cults of farming peoples, from whom Christianity adopted many iconographic symbols, including that of the halo. In Christian iconography, different kinds of halos are to be found. Round the heads of angels and saints, halos are simple rings of light. The Virgin Mary's halo is sometimes embellished with stars, and the halo of God the Father is often in the shape of a six-pointed star. Holomancy, divination using cooking salt, widespread among many ancient peoples and associated with belief in the magical properties of salt. Elements of halomancy were still to be found in Yuletide fortune-telling. Hanafi. Simudub. Hanbalis. Simudub. Hanafism, religious movement in Arabia in the 6th and 7th centuries, which preceded Islam and was to influence it. It is thought that when Islam first appeared, it was a manifestation of Hanifism. The Hanafis adopted certain important aspects of Judaism and Christianity and preached monotheism and asceticism. Harnack 235. They called their god Allah. Hanifism reflected the aspiration of the Arabs to political unification during the period of the collapse of primitive communal society. Hapi, in the religion of ancient Egypt, the god of the Nile, giver of moisture and the harvest. He was depicted in the form of a stout man holding a vessel containing water in his hand and a papyrus plant on his head. The festival in honor of Hapi coincided with the beginning of the flood of the Nile. Happiness, inner satisfaction with life, awareness of the fullness of one's own existence, the fulfillment of goals and desires. Men's conceptions of happiness and what is necessary to achieve it vary widely. This can be accounted for by historical and social factors and individual inclinations. Religious teachings declared attempts to achieve happiness during life on earth as vain and even sinful. They pointed to the illusory, deceptive nature of human existence and called upon men not to lend earthly existence any independent significance of its own. Man was exhorted not to love either the world, or what was in it. In this way religious teachings attempted to provide consolation in adversity and at the same time to quell men's endeavors to reshape the reality around them. Many modern theologians talk of the struggle to find earthly happiness, of building paradise on earth, thus finding themselves in profound conflict with one of the very foundations of the religioneous interpretation of the world, namely, with the principle that man should renounce the world as something false and sinful. The most radical theologians go so far as to deny the existence of a world beyond the grave. Marxist atheism respects man's right to happiness on earth and presents that happiness as something within his actual grasp. Harmony of Fame and Rea. Son, the theory elaborated by St. Thomas Aquinas in his struggle against the supporters of Latinaveroism, who defended the theory of 2fold truth, and against attempts to set reason apart from and outside the control of faith. To counter these attempts he put forward the thesis to the effect that the tenets of science cannot contradict the doctrines of religious faith, according to his theory, there cannot be a contradiction between reason and revelation, because both kinds of truth have their ultimate and supreme substantiation in the wisdom of God and he cannot contradict himself. In modern Roman Catholic theology and philosophy this theory of the harmony of faith and reason is used to interpret scientific knowledge in a religious vein. Harnack, Adolf von 1851–1930. German Protestant theologian specializing in the history of Christianity and the Church. He suggested that religion can be understood only as the fundamental, most important part of a culture. While turning his back on dogmatic Christianity, Harnack regarded the moral content of the gospel as the ideal, which should provide the purpose and guiding light for historical development and the basis for universal human brotherhood which makes man aware of his duty towards his fellows. 236 Haruspex. Haruspex, a priest diviner in ancient Rome, who made predictions on the basis of the entrails of sacrificed animals and also interpret various signs. From the 1st to the 5th century a special collegium of these priests was organized. Harvey, William. English physician, physiologist, and embryologist. He expounded a system of blood circulation which refuted previous ideas on the subject that had been accepted by the Church. This gave rise to bitter attacks against Harvey from the clergy. Hassan, second Imam of the Shiite dynasty of Imams, elder son of Ali and Fatima. After the death of Ali he was proclaimed Caliph in 661, but in return for financial reward he renounced the caliph's rights in favor of the ruler of Syria, Muawiyah. The Shiites maintain that Hassan was poisoned and they venerate him as a martyr. Hassan al-Basri or Hassan of Basra, one of the first ascetics and mystics in Islam, forerunner of Sufism. He rejected the Muslim doctrine concerning predestination and he recognized that man possessed free will. Hasidism, a religious movement among the Jews of Poland and Russia which emerged in the early 18th century. Initially Hasidism was a religious form of social protest by the lower classes against the domination of those wielding financial power in the community and supporting its rabbis. Soon, however, it was to lose its initial character and to become an openly mystical movement within Judaism. This shift in Hasidism was promoted by the so-called Tzaddikim, who had come to enjoy a still more authoritative position in relation to the faithful than the Orthodox rabbis. According to Hasidic beliefs, God is present in everything that surrounds man. This religious pantheist view was used to lead on to the conclusion that direct contact was possible between the believer and Shekinah in prayer, which makes Talmudic scholarship unnecessary and likewise mediation of rabbis. Hasidic Jews regard evil as the lowest level of good and link it too with Shekinah. These concepts were brought together and summarized in the doctrine of joy, which manifested itself in the songs and dances of an ecstatic nature that were part of Hasidic practices of worship, and also in their rejection of asceticism. The main centers of Hasidism at the present time are the US and Israel. Hasidic mysticism in its modernized form is widely propagated by modern apologists of Judaism. Haskalah, a movement for enlightenment among the Jewish bourgeois intelligentsia in Germany, Poland, and Russia in the 18th to 19th CEN, Turis. Advocates of Haskalah came out against the reactionary ideas of the Jews as an exclusive ethnic religion. Heaven and Hell 237. Eos community opposed Hasidism and advocated the dissemination of scientific knowledge among the Jews. Hathor, in the religion of ancient Egypt, a sky goddess, protector of the dead and goddess of music and love. She was depicted in the form of a cow or a woman with cow's horns. The cult of Hathor, who was identified with the goddess Sekhmet, was widespread not only in Egypt but also beyond its borders. Heaven. See Heaven and Hell. Heaven and Hell. According to religious beliefs, places to which the souls of the dead are brought. Hell signifies the place where sinners are condemned to suffering after death, while heaven, or paradise, is the abode of the righteous after death. Concepts of life beyond the grave evolved because primitive peoples failed to understand such phenomena as life and death, and believed in immortality and the continued existence of the individual after death. Finds made in ancient burial sites bore out such beliefs. The dead were buried with their weapons, food, and domestic utensils, in other words, with all that was essential for life. Later views took shape to the effect that only souls were immortal, not bodies. In the era of primitive societies, life beyond the grave was thought of as an improved version of life on earth. There the dead would always be successful in their hunting, and be able to collect an abundance of edible fruit and roots. After class society had emerged, complete with its repressive machinery, and after there had taken root ideas of retribution or reward in the afterlife for man's behavior on earth, the realm of the dead that was originally one and the same for all men, was divided into two: heaven, the realm of eternal bliss for the righteous, and hell, the realm of torment for sinners. Yet these concepts of heaven and hell did not immediately merge in the religions of the ancient world to form an integral concept of life after death. The ancient Egyptians, for example, believed in a life of paradise for the righteous in the holy fields of reeds, but at the same time they considered that sinners were devoured by the cruel goddess immediately after the last judgment performed by Osiris. The ancient Greeks believed that most of the dead came to a gloomy underworld ruled over by the god Hades, and only a chosen few went to the Elysian fields after their death. In Zoroastrianism or Mazdaism, the religion of the ancient Persians, the conceptions of heaven and hell merge together as one. In world religions such as Christianity and Islam, clearly defined conceptions of the world beyond the grave, of heaven and hell, are already to be found. For many centuries the social function of these conceptions was that of reconciling man with a social order based on the exploitation of one class by another, by promising him rewards after death for all the tribulations he suffers during his life on earth. Modern theologians, in their efforts to reconcile traditional pictures of hell as a subterranean fire-filled Gehenna, and heaven as a beautiful garden with the views of modern man, maintain that heaven and hell should not be understood literally, not in any physical sense, not as real delight or torment, but as 238 Hebe. A spiritual awareness of satisfaction, on the one hand, or of moral torture or pangs of conscience, on the other, an awareness which fills the souls of the righteous and the sinners after death. Hebe, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the goddess of youth, epitomizing youthful beauty. The daughter of Zeus and Hera and the wife of Heracles. Hecatomb, in ancient Greece a public sacrifice of 100 oxen, later the term was used to denote any large-scale public sacrifice, regardless of the number and kind of animals involved. Hecatombs were organized to celebrate especially important events or in the honor of the gods, particularly Zeus and Apollo. Better, Jewish primary religious school at which only the Pentateuch and the Talmud would be studied. Such a school would be run by a teacher known as Melamed. Hedonism, the ethical principle according to which the ultimate aim and main stimulus for human behavior is pleasure. It was propounded by the ancient Greek philosopher Aristippus, who maintained that the pursuit of pleasure was intrinsic to man's nature and determined all his actions. Yet men were not encouraged to become slaves of pleasure, but rather to pursue happiness within reasonable limits. Hedonism was developed further by Epicurus and his folio wares, in whose writings it comes to resemble eudaimonism. In the modern era, hedonism was used by the adherents of utilitarian ethics. Its founder, Jeremy Bentham, held that the morality of an action can be calculated as the balance of pleasures and sufferings stemming from it. Hegel, George Wilhelm Friedrich, idealist philosopher and dialectician, representative of classical German philosophy of the late 18th and early 19th century. He elaborated a philosophical system, in which the whole world, natural, historical, intellectual, is represented as a process, i.e., as in constant motion, change, transformation, development, and the attempt is made to trace out the internal connection that makes a continuous whole of all this movement and development. Hegel's system consists of three parts: logic, philosophy of nature, and philosophy of the spirit. Insofar as, according to Hegel, philosophy is concerned with the same subject as religion, namely, the Absolute or God. In the first part he considers the progress of thought in the divine mind up until the creation of nature. In the second he examines the development of that thought within created nature, and, thirdly, its return to itself in the human spirit. The essential core of this system, singled out as a result of a Marxist materialist interpretation of Hegel's philosophy, is provided by the ideas concerning the historical advance of man's knowledge and social consciousness, presented in the context of dialectics. Lenin wrote that Hegel brilliantly divined the dialectics of Hijra 239. Things in the dialectics of concepts. Hegel's attitude to religion underwent considerable changes. In his early works he contrasted positive religion as a product of the despotic state with popular religion of the masses. Hegel's thesis to the effect that the spirit of a people, its history, religion, and degree of political freedom cannot be viewed separately, for they constitute an integral whole, became the basis for the historical method in his approach to religion. In his late works Hegel saw religion as an essential step in the development of the spirit, from art as an idea in a perceptible graphic presentation via religion, in which it is reflected as a figure from the other world which is both God and man, to philosophy. Recognition of philosophy as the supreme achievement in the advance of the spirit foreshadows the contradictory nature of Hegel's conception, which can signify both the way in which the divine is absorbed by what is human, or the complete absorption of what is human by the divine and the negation of the human personality. Hegel's attempt to achieve a synthesis of theism and pantheism, in other words to reconcile his philosophy with the traditional Christian understanding of God, also failed. Hence the ambiguous attitude of theologians and the Church to Hegel's philosophy of religion. It varies from general acknowledgement, on the one hand, to categorical rejection, on the other. Hegel's historical method influenced the emergence of scientific analysis of the Bible. Hegelian left or young Hegelians, movement in German philosophy which emerged as the result of the split within the Hegelian school after the philosopher's death in 1831 and which developed still further during the 1830s and 1840s in the polemics with the Hegelian right. David Strauss in his Life of Jesus paved the way for this movement and gave it its name. Political contradictions were masked behind controversies over how Hegel's philosophy of religion should be interpreted. Members of the Hegelian left later came to adopt an atheism, that in many respects was inconsistent, since it did not proceed from a materialist interpretation of history. Expressing as they did the views of the rising radical bourgeoisie, the thinkers of the Hegelian left came out against the state in its contemporary form and feudal reaction, against inherited religion and Christian orthodoxy. The weakness inherent in the ideas of the Hegelian left, its philosophical idealism and political impotence were criticized by Marx and Engels in their works The Holy Family and THIRD Ideology. At the same time they acknowledged the major contribution made by the Hegelian left, in particular Bruno Bauer, to the resolution of the question as to the historical sources of Christianity. Hijra, Muhammad's migration or flight from Mecca to Medina in 622. In honor of this event the year of the Hijra was declared to be the beginning of the 240 Hijriya Muslim calendar, which also came to be known as the Hijra. In AC accordance with the Muslim lunar calendar, the year of Hijra 1400 came to an end in November 1980 and the 15th century began. Higumenia or Mother Superior, the nun in charge of an Orthodox convent. Higumenos, a title of honor accorded to hierodeacons or hieromonks when they are promoted from the lower ranks of the monastic hierarchy, the monk in charge of an Orthodox monastery or his deputy. Heidegger, Martin, founder of German existentialism. He viewed human existence as threatened by anxiety, desertion, decadence behind which is concealed the temporality of existence and so on. Christian teaching on the subject of sin is transferred by Heidegger to the existential of man's guilt, while salvation he presents in terms of a search for true existence. This led Heidegger later to start searching for transcendental existence in poetry and myth, but the modern age he declared to be the twilight of the world, when man is called upon to keep silent about God and prepare a meeting for him. Heidegger's philosophy was to influence modern Protestant and Roman Catholic theology. Heidenreich, Karl Heinrich, German idealist philosopher, a poet. In his letters on atheism, Heidenreich considers the philosophy of Kant from the standpoints of, first, atheism and, then, theism. The letters contain what is for all intents and purposes an apologia of atheism, an affirmation of the superiority of atheist morality over religious morality. Heinrich, Ger man, poet and revolutionary democrat. In his work he combined criticism of religion and the church with caustic and hard-hitting satire. He criticized religious creationism and the doctrine of divine expediency, Christian theology. He poured ridicule on the scholastic disputes of religious fanatics in his Disputation and Testament and singled out the reactionary social implications of sermons relating to life beyond the grave, advocating in its place man's fight for happiness on earth in his work Germany, A Winter's Talk. Heine linked criticism of religion with the struggle against feudalism, the monarchy and Philistinism. Heliocentrism, the idea according to which the sun is the center around which the planets, including Earth, revolve. In ancient Greece this concept was propounded by Aristarchus of Samos, but scientific confirmation of this idea was first provided in the 16th century in the works of Copernicus. In the system devised by Copernicus, the role of the body central to the universe was ascribed to the sun. The planets move around the sun and beyond them is the sphere of the fixed stars which provides the outer edge of the universe. The discoveries. Hefes 241. Made by Galilei, Kepler and Newton made it possible to develop the theory of heliocentrism and make it more precise. It was demonstrated that the planets turn not in a circle but follow an elliptical orbit and that gravity was the force that binds the planets and the sun, determining the nature of their movement. Further scientific discoveries led up to the conclusion that the sun is the center of the solar system, and not of the universe as a whole. The elaboration of the concept of heliocentrism undermined the religious view of mankind's central, specially chosen role within the universe. Helios, the sun god of ancient Greece, who epitomizes the light of the sun and the life-giving force of the sun's warmth. Helvetus, Claude Adrien, French materialist philosopher who held that matter and its movement formed the basis of the world and rejected the existence of the soul outside and independently of the body. Helvetius' contribution to the development of atheism was his substantiation of the idea to the effect that religion is the fantastic reflection in men's consciousness of their real existence. He saw religious morality as something that contradicted common sense and the idea of civic virtues. He was an advocate of freedom worship, which he interpreted as being not only religious freedom but also the right to reject religions of all kinds. In his explanation for the origin of religion he came near to understanding the fact that religion came into being not only because of man's fear of the elemental forces of nature but also because of his dissatisfaction with 16-01018. The real conditions of life. This led him to conclude that putting an end to that dissatisfaction required more than just the enlightenment of the people, that feudal society had to be eliminated and replaced by a society of reason. His main works were De l'Esprit and De l'Homme. Henotheism, one of the varieties of polytheism. While this theory acknowledges the existence of many gods, any given tribe or group of tribes would consider only one of them to be its own particular patron and would worship that god exclusively. This gave rise to the specific concept among the members of the given ethnic group of a union between them and a specific god and of the way in which each was chosen for the other. Concepts of this type were to find expression in a number of hooks of the Old Testament, in which the peoples of Israel and one of the gods named Yahweh enter into a contract or covenant. Hephaestus, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the god of fire and metal working, he was worshipped as the patron of craftsmen. He was the son of Zeus and Hera. He was ugly and lame in both legs, but this did not prevent him from taking as a wife the beautiful Aphrodite. Hephaestus was a skillful craftsman. In his enormous underground smithy he forged thunder and lightning for Zeus. The myths concerning Hephaestus reflect the high level of arts and crafts. 242 Hera. In ancient Greece, Hephaestus was usually depicted dressed as a craftsman with a hammer or tongs in his hand. His Roman counterpart was Vulcan. Hera, in classical mythology, the daughter of Cronus and Rhea. She was also the sister and wife of Zeus. She was worshipped as the Queen of Heaven, Queen of the Olympian gods. She was the patroness of heroes and cities, of marriage and family life. The cult of Hera influenced the development of the worship of the Virgin Mary in the Christian Church. Heraclides of Ephesus, philosopher of ancient Greece who belonged to the materialist and dialectical tradition of the Ionian school. He viewed the world that had not been created by the gods as perpetually burning fire that flares up one moment and dies down the next. He criticized the traditions of mythology. The graphic way in which Heraclitus expressed his ideas and the traces of mythological thinking to be found in his writings bring Heraclitus eventually, as certain fragments of his work make clear, to deify the primary element, fire, and the rational process which constitutes the law of the universe logos. Later this aspect of Heraclitus' philosophy was taken out of context and exaggerated in the religious teaching of Stoicism and in the theology of Judaism and Christianity with the teaching of the Word God. Herder, Johann Gottfried von, German philosopher and author. From a pantheistic standpoint he criticized traditional theology and teachings regarding the non-material nature of the soul. He also denied that the world had been created out of nothing and rejected the idea of original sin and religious intolerance. He came near to propounding the idea that life and man originated naturally. The ideas Herder left behind him were contradictory. Aspects of free thinking are to be found side by side with an apologia of religion. In Judaism, anathema, excommunication linked with a humiliating ritual. Made a man the object of contempt from his fellow believers and condemned him to social isolation, while his works and writings would be destroyed. The freethinker Uriel de Costa was placed in for 10 years, and Spinoza was also anathematized by the rabbis. Heresies, religious teachings deviating from the official doctrines of the Church in questions of dogma, worship, or administration. In the feudal era when religion dominated all spheres of intellectual life, heresies provided a religious form for the expression of class contradictions and conflicts, and often served as the ideological banner for socio-political movements directed against the existing social curler and the official church which defended that order. The concept heresy is used mainly in relation to various movements in Christianity, although it is also applied to certain trends in other religions. Christian heresies often reiterated the ideas of Christianity in its orig. Hermes 243. Inal form, the ideas of various sects from its formative period, Nicolitans, Ebionites, Montanists, Novatianists, Gnostics, Manichaeans, Monarchians, Sabellians etc. The content of heresies varied according to the stage of development of society, the specific nature of the social conditions in the region or state in question and according to the classes or ethnic groups whose interests a particular heresy represented. on the basis of the social foundation of the various heresies or the social strata in which they spread. Heresies are classified as peasant, urban, bourgeois, aristocratic or peasant, plebeian. The first set of ideas providing the basis for heresies was anti-Trinitarianism, dualism in religion, mystical pantheism, mystical chiasm, and so on. The free thinking of certain heresies went as far as to acknowledge that matter is eternal and not created, that the world has always existed. On the basis of the above-mentioned principles, orthodox teachings were rejected on such subjects as the Trinity, Christ, the Incarnation, redemption, salvation, sinfulness, worship and sacraments, the holiness of the Church, monasticism, the institution of the clergy were rejected. The world on earth was proclaimed to be the kingdom of evil, or the devil, or the Antichrist. Church and state authorities used to subject heretics to cruel persecution. Encyclicals and bulletins/laws were drawn up to deal with them. They were condemned at Echo. 16*. Menical and local councils, they were excommunicated and often put to death. At the beginning of the 13th century a special inquisition was set up in the Roman Catholic Church under a bishop, and this later was replaced by a centralized papal inquisition. The methods used in the struggle against heretics in the Orthodox Church were no less harsh. Herma or herm, quadrangular pillar topped by a sculptured head. In ancient Greece these served as signposts, objects of worship considered to have magical powers, guardians of the road, frontier, or entrance markers. Hermeneutics, the art and theory of interpreting texts, whose original meaning is not clear because of their great age or bad state of preservation. For the interpretation of such texts grammatical investigation of the language is undertaken, and also analysis of the specific psychological and historical background against which the document under investigation was compiled. The ancient science of hermeneutics developed in the Hellenistic age in connection with the scientific investigation of classical texts. It was also employed for the interpretation of the Bible, in relation to which hermeneutics means singling out the literal, abstract moralistic and idealist mystical meaning of the text. Hermes, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the son of Zeus and Maia, daughter of Atlas. Originally he was worshipped as god of herd. 244 Hermes Trismegisll.js. Smen and shepherds, the patron of herds and flocks, but later he was also worshipped as the patron of roads, travelers, merchants, and traders. Hermes was considered to be the messenger of the Olympian gods and the conductor of the souls of the dead to Hades. Hermes Trismegistus, legendary author to whom are attributed works allegedly dictated by the god Hemses himself, who is also equated with the Egyptian god Thoth. The treatises of Hermes Trismegistus are mainly devoted to the occult sciences and in particular to alchemy, astrology, and magic, and also to religious and philosophical teachings close to Gnosticism. Hermetism, a term used to denote the philosophical and religious mystical views expounded in the so-called Hermetic treatises composed during the Hellenistic age and the late classical period. The authorship of many of these treatises is ascribed to the legendary sage, Hermes Trismegistus. Hermetic writings, which incorporate both Oriental and Western teachings, expound conceptions of God and his emanations, conceptions of man and his redemption, and finally conceptions of the world and its end. Hermetism influenced the culture of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. In addition, some of the Hermetic writings provided the basis for the views of alchemists. Hermetic life, an ascetic way of life widespread in a number of religions. It involves self-isolation, renunciation of the world, society, and family, and a solitary life in remote areas. The idea of the Hermetic life is typical for the ancient religions of the East, Brahmanism, Buddhism, Judaism. In Christianity it became widespread in the 3rd and 4th centuries, initially as a result of the persecution to which Christians were subjected by the imperial power of Rome, and later as a kind of a voluntary feat in the name of faith. Hermits, or anchorites, set themselves apart from other people and lived in caves, subjecting themselves to various vicissitudes and voluntarily renouncing food and clothes. In this way they underline their disdain for the flesh and for the secular life. The official church strived in every way possible to encourage and promote the Hermetic life, presenting it as an ideal, truly Christian way of life, as a means of aspiring to religious and moral perfecti, and finding salvation from sin. The Hermetic life was practiced on a particularly wide scale in the 4th century. Many Hermit settlements were to be found in Egypt, Libya, Palestine, Cappadocia, Armenia, and so on. Later a new form of the Hermetic life was to appear on the scene, monasticism, organized on the basis of the monastic rule and accessible to more thorough supervision on the part of the Church. Hero worship, the veneration of mythological personages and real individuals renowned for heroic exploits or various outstanding feats, which took root in ancient Greece. It became widespread in the classical world. Initially, heroes the children or descendants of a god or hierarch 245. Mortal were regarded as demigods. They were viewed as mediators between men and the gods. They carried the will of the gods on earth. Ancestors were venerated in this way, and also such illustrious personages as the philosophers Plato and Pythagoras, the poet Homer, the dramatists Aeschylus and Sophocles. Temples were erected in honor of these heroes, and on their alleged graves various contests were held. The mythical heroes Heracles, Asclepius, and the Dioscuri were widely venerated both as heroes and gods in the society of ancient Greece. Hero worship was one of the sources behind the Christian worship of the saints. Herod the Great, king of Judea from 40 to 4 B. C. He acceded to the throne with the help of Roman troops after crushing the last representatives of the Maccabean dynasty. This aroused opposition from various social strata in the country. In the New Testament the massacre of the innocents is attributed to Herod after he had learned of the birth of Jesus Christ. Herodias, wife of Herod. Philip and later his brother Herod. Antipas. According to the Gospels, Herodias succeeded in having John the Baptist executed, who had accused her of committing adultery. She achieved this with the help of her husband and her daughter Salome. Ironhood. See Bohemian Brethren. Herzen, Alexander. Russian Revolutionary Democrat. Materialist philosopher, political journalist, and writer. Herzen's atheistic views represent a continuation and further development of those of Mikhail Lomonosov and Alexander Radishchev. The writers of the 18th century Enlightenment in France and Foch exerted a strcmg influence on the formation of Herzen's ideas. In many respects he went further than his predecessors, FS. Starting out from the idea of the logical development of nature and society, Herzen criticized the main tenets of the religious worldview such as creationism, the role of divine providence, and the teaching regarding the immortality of the soul. Herzen was an irreconcilable opponent of all forms of religion. In his philosophical works he exposed the connection between philosophical idealism and religion, almost reaching a scientific understanding of the social roots and social role of religion. Religion, he remarked, was based on the division of society and the individual into two, and this world of lies and pretense would, in his view, exist until such time as revolution would put an end to it. Herzen opposed the approach adopted by the writers of the Enlightenment to the ways in which religion might best be surmounted. Hidden Imam, according to the teaching concerning the Shiite Imams, the 12th Imam, who was a direct descendant of Ali and Fatima, and who allegedly hid in the 9th century but continues to be the leader of the Shiites. When he comes back to earth, justice will triumph and an era of prosperity will begin. Hierarch, representative of the higher echelons of the Christian clergy. Hieros, the official title for an Orthodox priest. Hinayana, one of the two main branches of Buddhism, the other being Mahayana, and its monastic form. In Hinayana, prime importance is attached to the personal efforts of the individual aspiring to set himself free from the fetters of samsara, as he makes his way up to final salvation, passing through many incarnations on the way. See Canonical exposition of Hinayana was compiled by the 1st century AD, although its basic tenets had been formulated in earlier writings, including the Tripitaka. Later on, Hinayana Buddhism spread above all in those countries to which there was emigration from southern India. In the course of time there appeared lavish complex cults in Hinayana Buddhism, mass-scale pilgrimages to Buddhist holy places and so on. Hinduism, a religion that is widespread in modern India. The dogma of Hinduism took shape as the result of the evolution of the ideas that constitute Vedaism and Brahmanism. It came into being in the middle of the 1st millennium. When the Muslims invaded India in the 8th century, they started to call Hindus the inhabitants of the land beyond the Indus River, somewhat. Later all those who did not accept Islam came to be known as Hindus. Hinduism retained many elements from primitive beliefs, veneration of sacred animals, natural phenomena, ancestor worship, etc. Hinduism does not have a single authoritative organization, and its creation cannot be attributed to any specific founder. The existence of sects and diverse interpretations of religious tenets are allowed. Hinduism has a complex range of religious and philosophical ideas and also a code of prescriptions, which specifies all man's rights and obligations from birth to death. Great importance is attached to ritual. Hinduism is based on the concept of Trimurti. The universe and all forms of life were created by Brahma. Yet the worship of Brahma, the nominal head of the Hindu triad, is virtually non-existent. Hindus worship two other gods, Vishnu and Shiva, and this led to the emergence of the two major trends to be observed in Hinduism, namely, Shivaism and Vishnuism. The largest sect within Shivaism is that of the Lingayats, who disregard caste distinctions and do not accept the high status of Brahmans. Another teaching linked with Shivaism is that of Shakti, the creative power of the gods, personified in a female image. Vishnuism is linked with the messianic teaching concerning the periodic appearance of Vishnu on earth in various incarnations. The pantheon of Hinduism also includes Buddha as the 10th avatar of Vishnu. Characteristic of all varieties of Hinduism is belief in the eternal nature and divine inspiration of the Vedas and the cyclical development of the universe, where movement proceeds in a descending historical materialism 247 curve, and faith in the eternal nature and indestructibility of the soul, which embarks upon a wandering. In keeping with the law of retribution or reward, and retributive justice, which sanctifies the division of society into castes and the caste hierarchy, there are four main aims man needs to pursue in life: dana, fulfillment of religion; eos, family and social duties; artha, the acquisition and appropriate utilization of objects of material value; kama, the satisfaction of sensual aspirations, particularly those of sensual love; moksha, liberation from the chain of reincarnations, i.e., the final transcending of mortal existence. At the present time 83% of the population of India are Hindus, and this religion is also widespread in Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Guyana and other countries, where emigrants from India live. Hippocrates, physician, reformer of classical medicine and materialist in ancient Greece. Hippocrates set medicine free from the influence of priests and set it on the path to independent development. He denied the supernatural or divine origin of diseases. Hippocrates is known as the father of medicine. Hippocrene, in classical mythology, a spring, which flowed forth from a rock on the summit of Mount Helicon in Boeotia after winged horse Pegasus had struck it with his hoof. The Muses were reputed to dance around this spring and poets to glean their inspiration from its waters. Historical materialism, science of the general laws of development, the structure and motive forces of society. Historical materialism is an inalienable part of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, which came into being as an extension of philosophical materialism to the sphere of knowledge concerning human society. Historical materialism approaches the development of society as a natural historical process. It reveals the objective laws of social development, and these make clear for all to see the inconsistency of the religious conception of the historical process. Society develops according to its own objective laws, and it does not require any divine scheme or intervention by the hand of God. The main tenet of historical materialism, concerning the all-important influence of social existence, and first and foremost of material production, on social consciousness, constitutes the theoretical and methodological foundation of Marxist atheism, which views religion as a spiritual form of social consciousness. Historical materialism enables man to see in religion the reflection of social existence, and thus to disclose the social roots of religion. To bring into its own a genuinely historical approach to religion, i.e. to deduce the changes taking place in religion from the changes taking place in man's social existence, to single out the fact that religion represents a kind of social superstructure, to discover the relative independence of religious consciousness and worship in relation to man's social existence, and to indicate the most effective ways and methods for surmounting religion, which consist mainly in 1. Changing those conditions of social 248 HISFORICAL roots of religion existence, which give rise to religion. All this sets Marxist atheism apart as something qualitatively quite different from pre-Marxist atheism, that had been based on an idealist interpretation of society. Historical materialism provides the basis for a Marxist-Leninist sociology of religion, and for the theory and practice of scientifically atheist education. Historical roots of RELI. Jun. See Roots of Religion. Historical School, a movement in theological historiography of early Christianity, which grew up at the turn of the century, and which set itself the task substantiating the historicity of Jesus Christ with reference to textual analysis of the Bible and other sources. The school developed within Tübingen School of Theology and is a variant of modernism in theology. Representatives of the historical school opposed important facts which had been established by historical scholars previously and, within the field of theological historiography, the tenets put forward by the mythological school. The historical school gained a wide following in the main among Protestant theologians. In their writings, Joseph Ernest Renan and Julius W.E./Hausen tried to establish the order in which the books of the New Testament had appeared. They came to the conclusion, shared by many scholars, that the earliest of the Gospels was that of St. Mark. Edouard Leroy, Alfred Louisy, Louis Duchesne, Albrecht Ritschl and Adolf von Harnack attempted to consolidate the position of religion and to rescue the founder of Christianity through their symbolic interpretation of the Bible. Friedrich Konibeer, Joseph Klausner, and Rudolf Isler made a thorough analysis of the evidence provided by Hebrew, Greek and Roman authors for the purpose of finding proofs of Christ's historicity. Yet they did not succeed in finding such proofs. Supporters of the historical school made a tangible contribution to research into the books of the Bible, particularly the Gospels, although they were unable to turn their back on the contradictions in the Gospel story completely, in view of the idealist methodology which they used in their research. History of Religion, a scientific discipline, investigating the history of the emergence and development of religion as a whole and its various denominations. The history of religion embraces the entire range of social phenomena linked with religion, ideology and dogma, worship, church institutions, etc. Many ideologists of the world regions deny that religion has a history and insist instead that it is the fruit of divine revelation granted men by God in a perfect and complete form that requires no development. However, those schools of bourgeois and idealist history of religion which adhere to the historical method with regard to religion, try to present the history of religion as something self-sufficient, as a spontaneous process which is shaped as it develops by its own internal laws. Marxist research into religion, which views it as an ideological superstructure on a constantly developing material basis, sees the fundamental motive force behind the development of religion. Holbach 249. And its history to be the development of the social existence which religion represents in fantastic terms. Marx was to write that any history of religion that fails to take account of material basis, is uncritical. Yet the dependence of religion on the material basis is not direct or straightforward. Among all ideological superstructures, holds Engels, religion stands furthest away from material life, and seems to be most alien to it. When researching into the history of religion, it is imperative to appreciate the relative independence and inner logic of development that religion possesses. At the same time, when considering mass religious movements, it is vital to single out that social content, which in them assumes religious form. The history of religion provides rich material for atheist education, demonstrating, as it does, that at various stages of society's development the reactionary role of religion, holding back progressive social development, came to the fore. Hobbes, Thomas. English philosopher, one of the founders of mechanistic materialism. According to Hobbes, religion is born of fear and deception, and it is a bridle for the people and a superstition upheld by the state. Hobbes lashed out with devastating criticism at religious dogmas and legends as being incompatible with a scientific understanding of the world, and he called for the removal of the influence of theology on science. Nevertheless, Hobbes regarded it quite natural to retain religion under control on the part of the state, using it to govern the people. Hobbes' materialism, atheism and anti-clericalism exerted a powerful influence on the subsequent development of free thinking in Europe. Holbach, Paul Henry Dietrich, French materialist philosopher and militant atheist. His main work was Système de la Nature, in which Holbach brought together and systematized the ideas of the metaphysical and mechanistic materialism of the 18th century. He took an active part in the compilation and publication of the Encyclopédie. From Holbach's pen came a number of outstanding atheist works: Le Christianisme dévoilé, Théologie portative, La contagion sacrée, Lettres à Eugénie, Bon sens, et al. He exposed almost all aspects of the religious world outlook and the activity of the Church to ridicule, pointing out the inconsistency of the idea of God, the legend that God created the world out of nothing, and the Church's teaching to the effect that the soul is immortal. He also stressed the absurdity of ecclesiastical sacraments and rituals and the reactionary essence of religious morality. A powerful feature of Holbach's atheism was his ability to demonstrate that religion and the Church were tools which the feudal state, the nobility, and the clergy used to suppress the people. Holbach was constantly being subjected to harassment on account of his atheist views. In accordance with a parliamentary resolution, his book 250 Holy Communion, Système de la Nature was publicly burnt, and his works were entered by the Roman Catholic Church into the Index Librorum Prohibitum. Despite the historical limitations of Holbach's works, the latter constitute a milestone in the development of atheist ideas and have retained their significance right up until the present day. Holy Communion. See Eucharist. Holy Matrimony, Sacra. Ment of, one of the 7 sacraments in the Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches, which is accomplished during marriage in church. Holy matrimony was established in the Christian Church later than the other sacraments, not until the 16th century. According to church teaching, the future partners in marriage, when they promise to be faithful to each other before the altar, are granted, through the sacrament of holy matrimony, grace of pure harmony so that they may bring forth and nurture children in the Christian faith. In other words, God Himself as it were safeguards marriage unions. The Church stresses that the main factor in marriage is not the legal or economic one but the moral factor, moral here being synonymous with religious. Therefore, if the sacrament of holy matrimony has not been accomplished, truly moral family relationships are not possible. In reality, the Church devotes very little care and attention to the moral aspect of marriage. It was prepared to sanctify marriages for money and material gain, and marriages in which youth and beauty were sacrificed on the altar of wealth and status. Holy places, places linked, according to religious theories, with the acts of the gods and the saints, with various events in sacred history and miracles, which thus become objects of veneration for believers, who make pilgrimages to them. Almost every religion has its holy places. Apart from the well-known ones, there also exist many holy places of merely regional, or even purely local, significance. The clergy encourages the spread of rumors concerning miraculous cures and other wonders that have allegedly occurred in holy places, since pilgrimage spring in funds to religious organizations. Holy scriptures, religious books written, according to religious dogma, with the inspiration of God Himself. Each religion has its own holy writings, for example, the Tripitaka in Buddhism, the Torah in Judaism, the Bible in Christianity, the Quran in Islam, etc. These were all composed in differing historical conditions, by many known and unknown authors. They also reflected religious concepts and norms of behavior of the primitive peoples. The works that make up the Holy Scriptures are literary monuments of ancient cultures. Holy See, the Pope and the Curia, which helps the Pope administer the Roman Catholic Church, and also the Vatican. Holy Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church, consultative body working with the Patriarch, consisting of leading members of the clergy. It was instituted HSUN 1ZU 251 by Peter I after the Patriarchate had been abolished in 1721 and called the Holy Governing Synod. It was headed by a government official, the chief procurator who supervised virtually all the activities of the Church. At the present time the Holy Synod had 8 members, all of whom are eparchial archpriests, and it is presided over by the Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia. Of the 8 members, 5 are permanent and 3 temporary. The Holy Synod has various departments concerned with education, publishing, economic affairs, the Church's external relations, etc. Homiletics, the art of preaching or writing sermons. Hope, religious, the expectation of Christians that God will grant them salvation and a life of bliss beyond the grave. Jesus Christ is seen as the guarantor of religious hope, and this hope is strengthened through prayer and observance of Christ's teaching regarding the prerequisites for the state of blessedness. Religious hope is an integral part of the doctrine regarding faith, hope and love. Religious hope is an illusory extension of dreams that have not been fulfilled or clearly could not be through a promise that they will come true in the kingdom of heaven. It provides imaginary compensation for the feeling of despair. It is an integral part of the social message of religion. Horus, the god of light and the sun in ancient Egypt. He was the patron of the pharaoh's power, and they were held to be his incarnation on earth. Hosanna, an exclamation of supplication or praise used in Judaic and Christian services. Hospitallers, members of the Roman Catholic Order of Knights founded in the early 12th century in Palestine during the age of the Crusadas. The name derives from the Hospital of St. John in Jerusalem, the original headquarters of the order. During the period 1530 to 1798, the headquarters was based on the island of Malta, and the Knights Hospitaller became well known also under the name the Knights of Malta. After 1834 the order's headquarters was in Rome. At the present time the members of the order are for the most part representatives of the aristocracy. Hosts, small round wafers made from wheat flour, often decorated with an imprinted design of a lamb or a cross as a symbol of the suffering of Jesus Christ. They are used during Holy Communion in Roman Catholic, Orthodox and Protestant churches. Huri, in Islam, one of the virgins of perfect beauty who offer delights to the righteous in paradise. Hsun, philosopher of ancient China, a follower of Confucius. Sun Tzu's teaching is expounded in a treatise. 252 Huguenots. He wrote entitled Sun Tzu, and it includes elements of materialism and atheism. He denied the existence of spirits and demons and assumed that neither God, nor any other supernatural forces existed that might be able to control nature. He spoke out against a number of religious rites, widespread at that time, for example, prayers for rain. In his ethical teaching Sun Tzu started out from the fact that man is evil by nature, and that he only becomes virtuous thanks to education and character training. Huguenots, adherents of Calvinism in France in the 16th to 18th centuries. This term is derived from the German word Genossen, meaning confederates, those who are bound together by a vow. The movement reflected the interests of the bourgeoisie, artisans, and part of the nobility in South and Southwest France, social groups that were dissatisfied with the king's centralization policy and the domination of the Roman Catholic Church. Humanism, the range of ideas and views which attach prime importance to man, demanding that he be accorded due respect and love, that the necessary conditions be created to ensure the harmonious and all-round development of his personality, and that human life be regarded as the supreme value. Humanist ideas were put forward and propagated by progressive thinkers in ancient China and India, but they found particularly vivid expression in the philosophy, art, and literature of ancient Greece and Rome. For instance, there came to the fore ideas of man as the great miracle, the microcosm, ideas of man as valuable in his own right, as a harmonious, well-integrated being. Christianity brought with it an idea of man that was the complete opposite of that found in the classical world. It might at first have seemed that Christianity, with its teaching concerning God-made man, had raised man's intrinsic value to a new level. Yet man, in Christian teachings, is held down by the burden of original sin and therefore is in need of redemption. He is obliged to remain meek and to live in the hope of the kingdom of heaven. While some humanist and democratic ideas were still to be found in Christianity when it first emerged, albeit in a mystified form, in the ideology of medieval Roman Catholicism ideas of sinfulness and the insignificance of man came to the fore, ideas to the effect that he was totally dependent on God's mercy, which he could only earn with the help of the mediation provided by the Church of Christ. Opposition to this suppression of the individual by the dictatorship of the Church came from the humanists of the age of the Renaissance, such as Petrarch, Lorenzo Valla, Leonardo da Vinci, Erasmus, thus giving express ion to the interests of the young bourgeoisie in its struggle against feudalism and the Roman Catholic Church. They saw in man a free individual with a value all of his own, and they asserted the dignity of man, as a being possessing a natural aspiration to goodness, and having a positive and active attitude to the Hume 253 world around him. In their efforts to substantiate the world outlook of the early bourgeoisie, humanists referred back not only to the traditions of the classical world, but also to early Christianity, to the idea of man who was made in God's image and according to God's likeness. The humanists of the Renaissance made man more like God, so as to elevate him. In this way they aspired to justify the existence of man and his activity on earth, to lend both these an independent value and significance of their own. This event usually led to a break with transcendental values, thus setting man free from God. The highest stage in the development of bourgeois humanism was attained in the ideology of the French Enlightenment, in the French materialism of the 18th century, and in the philosophical teaching of Feuerbach. In the works of these writers, humanism and atheism merged as one. The struggle of bourgeois humanism against religion and the domination of the church was progressive in its influence and provided ideological preparation for bourgeois revolutions. At the same time, bourgeois humanism was of an essentially abstract nature, linked as it was with the idea of human nature as something eternal and unchanging. It also sought to justify private property and had certain individualistic overtones. Marxist humanism, which approaches man's essence as a totality of social relations, emerges as true humanism, closely linking the implementation of humanist ideals with the elimination of all forms of social and intellectual alienation and the abolition of private property and exploitation. The criticism of religion ends with the teaching that man is the highest being for man, hence with the categorical imperative to overthrow all relations in which man is a debased, enslaved, forsaken, despicable being. By bringing humanism together with materialism and atheism, Marxism assumes a principled position with regard to religion, revealing its inhumane essence. Marxist humanism, however, does not stop at asserting man's existence through a rejection of God's existence. It goes further, aspiring to create conditions of life in which everyone can freely develop his human nature and live in a human relationship with his neighbors. In socialist society, humanist principles permeate all spheres of social relations, ideology and morality, being an intrinsic part of the socialist way of life. Communists, being aware of the fact that in the modern world the struggle for the victory of humanist ideals goes hand in hand with efforts to avert thermonuclear war and with concern for the destiny of mankind in face of ecological and energy crises, and that these can appear in a religious guise among certain groups of believers and the clergy, advocate cooperation with such people in joint efforts to solve the global problems of modern times. Hume, David 1711–1776, Scottish philosopher, subjective idealist, economist, historian and political journalist, founder of New European agnosticism. Doubting the reliability of man's knowledge of the world. 254 Humility. Hume acknowledged that it was impossible to prove the existence of God and the soul as spiritual substances. In his works Hume devoted a good deal of attention to the history of religion, to its origin. He accounted for polytheism with reference to men's everyday cares, hopes, and fears. The transition to monotheism he linked with man's appreciation of the rational order of the universe. Hume rejected church dogma, criticized religious morality and intolerance, advocating instead that a natural religion should be devised for the masses. To counter the superstition inherent in popular religions, he put forward a doctrine, closely related to deism. His main works on questions of religion were dialogues concerning natural religion and the natural history of religion. Humility, virtue advocated in Buddhism, Christianity, Islam and other religions linked with the idea of divine providence. Humility virtually implies self-abasement, self-deprecation of the individual, and submissiveness in face of violence. Hung Soo-Chuan, organizer and leader of the Taiping Rebellion in China. In 1843 he organized the religious sect known as the Society of God Worshippers, founded on a basis of Anglicanism and aimed at paving the way for the overthrow of the Qing dynasty. He propagated Christian ideas of the equality of all men and spoke out against the traditional Chinese religions. Husayn, second son of Ali and Fatima, the third of the Shiite Imams, who perished in a struggle for power. Al-Hussein was declared by the adherents of Shi'ism to be a great martyr, who had perished for the faith. Each year the Shiites go into mourning in the month of Muharram, which culminates in the Ashura linked with his name. Hus_Jan, teacher of the Reformation in Bohemia. In 1398 he was made a professor, and then in 1402-03 and 1409-10 he was rector of the University of Prague, while at the same time a preacher in the city's Bethlehem Chapel 1. In his sermons Hus exposed the Roman Catholic clergy, condemned simony, trading in indulgences, and demanded radical reform of the Church on the model of the early Christian communities. He openly declared himself to be a supporter of W. Wycliffe. Hus held that it was only admissible for power to be kept in the hands of the ruling classes on condition that they, like each individual citizen, observe God's commandments. If these commandments were broken, the subjects had the right to cease to obey their rulers, and were even morally obliged to do so. Hus suggested that reform of church and society be carried out with the support of royal power. At the end of 1414 Hus was denounced as a heretic by the Council of Constance and burnt at the stake. Hus' teachings provided the ideological basis for the Hussites movement. Hussites, members of the anti-feudal national liberation movement in Bohemia, followers of Jan Hus. The Hussite movement embraced representatives of the following social groups: peasants, the urban poor, burghers, middle and minor. Hypnosis 255. Gentry. The Hussites demanded secularization of church properties and that the Roman Catholic Church enjoy less political influence. The Hussites demanded from the Roman Catholic clergy that they distribute not merely bread but also wine from the chalice to lay members of the congregation at the reception of Holy Communion, which had always previously been a privilege reserved for the clergy. The wide-ranging social composition of the Hussite movement led later to its split into two camps. The burghers camp Calixtans or Utriquists, while demanding the sacrament in both kinds, put forward a moderate programme that could be summed up as a demand for a cheap church, more secular ownership of land at the expense of church estates and the expulsion of German feudal lords. The peasant plebeian camp, or the Taborites, put forward a more radical anti-feudal program. After unsuccessful drives against the Hussites, the Roman Catholic Church provoked clashes between the Utriquists and the Taborites, which ended in a defeat for the Taborites in 1434. The Hussite movement undermined the foundations of the Roman Catholic Church and feudalism, and also promoted the cultural advance in Bohemia. Huschen, Ulrich von 1488–1523. German humanist. From his pen there came works denouncing the papacy in keeping with the ideas of the Reformation. He came out against indulgences, and shortly after Erasmus had done so he demonstrated the independence of human reason in the thought process. The satire entitled Epistolae Obscurorum Virorum, to which Ulrich von Hutten was one of the contributors, included appeals to the German public and to Luther to come out against the papacy. Huxley, Thomas Henry 1825–1895, English biologist and friend of Darwin, who popularized the latter's works. Huxley's scientific writings gravitated towards materialism and atheism, although he did not consider himself to be a materialist. He expounded agnosticism, and from an agnostic standpoint he maintained that it was impossible either to reject or to prove the existence of God. In his later life he was more persistent in his attacks on Christian orthodoxy. Hygeia, in Greek mythology, the goddess of health, the daughter and helper of Asclepius. She was depicted holding a dish into which a serpent was spitting poison. Hylozoism, the doctrine maintaining that all matter is animate and capable of feeling and think. Hymen or Hymenios, the god of marriage in classical mythology. Hypatia, a woman mathematician, astronomer, and philosopher of the Neoplatonic school who enjoyed wide popularity in the ancient world. She taught in Alexandria. Hypatia was brutally murdered by a crowd of fanatical Christians incited by Saint Cyril, Patriarch of Alexandria. Hypnosis, artificially induced sleep-like state in man, during which not the whole of the cerebral. 256 Hypocrisy. Cortex is inhibited but only certain parts of it. The inhibition during hypnosis is similar to that during normal sleep. Hypnosis has been known about since ancient times. Right up until the end of the 19th century, religious and idealist interpretations of hypnosis were predominant. In particular, efforts were made to explain hypnosis as the effect of special magnetic waves or fluids, which allegedly came forth from the hypnotist. The works of Ivan Pavlov and his pupils laid the foundations for a scientific and materialist explanation of hypnosis. From the point of view of modern physiology of higher nervous activity, a process of inhibition is what underlies hypnosis, inhibition which affects the cortex of the large cerebral hemispheres. Hypnosis is achieved by the impact of rhythmic, monotonous, and faint irritations of various sense organs of the individual under hypnosis. These irritants are supplemented by suggestion from the hypnotist, which can only take effect in view of the fact that certain parts of the cerebral cortex in the individual under hypnosis are still awake, thus making contact with the hypnotist still possible. Nowadays hypnosis is used as a method for curing a number of diseases. Hypocrisy, negative moral characteristic indicating a disparity between the virtues exhibited by a person and his inner essence, ostentatious piety aimed at the public and deliberate gleaning of advantage from the latter. In short, this is evil masquerading as good. Hypostasis, in Christian theology a concept characterizing the special nature of each of the three persons of the Trinity. Orthodox theology asserts that the difference between the three persons constitutes a mystery, inaccessible to logic, but which can introduce man to contemplation of the most holy Trinity. Hysteria, mental disorder that develops on the basis of religious fanaticism and superstition. It is to be found mainly in women and FMDSX-. Pression, on the one hand, in fits of hysteria triggered off by religious experiences and, on the other, in the long-term changes in the individual's personality, which came before these fits and gave rise to them. Iblis, in Islam teaching the devil, a fallen angel who had been driven out of paradise by Allah for refusing to bow down before Adam, the first man, created by Allah from dust. Iblis endeavors in every way possible to wreak vengeance for this. Fa'al against men on earth by encouraging them to indulge in sin. Ibn Ezra, Abraham Henmeir Lbn. Ezra 1092-1167, Jewish philosopher and poet. One of the first rationalist critics of the Bible. Ibn Ezra pointed to the earthly origin of the Holy Scriptures and to the fact that the Pentateuch could not have been written by Moses. Ibn Rushd, Abul Walid Mohammed Ibn Ahmed Ibn Mohammed Ibn Rushd, or Averroes in the Latinized version, Arab philosopher. Most of the philosophical works by Ibn Rushd consist of commentaries on the writings of Aristotle. Following in Aristotle's footsteps, Ibn Rushd expounded the idea of an abstract world reason, a single impersonal substance common to all men and exerting its influence on individual souls from without. In keeping with this idea, he rejected the immortality of the individual soul, holding instead that mankind as a whole was immortal. Ibn Rushd was one of the initiators of the teaching of Old Truth. This was an expression of his endeavor to liberate science and philosophy from the oppression and 17-01018. I. Control of religion. Ibn Rushd's ideas exerted a strong influence on the development of anti-clerical and materialist thought. Ibn Sina, Abu Ali al-Husayn Ibn Abdullah Ibn Sina, or Avicenna in the Latinized version, a scholar, philosopher, and physician from Central Asia. According to his teaching, the world came into being through an emanation from God, but not because of God's will, but rather as an immutable inevitability. God he held to be impersonal and the world to be material and as eternal as God himself. Natural phenomena he saw as causally interrelated, and the world as a place in which natural laws held sway. While acknowledging God and religion but disagreeing at the same time with certain doctrines of Islam, Ibn Sina gained the reputation of a freethinker and was subjected to harassment by reactionary Muslim authorities. Icon, a painted representation, sometimes in relief, of gods, saints and other supernatural beings that are the object of religious veneration. Icons are used in the Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches and by Buddhists. The use of icons in worship found its way into Christianity from more ancient religions, since Christianity had absorbed pre-Christian popular b. 258 icon case. Leafs. Many fathers of the Church opposed the use of icons in worship, and the struggle against them came to be known as iconoclasm. Primitive religious ideas lie at the root of the worship of icons. An icon is essentially a fetish, since it is worshipped not only as an image, through which men seek to influence the gods or saints, but also as a personalized god possessing particular magical powers. The worship of icons provides the religious authorities with an important means of influencing the masses. Icon case, a special frame or glass-covered cupboard in which to place objects of religious veneration. Wide use is made of such containers in many different religions. Iconoclasm, a socio-religious movement against the veneration of icons. There were isolated protests against the worship of icons, which served to enrich the Church, in a number of the Eastern Christian countries in the 7th and early 8th centuries. In Byzantium in the 8th century and the first half of the 9th century, these assumed the character of a large-scale movement, expressive of the interests of various social strata, against the Church, and the landed property of monasteries. Iconoclasts, gleaning support for their actions from the Bible and the works of the Church authorities, declared icons to be idols and the worship of icons to be idolatry. The iconoclasts undermine the mystical Christian teaching concerning the possibility of turning to the supernatural world through religious symbols, the incarnation of God and the unity of the two natures in Christ. Their spiritual leader was Saint John of Damascus. Emperor Leo III, in an effort to consolidate state power and with the support of the provincial nobility, forbade the worship of icons in the year 730 and confiscated treasures from the churches and monasteries. The worship of icons was declared a heresy at the Synod of Hieria in 753, however the utilization of iconoclastic ideas by anti-feudal democratic movements forced the various strata of the ruling class to close their ranks and distance themselves from the iconoclasts. At the Nicaea II Ecumenical Council held in 787 the worship of icons was restored and it was ratified in 843. The slogans of the iconoclasts were used again in the 16th century by advocates of reformation in their struggle against the Roman Catholic Church. The Bourgeois Revolution in the 16th century in the Netherlands began as a popular protest in 1556 when icons and statues of saints were broken in 5,500 churches. Iconostasis, a wall consisting of icons which divides the sanctuary from the nave in an Orthodox church. In the iconostasis the icons are arranged in accordance with the established religious hierarchy. The iconostasis, lavishly decorated and shining with its icons, serves to exert a religious emotional influence on the minds and feelings of the believer. Idea 259. Icon painting, the creation of painted representations of gods, saints etc., who are the objects of religious veneration. An icon is incorporated into patterns of religious worship and at the same time it constitutes a work of art. The veneration of icons is widespread among Roman Catholics, Orthodox, and Buddhists. The Christian Church laid down a set of rigid rules for the painting of icons. The Church's iconographic canon laid down and even those aspects of icon painting which distinguish the imaginary, sacred, divine world from the world that was real and of this earth. To this end the figures painted were spiritualized, in other words, their spiritual, non-earthly appearance was underlined, the figures were depicted as static, a special pattern of spatial and temporal relationships was used, finally, here was the conventional gold background of the icons. Orthodox theologians refer to icons as theology in paint and see in them a means of channeling the thoughts, feelings, and aspirations of the faithful towards the so-called celestial world, i.e. the world of that which is illusory and supernatural. The icon painter could, however, glean material for his representations in the real, earthly world around him. This meant that he could in a highly specific way reflect in his icons the reality around him, and give express ion to the ideals and aspirations of his age. The most talented of Russian icon painters succeeded, while keeping within the framework of the canonical rules, in giving expression to their creative individuality and producing 17*. Remarkable works of art which to this day have retained their aesthetic value. Id al-Adha. Sekurban Bayram. Id al-Fitr, Muslim festival at the end of the month-long fast known as Sawm. It is held on the first day of Shawwal and on the days immediately following. On the occasion of this festival services are held in the mosques, sermons are preached and special meals are served in the houses of the faithful. Before the beginning of the special service believers give alms to the poor and needy. Idea, a form of reflection of the world surrounding man, synthesizing a specific set of concepts and notions in a single whole, expressing their essence. An idea can actively influence the course of society's development, promoting or impeding its change. From the point of view of religion and objective idealism, ideas precede material objects, they emerge as thoughts of God, as stages in the development of the world reason and so on. Idealist thinkers regard ideas as the decisive factors in the life of human society. Dialectical materialism views ideas as a special form of reflection of the real world. Friedrich Engels stressed that all ideas are taken from experience, are reflections, true or distorted of reality. Social ideas of any sort only take hold of people, when socio-economic conditions give birth to the need for them. 260 Ideal. Ideal, in the most general sense, this is what a person, group, class, or a whole society regards as a model, as perfection, as the supreme goal of desires and practical active ity the perfect model for reality. In advanced society there exists a whole range of ideals: social, political, economic, cognitive, moral, etc. Ideals are historical by nature and they can be progressive or reactionary, depending upon whether the forms of social relations that constitute their basis are in the ascendant or obsolescent, albeit still dominant. Ideals, which are something a class or group sets store by and which constitute an important component of the individual's world outlook, have an important part to play in the regulation of the activity and behavior of the individual or group concerned, particularly with regard to the way in which the individual or group selects means and methods for accomplishing his or its aims. Idealism acknowledges the regulatory role of ideals in the life of man. However, as a rule, idealism rejects the dependence of ideals on the real world. This view coincides with the religious conception of ideals, which accentuates the dualism of the celestial and terrestrial, of the material and the ideal, so that eventually the supreme goal for the individual becomes the attainment of the kingdom of heaven through salvation and the redemption of sins. To live in strict accordance with the behests of God and to emulate Him, insofar as that is possible, is the main requirement of the religious ideal. After overcoming selfishness and making love and humility the norm of his behavior, while obeying the commandments as laid down in the Holy Scriptures, man can render himself a worthy recipient of divine grace and enter the kingdom of heaven. Taken all in all, the religious ideal is a pessimistic and anti-humane one, for it concentrates the attention of the people not on action, but on endurance and submissive acceptance of any living conditions. Marxist Leninist teaching rejects the apologetic and speculative ideal set forth by theologians and bourgeois theoreticians. It substantiates the ideal of communism, that can be implemented in the course of the revolutionary transformation of reality, starting out from analysis of the laws of social development. Idealism, a philosophical trend starting out from the resolution of the basic question in philosophy to the effect that the spiritual principle comes first, as opposed to the material principle. In the philosophy of the ancient world, idealism assumed its most mature expression in the teaching of Plato, and this led Lenin to refer to the whole of the idealist tradition as Plato's line, which stood out as irreconcilably opposed to philosophical materialism, or Democritus' line. There exist two main types of philosophical idealism: objective idealism, which lends the ideal the nature of a superhuman or supernatural principle, and subjective idealism, as Idle 261. Cribbing primary importance to one or other aspect of man's spiritual active ity, in isolation from its material substratum and diametrically opposed to the latter. Many idealistic teachings combine within themselves elements of objective and subjective idealism. Although the historical forms and types of idealism vary, they all have in common the fundamental principle to the effect that the ideal comes first. Successes scored in scientific research clearly demonstrate the inconsistency of the idealist explanation for nature, society, and thought. Idealism is not, however, merely a delusion born of ignorance. It has profound epistemological and social roots. Human cognition is a complicated dialectical process with many different features and aspects. Philosophical idealism, wrote Lenin, is a one-sided, exaggerated development of one of the features, aspects, facets of knowledge into an absolute, divorced from matter, from nature, apatheicized. Theoretical thought, for example, is rooted in abstract concepts and categories, which often have no direct connection with physical objects and possess only relative independence. The absolutization of such independence leads to an idealist interpretation of forms of thought and reality, because inherent in even the most elementary abstraction is the possibility of idealism as a result of the departure of fantasy from reality. This possibility becomes reality when the idealist error is enshawed by the class interests of the ruling classes. Idealism corresponds most closely of all to the ideological requirements of reactionary social forces, interested in preserving their dominant position, but not in gaining adequate knowledge of reality and the historical trends to be observed within it. It is no coincidence that, in the context of imperialism, irrational and agnostic trends within idealist philosophy grow more dynamic and their fideist functions come more to the fore. The philosophy of idealism and the religioneous world outlook have always been closely interlinked. Historically, idealism has constituted a reaction to early forms of materialism and free thinking and had many mythological and religioneous elements incorporated in it. Religion itself is a form of idealist interpretation of reality. Mature religious consciousness serves to promote the appearance of religious philosophical idealist teachings. The philosophy of idealism regularly provides theologians with allegedly scientific arguments in defense of religious faith. This also applies to subjective idealism, whose adherents sometimes deny their link with religion. Arguments of a subjective idealist nature, however, often lead logically to openly theist conclusions. There is also no denying that an active struggle being waged against materialism is also directed against atheism, which makes of subjective idealism a most important ally of religion. Finally, many subjective idealists, who are skeptical about a supernatural, metaphysical God, nevertheless acknowledge the need for a God as a focus for man's ineradicable religious sense. Idol, a material object depicting or contain. 262 Idolaters. Ing a deity or worshipped as a deity. Alternatively, an object of veneration in polytheistic religions. Idolaters, term usually employed by theologians to denote adherents of polytheistic religions, who worship idols. Ihram, a garment worn by a Muslim pilgrim consisting of two pieces of unhemmed white linen or cotton material which cover the chest and back. The ihram is not taken off during the Hajj and afterwards it is kept by the believer as a sacred relic, the special state of a Muslim while he is performing his great or lesser pilgrimage attributed to him by Islam. In this state it is forbidden for a Muslim to kill living creatures, to pick flowers, to fell trees, to cut his hair or nails, to shave etc. In Sunnism, the agreed opinions of theologians on religious, legal, and everyday matters, that are not touched upon in the Quran and the Sunnah. Ijma constitutes one of the fundamental principles on which Muslim jurisprudence, or fiqh, is based. Ijtihad, the principle of interdependent judgment in religious and legal questions. In the Middle Ages the right of ijtihad was enjoyed only by authoritative Muslim lawyers and theologians, mujtahids. In the 10th century, in connection with the fact that four Sunnite madhabib had been set up and an Islamic doctrine had been formulated, the doors of ijtihad were closed, which meant that the further development of theology, law, morality, and social institutions was recognized as being impossible. The era in which the concept of taqlid was to dominate had begun. At the present time some theologians consider that each Muslim has the right to ijtihad, while others see that right as something that is enjoyed only by the highest echelon of religious leaders, and a third group defends the concept of taqlid. Illuminati, a secret Masonic society, founded in Bavaria in 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, who concentrated his intellectual followers' attention on the teaching concerning the illuminating grace of Christ residing in men. See Christian theologians, such as Saint Augustine Ofhippo and Saint Bonaventure, maintained that the natural forces of human reason were insufficient to enable man to understand eternal truth. For that the illumination of human reason by the light of divine revelation was necessary. Ilyinsky, a Russian religious sect that was founded in the 1840s in the Urals by N. Ilyin. The beliefs of the sect are expounded in Ilyin's works Tidings of Zion etc., and they constitute a mixture of Judaism and Christianity. From the whole of the Bible Ilyin only recognized the revelation of Saint John the Divine. According to Ilyin, the Supreme Being was a single God, Father Jehovah, and not the Trinity. Jesus Christ, he held, was the Son of God born of a heavenly mother, and he achieved sainthood on earth among men. Anyone who fulfilled the demands of the sect could, according to Ilyin's teaching, achieve a state of holiness and immanent philosophy. 263. Moral perfection and become, like Christ, God incarnate. The Christian festivals were replaced by the alliant SY with Judaic ones. Services consisted only of readings of religious literature and the singing of hymns to tunes taken from folk songs. At the present time, isolated groups of alliancy led by preachers are still to be found in the USSR. Image, representation of the face of Jesus Christ, Our Lad Y, Mother of God, or a saint, an icon. According to Christian legend, even while Christ was still alive, the Church was in possession of a representation of his features, impressed upon Saint Veronica's veil, with which the Savior wiped the blood and sweat from his face on the way to Calvary. Imam, a secular leader of congregational prayer for Muslims. For the Sunni Muslims in the USSR, imams are priests elected or invited by the community to lead public worship, to perform religious rituals and to preach sermons. The word also denoted the supreme leader of all Muslims until the unity of the original caliphate was broken. For Shiite Muslims, the word meant a leader of the line of Ali, held to be divinely appointed and being regarded as source of spiritual and secular guidance for the community. It is also an honorific title for eminent Muslim religious leaders. Immaculate Conception, myth in the Gospels concerning the miraculous, supernatural conception of Jesus Christ by Mary, who after having conceived her Son by the Holy Spirit remained a virgin. In this way Christ, the God-made man, was made free from original sin. The myth of the Immaculate Conception has parallels in pre-Christian religions. The Immaculate Conception became an official church doctrine after the Third Ecumenical Council held at Ephesus in 431. Greater emphasis on worship of the Madonna in Roman Catholicism led to another announcement made by Pope Pius IX in 1854 to the effect that Mary had also been immaculately conceived by her mother N. The evangelists attempt to find prophecies concerning the Immaculate Conception in the Old Testament, linking these with the legend of the Annunciation, while some fathers of the Church even refer to one of the eclogues of the Latin pagan poet Virgil in this connection. The mystical character of the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception has led to it being criticized on more than one occasion by the adherents of other religions, skeptics and freethinkers. Immanent philosophy, a subjective idealist trend in philosophy at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century. Its main representatives were Wilhelm Scope, Richard von Schubert-Sottern, Anton von Leclerc and Richard Kaufmann. Immanent philosophy starts out from the reality of only the 264 immortality conceivable world, maintaining that object and subject are inseparable, and that only that exists which is the object of thought. The ideas advocated by the school of immanent philosophy regarding the existence of the mind in general, or generic consciousness, which manifests itself through the individual consciousness, and regarding the primary nature of the ego, lead directly to conclusions that God is transcendental and the soul immortal. According to Lenin, the immanentalists are open advocates of fideism. There is not one of them who has not frankly made his more theoretical works on epistemology lead to a defense of religion. In his book Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, Lenin uses immanent philosophy as an example, with which to demonstrate for all to see that subjective idealism goes hand in hand with theism. Immortality, a fantastic quality found in mythology and religion, enjoyed by supernatural beings without beginning and also by fantastic mythological characters which emerged during the development of the universe or which have originally been created by a divinity. In the vast majority of religious teachings, man's immortality is presented as the immortality of his soul, the continued existence of a special, supernatural, non-material essence of man after death of the body. In a number of religious teachings, the immortality of the soul is found side by side with teaching concerning the reincarnation of souls, and in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, with that concerning the resurrection of all the dead, a state of eternal bliss for the righteous and eternal torment for sinners. Belief in immortality is an illusory compensation for the restrictions of man's finite existence. In clan and tribal religions, the life of the soul after man's death is presented as the continuation of life on earth, while some peoples were not familiar with the idea of the immortality of the soul. The teaching concerning immortality as the indestructibility or eternal existence of supernatural figures only appears in the theology of the advanced religions of class-based society. In modern Protestant and Roman Catholic theology, teachings concerning the immortality of the soul are being reinterpreted. Statements concerning the immortality of the soul are coming to be regarded as symbolic, and the significance of such statements is seen to lie in the link between them and the act of faith itself. A few Protestant sects formally reject the idea of the immortality of the soul. All these religions, however, keep alive the teaching regarding the supernatural continuation of the existence of the individual linked with the idea of retribution or reward beyond the grave. The removal of the illusory prospect of eternal life does not mean that life loses its value, for the significance of life lies not in the fabrication of immortality for the individual, but in man's awareness of his uniqueness and his contribution to the creation of a. Indra 265. Better future. Man's true immortality is to be found in the preservation of the results of his activity. Imyaslovsky, a sectarian move, meant that came into being in 1910-1912 in Russian Orthodox monasteries on Mount Athos in Greece. Its adherents maintained that because of his sinfulness man cannot glorify in his prayers God himself, but only his name. The Russian Orthodox Church declared this teaching to be a heresy, and those who preached it were excommunicated and exiled to various monasteries in Russia. After the October Revolution of 1917, the Imyaslovsky, having once left the monasteries to which they had been exiled, settled for the most part in the northern Caucasus, where they set up a network of illegal monasteries, both large and small. They came out against the official church led by the Patriarch and also waged a struggle against Soviet power. In the 1930s this movement eventually disintegrated. At the present time the number of its adherents is very small. Incantation. CSPL, incantation. Incense, aromatic resin collected from cuts in the bark of boswellia trees from the Bersaceae family, that grow in northern Africa and in the southwest of the Arabian Peninsula. Incense when burnt gives off an aromatic smoke. From ancient times it has been employed in various religious cults, both to drive away evil spirits and also to honor the gods. Incense is used during Christian services. Incense burner for incense usually placed before an icon case or other venerated object. Independence, the most radically inclined of the Puritans, who set up a party which gave voice to the interests of the small bourgeoisie and some sections of the gentry during the time of the Revolution in England in the 17th century. Indeterminism. See determinism. Index Librorum Prohibito. Rum, the list of proscribed books issued from 1557 to 1966, if the faithful were to read books on this list they risked excommunication. It was one of the ways in which the Roman Catholic Church combated anti-Catholic movements and also social, scientific, and cultural progress. This index contained thousands of titles, among which were works by outstanding thinkers, scholars, writers such as Galileo Galilei, Copernicus, Spinoza, Kant, Sartre, Balzac, Heine, Hugo, and many others. Since 1966 the index has no longer been published. At the present time the Roman Catholic Church, in its efforts to maintain control over the intellectual life of society, is using other forms and methods to protect the faithful from the influence of dangerous, from its point of view, works of science and art. Indra, one of the most popular Vedic gods. Originally he was worshipped as the god of storms, rain and thunder. Later he began to be venerated as the patron of royal power and the supreme god. 266 Indulgence. Indulgence, a document issued by the Pope and testifying to the remission of sins, both those already committed and those not yet committed, which would be issued in return for money or special favors to the Roman Catholic Church. Indulgences were justified by theologians, who maintained that the Roman Catholic Church allegedly had a reserve of kind deeds carried out by Christ, the Virgin Mary and the saints, which could be used to make up for men's sins. Infinite world, everlasting world, a concept which took shape in the course of the struggle between materialism and the religioneous interpretation of the world as God's creation. The Greek thinkers Anaximander and Anaximenes were among the first to expound the idea to the effect that there was no limit to the original material basis of the world. The atomists from the ancient world Leucippus, Democritus, Epicurus and Lucretius were convinced that the universe was infinite, for within its boundless void there was a countless multitude of eternally existing minute and indivisible particles, or atoms, moving in all directions and crashing into and combining with each other, thus forming countless different worlds. In the modern era Giordano Bruno and Spinoza rejected the idea of the void, maintaining that the basis of the world was constituted by an eternal, infinitely extendable material substance active from within, which gives rise to countless things. They expressed this idea in the form of pantheism, which presented nature and God as one and the same. In the 16th and 17th centuries, under the influence of successes scored in the fields of mechanics, astronomy, and physics, the mechanistic conception of an infinite world came to be accepted by the majority of materialist thinkers. According to this conception, there was space without beginning or end and with no end in time or limit to its extent, within which were moving various bodies and systems of bodies consisting of indestructible atoms. The mechanistic conception represented a simplified version of the asexual infinite world, emphasizing its quantitative aspect and neglecting the qualitative diversity of matter. The Marxist interpretation of the infinite world is rooted in a synthesis of the discoveries made in all fields of natural science. The infinite, everlasting world manifested itself in the inexhaustible diversity of types of moving matter, of the structural levels of its self-organization, and in the diversity of the forms of movement intrinsic to it within space and time, in the diversity of its properties and patterns and in the fact that the existence of matter and its attributes has no beginning and no end. Ingersoll, Robert Greene, American atheist author. In his lectures and articles he subjected religion and the church to harsh criticism and propagated the achievements of science. He was an ardent disciple of Darwin's teaching. He categorically rejected the existence of God, the divine nature of Christ, ideas of another world after death, and predestination. He subjected the biblical myths to mockery and exposed religious morality, intolerance, and fanaticism. Materialism rooted in natural sciences provided the substance of Inokan TFC 267. Ingersoll's atheist views, together with his ideas on enlightenment and philanthropy. Initial impetus, a concept expressing the recognition of divine force as the primary cause and source of the movement of matter. It came into existence in the 17th to 18th centuries in connection with the endeavor to explain the phenomena of nature on the basis of the laws of mechanics, viewed as generally and universally applicable. Newton played an important part in the affirmation of the idea of the initial impetus. French materialists such as Holbach and Diderot countered this idea with the thesis concerning movement as an intrinsic property of matter. Yet this thesis could not be convincingly substantiated from the mechanistic standpoint, which these thinkers had adopted. From the point of view of the dialectical materialist interpretation of the world, movement is viewed as change in matter which manifests itself in a multitude of forms. Initiations, ceremonies associated with the onset of adulthood and sometimes that of sexual maturity as well. Initiations were one of the main forms of public links between individuals at the early tribal stage of development. The purpose behind these ceremonies was to convey and pass down to a new generation, that had reached social maturity, the patterns of behavior common to the tribe as a whole. The nature of initiations was determined by the nature of the division of labor that varied according to age and sex and by the level of development of tribal worship and the specific features of a tribe's religious and mythological concepts. The common feature of initiations found among various peoples is the ritual isolation of the initiates for a set period, that is set aside for sacred ceremonies, some of which consisted of moral and physical tests, that were sometimes of an extremely onerous nature. In the world religions of today, vestiges of such initiation ceremonies are provided by confirmation for boys and girls in the Roman Catholic and Protestant churches, the Christian sacrament of baptism, the rite of circumcision in Judaism and Islam. Inokan Yevsi, members of a Christian sect, which appeared in the early 20th century in Moldavia. Its founder was the hieromonk Inokanti, who preached that the end of the world was at hand, declaring himself to be an embodiment of the Holy Spirit. By frightening people with horrors of the day of judgment, he managed to win followers from among the ignorant and neglected ranks of the poor. The head of the sect insisted that its members be implacable enemies of the revolutionary movement, thus encouraging monarchist sentiments. Hence the hostility with which the sect met the October Revolution of 1917. Cruel rituals were carried out at gatherings of the sect, and suicide was presented as something justifiable. In specially arranged rooms of death, many of the faithful were subjected to bestial tortures. After October 1917, the leaders of the Inokan communities waged anti-Soviet propaganda and encouraged the faithful to engage in anti-social activities. Their actions were exposed, and the sect virtually disintegrated. At the present time there 268 INQUISMON are only a few groups of Inokan left. Inquisition, tribunal of the Roman Catholic Church instituted in the 13th century to combat heresies. It operated in almost all Roman Catholic countries for centuries. Characteristic of the Inquisition were secret investigations, the use of informers and even false witnesses, torture, the confiscation of convicted men's property, the extension of conviction to relations and descendants down to the third generation inclusive, arbitrary treatment of those called for trial. All these methods were used even for women and children defendants. The convicted prisoners would be made to wear penitential garments and go through the painful procedure of an auto de fe. By way of punishments, public renunciations, flogging, fines, imprisonment and burning at the stake were used. The total number of the Inquisition's victims is reckoned to be in hundreds of thousands, and millions were called for trial. In the history of the Inquisition, it is possible to single out a number of distinct periods: the initial period, when the Inquisition was mainly out to persecute popular sectarian movements opposed to the feudal order; the Inquisition during the period of the Renaissance, when persecution was aimed first and foremost at the champions of humanism and the opponents of the papacy, scholars, leading figures from the world of culture and science; the Inquisition in the age of the Enlightenment, when it was prosecuting thinkers and men of letters engaged in spreading enlightenment, and also those in favor of the French Revolution. The Inquisition was operating in Spain from the 13th century, prosecuting members of sects who opposed the Church, but it became particularly active after 1480, when the so-called New Inquisition was set up under the Dominican monk Tomás de Torquemada. Its activities were directed first and foremost against converted Jews accused of still adhering to Judaism, and also Muslims who had embraced Christianity, suspected of secretly practicing Islam. The reasons for this persecution were not only religious but also political and economic. During the conquest of America, the Spanish crown decreed that the Inquisition should continue its activities in the New World as well, where it served to consolidate colonial power and help to quell insurgents. The rise of humanism, and achievements in science, and the reformation of the established Church, which had served to undermine the foundations of papal influence, led Paul III to set up, in 1542, the Holy Congregation of the Inquisition. Among the victims of the Papal Inquisition were Giordano Bruno, Galileo Galilei, and many other outstanding thinkers and scholars of the past. The Inquisition was abolished in Protestant countries, although Protestants themselves used similar methods when dealing with those who did not share their beliefs. The French Revolution of 1789 put an end to the work of the Inquisition in France, and Napoleon abolished it in the countries which he conquered. After the defeat of Napoleon, the Inquisition was restored in those countries, but soon International Humanist and Ethical Union 269. Afterwards it disappeared from the scene once and for all. In Spanish America the Inquisition was abolished in the course of the War of Independence. The Papal Inquisition lasted longest of all. After the abolition of the papacy's secular power in 1870 it could only operate by excommunicating those of whom it disapproved, pronouncing anathemas and by adding works, deemed dangerous from the viewpoint of the Roman Catholic Church, to the Index Librorum Prohibitum. Under the name of the Congregation of the Holy Office the Inquisition continued to exist until 1965, when it was reorganized as the Sacred Congregation for Doctrine and Faith, which carried out a mulebur of the former functions of the Inquisition, using different methods. Inquisitors, members, or heads of special tribunals in the Roman Catholic Church Inquisitions. God was seen as the Supreme Inquisitor and the Pope as his deputy. The Inquisitor acted in collaboration with the local bishop, with whose permission and in whose presence interrogations would take place and sentences would be pronounced. He would also preside at auto de fes. As a rule, Dominican monks were appointed to the office of Inquisitor. Institute of Scientific et Hism of the Academy of Social Sciences attached to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. It was founded in 1964. The main focus of its work are comprehensive study of topical aspects of the theory and practice of scientific atheism, the coordination of scientific research in the USSR and the training of graduate social scientists in the field of scientific atheism and the history of religion. The Institute publishes a journal entitled Voprosi Nachnago Atheism. Interdict, one of the medieval forms of ecclesiastical punishment in the Roman Catholic Church. An interdict was a total or partial prohibition, for a given period, barring either individuals or a whole territory from conducting services and performing religious rituals, but it did not involve loss of communion of the Church for the faithful. Interdicts would be issued by the Pope himself or by bishops. They were used on a wide scale in the struggle against heresies. International Council of Christian Churches, international interdenominational organization founded to counterbalance the WORLD Council of Churches. It opposes ecumenical unity of churches independent of their political orientation, condemns any contacts with church organizations in the socialist countries and wages anti-communist and anti-Soviet propaganda. The ICCC broadcasts, has its own publishing house, and attempts illegally to introduce literature of hostile content into the socialist countries. Its weekly publication, Chris Tien Beacon, that comes out in an edition of over 100,000 copies, is steeped in a spirit of irreconcilable hostility to communism. International Humanist. An ethical union, an organization founded in 1952, bring 270 International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Ing together academics, writers, and socio-political journalists from a number of Western countries. The IHEU comes out against religion and the Church too. Name of enlightenment through education and from a standpoint of abstract humanism and secular morality, it is also involved in the fight for peace and democratic rights. The IHEU is represented in UNESCO and puts out a number of journals. International Society 1Y4. Krishna Consciousness. It came into being in the 1960s in the USA. The founder, an Indian by birth, was A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. The basis of the movement's teaching is belief in the personified God Krishna and propagation of the need to serve him. The teaching propagated by ISKCON is based on a specific interpretation of the Hindu canon, the Bhagavad Gita. According to the teaching of the founder of the sect, all systems of meditation involving yoga positions and exercises are of no use if they do not go hand in hand with the achievement of Krishna consciousness. Typical features of this consciousness are the individual's perception of the material world and his own body as illusory, negation of activity aimed at satisfaction of the senses and desires, the view of the achievements of civilization and progress as a mere pile of rubbish on the street. Krishna consciousness is achieved through a set of ascetic restrictions and also through the incessant repetition of mantras or chants, which brings the individual to a state of ecstasy. Adherents of this movement live in communities in special monasteries or ashrams. ISKCON centers are to be found in the United States and also in the Federal Republic of Germany, Britain, the Netherlands, France, Japan, and Canada. ISKCON publishes a journal entitled Back to Godhead. In Tikyoma, rituals based on man's faith in the possibility of bringing magic influence to bear on an animal or plant in order that it should multiply. The totemism typical for the religion Eos beliefs of the Australian Aborigines is linked with the belief that there exist blood tie relationships between a totemist group of people and some animal or plant. It is on this belief that the Intikyoma ceremonies are based. Adult male initiates of a given totem or clan take part in these ceremonies, during which SPLs are chanted, certain taboos are observed and certain ascesions laid down by tradition are carried out. Rituals of the Intikyoma type have been familiar to all Peoples, particularly those which have been engaged in hunting and animal husbandry. Intolerance, religious, hostility and hatred towards adherents of other religions, and also ascesions stemming from that hostility. Religious intolerance is directed not only at the actual adherents of other religions, but also at persuasions and denominations, that sometimes differ from the dominant religion in insignificant points of dogma or ritual. Religious intolerance stems from the repressive function of states based on exploitation and the state really. Intoi NALISM 271. Juns associated with them. For a number of historical reasons, religion Eos intolerance often goes hand in hand with hostility towards a particular nation or people. The extreme level of religious intolerance is the physical annihilation of the adherents of other religions or so-called heretics, e.g. the Crusades in the Middle Ages, the religious wars of the Reformation, St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, and the Inquisition, pogroms, and butchery in the name of religion. Religious intolerance can also mean violence in matters of conscience, the division of religions into the categories dominant, tolerated and persecuted religions, forced introduction of the dominant religion, restrictions on the civic rights of adherents of religions other than the dominant one in the given country, the propagation of hostility towards the latter, etc. Intuition, the capacity for instinctive perception of the truth. The concept of intuition is interpreted differently in various philosophical teachings. For many empirical and rationalist thinkers, intuition is a special type of cognition. Representatives of intuitionalism and imitationalism approach the question differently. In their opinion, it is only possible with the help of intuition, which they interpret as emotional experience or faith, to understand true reality, the basis of which is formed by non-material duration, the stream of consciousness or some other intellectual principle. Similar ideas are carried one stage further in the concepts of theologians, for whom intuition is miraculous insight, religious ecstasy, a mystical force above reason, which enables man to understand his own inner world and the world beyond this life as a united whole, i.e. to understand God. Marxist philosophy rejects this mystical idealist view of intuition. At the same time, it endeavors to provide a scientific explanation for the nature of intuition as a form of instinctive knowledge, to single out the links between immediate and mediated knowledge, tracing back the interdependence of the two to mankind's practical everyday activities. All knowledge, by whatever means it might be gleaned, must ultimately be corroborated through practical experience. Intuitionalism, an idealistic trend in philosophy which sees in immediate knowledge, or intuition, the highest form of cognition. That is contrasted not merely with sensual perception but also with rational, logical thinking, which makes intuitionalism a variety of irrationalism. The trend became particularly widespread in the 19th century and in the 20th century, and constituted the idealist reaction to the advance of science and philosophy. While in the theory of knowledge it proved to be a one-sided distortion of the acetwal cognitive process, linked with the act of intuition, with regard to ethical and aesthetic considerations, intuitionalists focused their attention on man's moral and aesthetic sense, holding that the more general moral concepts are unique, cannot be reduced to 272 in Vesra. Any other qualities are self-evident, i.e. need no proof, and are cognized only by means of intuition. In religious philosophy, intuitionalism is closely allied to mysticism in its acknowledgement of the possibility for man to have direct and immediate knowledge of a deity with whom he can be united in the act of religious ecstasy. Investiture, a medieval Roman Catholic ceremony, during which a bishop or abbot is, before his consecration, presented with the robes and insignia of his rank by a lay ruler. Jonas Italos, Byzantine philosopher. From a rationalist standpoint, he criticized the Church's teaching with regard to the incarnation of God, Christ's miracles, the Virgin Mary and the saints, the creation of the world from nothing. The world, according to him, was created from eternal matter in accordance with ideas as models for things. He accepted the idea of the transmigration of souls, thereby rejecting the Christian teaching of divine retribution or reward and that of resurrection. In 1082 an anathema was pronounced on his teaching and he himself was exiled to a monastery. Iosif Voutsky, St., a church leader and public figure in the state of Muscovy, the hegumenos in charge of the Volokolamsk monastery, which he founded, theologian and preacher. Iosif Volotsky tried to substantiate the divine origin of princely power and its priority both in secular and in church affairs. In his book The Enlightener, aimed against the anti-feudal Novgorod-Moscow heresy, he defended the principle of the inviolability of the property belonging to the church and the monasteries. He fought against the Grand Prince's aspirations to secularize the landed estates belonging to the church and against the non-possessors. The movement in church and political affairs headed by Iosif Volotsky, that came to be known as Ossiflienstvo, was supported by Grand Prince Ivan III and the local council of the Russian Orthodox Church held in 1503. Irenaeus, St., Bishop of Lyons, one of the Christian fathers of the Church. In his work The Refutation and Overthrow of Gnosis, falsely so called, he attacked the Gnostics and laid the foundations for Christian dogma. Irrationalism, outlook according to which the cognitive potential of man's reason is limited, which, therefore, means that it is impossible to comprehend the essence of reality relying on nothing but reason. Irrationalism is an intrinsic part of those idealist movements that reflected the crisis of bourgeois rationalism. It is also typical of various trends in modern Western thought such as philosophy of life, intuitionalism, pragmatism, existentialism, psychoanalysis, and philosophical anthropology. Representatives of these trends assume that the psychobiological factor plays the most important kriya. Islam 273. Tiv role in man, determining his behavior and cognitive abilities. Sun can only help the individual to adapt to external objects or to justify the type of behavior selected by him. It is only by means of intuition, instinct, or emotions that it is possible for man to grasp the underlying processes of life and everyday events. Irrationalism supplements the religious view of reason as the father of sin and serves to consolidate fideism. As a rule, mystics, theologians, and religious philosophers inevitably prove susceptible to irrationalism, for the majority of them place faith and dogma above reason. Kierkegaard held that it is only possible to find God for him who renounces reason. Irrationalist theologians of the Neo-Protestant school of dialectical theology came under Kierkegaard's influence. Marxist philosophy rejects irrationalism. While defending the rights of reason, it assumes that a reasonable explanation for irrational phenomena, to which irrationalists refer in their arguments, can ultimately be found within the framework of theoretical research. Irreverence, in the Orthodox Church and the legislation of Tsarist Russia. This constituted, together with blasphemy, one of the forms of offenses against religious belief. In the code of punishments meted out for irreverence, it is defined as offensive mockery, demonstrating blatant disrespect for the rules and rituals of the Orthodox Church or Christianity in general. Irreverence was also seen to cover coarse expression of opinions relating to subjects of Orthodox creed, the holiness of which the accused does not acl 820. 1018. except in accordance with his own beliefs. Those accused of irreverence or taking the name of God in vain could be sentenced to terms of imprisonment. Isaiah, Old Testament prophet to whom is attributed the authorship of one of the books of the Bible. It has, however, been established that in the book of Isaiah 3 different sources were used when it was compiled in the 5th to 4th centuries BC. These are, the first section, dating from the 8th century, the second section, or Deutero-Isaiah, dating from the 6th century BC, and the third section, or Trito-Isaiah, dating from the 5th century BC. They are linked together by the fact that the disasters befalling the Hebrews of old described in them are interpreted as just punishment from God for their profanity, and by the prophecy to the effect that a happy future awaits those who pay due homage to Yahweh. Ishan, leader or teacher of a Muslim community of a Sufi persuasion. An Ishan, from the religion-ious viewpoint, can allegedly heal sickness and foretell the future. Ishtar, main female deity in Babylonian Assyrian mythology, the goddess of fertility and carnal love, of war and strife. Isis, in the religion of ancient Egypt, goddess of fertility, water and wind, protector of the dead and mother of the god Horus. Islam or Mohammedanism, one of the three. 274 Islam. Called world religions. Islam came into being in Western Arabia at the beginning of the 7th century when the patriarchal communal social order was breaking down and class-based Arab states were taking shape. The teaching of Islam is laid down in the Quran, which, according to Muslim legend, was sent down by Allah through the angel Jibril to the Prophet Muhammad. It is based on 7 items of faith: faith in one God Allah, in angels, in all the divine books, in all Allah's messengers, in the end of the world, in predestination and the resurrection of the dead. In accordance with Islamic teaching, all that exists in the world was created by Allah, and all phenomena and events which happened and will happen in the universe, right up till the end of the world and the day of judgment, are predestined by Him and happen in accordance with His will. Islamic worship is based on the 5 pillars of faith: the profession of faith, recital of the Muslim creed, there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is the apostle of God, performance of divine worship 5 times a day, fasting during the month of Ramadan, compulsory almsgiving, pilgrimage to Mecca if at all possible. The pillars of faith are most important as a means of retaining and strengthening the hold that religion has over the people, together with other religious rituals and rites and the Islamic festivals, including the end of the fast of Ramadan, the feast of sacrifice, the day of Muhammad's birth. After it had first appeared, Islam, like other religions, did not remain unchanged. In response to changes in men's social life, Islam evolved as well. This development was reflected in the Sunnah, the body of traditional Islamic law based on the words and deeds of Muhammad, recounted in a series of legends or hadith. An important stimulus for the development of the ideology of Islam was its split into 2 branches, the Sunni and the Shiites. After the 4 schools of religious law, or madhabs, had been set up by the Sunni and Islamic dogma had been elaborated in the 10th century, it was recognized as impossible for there to be any further advance in theology, law, morality or social institutions. This position that has remained intact right up until the 20th century could not but exert a negative influence on the economic and cultural development of those parts of the world in which Islam traditionally held sway. At the present time many Muslim theologians recognize the extremely detrimental effect this conception is having on the whole of public life for the peoples of the East, and openly declare that it is possible for social structures to be changed by the efforts of men. At the same time, the majority of theologians from the countries that are within the orbit of the capitalist economic system either call upon the righteous to revive patterns of Muslim communal living from the time of Muhammad the Prophet, or to regard the introduction of the Sharia legal and moral norms as the only possible path to a flourishing society. Muslims, or the followers of Islam, make up the vast majority of the population in many countries of Asia and Africa. In the USSR there are Muslims to be found among the populations of Islamic Socialism 275. Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, the Northern Caucasus, Tataria, Bashkia, Georgia, and Armenia. Islamic Conference, an interstate organization to which 42 countries belong. It was set up at a summit meeting of Muslim heads of state and government held in Rabat in 1969. Its supreme body is the Summit Meeting of Muslim Heads of State and Government, a conference of foreign ministers from the same states is convened annually. A secretariat headed by a general secretary conducts its affairs between meetings in Jeddah. The organization defines its aims as to promote Islamic solidarity among member states in economic, social, cultural, scientific, and other vital fields of activity and carry out consultations among member states in international organizations, endeavor to eliminate racial segregation and discrimination and eradicate colonialism in all its forms, take necessary measures to support international peace and security founded on justice, coordinate efforts safeguarding holy places and support the struggle of the people of Palestine and help them to regain their rights and liberate their land. An important part of the organization's activities is the propagation of Islam. Supplementary bodies have also been set up, such as the Islamic Development Bank, the Islamic Solidarity Foundation and the International Islamic News Agency. While proclaiming as their ideals the unity and brotherhood of all Muslims, the member countries of the organization do not have a common stand on many important political problems of the present time. This is a 1/8*. Reflection of the differences in the socio-economic and political systems to be found in them. Islamic socialism, a teaching starting out from the fact that the main principles of socialism are to be found in Islam and began to be implemented as long ago as the time of the Muslim community of the Prophet Muhammad. Various social groups lend a content all of their own to the concept of Islamic socialism. Progressive and revolutionary democratic forces often use the slogan of Islam to spur on the social activity of the Muslim masses, and in order to involve them in the struggle to build a new society. Supporters of bourgeois and feudal versions of Islamic socialism defend private property and speak of its divine nature. They reject the class struggle and attempt to hold back the masses from revolutionary activity. Supporters of the bourgeois version of Islamic socialism favor the creation of their own type of capitalism. Supporters of the feudal version of Islamic socialism, on the other hand, oppose capitalism and seek to return to pre-capitalist forms of exploitation. Both groups declare that their socialism is better than both capitalism and communism, but their main attacks are directed at communism and they declare that it takes away religion from people by force, undermining morality and doing away with national traditions. Some defenders of capitalism in the West also support Islamic socialism as a middle way for the developing countries, contrasting it to scientific socialists and regard it as an effective means for keeping Muslim countries within the orbit of capitalism. 276 Ismailis. Ismailis, adherents of the Muslim Shiite sect that came into being in the later 8th century and was named after Ismail, whom they, unlike the other Shiites, regarded as the rightful seventh Imam. In the intricate religion cum philosophical system of the Ismailis the influence of Neoplatonism could clearly be felt, and also that of Neo-Pythagoreanism and Christian Gnosticism. The teaching of the Ismaili sect had an oppositional flavor about it in its attitude to Orthodox Islam. Ismailis are to be found in many countries where Islam is widespread, in particular in India, Iran, northern Afghanistan, East Africa, Syria, and also in the USSR. Israel. Name which, according to Old Testament legend, was given by God to Jacob, one of the patriarchs of the Jews. In the Bible story God gives this name to Jacob after he returns from Mesopotamia. The Semitic name of Israel is to be encountered in ancient texts that have been handed down to us and which date back to 3000 and 2000 BC. It can be translated as "let God contend." The word was applied by biblical writers to 10 northern tribes, anciently inhabiting the northern part of Palestine and constituting a kingdom independent of Judah. The Jewish state formed in 1948, in accordance with the resolution of the United Nations General Assembly. Izanagi and Izanami. Male and female deities in Shintoism, unlike a number of impersonal leading gods in the pantheon, who, as is written in the Kojiki, did not allow themselves to be seen, they were of anthropomorphic appearance. Izanagi, by stirring up the boundless ocean with a spear, created the earth's axis. Then Izanagi and Izanami concluded a marriage and brought forth the Japanese islands, gods and spirits of the earth, sea, wind, mountains and trees. While giving birth to the god of fire, Izanami burnt herself and perished, after which she became the deity of the underworld. From the water that had washed the eyes and nose of Izanagi were born the supreme gods of Japanese mythology, the sun goddess Amaterasu, the god of night and the moon Tsukiyomi, and Susanoo, the god of the wind and the sea. Jabarat, in Islam, an adherent of a teaching that denies man's freedom of action and affirms an absolute predestination as fashioned by Allah. Jacobi, Friedrich Heinrich, German idealist philosopher. He criticized rationalism and substantiated so-called philosophy of feeling and faith. Jacobi attempted to draw a metaphysical distinction between direct, immediate knowledge, with which he identified faith, and indirect, mediated knowledge, and to contrast the two. For Jacobi, only sensual experience constituted true knowledge. The intellect, which involved subjective concepts, was in his view powerless to explain the existence of things. The reality of the world around man could only be guaranteed by faith, that lay at the basis of sensual experience. Jacobi maintained that man's religious sense, constituting the basis of philosophy, cannot be understood if approached rationally. Hence he drew the conclusion that philosophy based on reason was bound to lead to atheism. Jahiz, Abu Uthman Amr ibn Bar al-Yaz, Arabic writer and philosopher, ideologist of the Mu'tazilites. He tried to apply the arguments of reason to the religious doctrines of Islam, recognized man's will as free and held matter to be something eternal and ever-changing. J. Yahweh. Cyahweh. Jainism, one of the religions of India, which appeared in the 6th century BC. According to legend, Jain teaching was handed down from the deep recesses of time by 24 prophet teachers, most recent of whom was Vardhamana Mahavira. Jainas overcame Kaudatna, i.e. released themselves from the cycle of rebirth, thus paving the way to religious salvation. Jains venerate these semi-mythical prophets as deities. The teaching of the eternal soul, which can take various material shapes, occupies a central place in Jain teaching. Man's soul is responsible for all the actions which he carries out in accordance with the law of karma, which links the body with the soul and which chains man to things of this earth, thus determining the nature of his future reincarnations. Salvation and eternal bliss can be achieved by those who lead the most upright of lives. From each of the faithful is demanded faith in the truth of Jain teachings, and perfect knowledge and the perfect life based on these teachings. The Jains have maintained a strict vegetarianism in matters of diet and the practice of ahimsa, with which this is connected. The principle of ahimsa, or non-violence, non-injury to living beings, is a cardinal doctrine of Jainism. There are two main trends within Jainism: the Digambaras, who hold that no clothing at all should be worn and who turn their back on all the temptations in earthly life, and the Shvetambharas, who preach a less strict approach to life. Each trend developed its own corpus of literature, much of which is devoted to the theory of karma. James, William. American idealist, philosopher and psychologist, one of the main representatives of pragmatism. Traditional theism with its dualism regarding the creator and creation James considered sterile. Each individual achieves through his experience communion with divine forces, and himself seeks paths to salvation. James was one of the first to focus attention on the need to study the psychology of faith. He saw the subconscious ego as a mediator between empirical consciousness and the sphere of the other world. By stressing the practical value of man's religious experience, James sought to reconcile science and religion. His main works are The Will to Believe, The Varieties of Religious Experience and Pragmatism, a new name for some old ways of thing. Jansenism, religious and political neo-Orthodox movement in the Roman Catholic Church in France and Holland in the 17th and 18th centuries, the ideology of the educate nobility and the richer strata of the urban population that were opposed to the official Roman Catholic Church, which sanctified the despotism of the monarch. The principles of Jansenism were expounded by the Dutch theologian Cornelius Jansen, who had carried one stage further the teaching of St. Augustine Ofhippo on the question of predestination. In some areas Jansenism veered towards Protestantism. Its advocates called for strict efforts towards self-improvement in matters of religion and ethics, and they regard the Jesuits as their most serious enemy. On a number of occasions Jansenists were condemned by the Pope, and they were persecuted by the king's councillors and those in their service. In France Jansenism had lost its importance by the middle of the 18th century. In Holland the Jansenists set up an independent church. Janus, in the mythology and religion of ancient Rome, the god of doorways, passages, bridges, and all beginnings, Janus' blessing was asked, therefore, on the beginning of every day, month, and year, and the first month of the year was named after him. He was also god of contracts and alliances. Despite the fact that in the hierarchy of the Roman gods Janus occupied an important position, his worship did not win a wide following among the masses. He was depicted with two faces, turned in opposite directions, and holding keys. The fact that Janus had two faces was explained by the belief that he not only knew what had happened in the past but also what would happen in the future. Jehovah's Witnesses 279. Jaspers, Carl 1883-1% 9, Ger man existentialist philosopher. He regarded the essence of man as an existence inaccessible to objective investigation. Jaspers stressed its correlativity with other existences and most important of all with the transcendence, i.e. with a philosophically interpreted God. Philosophical faith, in his opinion, gives man the chance to decipher enough about the transcendence, and thus he is freed from the limitations inherent in religious faith. Jataka, in Buddhism any of some 550 stories or narratives of the incarnations of Gautama Buddha collected in Buddhist sacred writings and designed for the exhortation of those who hear or read them. They are distinctly religious ideological in flavor, and their content is mainly concerned with moral issues. They may be in the form of a parable, a sermon, a myth, or a fable. Some of the Jatakas also deal with the life of the Bodhisattvas and tell of their deeds. The original collection was compiled by the 5th to 2nd centuries BC, and later the stories were lent their light, rare form, and reworked. At the same time other Jatakas were being circulated that were modifications or imitations of the original. The subjects of the latter can be found in the literature of many Oriental countries, and in the 19th to 20th centuries they are to be encountered in the work of a number of European and American writers. Jatakas are characterized by their traditional form and their obligatory moral maxims which point the way to moral perfection in the spirit of Buddhist ideology. Jefferson, Thomas 1743-1826. American philosopher, educator, politician and public figure, author of the Declaration of Independence of the USA, third President of the United States 1801-1809. During the American War of Independence he campaigned for the separation of state and church and for the freedom of every man to profess any faith he wished. He also came out in defense of freedom for academic research and for the advance of science and culture. In his writings and letters he propagated the ideas of the English and French materialists and criticized the Bible from a rational standpoint. His ideas reflect the influence of deism. Jehovah. Cyahweh. Jehovah's Witnesses, religious organization of the Protestant persuasion, which came into being in the U.S. in the early 1870s. Its founders referred to themselves as International Bible Students, but since 1931 the official name of the organization has been the Jehovah's Witnesses. The organization is run by the Brooklyn Center, which has 95 branches. It is strictly centralized and its president enjoys virtually limitless power. instructions and literature are issued from above and from below. There come reports as to the activities of the various branches and their donations in money. The Jehovah's Witnesses have their own publications. Their literature is published in 163 languages throughout the world. The organization is active in missionary work. Its teaching possesses various features that distinguish it from Orthodox Protestantism. Jehovah's Witnesses deny the triune nature of God, declaring that Christ and the Holy 280 Jerusalem Spirit are born of Jehovah, while at the same acknowledging the Christ's redemptive mission. To God they attribute supreme morality and justice, and he is seen as the source of universal and immutable moral law. With regard to questions of cosmogony, Jehovah's Witnesses maintain that God is the first cause of the world, which develops further in keeping with laws of evolution laid down by Jehovah. The history of society is seen by the Brooklyn theologians as an arena for the struggle between divine and satanic forces. The modern world is for them, after all, the embodiment of Satan, and the fight against him is holy. Jehovah's Witnesses are irreconcilable opponents of the very idea of the transformation of the world by men on a basis of equality and justice. They prophesy that the coming of the Messianic kingdom will only be for the righteous and for the adherents of their own sect, whereas the rest of humanity will have to perish in Anagdan, which is often presented as linked with actual social contradictions, the disruption of the ecological balance, the threat of World War III, etc. Jerusalem, a city in Israel, which is considered a holy city by Christians, Jews, and Muslims, New Jerusalem, the apocalyptical image of the holy city. After the day of judgment, righteous men in the company of God will inhabit New Jerusalem. Jesuits and play an active part in the ideological fight against socialism and atheism. They also play a leading role in the ideological edifice of the Roman Catholic Church. Future staff for the leading bodies in the Roman Catholic Church are trained in the order's educational establishments. Characteristic features of the Jesuit order are rigid centralization, strict discipline, and unquestioning obedience. Jihad 281. Dience to the general of the order, who is elected for life. Jesuits do not have to wear a distinctive monastic habit. They often conceal their membership of the order so as to be able to carry out their tasks more effectively. Apart from the 3 monastic vows, Jesuits are called upon to take a fourth, that of obedience to the Pope. Jesus Christ, according to Christian teaching, the founder of Christianity. The vast majority of Christian churches worship him as God incarnate. The word Christ is a Greek translation of the Hebrew word Mashiach. According to New Testament legend, Jesus Christ was the Son of God and was born in Bethlehem of Mary, wife of the carpenter Joseph. Mary conceived miraculously from the Holy Spirit and remained a virgin. Joseph and Mary fled with their young son to Egypt to escape persecution from King Herod. Then they returned to Galilee and Christ began his ministry. He was baptized by John the Baptist, and gathered together 12 disciples. In Jerusalem he was betrayed by one of his disciples, Judas Iscariot, for 30 pieces of silver, and was condemned by the Jewish court of justice, the Sanhedrin, to death. The Roman governor, Pontius Pilate, approved this sentence, and Christ was crucified and then buried. Yet, when the Sabbath was past, he rose from the dead and appeared to his disciples. Christians believe that the day of Christ's second coming will dawn. Not all early Christians accepted this legend. The Judaizers considered Christ to be the son of Joseph, and some other Christians held that Christ's human aspect had been illusory. The opinions of scholars are divided with regard to the historicity of the figure of Jesus Christ. Some researchers deny his historicity, referring as they do so to contradictions and errors to be found in the Gospels and to the fact that no reference is made to Jesus Christ in the works of first-century Roman writers. Others are of the opinion that the figure of Jesus Christ gradually evolved among his followers from man to God. Jihad, ardent effort to spread Islam and ensure its triumph. Initially the word jihad was used to denote holy war for the faith as laid down in the Quran. He who distinguished himself in jihad is known as a ghazi, and he who falls as a shahidi or martyr. According to Muslim ideas, the latter at the hour of his death has a place prepared for him in paradise. Initial appeals for participation in the jihad served to consolidate the political and religious unity of the Arab tribes. During the Caliphate and later during the Ottoman Sultanate and in other feudal Muslim states, the jihad was exploited in the interests of aggression and in order to suppress popular uprisings. As early as the 9th and 10th centuries there appears the idea of a spiritual jihad, i.e. the individual's search for perfection on the path to Allah, and also the idea as to the four types of jihad: jihad of the sword, jihad of the heart, jihad of the tongue and jihad of the hand. Sometimes jihad became the expression 282 Jimuteno of the people's struggle against colonizers. In the current situation, some religious leaders interpret jihad as a struggle for the progress of the peoples in the countries where Islam holds sway. Jimuteno, a figure to be found in ancient Japanese myths about gods and heroes, such as Kojiki, Nihongi etc. Jimuteno is deemed to have led a legendary campaign and conquered the throne of the Yamate 9 emperors on the island of Honshu, and he is held to be the direct descendant of the sun goddess Amaterasu Omikami. On this legend is based the belief that the Japanese imperial dynasty is divine in origin. Jingwu, Shinto temple. A jingwu consists of a honden or inner chamber, in which the body of the deity is kept, and the haiden, where the ritual ceremonies take place. Joachim of Fiori, an Italian monk, founder of a peasant cum plebeian chiliastic heresy, whose followers were known as Joachimites. According to Joachim of Fiori, the three persons of the Christian Trinity corresponded to three great periods of history, the last of which would be age of the Spirit, i.e. the age of eternal justice, peace, and truth. Joachim of Fiori held the church up to shame on account of its greed, love of power and involvement in the oppression of the common people. His teaching, which was outlawed by the church, exerted a considerable influence on the heresy of the Hussites, the Amalricians, the Anabaptists, and some others. Joanites, fanatical admirers of one of the leaders of the Russian Orthodox Church, John of Kronstadt, who joined together in a sect which worshipped him. They preached that the end of the world and the day of judgment were at hand, and they shared monarchist sympathies. The sect did not win a wide following and its adherents quickly fell away. At the present time it only has isolated followers left. John Chrysostom, St., Byzantine church leader and a talented preacher. He was made Patriarch of Constantinople in the year 398. In his sermons, he advocated strict asceticism and angrily condemned the luxury and immorality that characterized life in the higher circles of the clergy and at the imperial court, maintaining that this gave rise to popular unrest that was dangerous for the state. His denunciatory sermons, that were vivid in form but in essence demagogic, earned him popularity among the plebs, but they were met with hostility by the nobility at court and the high-ranking clergy, who in 404 succeeded in having him stripped of office and sent into exile. Saint John Chrysostom was the author of many theological works, sermons, and psalms. John of Damascus, St., Byzantine theologian, and the first writer to systematize Chris. John 1 He Baptist St. 283. Tien Doctrines, one of the Greek theologians of the patristic age. His main work was a treatise entitled Fount of Knowledge, in which he endeavored to systematize all the knowledge of his times, making it subordinate to the tasks of the Church. In philosophy he turned to the teaching of Aristotle, while at the same time considering that divine revelation was the source of all true knowledge. He regarded philosophy as the handmaiden of theology. Saint John of Damascus was an ideological opponent of the iconoclasts and defended the worship of icons and relics. He also justified the lavish decoration of places of worship and the material wealth of the Church. John of Kronstadt, Ivan Sergeyev, a protopope in charge of the St. Andrew Cathedral in Kronstadt, a reactionary of monarchist sympathies. He was one of the founders of the Union of the Russian People and the author of sermons and articles inciting the faithful to instigate pogroms. He was an active champion of counter-revolution and participated in the Church's persecution of Lev Tolstoy. Veneration for John of Kronstadt was exploited by reactionary circles within the Russian Orthodox Church in emigration in their anti-communist propaganda. John of Leyden, Jan Bock-Elsen, leader of the Munster Commune of Anabaptists in Westphalia in northwest Germany. After joining the Anabaptists in 1533, John of Leyden became an ardent assistant of its leader, Jan Matthys, and together with him led the uprising in Munster February 1534, and introduced reforms in the spirit of Thomas Munzer's ideas. After Matthys' death he established a theocracy. Attempts to persuade the populations of other cities to rise up in revolt were unsuccessful. Münster fell after a siege lasting 16 months. John of Leyden was taken prisoner and executed. John the Apostle, St., according to Christian tradition Jesus Christ's favorite disciple, an apostle and the author of one of the four canonical Gospels and the Revelation. John me Baptist, St. According to Gospel legend he proclaimed the coming of the Messiah, Jesus Christ, and called upon the people to repent and seek moral cleansing. In the Gospels of the New Testament it is written that John the Baptist baptized Jesus and many other Jews in the river Jordan. He was executed on the orders of Herod Antipas, ruler of Galilee, whom he had accused of dissipation. At the instigation of Herod's wife Herodias, her daughter Salome is alleged to have prevailed upon Herod to give her the head of John the Baptist, which was later brought to her on a charger. The legend of John the Baptist is founded on fact. The first-century writer Josephus Flavius refers to the preacher John, executed by Herod, in his Antiquities of the Jews. He wrote that Herod feared lest John's great influence on the masses might not lead to some complications. In Christian literature there are allusions to the fact that John the Baptist had his own teaching, different from Christianity, and his own disciples. Many modern scholars hold that John 284 Johnson the Baptist was associated with the community of the Essenes that lived in the Judean desert, and his teaching was a variant of their beliefs. The figure of John the Baptist plays a large part in Christian teaching, and several church festivals have been instituted in his honor. John the Baptist is one of the figures in the Desus. Johnson, Hewlett. Anglican priest, Dean of Canterbury Cathedral from 1931 to 1963, a prominent public figure and a member of the World Peace Council. He was awarded the Lenin International Prize for the consolidation of peace between the peoples. Johnson's book Eastern Europe in the Socialist World presents Christian teaching as something which shares common ideals with communism. Jordan, the name given in Russia to the hole in the ice cut in order that water may be blessed for the festival of the Epiphany. Josephus Flavius. Jewish historian, author of the Jewish War, Antiquities of the Jews and other works, aimed at inspiring in the Roman authorities sympathy for the Jewish people, which had been defeated in the Jewish War, and at protecting and enhancing the prestige of Judaism. During the war against Rome, Josephus had been a commander of Jewish rebels, yet on seeing the inevitability of defeat for the Jews, he had given himself up as a prisoner, received Roman citizenship and had become the court historiographer of the Flavian dynasty. The books written by Josephus provide valuable material on the history of the age immediately before and during the emergence of Christianity. Joshua, according to the Old Testament, assistant and successor of Moses, the commander who conquered the land of Canaan for the tribes of Israel. With the name of Joshua the Bible associates a number of miracles: the standing still of the sun and the moon, the parting of the waters of the river Jordan, the hailstones that fell from the sky, the collapse of the wall of the city of Jericho besieged by the army of Joshua. The authorship of the book of Joshua in the Old Testament is traditionally ascribed to him, but this has not been borne out by any scholarly research. Journal of the Moscow Patriarchate, monthly journal of the Russian Orthodox Church, which is being issued since 1943. It has been coming out in both Russian and English since 1971. It makes public resolutions and instructions from the Holy Synodof, the Russian Orthodox Church, decrees and messages from the Patriarch, information on various aspects of church life, sermons, articles on theological history and other materials. Jubilee years. These were originally instituted by Pope Boniface VIII in 1300 to be celebrated from then at the turn of every century from Christmas to Christmas, to mark the jubilees of the birth of Christ. As early as 1340 the interval between jubilees was shortened to every 50 years, and in Judaism 285. 1389 to 33 years. The interval was settled at 25 years in 1470. Thousands of pilgrims flocked to Rome on these occasions, since it was believed that those who visited St. Peter's in Rome on January 1 would receive full absolution. Jubilee years provided an occasion to strengthen the position of the Church, to consolidate the authority of the papacy, to promote the piousness of believers, and to fill the church coffers. On December 24, 1974, Pope Paul VI announced the beginning of a new Jubilee year. From March 25, 1983 to April 22, 1984, an extraordinary Jubilee year was instituted. Judeo-Christians, a term used by scholars to refer to the groups of early Christians in the LST-3rd centuries, who had not completely broken with Judaism and continued to perform Judaic rites. They celebrated the Sabbath and practiced circumcision. Judaic law, collection of statutes expounded in the written sources of Judaic beliefs, the Bible and the Talmud, and also in some other books. The most detailed exposition of Judaic law is found in the Talmud, which considers various aspects of criminal and civic law. One of its sections is devoted entirely to questions of family law. The code of rules relating to worship in Judaic law circumscribes the behavior of the believer with an enormous number of wide-ranging prescriptions, totaling 613, and entirely subordinates his behavior to the influence of religion and the rabbis. Judaic law defends the interests of the ruling elite, whose power is based on exploitation, and it is directed against the interests of the working people. Judaic law consolidates, moreover, the inequality of women, discriminating against them in both public and family affairs. Judaism, a religion widespread among Jews. Judaism came into being in the 2nd millennium BC against a background of polytheistic beliefs and rituals of the nomadic Semitic tribes of northern Arabia. After they had conquered Palestine in the 13th century BC, it also absorbed the religious ideas of local agricultural peoples. The worship of Yahweh, the god of the tribe of Judah, which had played a leading role in the emergence of the ancient Jewish state in the beginning of the 10th century BC and which provided the dynasty of the Jews' first kings, turned into the single-state religion, which later developed as the cult of a single god, ruler of the world. In Judaism there appeared at a very early stage the idea that the people of Israel was God's chosen people, and from the 8th century BC, when the danger of the Jews' enslavement by a foreign power was becoming imminent, there took root the idea of the future coming of a divine Savior, or Messiah. The Pentateuch or Book of Moses recorded in written form the beliefs of the Jews which had taken shape over the centuries. The ancient period of the history of Judaism came to an end in the 2nd century BC, when the Bible, a collection of the Holy Scriptures of 286 Judas Iscariot Judaism, was compiled. The next period in the history of Judaism lasted until the 19th century and can be defined as the rabbinical Talmudic period. In this period, on the basis of interpretation of the Torah, adapted to the new conditions of life for the Jews in the feudal world, the rabbis completed the compilation of the written source of Judaic belief second in importance to the Bible, the Talmud. In the Talmud, new religious ideas found expression: belief in a world beyond the grave, in retribution or reward after death, in the residential erection of the dead. It expounds the Judaic conceptions regarding angels and demons, i.p. conceptions of good and evil deities, which in Judaism are an show of polytheistic beliefs. The Talmud laid down in more precise detail the system of onerous religious rituals which specify the behavior of the believer with 613 prescriptions. In this period Judaism assumed the form which is now regarded as orthodox or traditional. The next stage in the development of Judaism began at the start of the 19th century and was an offshoot of the legal emancipation of the Jews in the countries of Western Europe. There then appeared the first bourgeois variety of Judaism, Reformed Judaism. The ideologists of this reform refused to link the dogma concerning the Messiah with ideas of the return of the Jews to Palestine and the revival of the Jewish state, and they declared Judaism to be a universal ethical teaching. They rejected many of the ritual prescriptions of Judaism and brought Jewish worship nearer to Protestant practice in its external form. In the early 20th century there appeared in Judaism the so-called conservative trend. Conservative ideologists declared their positive attitude to religious traditions and advocated a close link between Judaism and Zionism. Increasingly active attempts to stem the working people's desertion of religion gave birth in the West in the 1930s to a new trend in Judaism, Reconstructionism. In an attempt to consolidate the position of Judaism, the Reconstructionists declared Judaism to be Jewish civilization, which allegedly shapes the individual's national affiliations. Judaic religious leaders enjoy the strongest influence of all in Israel, where rabbinical organizations play a major role in the country's political and social life. In the USSR, Judaism is to be found mainly in its Orthodox form. Judas Iscariot, according to biblical legend, one of the 12 apostles of Jesus Christ, who betrayed his teacher to the Jewish authorities for 30 pieces of silver. The figure of Judas Iscariot has come to symbolize betrayal and treachery. Juggernaut, one of the incarnations of the Hindu god Vishnu. He is particularly famous thanks to the temple of Jagannatha in the Indian town of Puri and the annual chariot festival. During this festival in June/July each year, the murti, or material form of the god Jagannatha, is wheeled through the town on a gigantic chariot. Justus 2b7. Julian the Apostate, Roman emperor from 361. He attempted to reinstitute veneration of the old gods and opposed Christianity. He returned property to the pagan temples, which had been confiscated from them by his Christian uncle, Emperor Constantine, and he allowed back to Rome those opponents of Christianity who had been sent into exile. He also forbade Christian teachers to teach in schools. In his philosophical views, Julian had close affinities with the Neoplatonists. He fell in 363 in a battle against the Persians. His descendants reintroduced Christianity as the state religion of the Roman Empire. The Church referred to this emperor as Julian the Apostate. Jummeh. In Islam, it is the day when at midday a solemn service is held in the mosque at which worship is obligatory and at which a sermon is preached. In the modern Islamic world it has become an official holiday, but it is not of necessity a day of rest. Jung, Carl Gustav 1875–1961. Swiss psychologist and philosopher, founder of analytical psychology. At the beginning of the 20th century he was an active supporter of the ideas of Sigmund Freud. In 1913 he elaborated his own psychological theory. He countered the rationalism and free thinking of Freud's approach with a teaching rooted in unabashed irrationalism and fideism, that came clearly to the fore in his conception of the collective unconscious rooted in the human psyche. The collective unconscious contains archetypes interpreted as certain symbols, ideas, and conceptions that are allegedly intrinsic to the whole human race. His teaching regarding archetypes was essentially a revival of the idealist conception of reborn ideas. Jung attributed to the collective unconscious the attributes usually associated with God. Jung advocated collaboration between psychologists and theologians. Unlike Freud, he stressed the essential need for faith in God for man's mental and emotional health. Juno, in the mythology of ancient Rome, one of the principal goddesses, sister and consort of Jupiter. She was venerated as the patroness of women and also of the Roman state. Her counterpart in Greek mythology is Hera. Jupiter, in the mythology of ancient Rome, he was king of the gods, ruler and protector of the world, god of the heavens, bearer of fertility, victory, healing, and custodian of public order. In ancient Rome, the temple of Jupiter on Capitoline Hill was the central focus of religious life. The equivalent figure in Greek mythology was Zeus. Justice, principle incorporating conceptions of the due pattern of relationships between men, of the correspondence between the individual's rights and obligations, of each man's retribution or reward in keeping with his merits. It is closely linked with the concept of equality. Religious teachings, as a rule, reduce equality of men to equality before God and see the implementation of universal justice as something. 288 Justification by faith alone. For which supernatural forces are responsible. The practice of crediting the heavens with triumphs of justice stems from men's feeling of powerlessness in the face of social oppression. The idea of divine providence satisfied man's sense of justice that had been flouted in antagonistic society and thus stood in the way of the establishment of true justice by men themselves. The commandment in the gospel to the effect that judge not, that ye be not judged in actual fact imparts to men illusory confidence in the fact that justice will triumph not through their efforts but thanks to God's preordination. The Christian concept of justice also contains the idea that sin and crimes should be atoned for through suffering and repentance. Marxist atheism, starting out from the materialist interpretation of history, asserts that justice is established by people and possesses concrete historical significance and content. Under socialism, justice is based on principles of the distribution of benefits in accordance with man's labor and in such a way as to ensure equal social rights for all the working PT. Opal. Justification by faith alone, teaching to the effect that salvation can be achieved only through faith in Christ, regardless of a man's merits or deeds. This teaching that was formulated by Luther became one of the main doctrinal foundations not only of Lutheranism, but also of Protestantism in general. Drawing on the New Testament doctrine of salvation, therefore, we conclude that man is justified by faith apart from the deeds of the law. Rom 3:28, Luther proclaimed that man can only be saved through faith, granted him directly by God. This teaching was aimed against Roman Catholicism, against the claim of the Roman Catholic Church that it alone enjoyed the right to distribute God's grace through the world by means of the sacraments administered by its priests. The teaching of justification by faith alone is an expression of an interpretation of religious faith as a personal link between man and God. In modern Protestant theology, this teaching is the subject of much discussion and polemic. Some theologians stress that man is unable to achieve prosperity on earth or, even more so, salvation after death through his own efforts, in view of his sinfulness and weakness. Others, in particular the adherents of the theology of Labor, who regard this interpretation of the teaching concerning justification by faith alone as a pessimistic view of man that is out of tune with modern times, stress the need for a new interpretation of this teaching starting out from the acknowledgement of man as created in God's image and after his likeness, and from an evaluation of man's deeds as those of a creator of civilization. According to the beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, man's spiritual double, the life force which is given to him at birth and which deserts him after death, but which continues to care for the deceased. Kaaba, Muslim shrine in Mecca. One of the sanctuaries of the ancient Arabs, a cube-shaped building of grey stone with a flat roof. A black stone is built into the eastern wall, which is an object of veneration. Before the emergence of Islam, the Kaaba was a sanctuary of the heathen tribes of Hejaz. Kabir, Indian religious reformer, follower of Ramanuja, one of the teachers of Bhakti. Kabir taught that God is found everywhere and in every man, and therefore special rituals and places of worship are unnecessary. Kabir preached equality of all men before God and opposed caste divisions. The ideas of Kabir and his disciples played an important part in the development of Sikhism. Kahal, term denoting the self-government of a Jewish commune and the commune itself in Poland and Russia from the 16th century to the first half of the 19th century. The Kahal's activities include financial, fiscal, legal and religious affairs. The Kahal mediated 19-01018 between the government and the Jewish population. The leaders of the Kahals cruelly and brazenly exploited the ordinary people and used the authority of the Torah and the Talmud to sanctify the power of the rich. Kalam, Muslim scholastic theology, of which Al-Ash'ari is considered to be the founder. The orthodox Muslim theologians, or Mutakalimun, took as the object of their speculative deliberations and writings predestination and the uncreated nature of the Quran, the attributes of Allah, His attitude to the world arid to man, the creation of the world and the end of the world, the day of judgment and so on. In Kalam it is stipulated that man should blindly submit to the acknowledged authorities and not ask questions or make comparisons. The most important focus in Kalam is scholastic substantiation of the first, most important dogma of Islam, to the effect that Allah is the one and only God. A large proportion of Kalam is taken up with interpretation of the Quran. Kamelovkian, headgear originally made of camel hair and worn as protection from the sun, in present usage, the high cylindrical hats, sloping outwards to 290 kamlani yi. Wards the top, worn by Orthodox monks and the clergy. When worn by monks they are black, but when worn by priests they are mauve in color. Kamlani yi. See Shamanism. Kant, Immanuel, Ger man idealist philosopher. He spent his whole life in Prussia and from 1770 was professor of logic at Königsberg. For the first time he expounded his ideas in Der Kritik der reinen Vernunft. Among his ideas those of important positive significance are his insistence that independently of our consciousness and outside it there exists an objective world, the attempt to examine the Earth and the solar system in their emergence and development, his investigation of the sources and forms of knowledge, including the role of categories, his identification of a number of contradictions intrinsic to knowledge and reality. Other components of his writing were to have reactionary implications, Kant's teaching regarding the fundamental impossibility of cognizing, concerning the insurmountable barrier that allegedly separates phenomena, accessible to human knowledge, and their essence that is inaccessible to it, Kant's efforts to reconcile materialism and idealism, scientific knowledge and religious faith. To this end he had to circumscribe knowledge in order to leave room for faith. Yet, after analyzing in detail arguments deducing the existence of God from the concept of God, from the causal linking of all phenomena in the universe, from the fact that allegedly everything in the world takes place in order that a particular end might be reached, Kant invalidated finally all these proofs, pointing out that there are not and cannot be any proofs of the existence of God based on reason or experience. According to his teaching, however, it is theory. Practical reason which establishes that the existence of God cannot be proved. Practical reason, on the other hand, postulates on the basis of the moral laws established by it, that God must exist, that it is morally essential to acknowledge the existence of God in view of the practical requirements of men's everyday lives. Kapish, a heathen temple, an ancient building for heathen worship. According to archaeological finds, these temples usually consisted of a pointed roof supported on posts and decorated, beneath it were arranged idols and an altar for sacrifices. Carey, Alexander, prominent figure in the Baptist movement, from 1944 the General Secretary of the All-Union Council of Evangelical Christians Baptists and editor-in-chief of the journal Braskivi Istnik. He was well known as a preacher and the author of numerous articles on religious subjects. Karev called upon the faithful to carry out without fail their civil obligations. He represented the council at a number of international religious congresses and conferences. Katabasis 291. And was also a member of the World Peace Council. Kargil, Ivan, leader of the Baptist movement in Russia. He graduated from a Baptist seminary in Germany and was then sent to St. Petersburg to engage in missionary work. After the October Revolution of 1917 he became the ideologist for the extreme conservative faction among the Baptists and rejected any kind of compromise with the real situation. In his pre-aching he advocated mysticism, demanding for all essential purposes the social disengagement of the faithful. Karlovci faction, an émigré religious cum-political group, which declared itself to be the Russian Church in exile, allegedly representing the Russian Orthodox Church abroad. It came into being in 1921, when the most reactionary representatives of the Russian Church abroad based in the town of Karlovy-Sremsky drew up a common platform of struggle against Soviet Russia. They put forward monarchist slogans and in particular demanded that Tsars be reinstated in Russia. The prominent churchmen in this faction collaborated with the extreme reactionary groups and supported fascists, linking with these their dreams of crushing the Soviet state. After World War II, members of the Karlovy faction made their way from Europe to the USA and settled in New York State. Here they engaged in wide-scale propaganda work and publishing activities and incited public opinion against the USSR. The propaganda center which THY set up in Europe 19** began to smuggle anti-Soviet literature in the USSR, aimed at imparting opposition sentiments to believers in the USSR and to incite them to take up the struggle against the Soviet state. Yet the political intrigues of this faction, its monarchist sympathies repel a large proportion of Russians living abroad. The organization is going through a serious crisis. Rank-and-file believers are demanding that it turn its back on politics and establish contact with the Russian Orthodox Church. Karma, in the teachings of Indian religions, a spiritual mystical force, the immutable principle of retributive justice that operates automatically in response to all deeds, intentions, aspirations, and determines the fate of each living being in its subsequent reincarnations. In Brahmanism and Hinduism, karma is mainly bound up with whether the individual carries out the prescribed rituals of his particular dharma or not. In Buddhism, karma is primarily determined by the degree to which the individual has fulfilled the moral demands of his faith, and the consistency with which he has refrained from using violence in response to evil in all preceding reincarnations. Katabasis, in an Orthodox service, a type of monastic chant during which the Hermes is sung both at the beginning and at the end of the ode. In order to perform the katabasis, choristers from both sides of the choir come together standing in front of the ambo. 292 Koskai. Koskai, Karl, Ger man, historian and economist, one of the leaders and theoreticians of the German Social Democrats and of the Second International, the ideologist of the centrist camp within it. Koskai devoted a large part of his works to questions of religion and atheism. He put forward the opportunist proposition to the effect that the Social Democrats should remain neutral with regard to the Church and that Christian teaching could be made compatible with the goals of socialism. He rejected Karl Marx's interpretation of religion as the opium of the people and maintained that it could play a positive role in people's lives. Wide use was made of Koskai's views on questions of religion by right-wing revisionists of socialism. Keb, in the pantheon of ancient Egypt, he personified the earth and vegetation. Keh was called the father of the gods, the sun, and the moon. He was depicted in the form of a goose, or as a bearded man with a goose on his head, or a man lying on his back, over whom was leaning his wife Nut, the sky goddess. There was no temple dedicated to Keb's worship, and the main center of his influence was Heliopolis. Kenos is God's coming down to men. According to the Christian canonic theories, God can assume material human form and appear among men. Thus, while remaining a deity, Jesus Christ emptied himself of his divine attributes and condescended or came down to men in order to reveal to them the true faith and to show them the path to salvation through sufferings during life on earth. Kepler, Johann, Ger man, astronomer. While remaining a supporter of heliocentrism, Kepler formulated, on the basis of his observations of the planet's movements, 3 laws of planetary motion, thus making it possible to specify Copernicus' ideas. As regards the structure of the solar system and bringing nearer the subsequent discovery of the gravitation law. Kepler's discoveries helped to undermine the biblical view of the world, although Kepler's own world outlook was not free from religious and idealist overtones. Kurganets communities. Old Believers settlements that were set up in the 1680s along the wooded banks of the river Ketsanets. There the adherents of the Old Faith hid from persecution at the hands of both the secular and the church authorities. They were mainly Old Believers of the Popovci group and also Bispopovci of the SPS and Pomorsky persuasions. With the active involvement of the Russian Orthodox Church, the Tsarist government tried on repeated occasions to destroy these settlements, regarding them as hotbeds of schism and dissent. Kambo Lama, title granted to lamas occupying prominent positions in the hierarchy of the priesthood in Lamaism. Karajites, supporters of Christovery 293. One of the movements in Islam that came into being in the middle of the 7th century. They were in favor of equality for all Muslims, regardless of their ethnic origin or the color of their skin. According to Karajite teaching, any adherent of Islam elected by the Muslim community could be caliph. They also held that the community had the right to remove an inadequate caliph. A characteristic feature of the Kharijites was their intolerance towards their political and ideological opponents, whom they declared to be apostates, who needed to be eliminated. Nowadays Kharijite Baitate, no longer as intolerant as were their predecessors, 8 to be found in Algeria, Tunisia, the Lebanon, and Oman. Khlysts. See Christovery. Khnum, one of the main gods in the mythology of ancient Egypt. He was regarded as the creator of the world and men and the source of fertility. Kamiakov, Alexei. Russian idealist, philosopher and theologian, poet, and dramatist, one of the main thinkers behind the movement known as Slavophilism. His work betrays the influence of the writings of the Fathers of the Church and classical German philosophy. He developed a teaching in which the Church was viewed as a living body font life by God as was Christ, and in which, on a basis of love for God, most spiritual freedom and brotherhood could grow. While idealizing the Orthodox Church, Kamiakov believed that it would be accepted as superior to the authoritarianism of Roman Catholicism and the individualism of Protestantism. According to him, the will of universal reason constituted the foundation of existence, and it was only in harmony with the latter that man's whole spirit could attain truth. Kamiakov regarded the Russian peasant commune and the Orthodox faith as factors of crucial importance for the development of Russia. He campaigned for the abolition of serfdom, but within the framework of an autocratic state. Christovery, members of one of the old Russian sects that grew up in the second half of the 17th century in the central provinces of Russia among peasants on quit rent. The peasant Daniel Filipovich from Kostroma was regarded as the founder of the sect. With regard to the social implications of Christovery teaching that was distinguished by extreme asceticism and mysticism, it expressed the protest of some sections of the peasantry against the landowners and the Orthodox clergy. The Christovery rejected the authority of the Church in the name of the authority of the Holy Spirit. Their gatherings for prayers constituted collective dances as they moved with the Spirit, dances that involved self-flagellation, glossolalia and prophecies, as a result of which the faithful worked themselves up into a state of religious ecstasy. A typical feature of the sect in the early days was extremely strict asceticism that sometimes led its members to renounce marriage and their family and come together to form communes headed by 294 Quiba. Christs and Mothers of God. In the second half of the 19th century the Christovery indulged in less asceticism and mysticism, and attempts were made to bring the sect's teaching more in line with that of the Orthodox Church. At the beginning of the 20th century some of the Christovery emigrated to Uruguay. At the present time there are small groups of Christovery to be found in the USSR. Khutbah, Muslim prayer read by the head mullah in the mosque on the days when the Kurban Bayram is celebrated, during worship on Friday days and also during times of drought, epidemics, and so on. Kierkegaard, Strun, Danish theologian and irrationalist philosopher, one of the forerunners of existentialism. In 1843 he published his chief work, Uten, Eller, discussing various ethical and aesthetic ideas of life. He held that the individual finds himself in God, and on the path to God man goes through 3 stages of discovery of his own self, i.e. his own existence, The aesthetic, ethical, and religious stages. The futility of the world gives rise to man's fear and despair. Kierkegaard rejected attempts to find support for man either in the external world or in his own inner world. In his despair man must abandon himself to the will of God. Kierkegaard blames the official Christian churches for betraying Christian truth, and rationalizing faith, thus enslaving and demoralizing the individual. The religious subjectivism and iationalism. Intrinsic to Kierkegaard's work influenced the way in which 20th-century Christian theology developed, particularly dialectical theology and the work of such thinkers as Karl Barth. Kiev-Mogilyanskaya Akad. My, an institute of higher education that existed from 1632 to 1817 in Kiev. It was the largest center for general education and cultural activities in the whole of the Ukraine, Belarusia, and Russia, in which many figures prominent in the spheres of culture and enlightenment either studied or worked. Kiev-Pechory Lavra was founded in Russia in 1051, in the reign of great Prince Yaroslav the Wise. The word Lavra was added to its Russian title in 1598. In the 11th and 12th CE Turies it was one of the cultural centers of ancient Ros where many chronicles were written. At the present time the Kiev-Pechory Lavra functions both as a monastery and a museum. Kikimora or Mara, a fantastic female creature in Slavonic mythology, an evil invisible spirit, sometimes held to be the wife of the house spirit. The worship of Kikimora was bound up with ancestor worship. Kingdom of Heaven, King. Dom of God, according to the teaching of certain religious movements, universal happiness and joy which will allegedly be ushered in after the day of judgment. Conceptions of the Kingdom of Heaven re. Knowledge of God 295. Fleeted age-old dreams of the exploited masses yearning for a just social order. Not seeing any real means of delivering themselves from the burden of overwhelming oppression, they turned their gaze heavenwards, awaiting thence a deliverer, whose coming would change everything. The dead would then rise up and together with the living be judged, and at that judgment everyone would receive his just deserts. Sinners would be condemned to eternal torment in hell, or they would be destroyed, while righteous men and women would enter the kingdom of heaven and enjoy a life of bliss in paradise. Teachings concerning the kingdom of heaven were used by the clergy and the secular authorities to persuade the exploited masses to accept their sufferings meekly, without protest or complaint. K.Iraevsky, Ivan. Russian idealist philosopher, one of the ideologists of Slavophilism. His philosophical and socio-political views were of a conservative utopian character. Iraevsky held that a nation's culture and way of life, and those of its individual representatives, are determined by the religion it professes. Iraevsky recognized orthodoxy as the only true religion, and thus, from his point of view, it was the only one with a future. The path to progress would, according to him, only open up before other peoples if they were to adopt the Orthodox faith. Iraevsky idealized communal life in the Russian village and criticized bourgeois greed and individualism. Kismet, in Islam inevitability, predestination, complete predetermination by Allah of all events on earth and the destinies of men. Kisway, the thick black cloth that is pulled tight around the outside wall of the Kaaba mosque in Mecca. Forming a stripe in the upper part of the kisway are texts from the Quran embroidered in gold. Each year at the end of the Hajj the kisway is changed, because the old one is cut into pieces that are sold to the pilgrims as holy relics. Klobuk, the headgear of Orthodox monks that is cylindrical in form and from which there falls down over the shoulders a black cloth or, in the case of patriarchs and metropolitans, a white one. Knights of Malta. See the Hospitallers. Knowledge of God, a theological concept from the field of religious philosophy, denoting the possibility, limits, and methods for man's comprehension of the essence of God. Traditionally, the Christian view on this question amounts to the assertion that God cannot be comprehended by human reason and can only be understood insofar as he chooses to reveal himself in this world on earth. Various concepts of this knowledge are aimed at making up for the deficiency of the so-called rational proof SFOR, the existence of God, which in the final analysis can be reduced to the ontological argument, in which is inherent the dubious logic to the effect that the exist. 2% Kojic. Ints of God can be deduced from the existence of concepts of his existence. The main objective of all efforts to know God is to assert that God exists by defining his main qualitative characteristics. Christian theology singles out a natural and an open way for attaining knowledge of God. The first amounts to a rational substantiation of God's properties, deduced from a twisted interpretation of various aspects of the real world. The second, which is also known as knowledge of God based on experience, starts out from the recognition of biblical legends as indisputable truth and from the experience by the faithful of the divine presence, illumination, man's sense of awe in face of divine greatness, and finally from the existence of faith itself. Modern theologians, bearing in mind the dissatisfaction of the faithful with the orthodox construct of theism, suggest that new symbols should be adopted for the expression of divine reality. They are attempting to evolve a new language for the knowledge of God, suitable for the present-day conceptions, and to formulate new hermeneutic principles, comprehensible to the world at large, in which secular principles predominate. In this connection, theologians turn to religious philosophy and are happy to take up and adapt to suit their own purposes once reviled pantheism. They also support concepts, according to which God ceases to be a static or anthropomorphic figure, linked with the next world. Instead, God emerges as a dynamic principle at work within all spheres of man's and society's social and intellectual life. Kojiki, a monument of Japanese national culture, a collection of cosmological and historical myths, legends and chronicles. The main compiler of the Kojiki is held to be Ono Yasumaro, who wrote it at the command of the head of the ruling house of Temu Tenno. The Kojiki reflects the efforts of the Temu to use myths, legends, and chronicles, reworked in keeping with the spirit of the times, in order to affirm the ideology of the single united state. Kolyada, pre-Christian cycle of festivals celebrated by the Slavs during the period of the winter solstice. According to ancient beliefs, these festivals marked the beginning of new life, the renewal of nature. Spechal songs known as Ko/Yidki were sung at this time. After unsuccessful attempts to root out this festival, the Russian Orthodox Church incorporated it into its Christmas and Epiphany tide celebrations stretching through from December 24 to January 6, the so-called Svyatki or Holy Days. The Church instituted special processions in honor of the Christ child, during which stars and other Christian symbolic objects would be carried aloft, in place of the traditional games and rituals associated with the ancient celebrations. As a result, a festival with part pagan, part Christian rituals has developed. The magic content as such is now missing and has been absorbed into the popular festivities. Kolyadki, songs and accompanying rituals performed during the days when the Slavonic festival of Ko/Yada was being celebrated. More than 80 motifs have been singled out by researchers in the Quran 297. Content of these songs, the most common being good wishes, celebration, and various SPLs. Quran, the holy book of the Muslims. According to the teaching of Islam, the Quran was not created but is pre-existent to the world. The archetype is in the keeping of Allah, and he transmitted it to the Prophet Muhammad, in a series of revelations, through the angel Jibril. The Quran is the major work of Arabic prose, written in the 7th century. According to legend, the compilation and editing of the Quran were begun under the supervision of the first Arab caliphs, using the notes made at the time of the Prophet Muhammad. In actual fact, however, the establishment of the canonical text of the Quran was taking place during the caliphate in an atmosphere of intense political and religious struggle, and many versions which deviated from the first were destroyed, although there are accounts to the effect that different versions of the Quran still existed in the 9th and 10th centuries. The text of the Quran accepted as canonical by the Sunni is regarded as incomplete by the Shiites. In the Quran there are 114 surahs of lengths vary from 286 ayats in the second chapter to 36 ayats in the last chapters. The first surah, Al-Fatiha, is like a prayer, it contains 6 ayats. There is no chronological sequence linking the chapters or even the ayats in the Quran, either with regard to narrative or overall meaning. Since the 15th century there have been attempts to arrange the chapters and ayats chronologically, but these have not been a real success. The oldest texts of the Quran both with regard to language and style are reminiscent of the spells and curses of the ancient Arab priests and soothsayers. Some of them reflect the attitude significant in relation to the period when Islam was first taking shape and are reminiscent of sermons of an eschatological nature. They contain colorful pictures of the day of judgment, hell and heaven. The influence of Christian and Judaic mythology in the Quran is considerable. The Quran contains an exposition of the teaching of Allah's prophets from Adam to Muhammad, including biblical prophets and patriarchs such as Nuh, Ibrahim, Isa ibn Maryam. In the Quran is a messenger from Allah, the immediate forerunner of Muhammad, but he is not consubstantial with God. Allah is but one God. The stories in the Quran about the origin and ordering of the world, the creation of man and so on, are of a mythological character, and contain many contradictions, as indeed does the teaching concerning free will. The Quran at one point asserts that men have no free will, but later admits the possibility of their independent accessions, although they would then immediately be under the threat of divine punishment. It is possible to trace in the Quran the influence of the folklore of ancient Arab tribes and other peoples. Tenets of a socio-legal nature play a large part in the Quran. It is no coincidence that the Quran refers to itself as a code of judgments in the Arabic tongue. Being a book compiled at a time when early feudal society was taking shape, the Quran 298 Kovalyov naturally holds up to shame certain customs of primitive communal society. For example, incest. Trade is referred to in it as the divine path, but money lending and demanding interest is condemned. This, as also the institution of alms tax or zakat, reflects the interests of the more democratic strata of society. Taken all in all, however, the Quran defended social relations based on private property, social and economic inequality, slavery and the subservient status of women. Both the Sunnah and the Sharia derive from the Quran. The need to elucidate the Quran brought into being the scholastic discipline of tafsir. Translations of the Quran into Oriental languages began to appear in the 10th and 11th centuries as Islam spread. Kovalyov, Sergei. Soviet historian of ancient Greece and Rome. He wrote a large number of scientific and popular works on the history of early Christianity. In his works Christianity is presented not as the product of the work of religious preachers, but as a broad movement born of specific historical, economic and social causes. The works of Kovalyov on the history of early Christianity were published after his death in the book Osnovny Voprosi Pravoslavstania Christianstva. Krishna, one of the gods worshipped by the followers of Hinduism, who is considered to be the eighth incarnation or Avanatara of Vishnu. In Hindu mythology he is represented in the form of a wise warrior king and divine cowherd. In the Mahabharata, Krishna is one of the most important figures in the rivalry between the two royal families of the Pandavas and Kauravas. The god cowherd is presented as an ideal of male beauty and a master of bewitching flute playing. The worship of Krishna usually includes also that of Radha, his lover, as the joint cult of Radha Krishna. His love for this female cowherd became one of the favorite subjects of Indian lyrical poetry. Episodes from the life of Krishna are also to be found in architecture, sculpture, and painting. Krishnamurti, Jadoo, Indian religious thinker who was educated in Britain. He devoted his life to propagating his ideas in Western Europe and the United States. Up until 1929 he was closely associated with the Theosophical Society, which declared him to be the coming world teacher, a role he later repudiated. He formulated a teaching concerning the attainment of true freedom through the rejection of all religious and rationalist systems, which come between man and his understanding of the truth. The latter can only be perceived intuitively by the individual released from the influence of false symbols, with the help of love, that transforms the world, which is the external projection of man's inner states. Krishnamurti's teaching is subjective idealism taken low extremes, drawing also on the traditions of Hindu religious thought. Kropotkin, Peter. Russian revolutionary, one of the Kulturkampf 299 theoreticians of anarchism, an adherent of positivist philosophy. He was also a prominent geographical scholar. Kropotkin's views are characterized by a rather mechanistic and metaphysical understanding of social phenomena and a naturalistic interpretation of the latter. Moral issues occupy an important place in his substantiation for the theory of anarchic communism. While rejecting the divine origin of moral categories, Kropotkin deduced the latter from the behavior of animals. His interpretation of evil can be traced back to natural selection, to the idea that might is right. Meanwhile, his concept of good is drawn from observations of mutual support between species, which is seen as the rudiment of moral conscience. Kshatriya, in ancient India this was the caste of warriors and chieftains, which took second place after the caste of priests, or Brahmans. The Kshatriya caste, along with the Brahmans and the merchant caste, constituted the twice-born classes. The religious obligations of the members of the Kshatriya caste include the protection of the people, the offering of sacrifices and study of the Vedas. Members of this caste were also allowed to engage in administrative and similar activities. Theater. In the Byzantine Empire and in medieval Russia, a person who built at his own expense an Orthodox church or redecorated such a church. A theater had the right to decide how part of a church's revenue should be spent. He also enjoyed certain other privileges, some of which were hereditary. From the 17th century onwards, this name was often given to a churchwarden, whose duties include collecting funds for local churches and seeing to their upkeep and embellishment. Kudryavtsev, Viktor, Russian idealist philosopher. Kudryavtsev regarded matter and spirit as the manifestation of God in his capacity as the supreme creative force, and he called the teaching he elaborated from this starting point transcendental monism. Kudryavtsev's religious philosophical conception did not extend beyond the framework of the ism, and for this reason it is still popular among contemporary theologians. Kulturkampf, the name given in the 1870s by our Jewish liberals to the measures introduced by Bismarck's government aimed against the Roman Catholic Church, which supported the separatist anti-Prussian tendencies of ruling Strata in small and medium-sized states of southwestern Germany. Laws were passed which stripped the clergy of the right to supervise primary schools, suits were driven out of Germany, the rights of the church to punish believers were circumscribed, civil marriage was introduced, etc. Lenin wrote at the time that Bismarck only injured the work of real culture, because he gave prominence to religious divisions rather than political divisions, and diverted the attention of some sections of the working class and of 300 Kupalo. The other democratic elements away from the urgent tasks of the class and revolutionary struggle to the most superficial and false bourgeois anti-clericalism. In the 1880s, in his efforts to unite all forces of reaction against the revolutionary labor movement, Bismarck repealed almost all anti-clerical legislation. Only the laws regarding civil marriage and the banishment of Jesuits remained in force. Kupalo, Kupala. See Midsum Merv Estival. L. Libertani Lucien, French Roman Catholic philosopher, representative of Roman Catholic modernism, a religion is philosophical movement of the late 19th and early 20th century. Libertani's principles were those of subjective idealism. According to him, belief was an inner sense stemming from the need for the divine, God was the moral reality of our life, dogma was the formalization and individual expression of the feelings and experiences of the faithful, and the church was merely a bringing together of the like-minded. Libertani's views, like those of other modernists, were condemned by a special encyclical issued by Pius X in 1907. Lacroix, Jean, French. Roman Catholic personalist philosopher, one of the spokesmen of the left-wing Roman Catholic intelligentsia. He advocates cooperation with non-believers, including communists, on various socio-political issues. Lact Antius, Lucius Caecilius. Firmianus, an apologist of Christianity. In his main work Divinarum Institutionum Libri Septem, Lactantius demonstrates that in paganism there cannot be either any true wisdom or any true religion, since these are separated one from another in pagan practices. They can only be brought together as one in the true religion, in Christianity. The whole book is imbued with chiastic sentiments. Lactantius held that in 200 years from the time of writing the end of the world would ensue and the millennium of Christ's reign on earth would begin. In his works De Opificio Dei Sub de Formatione Hominis and De Ira Dei he attempted to refute the philosophy of the classical period, by pointing out the contradictions between its various schools. Ladder of Paradise, a work written by a monk and later Hegonenos of the monastery dedicated to Saint Catherine of Alexandria in Sinai. Saint John Climacus. According to him, the monastic life consisted of an uninterrupted climb up the ladder of spiritual self-improvement, man's struggle against his own weaknesses and vices. On his way up this ladder man should seek support from contemplation of death and the hereafter. This work consists of 30 dialogues on 30 different stages of the spiritual path leading upwards to perfection. Lafargue, Paul, prominent figure in the French and international workers' movement. Follower and friend of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, a talented propagandist of Marxism. In his numerous works on questions of atheism and religion he discussed the origins and evolution of religion, revealed its class essence and its role in society, stressing that the characteristic feature of religion as a form of social consciousness was its presentation of a distorted, fantastic picture of the world. Lafargue was the author of many talented anti-religious pamphlets. He tenaciously propagated the idea that the struggle against religion should be subordinated to the overall tasks of the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat and that doing away with the problem of religion once and for all goes hand in hand with the elimination of private property and exploitation. La Fontaine, Jean de, French poet and satirist. He advocated Epicurean ethics as opposed to the asceticism preached by Christians. Laity, layman, rank and file of the faithful in the Christian Church. All Christian churches today see it as essential to promote the activity of the laity so as to strengthen the influence of religion on various spheres of public life. The Second Vatican Council, for example, promulgated a special decree calling for all promotion of the role of the laity as a bastion of the Ch. The Roman Catholic Church also sets up lay organizations such as various unions active among workers, Christian democratic parties, cultural and educational religious associations. All such activities are kept together under the heading apostolate of the laity. Lakshmi, in Hinduism the wife of Vishnu, goddess of happiness and prosperity, ideal of female beauty and conjugal love. Her other names include Sr. Kumala and Indira. Lama, Buddhist monk or priest in Tibet, Mongolia, or among the Lamaists in the USSR. The Kalmyks in the USSR only give this title to the spiritual leader of a higher rank. A Lama is regarded as an individual possessing supernatural qualities and the ability to commune with the divine world. The high-ranking Lamas during the feudal period constituted part of the feudal upper crust known as the princes of the church. Before the October Revolution of 1917 in Russia, the head of the Lamas in eastern Siberia was known as the Pandit Kambo Lama. Now this title is used by the chairman of the Central Religious Board for Buddhists in the USSR. Lamaism, one of the trends in Buddhism. It grew up in the 7th to 14th centuries in Tibet on the basis of Mahayana Buddhism and Tantrism, which incorporated elements of the ancient religion of the Tibetans, the Bon tradition. It is still the main religion of the Tibetans and embraces a number of sects and schools. In the late 16th century Lamaism spread to the Mongolians and in the 17th century it penetrated as far as Russia, where it acquired a following among the Buryats, the Tuvanians, and the Kai. Lamane 303. MYKS. In Lamaism, which recognizes all the main tenets of Buddhism, a special role in man's salvation is attributed to the Lamas, without whose help an ordinary believer is allegedly not only unable to enter paradise and achieve nirvana, but even to live tolerably in the given reincarnation. Collections of holy writings Kanjur and Tanjur provide the canonical basis of Lamaism. Characteristic of Lamaism are lavish services and theatrical mysteries acted out in datsans or monasteries, many everyday rituals, magical elements, and incantations directed against the anger of the gods and the intrigues of evil spirits. For Lamaists, unquestioning obedience to the lamas and secular authorities is held to be the most important virtue. The Lamaists single out as the 10 black sins murder, theft, improper copula t.i.on, lying, slander, scandalous gossip, idle talk, greed, malice, and false views. The actual approach by the Lamaists to evaluation of these acts reflected the class interests of the ruling elite in feudal society. Murder, for instance, was not considered to be a serious sin, if the king had sent someone out to commit it. Virtue was seen in terms of abstention from sin, which will make possible a better reincarnation. Terrible torment lies in wait for the sinner in numerous hot and cold hells. At the present time, Lamaist monks in the USSR have come together in the Central Religious Board for Buddhists presided over by the Kambo Lama, whose residence is in the Ivolginsky Datsan. Lamarck, Jean-Baptiste, French natural scientist who devised one of the first Alhambra conceptions of the development of jiving nature. He maintained that living bodies, starting with the very simplest varieties which had emerged from inanimate matter, were capable of adapting to their environment, of changing expediently and passing on their newly acquired characteristics to subsequent generations. He held that man evolved from higher forms of ape. Yet Lamarck was prepared to accept that this evolution was guided by what he saw as a divine inner purpose. Lambeth conferences, in the Anglican Church assemblies of bishops convened since 1867 every 10 years by the Archbishop of Canterbury at his residence, Lambeth Palace, in London. These CONFR and CES constitute the supreme body of the Anglican Communion, yet their decisions are not binding. Lamennais, Félicite Robert de, Abbot, French Roman Catholic religious and political writer, one of the founders of Christ and socialism. He opposed materialist philosophy and atheism. The position he adopted in his defense and substantiation of religious dogma was one of Christian Neoplatonism. He fought against religious indifferentism, preaching a living fanatical faith, and in his later years advocate the limitation of papal power. His ideas and work to propagate them were condemned by the church leadership in 1834, and soon afterwards he left the church. The socio-political ideas of Lamennais are inconsistent. Initially his ideal had been one of a Christian monarchy. During the July Revolution of 1830 he adopted instead a stance of bourgeois republicanism and called 304 Lameitre for separation of church and state, universal suffrage, and other bourgeois liberal reforms. La Maitre, Julien Offroide, French materialist philosopher. Together with Diderot, Helvetius, and Holbach he drew up a consistent exposition of metaphysical and mechanistic materialism. In his main work L'Homme Machine he put forward the thesis that the human organism constitutes a self-winding machine reminiscent of a clock mechanism. He criticized the religioneous world outlook, rejected the concept of the initial impetus, opposed the Christian ethic of patience, submissiveness, and asceticism, countering it with the idea that it was up to man to secure his happiness on earth. Yet La Mettrie, like many other 18th-century materialists, assumed that only enlightened and educated people could be atheists, while he saw a religious outlook as even being useful for the popular masses. Lamont, Corliss, progressive American philosopher and public figure, an eminent representative of contemporary bourgeois atheism. He holds that natural scientific and naturalist approaches to reality which rule out supernatural factors make religion philosophically inconsistent, and that the elimination of the social roots of religion is a prerequisite for the attainment of intellectual freedom. Lamont advocates the complete secularization of society and the implementation of freedom of worship. Lamont has drawn up detailed criticisms of the major religious doctrines and dogmas such as Christian morality, teachings regarding the immortality of the soul and free will. Lao Tzu, ancient Chinese philosopher who allegedly lived at the same time as Confucius. To him is attributed the philosophical treatise known as Tao Te Ching, which is the fundamental text of Taoism. Most scholars of today regard Lao Tzu as a legendary figure. Laplace, Pierre Simon, French mathematician, as astronomer and physicist who made an important contribution to the probability theory, partial differential equations and to celestial mechanics. In his world outlook he had much in common with the French materialists and defended the belief that nature can be explained, without reference to the idea of God, on the basis of the laws of mechanics. Independently of Kant, Laplace put forward a hypothesis to the effect that the solar system evolved naturally from a white-hot gas cloud. Lares, in The Religion of the Ancient Romans, these were divinities who protected the home and the family. Images of these gods were placed in a special lararium or niche, near the hearth. Offerings were made to the Lares at every family celebration. Romans also venerated public Lares, patrons of crossroads, streets, towns or states. Among their number were Romulus and Remus, the shepherd's wife, Acea Larentia, who brought them up, and the legendary king, Titus Tatius. Altars were dedicated to the public Lares. The festival held in honor of the Lares who were patrons of crossroads was known as Law and Religion 305. Compitalia and took place in January. La Rochefoucauld, Fran Ois de 1613 to 1680, French writer and philosopher moralist. He criticized Christian morality, the morality of the feudal aristocracy, but he considered that it was rooted in human nature, that the motive forces behind human behavior were egoism, individual gain, ambition. This accounted for his pessimism. La Rochefoucauld's main work was Reflections ou Sentences et Maxi. Mes Morales, in which he expounded his views in the form of aphorisms. Las Casas, Bartolomé, Spanish historian, humanist and missionary. He took part in the conquests of the Spanish crown in America and became Bishop of Chiapa in Mexico. When he returned to Spain, he exposed the colonialists in his writings and rejected the Church's efforts to foist the Christian religion on the peoples of Central and South America by force. Las Casas' attempt to organize a colony in America based on Christian virtues failed through Lateran councils. See ecumenical or general councils. Lateran Treaty, an agreement signed in the Lateran Palace on February 11, 1929 between the Vatican and the Italian fascist government of Mussolini. It consisted of 3 documents: the Basic Treaty, which established the Vatican City as an independent sovereign state, the Concordat, which defined the relations between church and state in Italy. 20-1018. And also the obligations, rights, and privileges of the Roman Catholic Church, and, finally, a financial convention, which established the size of the compensation to be paid for the losses suffered by the papacy in 1870 when the papal states or states of the Church were abolished. Latona. See Leto. Lavelle, Louis 1883-1951. French Roman Catholic idealist philosopher, one of the founders of the philosophy of the spirit, the main category of which was existence cleansed of all that was material. According to Lavelle, man, with the help of the mystical concept of the act, communes with God and takes part in his eternal existence. Lavelle's ideas were near to those of Bergsonism and Christian existentialism. Lavra or Laura, name given to the largest and most important Orthodox monasteries. The oldest Lavras were founded in Palestine in the 4th century. In the Russian Orthodox Church this title was accorded to the following monasteries: the Kiev Pe. Cherry Monastery, the Holy Trinity and St. Sergius Monastery in Zagorsk, the St. Alexander Nevsky Monastery in Leningrad and the Monastery of the Assumption in Pochayev. Lavras are usually headed by local eparchal archpriests. The Holy Trinity and St. Sergius Monastery in Zagorsk is supervised by Patriarch, the Hed of the Russian Orthodox Church. Law and religion. The interaction of law and religion is deter. 306 Law of Moses. Mind by the link between them and the state. The nature of this interaction depends on the influence they exert on public life during a specific historical era. In the Middle Ages, religion was the dominant factor in the interaction of law and religion, and under capitalism it is the law. In society based on exploitation, the law secures the necessary conditions for consolidating the church's influence on the masses. It reinforces the prescriptions of the church through the power of state coercion. Religion serves to sanctify the social institutions approved by law and the law itself. Hand in hand, the law and religion regulate social relations in the interests of the exploiter classes. Socialist law guarantees genuine freedomof conscience. Law of Moses. See Pentateuch. Law, religious, the form for the most harmonious interaction of religion and law, an actual synthesis of religious and legal norms and concepts. Such a synthesis was a typical feature of slave-owning and feudal societies. Examples of religious law are provided by Old Testament law, Talmudic law, Ancient Indian law, Islamic law, canon law, and ecclesiastical law. The Old Testament includes prescriptions for criminal, civic, and procedural cases, the legal nature of which stems from certain of their features, which are specifically legal in tone. State coercion ensured that these laws were carried out. Offenders were sentenced to various punishments for their crimes by courts, including fines. The inclusion of these rules and laws in the Old Testament can be explained by the fact that in the Judaic theocracy law could only develop in a religious form. The religious character of Old Testament law, like other codes of religious law, manifests itself in the way in which legal and religious norms are closely interwoven, in the way illegal behavior is also viewed as sinful. Legal norms are represented as being divine in origin, and observance of such laws is ensured by means of not merely legal, but also specifically religious sanctions. Religious law remains an effective system for as long as its rules are backed up by state coercion, without which it possesses purely religious significance. Laws of Manu, ancient Indian collection of precepts determining man's conduct in private and public life, providing a valuable record of socio-political and legal thought of slave-owning society in ancient India. The doctrines and ideology of Brahmanism are reflected in it. The laws of Manu are attributed to the mythological semi-divine ancestor of the people, Manu. The laws are written in Sanskrit and consist of 2,650 couplets divided into 12 chapters. They contain ancient concepts of the origin of the universe and of human society, definitions of each social estate or varna, and also rules for everyday life, prescriptions for worship, exhortations with regard to the way the state should be administered, for the operation of judicial system, for the conduct of family relations. They also outline the duties of the members of each varna, rules for penance, ritual cleansing, and so on. The then current social order. Le Bras 307. Based on inequality and oppression, is declared in the laws of Manu to have been ordained by God and to be eternal and immutable. Laws of nature, general, consistent links between things and phenomena of nature, whose objective existence is recognized and which exert a considerable influence on changes in things and phenomena. Inanimate and inanimate entity diverse laws operate, which can be distinguished with reference to their sphere of operation. There exist laws which apply to only a comparatively narrow range of things or phenomena, laws valid for a wide range of natural phenomena, and, finally, laws which operate within all spheres of nature. The discovery of the laws of nature and ways in which to utilize them in human activity has always been a crucial task for natural sciences. Religion sees the existence of the laws of nature to be possessed of supernatural significance. According to theological assertions, the subordination of things and phenomena to the operation of laws points to the implementation via nature of a divine plan and God's preordained purpose. The course of scientific cognition, however, refutes the theological interpretation as to the source and signing. 20*. Significance of the laws of nature. If, while it is being discovered, a law of nature appears to be something mysterious, subsequent investigation reveals its natural aspects, which fully determine the operation and nature of that law. The content of any law of nature, as is borne out by natural science, can be explained with reference to nothing other than natural factors, connected with the structure, interaction, and change of things. There exist at the present time natural phenomena which cannot yet be accounted for in full. No doubt explanation for what is not clear today will be achieved at a later stage in the development of natural science. Laws of social development. See historical materialism. Layman. See laity, layman. Lee, Henry Charles. American historian, author of a 4-volume history of the Spanish Inquisition based on original source material. He also wrote a number of other works on the history of the popes and the Roman Catholic Church in the Middle Ages. L. E. Bras, Gabriel 1891–1970. French Roman Catholic sociologist. The School of Sociology led by L. E. Bras. Serge Bonnet, Fran Ois_Isam Bird, Jacques Maitre, Émile Pilat et al. Recorded the decline of religion, studying in the process the religious consciousness and religious behavior of various strata of society, religious symbols, the vocabulary and content of the Roman Catholic documents, the Church as an institution and its relationship with society. L. E. Bras' work had a strong 308 lectern influence on the development of the sociology of religion in the West. Lectern, a reading or singing desk in a church, especially that from which lessons from the Bible are read. In Russian Orthodox churches it is the table on which the Gospels, a cross, and icons are laid during services for the faithful to revere. The priest leads the bride and bridegroom round the lectern during the marriage service. Lector, one of the minor orders in the Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches, whose duties in early time included reading the Old Testament prophecies, epistles, and sometimes the Gospel. In the Orthodox Church the lector would also be called upon to sing in the choir of the church. Lectures on the Philos. Ophy of Religion, a course of lectures which Hegel gave at Berlin University in 1821, 1824, 1827 and 1831. The conservative nature of Hegel's philosophical system came clearly to the fore in these lectures. The task of the philosophy of religion proved to be that of an apologia. It was philosophy's task to demonstrate the necessity of religion for the attainment of absolute truth. Yet Hegel notes the crisis of positive religion and traditional theology, comes close to a systematic and comprehensive investigation of religion, discussing religious consciousness, worship, and the community etc. While interpreting the development of religion from an idealist standpoint, Hegel links this process dialectically with the content of world history, and progress in man's awareness of his freedom. The philosophical theology which Hegel expounds is far from orthodoxy. Hegel denies the transcendental nature of the divine, which he says cannot be beyond reason. He undermines the idea of revelation, declaring God to be within reach of man's understanding. He rules out the transfiguration and resurrection of Christ and substitutes for the idea of redemption that of reconciliation with reality. In Hegel's philosophical system, the Christian idea of God is transformed into a pantheistic conception of an absolute idea without beginning that is constantly developing. Leo, Gerardus van der, Dutch Protestant theologian and religious expert. He elaborated phenomenology of religion, the descriptive science treating the basic forms, ideal types, of religious experience, and he also carried out research into the religions of ancient Egypt and ancient Greece. Legate, Papal, ambassador of the Pope, highest-ranking diplomatic representative of the Vatican. Legend. The term first came to be used in medieval Roman Catholicism. Originally a legend was the account of a saint's life, which was read on the day he was commemorated. Later it came to mean a fable or parable involving animals, plants, and subjects connected with Christian worship and always having a did. Lenin 309. Lactic religious purport. In the broad sense, a legend has become a genre in folklore, the core of which is some fantastic story accepted by storyteller and listeners as authentic. Each religion has its specific legends concerning holy men, zealots, hermits, etc. Legend of the Three Deceivers, a medieval treatise, which sets out to demonstrate the false nature of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, with reference to the fact that they were compiled with ulterior motives by the great deceiver, Moses, Christ, and Mohammed. This idea took shape in the 9th century in the Middle East, and in the 13th century it began to spread through Europe. The authorship of this treatise was attributed to many different persons between the 9th and 17th centuries. There have survived an anonymous treatise under this name in Latin, and also another treatise of a similar nature entitled Esprit de Mystère Benoit de Spinoza, published in The Hague in 1719 in French. The authors of these treatises drew on the ideas of earlier atheists, ranging from Epictetus to Hobbes and Spinoza. From a rationalist standpoint, they consider the contents of sacred writings, singling out the contradictory nature of the ideas contained in them and focusing attention on the differences between the religions. The authors of the treatises raise the question as to the need to investigate every religion and sect, and they provide substantiation for the idea that each religion represents a continuation of earlier ones. Judaism developed out of paganism, Christianity out of Judaism, and Islam emerged from Christianity and Judaism. Religion is born of the ignorance of the popular masses, and the deception of scoundrels. The authors point out that religion is important first and foremost for our rulers and the rich to help them subjugate the people. Leibniz, Gottfried Wilhelm von, German rationalist philosopher. He attempted to substantiate a compromise between science and theology in order to open up for the natural science scope for unimpeded development. In Leibniz's philosophical system, God appears as a deistic concept, perceived as the highest point in the integration of all spiritual substances, as the high point of their development. Christian creationism is undermined by Leibniz in his teaching about emanation. God brings. In Leibniz's philosophical system there is no room for traditional Christian concepts of miracles, original sin and the fall, salvation, life beyond the grave, personal immortality. At the end of his life, Leibniz was subjected to malicious attacks from the clergy. Lenin, Vladimir, organizer of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet state, who carried further the ideas and work of Karl Marx and Friedrich K. Engels and succeeded in creatively developing and enriching all the component parts of Marxism. 310 Lenzman. An important place in the legacy of Lenin's writings is that occupied by his criticism of religion, and his elaboration of questions of atheism, Marxist. Lenin held religion to be a form of intellectual and spiritual oppression of the popular masses, held down by capitalism, economically enslaved and bereft of political rights. Lenin's book Materialism and Empirio-Criticism is a model of committed criticism, providing an exposure of the link between philosophical idealism and religion. After summarizing the latest discoveries in the natural sciences, Lenin shed light on the inconsistency of the claims to the effect that empirio-criticism represented the last word in philosophy. He also revealed the idealist essence of Ernst Mach's ideas and their closeness to religion, and subjected the movements of the God-seekers and God-builders to harsh criticism. Lenin elaborated the philosophical foundation for scientific atheism, demonstrating the intrinsic unity of materialist philosophy and scientific atheism, on the one hand, and that of idealism and religion, on the other. After revealing the class-based interest of the bourgeoisie in support for any form of religion and fashionable philosophical trends, Lenin underlined the importance of the alliance between materialist philosophers and natural scientists of materialist principles, or at least materialist sympathies, for the successful development of materialist dialectics and natural science itself, for their joint struggle against idealism and fideism. Lenin expounds in his works a harmoniously integrated program for combating religious prejudices. He outlines the forms and methods needed for work with believers, defines the nature and slant of atheist propaganda in conditions pertaining to the transition from capitalism to socialism. In combating religious devotion, Lenin attaches crucial importance to the involvement of the faithful in socio-political activities, in the course of the class struggle which is going on in practice and is educating the masses more and better than anything else could. Lenin also attributed major importance to the establishment of genuine freedom of worship. The concept of freedom of worship as defined by Lenin was consolidated in Soviet legislation and the Constitution of the USSR. Lentsman, Yakov. Soviet historian of the ancient world, religious historian. Lie researched into questions of the history of early Christianity. His main works are Prawoskostanie Christianstva and Sravnivaya Evangelia. Leonardo da Vinci, Italian thinker and artist, architect, sculptor, natural scientist, and engineer, a supreme example of the Renaissance genius. Leonardo da Vinci's work is permeated with the spirit of free thinking. He regarded experience as the basis of knowledge, which at the same time he linked up closely with theory, and his works reflect his belief in the spiritual wealth of the individual. With regard to questions concerning the essence of God and the soul, Leonardo da Vinci saw these to be of little interest, and his attitude to the Leviathan 311 clergy and certain tenets of Christianity was an ironic one. In the sphere of the natural sciences he was to anticipate many later discoveries. Leontiev, Konstantin, Russian writer, political journalist and sociologist. Following in the footsteps of Nikolai Danilevsky, he approached history as a series of self-contained cultural historical types, whose development proceeded from primary simplicity via blooming complexity to the stage of simplification, when social specificity disappears and a society disintegrates. Leontiev rejected both democracy and socialism, for from his point of view these led to a disappearance of religion. He saw salvation to lie in the ideals of the Byzantine Empire, intrinsic to which were autocracy, ascetic orthodoxy, fear of God and a rigid social hierarchy. He was of the opinion that this ideal could be achieved in Russia. His ideas are made use of nowadays by anti-communist authors. His main works were published in the collection entitled Vostok, Rossiya I Slavyanstvo. Lessing, Gotthold Ephraim, German dramatist, philosopher of the Enlightenment in Germany. In his philosophical work Die Erziehung des Menschengeschlechts he expressed the idea that in the society of the future religion would be superseded by enlightened reason. All religions, including Christianity, Lessing regarded as stages in mankind's moral development in the direction of natural religion, which will mark the triumph of reason, justice, and humanity. In his play Nathan der Wise, Lessing upholds the necessity of religious toleration and men's right to be free thinkers. Leto, in the mythology of ancient Greece, daughter of the Titans. Coias and Phoebe, who gave birth to two children of Zeus, Apollo, and Artemis. The image of Leto is that of the mother goddess made famous by her children. In the mythology of ancient Rome, the equivalent goddess was Latona. Leucippus, ancient Greek philosopher. Together with Democritus he was the founder of atomism. He was also the first thinker to formulate the law of causality and the principle of determinism. Leviathan, the main work by the English materialist philosopher Thomas Hobbes, that gives expression to his theory with regard to the origin and essence of the state. In his attempt to substantiate the necessity of absolute power of the state, Hobbes speaks out as a resolute opponent of clericalism and declares the state to be the supreme arbiter in matters of religion. In Leviathan Hobbes presents his readership with the rationalist interpretation of the Bible, Christian doctrines and practices of worship are criticized and supernatural sources of religious beliefs are virtually rejected. In the 17th century Levia 312 LE6 Strauss then was included in the Index/Iberne Prohibitorum and also condemned by the Anglican Church. LE6 Strauss, Claude. French ethnographer and folklorist. He regarded man's urge to understand the world around him as the main stimulus behind human activity at all stages of development. Myth creation occupies an important place in Levi Strauss' writings. According to him, in mythology, as in any sphere of human activity, one and the same set of logical laws prevails. Levi Strauss interpreted myths as the product of collective consciousness and the basis of stable social structures. His main works are Mythologiques, Anthropologie structurale, La Voix de Masques etc. His works contain both extensive factual material and interesting generalizations on the basis of that material. Levites, according to biblical tradition, members of a tribe which descended from Levi, one of Jacob's sons. After the exile, only inferior duties in the temple were allotted to the Levites, who assisted the priests. Leviticus, the third book of the Pentateuch, which contains rules for rituals and forms of worship. Levybruhl, Lucien. French philosopher, sociologist, and ethnographer, who was close to the positivist school of Émile Durkheim, but at the same time adopted a stance all of his own. Levy-Bruhl drew the conclusion that various patterns of thought correspond to various social types. With regard to the thought of primitive man, Levy-Bruhl used the term collective concepts. These concepts were entirely different from individual concepts, since they were gleaned not from personal life experience, but from man's social environment. They are passed down from generation to generation and are foisted upon every member of society. Among these concepts are religious beliefs, mythology, moral rules, and above all language. Despite a certain degree of oversimplification in his theoretical ideas, Levy-Bruhl made an undeniable contribution to research into thought: patterns obtaining in primitive society. Lewin, Kurt, American psychologist. In Lewin's theory concerning need as the dynamic psychologically tense system striving towards a releasing of tension, in the category termed by Lewin's psychological field, and also in the experimental method devised by him, despite certain touches of idealism or formalism, there are fruitful ideas to be found which can be used for investigating the psychology of really. Jun. Lewin's work Principles of Topological Psychology, while leaving some scope for illusory needs in man's mentality, made an impact on modern bourgeois psychology of religion of a non-theological trend. Life 313. Liberalism, bourgeois movement, and ideology which came into being during the struggle against feudalism. In liberalism it is the individual who is in the forefront as both the subject and highest instance of any kind of activity, while the state needs to be made subordinate to the interests of the individual. Behind this demand lay the struggle of the bourgeoisie against feudal political privileges. Inherent in liberalism is also faith in progress and a demand for religious tolerance. During the 19th century the Christian Church as a whole opposed liberalism from a standpoint favoring the restoration of feudalism. Bismarck's Germany was dominated by the Kulturkampf PF, which was a clash between liberalism and ultramontanism. As a reaction to the ideas of the Enlightenment there emerged in 19th century Protestantism so-called liberal theology. Basing their ideas on the teachings of Friedrich Schleiermacher, liberal theologians raised the question as to the relationship between revelation and history. They used the historical critical method in their approach to the Bible. The correlation between religion and culture was discussed from a historical point of view. Bourgeois progress was seen by them as the path leading to the realization of the kingdom of God, and it was on ethical doctrines in Christianity that special emphasis was placed. Later, when the imperialist order was facing general crisis, liberal theology lost its influence. As its negation crisis theology emerged in the 1920s. Liberation theology, one of the social conceptions in modern Roman Catholic thought, which has been widespread in Latin America since the late 1960s. Its main proponent is the Peruvian priest Gutierrez, author of a book entitled Liberation Theology and the Future. This kind of theology took shape as a result of disillusionment with the Christian socialist movement, that did not call into question the capitalist system as such. Those supporting liberation theology came out in favor of revolutionary change in Latin American society and of socialism. Liberation meant for them first and foremost elimination of colonial oppression, elimination of exploitation, i.e. social revolution. At the same time, liberation also implies liberation from sin, as the last reason for poverty, justice, and oppression. From this point of view, the class struggle is essential for putting into practice the commandment that man should love his neighbor, but inadequate for spiritual liberation, for liberation from sin. Liberation theology accepts revolution as an instrument of struggle against injustice. Nevertheless, the kingdom of God remains a gift from on high, and it is not seen as something that should be identified with any kind of social system. To free himself from sin, a man should entrust himself to God. The very existence of liberation theology reflects the revolutionary shifts that have taken place in the minds of many Christians, and it facilitates dialogue between communists and believers towards the setting up of a united front in the struggle for peace and social justice. Life, one of the forms of existence of matter, qualitatively higher than physical and chemical forms, which emerges regularly in specific conditions as matter develops. Life manifests itself in individual biological or 314 Lilith organisms and in groups of such organisms. Each organism is an open self-organizing system with its own metabolism, capacity for reproduction, growth, active regulation of its own composition and functions, capacity for various forms of movement, irritability, and adaptation to its environment, etc. In contrast to the dialectical materialist interpretation of the essence and origin of life, theologians and idealist philosophers have put forward a number of ideas presenting life as the result of a creative act by a spiritual force or God. Lilith, spirit of the night, also known as mother of the demons, who appears to the sleeping in the form of a beautiful woman. She is regarded as a seducer of men and strangler of newborn children. Lilith is also mentioned in ancient Babylonian incantations. In the Talmud she figures as Adam's first wife. Lingayats, followers of one of the sects in Hinduism that came into being in the 12th century in southern India. The Lingayats worship Shiva in the form of a phallic symbol. They reject the doctrine regarding the transmigration of souls, fasting, the offering of sacrifices and pilgrimages, and they do not acknowledge either the authority of the Vedas and the Brahmans or caste distinctions. Linguistic theory of mythology was elaborated in the 19th century by the Anglo-German Sanskritist and Indologist, Max Müller. With reference to successes achieved in comparative linguistics in the Indo-European languages and the reconstruction of ancient European myths. Max Müller drew up this linguistic theory to explain the emergence of myths, which allegedly came into being as a result of what he called language sickness. In view of the poverty of ancient languages, men would use one and the same word to denote several nomina. When the original meaning of the word had been forgotten, people began to regard individual words as separate creatures, thus embodying various phenomena as gods. This theory was supported by other scholars, Adalbert Kuhn, Eduard Meyer, and Karl Belisch. In its day it played a positive role in the systematic study of myths. Its methodological weakness was its lack of concrete historical analysis of the content of myths and the social relations reflected in them. List of Remembrance, small book in which are noted down the names of the dead and the living to be remembered by priests during SEFVLs. Litany, in the Roman Catholic and some Protestant churches a form of prayer which consists of a series of invocations sung or said by a deacon, priest, or cantor, to which the congregation makes a fixed response. Light, part of the all-night service on the eve of Orthodox Church festivals. It became part of church practice in the Byzantine Empire and constituted a request to God that he might send down victory over the Local Councils 315. Enemy, or Thanksgiving for the End of Public Disasters. It is also recited during funerals, services of remembrance for the dead and during processions. Liturgics, theological discipline in Roman Catholicism and Orthodoxy, in which, against the background of various historical and religious data, services are demonstrated to be an indispensable means of communing with God. From the general concept of a service its main tasks are deduced: doctrinal ecclesiastical to propagate a particular dogma, moral to substantiate the eternal significance of Christian morality, and, finally, the mystical task to ensure that the faithful strictly observe the sacraments and the rituals and festivals connected with the latter. Liturgique sets out to demonstrate the necessity for such components of divine service as prayers, psalms, readings from the Bible, senons, the administration of the sacraments. It provides rules for the conduct of services among which the liturgy always holds pride of place. Liturgy, in the Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches, the main service during which the sacrament of Holy Communion is administered. It consists of three parts in the Orthodox Church: the proscomide, the liturgy of the Word, at which all wishing to be present may be, and the Eucharist, only for those who have undergone baptism. During the liturgy, various rituals are performed, prayers are recited, psalms are sung, a senon is preached, and so on. The Church regards the liturgy as the great mystery, maintaining that it was instituted by Jesus Christ himself at the Last Supper. In the Russian Orthodox Church there are three main services for the celebration of the Eucharist: the Liturgy of Saint Basil the Great, the Liturgy of the Presanctified, and the Liturgy of Saint John Chrysostom, who elaborated the order of service. Each of these liturgies is used on particular days laid down in the Church rules. During Lent and the Christmas fast, celebration of the liturgy is forbidden. Lives of the Fathers. In Orthodox Church literature, these are collections of stories about the lives of zealous monks and the miracles allegedly performed by them, which were compiled with the aim of glorifying a particular monastery. Writings of this type appeared in the Byzantine Empire in the 4th century. Particularly popular were the lives of the Egyptian Fathers and lives of the Sinai Fathers, known as the Pratum Spiritual. The best known of the Russian writings of this kind were those treating the Fathers of Kiev's Monastery of the Caves and the Fathers of the Solovetsky Monastery. Lives of the Saints. C. Monologian. LMNG Church. C. Renovationists. Livonian Order. C. Military Monastic Orders. Local Councils, conferences for autocephalous churches or certain sections of the latter in order to resolve questions of dogma, Pruk. 316 Locke. Tices of worship, church administration, discipline, etc. In the Russian Orthodox Church, local councils are invested with the powers of the Church's supreme legislative body, in which the bishops are called upon to participate, together with representatives of the clergy and laymen. Locke, John, English philosopher. He criticized the Platonist theory of innate ideas, and in particular an innate idea of God, seeing the latter as the fruit of education effected in the interests of those who wished to rule in his name. The mechanistic nature of Locke's materialism leads him to accept the existence of God as a reason for the movement of matter. Locke is an advocate of natural religion, close to deism. He supported as essential the separation of church and state and a moderate degree of religious toleration, which he did not extend to Roman Catholics at heists, for they, according to Locke, presented a danger to the state. WGIA, sayings attribute to Jesus Christ, the records of which were found on papyrus scrolls in Egypt at Oxyrhynchus in 1897 and 1904. Judging from what was possible to decipher, there are sayings among those found, which in part or totally fail to coincide with the tradition of the Gospels in the New Testament. These records relate to the late 2nd and early 3rd century, but the actual text of the Logia is more ancient. They are written in Greek. Some of the Logia found in Oxyrhynchus are to be found in the Gnostic Gospel of St. Thomas, One of the sayings was incorporated into the Gospel of the Judeo-Christians. The sayings begin with the words, Jesus saith, which testifies to a certain stylistic uniformity of the Logia. The Logia would appear to be a collection of sayings that are separate from and independent of the canonical Gospels, and which were used for a long time by various Christian groups. Some of the Logia have preserved ancient oral tradition. Their examination provides additional material for the scientific study of the New Testament, making it possible to conclude that there existed various trends in early Christianity. Logos, a category widely used in classical and medieval philosophy, which was lent a variety of meanings in different philosophical and religious teachings. Heraclitus Ofep Hessus, understood by logos a general regularity or reasonable foundation for the world. According to Aristotle, there existed an inner logos and outer logos. The Stoics considered that the logos was what is present in all things and makes possible their development. The term was also widely used by the Gnostics, including the Gnostic Christian sects, which maintained that the logos was God the Son, mediator between God the Father and the world, both visible and invisible, created by him, the Word of God and his wisdom. The echo of these beliefs is to be discerned particularly clearly in the Gospel of St. John, which depicts Jesus as the embodiment of Logos, that appeared so as to reveal to men God's plan for the world and to enlighten them. In this sense the conception of Logos, Lomonoso 317, was used by the Fathers of the Church in the patristic age. Medieval scholastic theologians attempted to reconcile the two concepts of Logos, as found in the works of the Fathers of the Church and Aristotle respectively. Ukayata, Carvaka, one of the philosophical systems of materialism in ancient India. Early information on Lokayata is to be found in Buddhist canonical texts, the Vedas, and in the epic poems of ancient India. According to the teaching of Lokayata, the universe and all that exists came about naturally, without the intervention of supernatural forces. The four elements, earth, water, fire, and air, are eternal and constitute the fundamental basis of all that exists. Complex forms of life come about as a result of long evolution from the simplest forms. Consciousness constitutes a special combination of material elements. The only source of reliable knowledge, pramana, is perception via the senses. Man only lives once and must therefore think not about his future life but about his life of the moment. He must try to live happily and to satisfy his reasonable needs and interests. Religion is presented as inconsistent and harmful, and God as an invention of rich people in order to deceive the poor. The source of evil is linked with cruelty and injustice in society. While rejecting the whole system of religious concepts, the existence of life after death, a soul, and, leading on from that, the transmigration of souls, Lokayata was strongly opposed to the teaching of Kunna and caste divisions. Lollards, supporters of an anti-Roman Catholic heresy in England in the 14th and 15th centuries, which gave voice to the interests of the peasants and poor town dwellers of the day. Following the teaching of John W. Wycliffe, the Lollards demanded that the privileges of the Roman Catholic Church be abolished, and likewise corvée, tithes and taxes, and that church property be secularized. Two groups emerged in the Lollard movement in the 15th century, one with more prosperous followers, the Wycliffites, who limited their programme to demands for reforms of the church and the secularization of church property, and the movement of the peasantry and the poorest classes, who demanded in addition common ownership of property. The Lollard movement played an important part in paving the way for the peasants' revolt led by Wat Tyler 1381, and the Reformation in England. It also exerted an influence on social movements in other countries. Lomonosov, Mikhail, Russian materialist scholar, scientist, and poet. He made a large number of discoveries in a variety of disciplines, the most important of these being the law of the preservation of matter and movement, which dealt a crushing blow at religious conceptions of the divine creation of the world. Lomonosov advocated a materialist teaching on matter, movement, and its laws, an atomic molecular hypothesis for the structure of matter and the movement of atoms. While sharing the mechanistic concepts of the day which attribute to matter such characteristics as duration, impermeability, and divisibility into insensitive. 318 London Confession of Fate. Parts, he held that it also possessed inert force and movement. Thanks to this idea, the explanation of the world's diversity acquired a materialist basis. In his materialist reasoning, Lomonosov started out from the theory of two/old truth. As a scholar and educationist, Lomonosov fought for the liberation of science from the tutelage of the Church, calling into question biblical myths and religious rituals. London Confession of Faith. It was adopted in 1644 in England by the particular Baptists, who had split away from the Anabaptists and who believed that Christ's redemptive sacrifice brought salvation only to a chosen part of the human race, which meant that the number of the saved was limited. This confession pronounced the doctrine of the Anabaptists to be misguided and, while acknowledging Baptist rites and sacraments, insisted on Calvinist dogma as the foundation for their practice of worship. The political programme advocated by those who supported the confession can be summarized as demands for freedom of worship and the separation of church and state, which led to persecution from Cromwell during the years of the Protectorate. Working Class of Atheism or Ignorance, work of Russian atheist literature dating from the late 18th century. Its author has not been established. Each of the 7 chapters refutes one particular religious dogma, concerning God as perfect, omniscient and almighty, for instance, and concerning God as the creator of the world. It sets out to demonstrate that the world does not depend on God and that God is not inherent in all existence. As a result of this criticism of theological evidence for the existence of God, the author draws the conclusion that there is no God. The content of this work bears witness to the fact that the author was acquainted with Ho/Box Le Système de la Nature. Losky, Nikolai, Russian religious philosopher. He emigrated in 1922. Losky referred to his ontological concept, which had much in common with the ideas of Plato and Leibniz, as personalist ideal realism. Epistemologically, he was the foremost proponent of intuitionalism in Russia. The basis of reality, according to Losky, consisted of an organic system of interacting ideal individuals, substantialized agents created by God, the principle beyond and above the world. Man comes to understand real objects with the help of sensual and intellectual intuition, and God his nature and his actions with the help of mystical intuition, through religious experience and revelation. Losky's spiritualist philosophy represents one of the attempts to substantiate the Christian worldview. His works include Obosnovanie intuitivisma, Mir kak organicheskoy psiloi and Istoria ruskoi filosofii. Losky, Vladimir. Russian Orthodox theologian who upheld the idea that piety should be consolidated through a campaign against materialism and atheism. He advocated the adaptation of theology. Lozinski 319. In keeping with modern conditions of life. Lot, in biblical tradition a nephew of Abraham, whom God spared together with his family when he destroyed the sinful city of Sodom. Lot's wife went against the Lord's command not to look back at the burning city and she was turned into a pillar of salt. Lot's daughters, anxious to preserve our father's seed, intoxicated him with wine and conceived sons from him, Moab and Ben-Ammi, founders of the Moabite and Ammonite tribes. Wordies, small town in France, one of the centers of pilgrimage for Roman Catholics. According to the Church, Our Lady appeared to 14-year-old Saint Bernadette in 1858. The spring that rose in one of the caves not far from other Lourdes springs was declared miracle-working. Rumors of miracles of healing alleged to have taken place in Lourdes began to attract crowds of people desperately anxious to be healed in their turn. The Roman Catholic Church was able as a result not merely to increase its revenue but also to step up its influence over the masses. Love thy neighbor, one of the basic religious moral precepts for the Christian, formulated as a divine commandment that is recorded both in the Old Testament and in the New Testament. Love of one's fellow men is viewed among Christians as something that follows on from man's love of God, a view that would allegedly serve to vindicate the primacy of religion over morality. Central to the Christian faith is that man, when told to love his neighbor, is also instructed to love his enemies. Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which spitefully use you, and persecute you. Socially, this idea was continuously exploited to reconcile the oppressed and the oppressors, the poor and the rich, and to consolidate the existing social order. The Church itself often enough violated this commandment in its activities. It cruelly persecuted heretics who split away from it, fanned and waged religious wars and crusadas, filling the hearts and minds of its followers with fury and anger against adherents of different faiths. Loyola, Ignatius, St., founder of the Jesuits. He was from a family of the lesser Spanish nobility. He served as an officer and then, after being seriously wounded, he turned his back on a military career and devoted himself to the service of the Roman Catholic Church. In 1534 Loyola and 6 of his like-minded companions formed a society that aimed to restore the power of the popes and the Roman Catholic Church. In 1540 the Society of Jesus he had set up was sanctioned by Paul III as a monastic order, and he became its first general. This organization was later to become the main weapon of the Roman Catholic Counter-Reformation. For his services to the Church Loyola was canonized in 1622. Lozinski. Samuel. Soviet historian. His main works are devoted to the history of the Middle Ages and the modern era. A number of Lozinski's historical investigations dealt with the history of the Roman Catholic Church and the Pa. 320 Lucian of Samosata. Pacey. These include, Svyataya Inkvizitsia, Historia Papstva. Lucian of Samosata, Greek satirist, one of the last representatives of atheism in the classical world, called by Engels the Voltaire of classical antiquity. He came under the influence of the materialist ideas of Epicurus and attacked in his writings both polytheism and Christianity. In the work on the death of Peregrine he described in satirical terms the lives and morals of early Christians and their ideas regarding the immortality of the soul and retribution or reward beyond the grave. Lucian's works were popular among the freethinkers of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment. Lucifer, another name for Satan. Luckmann, Thomas. West German sociologist, one of the main representatives of the phenomenological trend in sociology. Luckmann maintains that institutionalized, ecclesiastical forms of worship do not provide an adequate framework for man's religious needs. Each individual, according to Luckmann, in the process of his socialization transcends his biological nature, and this process Luckmann declares to be the all-embracing social form of religion. In this way Luckmann takes religion outside and beyond the individual, thus seeking to perpetuate it. Lucretius, Titus Lucretius. Carnes, atomist philosopher in ancient Rome, author of a major work of materialist and atheist thought, the poem De Rerum Natura. Ending the teaching of Epicurus, Lucretius summarized atheist concepts with regard to the origins of religion, which he saw as the fruit of human ignorance and fear before the formidable forces of nature and as the expression of man's fear of the gods and death. He accepted gods in their capacity as beautiful images inhabiting the spaces between worlds, but not as wielders of men's destinies. Lucretius expounded detailed arguments against the religious ideas of the ancient world, starting out first and foremost from the social and moral harmfulness of religion. Lucretius saw enlightenment as the means for overcoming the influence of religion. Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical Man Philosophy, a work by Friedrich Engels, first published in the journal Neuzeit in 1886. Engels approached Hegel's dialectics and Feuerbach's materialism as the theoretical sources of Marxist philosophy and provided in this work a systematic exposition of dialectical and historical materialism, devoting as he did so considerable attention to investigation of religion. Engels' analysis of the fundamental question of philosophy served to single out the common FEA2 residential shared by the world outlook intrinsic to idealism and religion, and also the common features shared by materialism and atheism. Already in medieval scholasticism, holds Engels, the question as to which is primary, spirit or nature, that question, in relation to the Church, was sharpened into this: did God create the world or has the Lunacharsky 321 world been in existence eternally? When considering the epistemological and psychological patterns of the advance of religious ideas, Engels called attention to religion's relative independence of the economic basis. Engels distinguished between the tribal and national religions, which did not proselytize, and those world religions which arose more or less artificially, Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam, which reflected through the way they emerged and the most important landmarks in their evolution, the great historical turning points. When noting the ability of religion to lend a religious flavor to general historical movements, Engels stressed that this was to be accounted for not as Feuerbach thinks by the hearts of men and their religious needs, but by the entire previous history of the Middle Ages, which knew no other form of ideology than precisely religion and theology. Considerable attention is devoted by Engels to the role of natural science in the substantiation of the materialist world outlook, particularly that of the three great scientific discoveries of the 19th century, the discovery of the cell, the law of the conservation of energy, and Darwin's evolution theory. Luke, St., according to Christian tradition, a follower and companion of the Apostle Paul and a physician by profession. The Church attributes to him the authorship of one of the four Gospels and the book in the New Testament entitled the Acts of the Apostles, which dates from the 2nd century. 21-01018. Lull, Raymond. Spanish theologian and missionary, mystical philosopher, representative of medieval realism. Lull campaigned against Averroism on the question of twofold truth, trying to substantiate the possibility of a complete merging together of philosophy and theology. One of his major concerns was the conversion to Islam. In his works Lull elaborated an approach by which he sought the conversion of the Muslims and the Jews by orational argument, with no recourse to the authority of the Holy Scriptures, starting out from monotheism common to Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. He put forward the idea of a logical machine, with the help of which he hoped to prove all Christian truths. Lunacharsky, Anatoly, a statesman and public figure in the Soviet Union, who made a major contribution to the advance of Soviet culture and the propagation of the scientific world outlook. From 1917 to 1929 he was People's Commissar for Education. In his philosophical writings dating from before the October Revolution of 1917 he supported the ideas of the God-seekers, based on the proposition that Marxism could be compatible with empirio-criticism and religion. The inconsistency of his philosophical quests was demonstrated by Lenin in Materialism and Empirio-criticism and some other works. After the Great October Socialist Revolution, Lunacharsky consistently supported Lenin's struggle against religious prejudices. His later works presented the materialist and ideal. 322 Lupercalia. Ist world outlooks as opposites, and science and religion as incompatible, and examined important questions in the history of religion, identify its essence, origins, and social role. Lunacharsky devoted considerable attention to criticism of religious ideas relating to questions of culture and morality. His main works are Idealism I Materialism, Kultura bourgeoisная I proletarskia, Nauka, Iskustvo, Religia, Besti po marxistskému rozozercaniu. Lupercalia, in ancient Rome a festival in honor of Faunus, one of whose names in his capacity as god of the flocks and their protector against wolves was Lupercus. Lustration. See Cleansing Rituals. Luther, Martin, one of the leaders of the Reformation and the founder of Lutheranism. He rallied men to the struggle against the papacy and the Roman Catholic hierarchy. His 95 Theses became the signal for the beginning of the Reform movement. He led the moderate bourgeois party in the course of the Peasant War in Germany, and he betrayed the peasant movement to the princes. The theological basis for his struggle against the Roman Catholic Church was his teaching. concerning Justification by Faith alone and Predestination, which provided the doctrinal basis for the Lutheran Church. He denied the infallibility of the decisions made at the church councils, or that of ecclesiastical tradition, in favor of revelation as a source of faith. Reason can merely pave the way to faith, but only faith and the Bible can reveal God to man. Luther's translation of the Bible into German was important not merely for the development of Protestantism, but also so as to establish firm standards for the German literary language. The importance of Luther's work extends beyond the framework of strictly religious reformism. Luther's burning of the papal bull concerning his excommunication from the Chure in 1520 numbers among those events of the Renaissance era which marked the release of man from the intellectual and spiritual dictatorship of the Church, religious dogmatism, and authoritarian patterns of thought intrinsic to the medieval period. Lutheranism, doctrines acknowledged by the Lutheran Church, and also those churches themselves taken together as one of the varieties of Protestantism. Lutheran doctrine took shape in the 16th century, during the age of the Reformation, thanks to the efforts of Luther himself and also his supporters, first and foremost Philipp Melanchthon, who expounded the fundamental tenets of the teaching in the Augsburg Confession and the Apology for the Augsburg Confession. In addition to these, the Lutherans came to regard the Book of Concord virtually as a holy book. It contains the Schmalkaldic Articles, Luther's two catechisms and also the Formula of Concord. Luther. Lyell 323. Anaism, being a bourgeois variety of Christianity, presents faith as a direct link between man and God, hence the teaching of justification by faith alone rather than works, as opposed to the Roman Catholic teaching about the Church, grace, and faith. Lutherans acknowledge only the Holy Scriptures as a source of faith and reject apostolic tradition. Lutherans' condemnation of monasticism and celibacy for the clergy is linked with their idea that man should seek salvation and endeavor to serve God not by turning his back to the world, but within the framework of his worldly activity. Lutheranism retains two sacraments, baptism and the Eucharist. Services began to be held in the vernacular. In the teaching regarding the two kingdoms, Lutheranism clearly distinguishes between the terms law and gospel, i.e. recognizes the independence of the state in relation to the Church, whereas the Church was accepted as dependent on secular powers. After Luther's death, the struggle between various groups among the Lutherans left its mark upon the subsequent development of Lutheranism. In the 17th and 18th centuries, the groups which rose to prominence were those of the Orthodox Lutherans and the adherents of Pietism. In the 19th century, following the defeat of the French Revolution, a conservative and a liberal trend began to emerge in Lutheran theology, the main difference between the two being their attitude towards the Enlightenment. The internal contradictions within Lutheranism came still more clearly to the fore in the 20th century, both in its theology and its socio-political orientation. Lutheranism first to 1. Spread to Germany, and soon afterwards to the Baltic and Scandinavian countries. It also took root in North America. Today there are 75 million Lutherans in the world, 192 independent Lutheran churches covering all 5 continents, 59 of which belong to the Lutheran World Federation set up in 1947. Approximately half of all Lutherans are members of the local Lutheran churches in the Federal Republic of Germany and the German Democratic Republic. Denmark has 4.5 million Lutherans, Norway 3 million and Sweden 7 million. Lutherans constitute a religious minority in a number of other European countries. There are approximately 7 million Lutherans in the United States. Small communities of Lutherans are also to be found in Africa, South America, Asia, and Australia. Lutheran churches are actively involved in the ecumenical movement, and the influence of Lutheranism in ecumenical theology is clearly to be seen. In the USSR, adherents of Lutheranism are mainly to be found in Estonia and Latvia. Lyell, Charles James. Scottish natural scientist who devised a theory according to which the Earth's surface underwent enormous changes over millions of years under the impact of natural factors, atmospheric phenomena, rivers, tides, earthquakes and eruptions of volcanoes. This theory undermined biblical concepts of the unchanging nature of the earth and the theory of catastrophism put forth. 324 Lions, Councils of Ward by Georges Cuvier and supported by theologians. It also served to advance the emergence of a scientific materialist understanding of nature. Lions, Councils of See Ecumenical or General Councils. Lions Sissi 1y for the propagation of the faith, founded in 1815 in Lyons in order to collect funds for the work of Roman Catholic missions. At the present time the headquarters of the society is in Rome. The society is administered by an international committee. Lizaczynski, Kazimierz, Polish-Lithuanian materialist and atheist. In his treatise on the non-existence of God, Lizaczynski declared God to be a figment of the imagination, recognizing the material world as the only reality. He denied the immortality of the soul and the arguments put forward by theologians about the innate nature of religious ideas. He regarded Ariason as the highest authority in questions of cognition. When explaining the origin of religion, he maintained that certain social forces had much to gain from the ignorance of the masses. For his atheist views, Lizaczynski was condemned by the Warsaw Sejm to be burned at the stake. M. Macarius, Metropolitan of Moscow and all Rus, a prominent church and political leader. At the church councils of 1547 and 1549 he secured the canonization of new Russian saints. At the Council of the 100 Chapters he managed to avert the passing of a government program for the secularization of church lands. He was one of the writers involved in compiling the Monologion, and the Nikhanovsky Chronicle. Macarius of Egypt, St. or Macarius the Great, pupil of Saint Antony of Egypt, and a Christian ascetic. He lived for 60 years in the desert. To him are often attributed over 50 homilies, compiled in the form of dialogues and edifying in content. They provide a mystical justification for asceticism. Madhab, theological cum legal school and a philosophical system in the Sunni branch of Islam. At the present time 4 different madhabs can be identified, the Hanafi, Mali, Shafi'i and Hanbali schools. These names are derived from those of their founders. The Hanafi school has the largest number of adherents. In the USSR most of the Sunni Muslims are Hanafi. In the northern Caucasus there are also some Shafi'is. Madhavacharya, one of the founders of the philosophical system Vishnuism. He was the author of commentaries to the Brahma Sutra, the main source for the Vedanta school, and in these he expounded his teaching on knowledge, namely, that all knowledge is true and that there is no such thing as false knowledge. Madhav elaborated on the theory of bhakti, devotion to God, which can only be demonstrated in man's struggle against evil. Madonna. See Our Lady, Mother of God. Madrasa, higher institution of learning in traditional Islamic education. Magi, in ancient Persia priests in Zoroastrianism and certain other beliefs. From the 6th to the 4th centuries BC they constituted a separate tribe and contract endogamous marriages. The Magi in Persia, as also the priests in ancient Babylonia, engaged in soothsaying and incantations, as a result of which the term Mammas. 326 Magic later came to be used for any kind of soothsayer, magician, astrologer, or exorcist. Magic or sorcery, actions and rituals performed in order to bring influence to bear on natural phenomena, animals or human beings by supernatural means. It is difficult to draw a dividing line between primitive magic rituals and man's everyday practical activity. Thus the most natural classification for types of magic corresponds to various aspects of that practical activity: healing magic, black magic, aphrodisiac magic, hunting magic, agricultural magic and so on. In scientific literature other classifications of magic rituals are also used. Experts usually perform these rituals, such as witch doctors, soothsayers, rainmakers, or witches. At later stages of historical development, these experts were pushed into the background by priests and were frequently subjected to persecution. They began to have to perform in private, illegally. However, priests also often use magic rituals, e.g. public prayers for rain and good harvests, or the sacrament of extreme unction, with its echoes of healing magic. Superstitions that have come down to us today also have associations with magic. Mahabharata, epic of ancient India that was compiled between the 6th and 2nd centuries BC. It tells of the legendary battle between two royal families, the Kauravas and the Pandavas. It provides, as it were, an encyclopedia of religious and philosophical teachings, of Vedic mythology, of the social and political institutions of ancient India. From this epic were drawn all the main ideas of Hinduism, which find their fullest expression in the Bhagavad Gita and the Shanti Parvan. Apart from the religious and idealist thoughts, it contains numerous ideas and concepts that smack of naive materialism, and also dialectical and dualistic concepts. Mahavira, one of the main ideologists and teachers of Jainism. According to legend, Mahavira was born in the territory of Bihar and belonged to the Kshatriya caste. On account of his ascetic way of life he came to be known as Jina and Mahavira. Mahayana, one of the two main schools within Buddhism, whose roots, it would appear, can be traced back to ancient times, but which became widespread at the beginning of the Christian era. The main tenet of Mahayana is the belief that not only a monk can achieve salvation as maintained by the Hinayana school, but also any layman who observes the vows of spiritual perfection, recites prayers and spells, and offers gifts to the monks. Monks facilitate salvation, attracting through their practice of worship the bodhisattvas, who can intervene directly in the destiny of any individual out of there. Maimonides 327. Compassion for Li_VG creatures, changing their Kamiya for a more pleasant one. According to Mahayana teaching, the world is illusory, the only thing that is real is nirvana, viewed as the supreme absolute, the world of primary dhammayas. In Mahayana Buddhism, teaching concerning paradise occupies a prominent place. According to Mahayana teaching, there are several paradises. These are vividly described in the sacred literature in great detail and also in the sermons of the lamas. They are depicted in icons and in three-dimensional models, and the idea is far more attractive for an ordinary believer than some abstract, hazy nirvana. All this helped Mahayana teaching to spread not just all over India but beyond its borders as well. In the teaching of the Mahayana school, Buddha is transformed from a sage teacher into a typical deity, while bodhisattvas are considered his emanations. Two schools of religious philosophy emerged within Mahayana Buddhism, namely, the Yogacara and the Madhyamika schools. The Yogacara school only regarded man's consciousness as real and believed that this consciousness gave birth to all objects in the external world, and that once the activity of man's consciousness had been extinguished, then it would be possible for man to set himself free from the chain of reincarnations. The Madhyamika school did not even acknowledge the individual's consciousness as real. From their point of view, only the shunyata was real. It has no attributes, defies definition, and cannot be understood on the basis of experience alone, but only with the help of mystical intuition. The most important representatives of the Madhyamika school were Nagarjuna 2nd century, and Aryadeva, and those of the Yogacara school were Asanga and Vasubandhu. Mahayana Buddhism was the basis for a number of other schools and trends that emerged in Buddhism of later periods outside India, including Lamaism. Mahdi, Arabic word meaning the guided one or divinely guided one, the Muslim Messiah. Concepts of a Messiah first emerged in Shiite communities. The dream of the enslaved popular masses of a society in which equality and justice reigned, was embodied in the belief of the imminent coming of a hidden imam, who would help his followers to set up just such a society. Later a teaching regarding the Mahdi was adopted by the Sunni with an amendment regarding the time of the coming, which was moved forward until the end of the world. The figure of the Messiah was used during anti-feudal movements of protest, for example, the leader of Babism, Ali Mohammed, and Mohammed Ahmed, leader of insurgent masses in the Sudan, were regarded as Mahdi's. Maimonides, Jewish philosopher, theologian, and physician. In 1190 his main philosophical treatise, A Guide for the Perplexed, was published in Arabic. Having mastered the philosophy of Aristotle as interpreted by Arab thinkers, Maimonides attempted to rationalize Judaism. Without rejecting God, he advocated that man should 328 Maitreya. Endeavor to understand the laws and patterns underlying the world of nature and study science and philosophy. His ideas greatly influenced Christian thought in the Middle Ages. Maimonides also systematized the rather haphazard arrangement of the precepts in the Talmud and formulated the 13 parts of the Creed for Judaism. Maitreya, one of the most popular bodhisattvas, the Buddha who is next to come. He is venerated in particular in Lamaism. In Datsands and in Spechal temples gigantic statues of the Maitreya were built. His appearance on earth was thought to lead to the universal triumph of Buddhism. Major orders, collective term for those who lead religious worship in the Orthodox, Roman Catholic and Anglican churches, who have been admitted to holy orders. Members of the major orders include bishops, priests, and deacons. Members of the major orders have the right to conduct a service independently, to administer rites and sacraments. Malephonians, a sectarian opposition group within the ranks of poor peasant Baptists, which emerged at the end of the 1880s in Russia and was directed against the domination of the wealthy element within the Baptist communities. It was led by K. Malvani. Criticism of church-like worship, formalized rituals and the hierarchy in the ministry. Malvani combined with criticism of social inequality in the ranks of the Baptists and preaching to the effect that the end of the world was at hand and the kingdom of God would soon be ushered in. Seeking to revive the traditions of the spiritual Christians, Malvani stressed the supreme importance of the Holy Spirit and endeavored to shake the faith of his followers in the authority of the Bible. In many respects the sect was reminiscent of that of the men of God. The Malvanians were strict in their observation of fasts, leapt around during ecstatic rituals and spoke with tongues. Malvani's followers pronounced him Christ. Malikis. Cmutub. Malinowski, Bronislaw, British ethnographer of Polish descent, who concerned himself primarily with research into primitive religion, using material gleaned from study of the Melanesian tribes. He was one of the founders of the functionalist approach in ethnography. He came near to identifying the true social roots of primitive magic. He wrote that we find magic where there are elements of chance and where at the same time emotional vacillations between hope and fear are in evidence. Malleus Maleficarum or Hex and Hammer, a book published at the end of the 15th century by the German Inquisitors, Heinrich Instederus and Jacob Sprenger, in which, with the help of references to the Holy Scriptures and the work of the Fathers of the Church, they sought to justify the need for punishment of heretics, witches, and sorcerers. This book, Mandaeans 329, helped to spread the most ignorant notions and obscurantism, and it whipped up religious fanaticism. Man represents the highest level of the development of life on earth, a social being who produces instruments of labor, transforms nature, possesses consciousness, and has a command of articulate speech. He differs from other highly organized animals with regard to the size and organization of his brain, his ability to walk upright, the free movement of his upper limbs that are used in his labor activity, and other characteristics. Not only is man the product of social labor activity, but he also carries it out. He creates social relations, shapes social and cultural reality and the historical process. Making use of the principle of materialist monism in its understanding of man, historical materialism proceeds from the unity of man and nature, presenting man's mind and emotions as a property of highly organized matter, the human brain. Historical materialism regards human consciousness as the highest level of the active reflection of reality in ideal subjective forms. Being a natural creature, man adapts nature to his own purposes, starting out from his knowledge of its laws. In the course of the development of society, man becomes separate from the rest of nature and acquires more and more independence and freedom, by creating the necessary conditions for his existence. While subject to biological and physical laws like any living organism, man is also molded as an individual by social ties and laws. In his actual biological organization, man emerges clearly as a social creature, not only man's specific higher qualities, consciousness and speech, but also his natural inclinations develop in the context of his social experience, his interaction and social intercourse with other people. The materialist interpretation of man provides a counterweight to the religious, idealist philosophical understanding of man that renders his essential nature mysterious and obscure. Mana, a term used by the peoples of Polynesia and Melanesia to denote a special, imperceptible force, allegedly seated in certain people, animals, inanimate objects, and also spirits. Those peoples, who believe in the existence of mana, imagine that success or failure in any enterprise depends precisely on mana. Certain Western experts in religious studies regard faith in mana as one of the earliest forms of religion, which gave rise to such phenomena as the personification of the forces of nature, magic, totemism, animism, etc. Yet this theory is not borne out by the facts. Mandaeans, a religion which emerged in the early 1st century AD in Mesopotamia. The beliefs of the sect constitute a mixture of views held by certain groups of Gnostics and elements of Judaism, Zoroastrianism, and the beliefs of ancient Babylon. They believe that the soul is imprisoned in the evil material world and will be freed by the Redeemer, Manda-Dihayi, or the personified knowledge of life. Members of this sect either refer to themselves as Mandaeans or as St. John's Christians. Christ, Abraham, and Moses are regarded by them as false prophets. Many communities of Mandaeans made the transition to Manichaeism. Mani, in Tantrism it denotes the male sex organ. The word Mani is used in the incantation known to every Lamist, which is carved or painted onto stones, which is why these ritual stones came to be referred to as Mani in common parlance. Mani or Manes, preacher and founder of Manichaeism. In the year 242 during the coronation of the Persian Shah Shapur I, from the Sassanid dynasty, Mani began to preach for the first time. His beliefs were characterized by pacifism and condemnation of avarice. Mani's preaching met with an extremely negative reception from the Zoroastrian priests. In the year 275 the priestly caste of the Magi and the new Shah, Bahram I, commanded that Mani be thrown into prison. In 277 he was executed. His followers were cruelly persecuted or expelled from the country. In 296 the Roman Emperor Diocletian promulgated an edict against Manichaeism. Manichaeism, a religion which emerged in the 3rd century in Persia. It quickly spread to many countries ranging from Italy to China. The preacher Mani is regarded as its founder. Manichaeism represents a mixture of Zoroastrianism and Christianity. From Christianity, Manichaeism adopted the idea of a Messiah. Mani was venerated as a messenger from the heavenly world of light. This religion was rooted in Zoroastrian dualism, and it recognized two substantial principles of being or two kingdoms, that of light, goodness, and all that is spiritual vying with that of darkness, evil, and all that is material. God holds sway in the first and devil in the second. The struggle between these two kingdoms will end in a catastrophe, as a result of which matter perishes, while the spirit is set free. The world, according to Manichaean beliefs, is the embodiment of evil. Man, being a dualistic creature, can help the forces of light in the struggle against the forces of darkness. The Christian Church declared Manichaeism to be a heresy. In Asia Minor the beliefs of the Mazdakites reflected the influence of Manichaeism. Manjusri, one of the most venerated of the bodhisattvas in the Mahayana school of Buddhism, a symbol of wisdom. Sometimes he is regarded as one of the predecessors of Tihi Buddha Shakyamuni, sometimes as his main pupil and son. According to Buddhist tradition, the Buddha to come Maitreya will receive exhortations from Manjusri. Mara, in Buddhist mythology, the evil one, Satan the tempter, who panders to man's sensual desires and stands in the way of his attaining a better reincarnation. He attempted to turn Prince Siddhartha away from the path he had chosen, sending him to that end various demons in the form of lions, panthers, giants, tongues of fire, etc. Then he sent to him his daughter Discan. Marichal 331. Tent, thirst, and delight, again in order to tempt him. Siddhartha, however, did not succumb to the charms of Mara. Mara Sikiki Mora. Marabouts, members of a Muslim military religious order of Dawanvish-like monks in North Africa. In the 11th and 12th centuries the Marabouts conquered Morocco and founded the feudal dynasty of the Almoravides. Later the word Marabout came to be used to denote Muslim saints, and also leaders or founders of religious fraternities or orders of dervishes. In its broader sense the word has come to be synonymous with dervish. Marcel, Gabriel Honor, French religious philosopher, founder of Roman Catholic existentialism. He developed the anti-intellectual, intuitivist trend within Roman Catholicism. For attracting people to religion he ascribed crucial importance to the individual's emotional and moral experience, i.e. his existential experience. Marcel attempts to defend and substantiate religious dogmas from a stand of subjective idealism, by contrasting man's inner world, the individual's consciousness, with the social aspects of his existence. His main works include Journal Métaphysique, et avoir, le mystère de l'être. Martian, an aspiring reformer of the Christian Church in the 2nd century. He was born in Asia Minor and was a rich ship owner. He first came to Rome in about 140. Martian called for a complete break with Judaism, regarding Christianity a new religion, in no way related to the Old Testament. He also denied Jesus Christ's human nature. Martian wrote a gospel based on a shortened version of the Gospel according to St. Luke and commentaries to 10 of St. Paul's epistles. Roman Christians excommunicated Martian, but he had many supporters in Italy, Asia Minor and other places. Marcion's teaching was closely related to that of the Gnostics in some respects, although he ascribed salvation not to knowledge but to faith. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. See Aurelius, Marcus. Marduk, the chief god of the Babylonian religion from the time that Babylon became the center of Mesopotamia. According to legend, Marduk, the embodiment of the forces of world order, dared to challenge the monster Tiamat and to defend the gods. In return for this, he was accorded a position of supremacy. In a grim battle Marduk defeated the monster, cut his body in half and made the heavens out of one half and the earth out of the other. Marduk is the counterpart of the Sumerian god N/2. Marichal, Pierre Sylvain, French materialist and atheist, utopian communist. During the period of the French Revolution he was a member of the de-Christianization movement. In his works such as Le Lucurus Franès and Dictionnaire des Anciens et Modem. 332 Maire. He exposed inconsistencies in the Bible, belittled the Christ legend and criticized deism. Marichal expressed the idea that an organization for atheists might be set up, and he approached the idea of God as that of deified man, linking as he did so potential success in surmounting religion with the communist transformation of society. Merritt, Robert, British ethnographer and historian, who concerned himself mainly with questions relating to the origins of religion. Merritt criticized many of the ideas on the origins of religion elaborated by Edward T. Tylor. In contrast to attempts by Tylor to explain the emergence of religion with reference to errors in the thinking of the Savage philosopher, Merritt pointed to the role of emotional processes in the emergence of religion. He wrote that religion had not been thought out but danced out. As H. saw it, primitive man's concepts of the supernatural had originally been impersonal in character and had crystallized as beliefs in mana and taboo. Maritain, Jacques. French neo-Thomist philosopher. The key to Maritain's philosophical ideas was his view of the individual as a metaphysical secret inaccessible to human reason, whose behavior was molded by holy order and whose freedom was achieved on the path towards ultimate fusion with God. Central to Maritain's social doctrine and his theory of integral humanism was his proposition to the effect that Christian civilization, democracy, and progress were parts of a single whole. For this reason, attempts on the part of the Christian to aspire to the kingdom of heaven had to be linked with active effort to improve life on earth. Although Maritain was critical of capitalism, he opposed socialism as well, for it allegedly impinges upon man's spiritual impulses. His main works include Anti-Moderne, Distinguer pour unir, ou les degrés du savoir, Humanisme intégral. Mark, St., according to Christian legend, a disciple of Saint Peter and author of the Second Canonical Gospel, over whose date the experts' opinions vary widely. The Gospel according to Saint Mark, in the form in which it has come down to us today, dates no further back than the middle of the 2nd century. Maronites, representatives of a specific branch of Roman Catholicism in Syria and the Lebanon, who were at one time adherents of monothelitism, but who in 1182 formally acknowledged the authority of the Vatican. The Maronites took their name from that of the 7th century hermit Saint Maro, and to this day they retain their individual practices with regard to the organization of their church and their doctrines and patterns of worship. The head of the Maronite Church is the Patriarch of Antioch and the whole East, whose residence is near Beirut. There are nearly 400,000 Maronites in the Lebanon and Syria and some 15,000 living in Egypt, Israel, and Jordan. Nearly 500,000 Maronite émigrés live in southern Europe, North and South America, where, while retain Martyrs 333, ing their own liturgy and clergy, they come under the jurisdiction of the local Roman Catholic bishops. Marriage in church, a marriage union sanctified and sanctioned by the Church in the name of God. According to the assertions of churchmen, only marriage in church can guarantee durability, happiness, and well-being of the family. In various religions the marriage ceremony is accompanied by well-established rituals and rites, specially elaborated for this occasion. In the Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches marriage is regarded as a sacrament. Mars, god of war in the Roman pantheon, his Greek counterpart being Ares. He was venerated as the father of the Roman people, the protector of fields and herds. Later he came to be regarded as the patron of horse racing. The dancing warrior priests of Mars were known as Salii. Marsilius of Padua, Italian politician and philosopher. In his main work Defensor Pads he came out against the pretensions of the papacy to secular power. He also held that the state emerged as the result of a social contract. He drew a dividing line between politics and theology and defended toleration. He was excommunicated and condemned to be burnt at the stake in his absence. Martyrology, a genre in religion is hagiography telling of the holy martyrs who died for their faith, of their persecution, and of the torments and executions they endured. Underlying all Christian martyrologies is the idea of the heroic feat of witness, i.e. the martyr's readiness for the sake of great reward in heaven joyfully to accept ridicule, persecution, poverty, and death in the name of Christ and the true faith. The most famous are Martyrologium Universale in Roman Catholicism and the Monologion in the Orthodox Church, compiled in the 9th century. In martyrologies the actual details of the persecution of early Christians are exaggerated and lent mystical meaning. Tales from martyrologies are for the most part legendary, especially in cases where miracles are included which are alleged to have accompanied the death of the holy martyrs. Mar 1 YRS, in the Roman Catholic and the Orthodox churches, persons who allegedly were subjected to tortures and perished at the hands of the persecutors of the Christians, but who did not renounce their faith. The worship of martyrs evolved at a time when worship of the saints was developing. Martyrs were to become the first saints in the Christian pantheon. The devotion to God that was ascribed to them, and the unshakable force of their religious convictions were singled out by the clergy as a model for all Christians. Yet, as has since been established by historians, the long and widespread persecution of Christians, that religious writers refer to, did not occur. The actual persecutions of Christians that did take place were not merely sufferings for the faith, since more often than not there were political factors. 334 Maruis involved as well. Veneration of martyrs is used to educate the faithful in a spirit of devotion to the Christian faith and religious fanaticism. Ideas of martyrdom are used to instill into the faithful the idea that sufferings for the faith is the way for the chosen to achieve salvation. Maruts, gods of the winds and storms in the Vedic pantheon, who were originally friends and allies of Indra. According to Indian myths, they kept the heavens and earth apart and control rainfall. Marx, Karl, leader of the international proletariat and founder of scientific communism. In his analysis of religion, its social roots and ways of surmounting it, Marx started out from a dialectical materialist world outlook, from the class objectives of the proletariat. He placed his criticism of religion at the service of the liberation struggle of the working class. Therein lies the distinctive feature of Marxian atheism. After singling out the laws of social development which enabled him to provide a materialist interpretation of history, Marx revealed the causes of the emergence of social consciousness and the patterns underlying the development of its various forms, including that of religion. According to him, religion is the illusory reflection in men's minds of their dependence on the elemental forces of nature, on the one hand, and their enslavement within a given pattern of social relations, on the other. According to Marx, at the initial stages of the development of human society, nature confronted men as a completely alien, all-powerful and unassailable force, leading to the deification of this force. This deification of nature is brought forth by certain social relations, or forms of society. A distorted world, according to Marx, gives rise to a distorted world outlook. In the Genin ideology, Marx and Engels pointed out that in a religious context men turn their empirical world into some kind of imaginary intellectual essence, confronting them as something alien. Marx singled out the social role of religion as the handmaid of the exploiter classes. In a letter to Arnold Ruge he wrote that the sources of religion owed their being not to heaven but to the earth, and with the abolition of distorted reality, whose reflection is religion, the latter would perish. Marx made it plain that religion is to pify the minds of the popular masses, confusing them with impossible dreams, perpetuating social inequality and the ignorance and backwardness of the popular masses. The dictum to the effect that religion was the opium of the people Lenin defined as the cornerstone of the whole Marxist outlook on religion. Marx devoted considerable attention to criticism of Christianity. Christianity, he stressed, cripples and undermines the individual, for the social principles of Christianity preach cowardice, self-contempt, abasement, submissiveness and humbleness, in short, all the qualities of the rabble, and the proletariat, which will not permit itself to be treated as rabble, needs its courage, its self-confidence, its pride and its sense of independence even more than its bread. The social principles of Christianity are sneaking. Massorfe 335. And hypocritical, and the proletariat is revolutionary. Marx linked criticism of religion with criticism of politics and the social practices of the exploiter classes, and he specified the forms of struggle against religion aimed at eliminating it, linked this struggle with the liberation of the working classes, and elimination of the exploitation of man by man. To abolish religion as the illusory happiness of the people is to demand its real happiness. Marxian atheism starts out from the fact that the struggle against religion should go hand in hand with the struggle against other forms of social consciousness of the exploiter classes, which provide the theoretical substantiation for religion. Scientific criticism of religion should be of an all-embracing character. The criticism of heaven turns into the criticism of the earth, the criticism of religion into the criticism of law, and the criticism of theology into the criticism of politics. The struggle against religion is shown to be an essential prerequisite for the formation of the creative personality, The criticism of religion frees man from illusions to make him think and act and shape his reality like a man who has been freed from illusions and has come to reason. Marx demonstrated that religion is not eternal. In Capital he pointed out that the religioneous reflection of the real world can, in any case, only then finally vanish, when the practical relations of everyday life offer to man none but perfectly intelligible and reasonable relations with regard to his fellow men and to nature. The elimination of religion, wrote Marx, presupposes the creation of specific economic prerequisites and essential material conditions. It will disappear gradually, in step with the elimination of the social order based on exploitation and parallel to the advance of socialism. Yet the disappearance of religion is not an automatic process. Here an important role is that of education. Religion will disappear to the degree in which socialism advances. Its disappearance is bound to take place as a result of social development in which an important role belongs to education. Mary, see Our Lady, Mother of God. Mass, the name used for the liturgy in the Roman Catholic Church. The Mass includes the reading of prayers, canticles, and psalms with organ accompaniment. The Mass concludes with the rite of the Eucharist. In accordance with the Constitution on the Liturgy promulgated by the Second Vatican Council, a number of innovations were introduced. It was permitted to hold the Mass in the vernacular. A decision was taken to restore prayers for the whole of the congregation. Special permission was granted by the Pope and a resolution passed by the bishops to allow laymen to communicate in two kinds. Recommendations were made to include elements of popular and folk music, etc. Masoretes, Jewish scholars who revised the Old Testament providing critical notes and detailed 336 Mater Images commentaries. The Masoretes compared the various manuscripts, established the one true text and made sure that texts which deviated from the official version were destroyed. They devised a system of punctuation marks, which indicated how the vowelless words in the Old Testament should be pronounced and established the positions of the gaps between words in what had previously been unbroken portions of text. They calculated and stipulated in precise terms the number of sentences and words in the individual columns of the manuscripts. Mater et Magistra. See Social Encyclicals of the Papacy. Material UNLIY of the world, the materialist principle stating that the world is moving matter, and nothing exists which would not be a specific form of matter, its property, or a form of its movement. This principle took shape on the basis of the achievements of scientific cognition and man's practical mastery of nature. Typical of the systems of pre-Marxist materialists was their linking of the material unity of the world with the acknowledgement of the existence of a basic primary element or material. They saw all existing things and phenomena as its modifications. In the modern era, the smallest indivisible particles, or atoms, were seen as pervading this basic primary element. At the end of the 19th century it was discovered that atoms are complex and consist of even smaller particles, which later came to be known as elementary particles. Yet even these elementary particles do not represent the simplest element. As far back as 1908 Lenin wrote that the electron is as inexhaustible as the atom, a statement which has since been borne out by modern physics, which is drawing ever nearer to discovering the complex structure of elementary particles. While rejecting the idea of a single, simple, unchanging first principle, dialectical materialism asserts the inexhaustible qualitative diversity of moving matter. It is the all-embracing links to be found between the various kinds of matter and also the presence in them of common features and properties, such as movement, space, time, determinism, and reflection, that give rise to the material unity of the world. Marxist philosophy views consciousness as a property of highly organized matter, the higher form of reflection. Advocates of idealism and religion, who present as opposites consciousness and matter, seeing the former as supernatural reality and the latter as natural reality, thereby reject the material unity of the world. The world for them is divided into two, the spiritual and the material. This division distorts the real picture of the world, creating obstacles to man's understanding of it. Materialism, philosophical doctrine that starts out from the idea that physical matter comes first, is primary, while the non-material, consciousness, and the ideal are of a secondary nature. A distinction is drawn between philosophical materialism and spontaneous materialism. Those who adopt a stance of spontaneous materialism hold that outside man and independently of him there exists an ob. Materialism and empiriocriticism 337. Objective material world, however, they do not provide theoretical substantiation for this idea. Philosophical materialism takes this idea as the basis of its theoretical system. Philosophical materialism first took shape in slave-owning society. Over the course of history it has been, as a rule, the world outlook of the forward-looking, progressive strata or classes in society, that had been interested in acquiring objective knowledge concerning nature and society. The following are the main historical forms of materialism: materialism of the ancient world, materialism of the Renaissance, bourgeois materialism of the 17th to 19th centuries, dialectical and historical materialism. Dialectical materialism, expounded by Marx and Engels and developed by Lenin, is the logical continuation and further elaboration of materialist traditions of the past. The basis of any kind of materialism is the recognition of the primacy of the material world, which, according to Heraclitus, no one of gods or men has made and which exists in a state of perpetual flux. Pre-Marxist materialism was not able to provide scientific substantiation for the origin of various phenomena in the intellectual life of society, including religion. The main question in philosophy was often presented as being the question as to whether the world had been created by God or had always existed. As a result of this, materialism, historically speaking, had been closely linked with atheism, providing the philosophical basis for its conclusions and tenets. The materialists of the past tried to explain the origins of religion on the basis of natural, earthbound causes, and gave voice to a good number of correct judgments on this subject. But 22-01018. It was dialectical materialism which revealed for the first time the social and epistemological roots of religion and thus provided a scientific explanation for it. Materialism developed in a constant struggle with idealism and religion. Materialism and empirio-criticism. Critical comments on a reactionary philosophy, the main philosophical work written by Lenin. It was published in 1909, when in Russia, after the defeat of the 1905 revolution, a period of reaction had set in. It gave rise to a crisis in liberalism and petty bourgeois democratism, and a marked upsurge in interest in religion and mysticism and in various forms of idealism. The crisis affected the Social Democrats as well, and this, according to Lenin, found expression in the Marxist epidemic that broke out among the Marxists. Russian Marxists strived to revise the philosophical foundation of Marxism, referring to the outdated nature of materialism and asserting that empirio-criticism answered the needs of science best of all. In this work, Lenin provided an analysis of the reactionary class basis and theoretical nature of Marxism, Neo-Kantianism and other idealist trends. He also demonstrated the inconsistency of bourgeois and revisionist criticism of the dialectical materialist world outlook. Lenin substantiated and elaborated many tenets of Marxist philosophy, above all epistemology and the theory of reflection. In this work, Lenin shed light on the essence of the revolution. 338 Materialism rooted in natural sciences. In the natural sciences, provided a philosophical summary of its achievements and examined the crisis which physics was going through at the beginning of the 20th century, pointing out at the same time as to how it could be overcome. Despite censorship restrictions, the book also criticized religious views and singled out the close link between idealism and fideism, between Marxism and the movement of the God-builders. Lenin rejected the assertions by the Russian Marxists to the effect that they advocated religion as atheism, the deification of the highest human potentialities, etc., underlining as he did so the incompatibility of faith and knowledge, of science and religion. Materialism rooted in Natural sciences, spontaneous materialist and dialectical views of natural scientists. Lenin defined this type of materialism as the instinctive, unwitting, unformed, philosophically unconscious conviction shared by the overwhelming majority of scientists regarding the objective reality of the external world. This materialism is organically linked with man's knowledge of nature and with the development of natural science. It is characterized by spontaneous dialectics, recognition of the objective character of nature and its laws, the possibility of coming to understand the world around us, substantiation for the inconsistency of the religious idealist approach to nature. The limited character of this materialism finds expression in its philosophical vagueness, its lack of a consistent solution for the fundamental question of philosophy and a clear understanding of the fundamental way in which materialism and idealism, on the one hand, and the religious and materialist approach to history, on the other, are opposed to each other. Materialism rooted in the natural sciences gained a wide following in the 19th and 20th centuries, and it provides the foundation for atheism rooted in natural sciences. Lenin attributed considerable philosophical importance to this kind of materialism, regarding it as a foundation against which shatter all the efforts and strivings of the 1001 little schools of philosophical idealism. Modern fideism distorts in every way possible materialism rooted in the natural sciences, identifying it with vulgar and mechanistic materialism. The advance of natural science today demands that natural scientists should make the transition to a stance of dialectical materialism. The beneficial consequences of such a transition can be seen from the evolution of the world outlook of Pierre Langevin, Frederick J. Joliot-Curie and John Bernal. Mathurins, name used in France for the Trinitarians. Their name is derived from their church in Paris dedicated to Saint John of Malta, who founded the Trinitarian order with the aim to ransom captives. The French King Philip II Augustus lent the order his protection, and this made possible its rapid growth and subsequent prosperity. The order owned large landed estates in France, and during the Revolution of 1789 the Trinitarian order was disbanded. Matter and Consciousness 339. Maturin, Nikolai. Soviet scholar, expert in the field of ethnography and the history of early forms of religion. In 1930 to 1935 he was in charge of ethnographic research under the auspices of the USSR Academy of Sciences, and was the director of the Academy's Museum of Anthropology and Ethnography and its Anthropology and Ethnography Research Institute. His main works were Religia Unero da Valtsko-Kamskogo Kraja Prest I Teper, Pravoslavny Kult I Proizvodstvo, Jenskoy Bojhestvo v Pravos 1 of Namkult. O Kerk Posravnite 1 Noi Mythology. Matsuki, any Shintoist ceremony, more often than not a temple festival. Each temple has its own date for a matsuri and its own particular ritualistic details. Usually a matsuri festival is celebrated with a solemn service, performances of kagura, the bearing forth of the symbol of the relevant deity in a special palanquin, accompanied by a procession of the faithful. In the rituals of the matsuri not only priests had an important part to play but also the congregation of the temple concerned. In the processions and mystery plays of the matsuri festival solemn sacral elements were often to be found interwoven in 22*. A peculiar way with comic or sometimes even erotic motifs. Matter and consciousness, elements of being viewed as fundamentally different by those who have a religious idealist world outlook, indeed the latter attribute to consciousness a role superior to that of matter. Theologians regard consciousness as a manifestation of the activity of the immortal soul, that is independent of the body and was given to man by God. Religion presents the essential role of human consciousness as being that of enabling the individual to discover God for himself, to understand God's will and then direct his activity towards the accomplishment of that will. Modern science testifies to the fact that consciousness does not exist without a material vessel, namely, man's brain, and all conceptions of an immortal soul independent of the body are illusory. Materialist thinkers always regarded consciousness as a phenomenon sec andre in relation to matter, but for a long time their actual understanding of matter and consciousness remained oversimplified. Many materialists of the past regarded consciousness as a property inherent in all matter. No explanation was provided, however, for the way in which this property expressed itself, and the dividing line between animate and inanimate nature, between the mind of animals and man's capacity for thought, was blurred. In the mid-19th century, some natural scientists attempted to identify consciousness with some subtle secretion from the brain, similar to the gall secreted by the liver, which represented a blatantly vulgar interpretation of the nature of consciousness. Despite the oversimplification in this approach to the 340 MA-IU nature of consciousness, materialist philosophy and natural science in the pre-Marxist period established that man's consciousness is linked with the activity of the brain and is a reflection in the brain of the external, material world. The consistently scientific solution for the problem of the correlation between matter and consciousness was provided by Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Lenin formulated the idea to the effect that the universal property of matter was reflection, closely related to sensation. In inanimate nature, this manifests itself in the changing of a body under the influence of other bodies. Increasing complexity in the structure of matter leads to increasing complexity in the manifestations of reflection. Characteristic of the simplest of animate bodies is reflection in the form of irritability, which plays an essential role in their self-preservation and their self-propagation. With the appearance in the course of evolution of living multicellular organisms possessing a nervous system and brain, there emerged a mental and emotional form of reflection, making possible interaction via signals between an organism and its habitat. On the basis of shared labor activity and communication via speech, man's consciousness develops as the highest form of reflection, involving thought which not only reflects profound features of all that exists, but is also able to create images for what does not exist. Consciousness enables men successfully to orientate themselves within the existing world, to anticipate the course of events and to channel this course in a desired direction, transforming the material environment in the process of their work and assuming control of it. Despite all this, consciousness remains the secondary factor, molded as it is, in the final analysis, by the all-important influence of the material basis for the life of society, that of productive forces and relations of production. Matthew, St., according to Christian tradition, one of the 12 apostles and author of the first canonical gospel, which was finally compiled in the 2nd century. Matzah. Leavened bread or matzah. Mawlid, a religious festival to mark the birth of the Prophet Muhammad, which is celebrated on the 12th day of Rabi'i, the 3rd month of the Muslim lunar calendar. Maupertuis, Pierre Louis Moroda, French mathematician, physicist and philosopher. He held that all laws of movement can be deduced from the principle of least action, which he formulated: the amount of movement or action used for any change in nature is always the least of all possible amounts. This principle provided for Maupertuis the most convincing evidence for the existence of God. Mauriac, Francois. French Roman Catholic writer. His novels Les Noeuds de Vipers, Thérèse d'Esquereux, La Pharisienne and some others expose with great artistic skill the nature of modern society, with its greed, depravity, soullessness, and hypocrisy, as whose opposite Maya 341. Ryak holds up the norms of Christian morality, which has been trampled on in the hell on earth. Mauriac believes that the modern dilemma of God or revolution should be resolved in God's favor. Maurya, one of the dynasties of ancient India. During the Maurya age, the ideas of Buddhism and Jainism were actively propagated. Under the Emperor Ashoka, texts were officially approved which later became part of the Buddhist canon, and active missionary work was initiated by Buddhist monks beyond the borders of India. Mothner, Fritz. German historian of atheism, positivist philosopher, and advocate of agnosticism and subjective idealism. In general, he was sympathetic towards atheism, regarding as its positive features its anti-dogmatism and antic/ericalism. His main work Der Atheismus und die Seingeschichte im Abendland contains a wealth of important factual material, which, however, is subject to generalizations drawn from an idealist standpoint. Mothner did not accept that atheism stemmed from social conditions and put forward a non-scientific interpretation of a whole range of atheist teachings, including a Marxist one. Maxim Greek, a prominent thinker and propagator of learning. He was born in the Byzantine Empire. In 1492 he traveled to Italy where he met prominent figures of the Renaissance. In 1518 Maxim the Greek was invited to Russia to translate and correct ecclesiastical books. As a man of wide learning he enjoyed considerable influence in Russian society and accomplished a good deal towards acquainting it with the works of classical authors. He also worked to promote both the humanities and natural sciences. In his political works Maxim the Greek exposed certain social practices, branded the vices of the clergy, supporting as he did so the non-possessors in their struggle against the monastery's ownership of land. After that movement had been officially condemned he was accused of heresy and high treason and sentenced to life imprisonment. Maxim the Heretic, a Russian priest involved in the Novgorod heretical movement in the second half of the 15th century. This movement was condemned at the church council held in Moscow in 1490, which pronounced an anathema on Maxim the Heretic and 9 other heretics. Maximus the Confessor, St. Byzantine theologian and important figure in church politics, a prominent opponent of monothelitism and champion of orthodoxy. He wrote commentaries to the works of Dionysius the Pseudo-Areopagite. In 653 at the command of the Byzantine emperor he was arrested and sent into exile on account of his defense of orthodoxy. Maya, in Buddhism the mother of Prince Gautama, the future Buddha, the philosophical category in various movements within Hinduism. 342 Mazza. And Buddhism, an important concept in Vedanta. Thought, the cause of visibility, appearances, the illusory nature of the world, a spiritual strength of God, with whose help the eternal, infinite, and sole Brahman appears finite, plural and variable, i.e. the cause which makes it possible to see unity in diversity and diversity in unity. Maya is God's hidden desire to create the appearance of existence. Mazars, shrines, or mausoleums erected at the spots where Muslim religious leaders or thinkers of the past are buried. Muslims believe that saints are buried in these places and that veneration of these shrines will ensure protection before Allah. In the course of pilgrimages to these shrines livestock is offered in sacrifice. Mazdaism, or the religion of the Magi, religion of ancient Iran, that coexisted alongside Zoroastrianism and in a number of theoretical and practical aspects merged with the latter. The holy book of Mazdaism and Zoroastrianism is the Avesta, in particular the latter part, the smaller Avesta. The supreme deities of Mazdaism are Ahura Mazda, the embodiment of good and the firmament, and patron of the royal dynasty, who manifests himself as fire, and Angra Mainyu, the embodiment of evil. Later in the state of the Achaemenids the goddess of fertility Anahita and Mithras, the god of light, the sun, and purity came to be worshipped as much as the two main gods. The adherents of Mazdaism, unlike the Zoroastrians, acknowledged and honored tribal gods, allowed burials in tombs reduced to a minimum the role of the prophet Zarathustra as mediator between Ahura Mazda and the king. Mazdakites, followers of a religion and philosophical teaching, which was to provide the ideology for a movement of the popular masses in Asia Minor in the 5th and 6th centuries. This movement was led by the Manichaean priest, Mazdak, who called for the elimination of social inequality, identifying the latter with worldly evil. The movement was crushed by the Persian Shah Chosroes II. Meaning only life, concept denoting the purpose of life, man's destiny. In various periods of history conceptions of the meaning of life have acquired different connotations, depending upon the needs and interests of the various classes and sections of society. The question as to the meaning of life acquires special urgency in transitional historical periods, in periods of revolution, when new social ideals are taking shape and old ones are being re-examined. In bourgeois ethical theories, the meaning of life, as a rule, is linked with man's individualistic aspirations. In religious ethics, the solution to the question as to the meaning of life is seen as dependent on man's relationship with God, for man's attainment of personal salvation in the next world is presented as the goal of his existence. In this way, real life is almost stripped of all value. Marxist ethics links the case. Meditation 343. As to the meaning of life with the whole pattern of social relations, i.e., specific traits in men's conceptions regarding the purpose of their existence depend on various concrete historical conditions and arise at various stages of social development. Mecca, town in Saudi Arabia, center of the administrative district of Hejaz. Until the appearance of Islam, Mecca was a religious center for a number of pagan Arab tribes. In the 7th century, Mecca became a holy city for Muslims and their center for pilgrimage. The ancient shrine of the Kaaba with its holy black stone is to be found in Mecca. For 14 centuries, Muslims the world over have turned their faces towards Mecca 5 times a day as they pray. Mecca has about 300,000 inhabitants who for the most part are engaged in the production of articles designed for purposes of religious worship or to meet the needs of the pilgrims. Between 1.5 and 2 million people visit Mecca every year. Mechnikov, Ilya. Russian biologist and one of the founders of evolutionary embryology arid immunology, winner of a Nobel Prize in 1908. He came under the influence of positivism. Mechnikov criticized the pragmatism of William J. Ames, Bergson's intentionalism, teleology and religious and mystical concepts of life and death. Mechnikov countered idealism and religion with the rational world outlook he devised for himself. In his opinion, nature created the human body imperfect and disharmonious. He believed that premature old age prevented the individual from fulfilling his vocation in the world. Hence man's pessimism and fear of death. Science can extend the active existence of man, who once he has realized his potential and achieved his aims in life in advanced old age will be able to accept death. Being a materialist and an atheist, Mechnikov demonstrate the inconsistency of belief in the immortality of the soul and life beyond the grave. He strongly condemned religious bigotry and fanaticism. He saw the harm of religion to lie in the fact that it encouraged man to be submissive and not to combat existing evil. His works include Etudy o Prirodki Lovka, Etudy Optimisma and 40 let iskani Urational Nagomorovizrnaya. Meditation, mental activity of the individual aimed at achieving a state of deep concentration. Meditation presupposes certain changes in the course of physiological and mental processes that find expression in a relaxed state, detachment from external objects and reduced reaction to irritants. There are methods used for meditation, which for the most part have evolved in the East, which include, among other things, mental exercises devised to achieve intellectual concentration. The best known system of meditation is yoga. Meditation is widely used in a variety of religions as a means of distracting the individual from the empirical world and helping him achieve union with the world of the supernatural, i.e., the illusory world. Specific manifestations of meditation include the Jesuits' spiritual exercises and the 344 medium teaching of the path to knowledge of God through stations of worldly renunciation and states of spiritual gifts conferred by God advocated by adherents of Sufism. The practice of meditation gained wide popularity in the wake of the spread of Zen Buddhism. Medium, from the point of view of the adherents of spiritualism, an intermediary between men and the world of spirits, who is allegedly capable of calling forth the spirits of the dead. Megara, one of the 3 Furies or Erinyes in classical mythology. Megara was depicted in the form of a monster, whose head was covered in snakes instead of hair and who carried a torch and a scourge. Mering, Franz, one of the leaders of the left wing of the German Social Democratic Party and founders of the Communist Party of Germany, historian, literary critic, philosopher, and biographer of Karl Marx. In his writings, Mering subjected various trends in bourgeois philosophy and sociology to thoroughgoing criticism. In particular, he came out against idealist theories which ascribed to religion a decisive role in the soul life. In his Lessing legend, über den historischen Materialismus on historical materialism, and in his articles on Christianity, Mering demonstrated how religious concepts were shaped by concrete social and economic factors. Melanchthon, Philip, German theologian, ideologist of the Reformation in Germany, comrade in arms of Martin Luther. Main compiler of the Augsburg Confession and author of the Apology for the Augsburg Confession, which provided the basis for the teaching of Lutheranism. Melanchthon supported Luther and Calvin against the radical trends in the Burger-led Reformation and against Thomas Enzer. After Luther's death, Melanchthon became the leader of the German Lutherans. Melchizedek, according to biblical legend, an ancient Jerusalemite priest king mentioned in the book of Genesis. His name was used to denote an early Christian Gnostic sect founded in the 2nd century, whose followers asserted that Melchizedek was the first and most important incarnation of God, while Christ was only an image of Melchizedek. Meletians, supporters of Bishop Meletius of Lycopolis in Egypt, who refused to acknowledge the service of those priests who had lapsed during persecution of the Christians. The Meletian schism did not win wide-scale support, since its followers were soon absorbed within the far larger numbers of the adherents of Arianism. Melkart, in the Phoenician religion a god, who was the patron of the city of Tyre and seafaring. According to the beliefs of the Phoenicians, Melkart, like Heracles, with whom the Greeks identified him, wandered across the seas, founding colonies and conquering monsters and barbarians. In the course of his wanderings, Melkart was alleged to have mendicant orders 345. Reached the western edge of the world, where he erected the pillars that later came to be known as the Pillars of Melkart. This symbol of Melkart's power accounts for the presence of a pair of pillars in the temples where he was worshipped. The cult of Melkart involved human sacrifice. Menon, in the Orthodox Church, each of the 12 liturgical books which contain the variable parts of the divine office for the immovable feasts. Menander, the ruler of Greek possessions in northern India. Menander adopted Buddhism, calculating that it would further his political ends by procuring him the support of certain strata of the population. In Indian traditions he appears as King Milanda, whose dialogue with Nagasena constitutes the non-canonical Buddhist classic, Milandopanha. Mendel, Gregor Johann, a Moravian monk, founder of genetics. He was born into a family of Roman Catholic peasants and became fascinated by the natural sciences at an early age. After becoming first a monk and later abbot of the monastery in the town of Bryann, he continued to take an interest in the natural sciences and attended lectures at the University of Vienna. Mendel came under the influence of the materialist ideas of the eminent cytologist Franz Unger and developed an interest in Darwinism. All this encouraged in Mendel's world outlook a pronounced leaning towards materialism rooted in natural science. The laws of heredity discovered by Mendel demonstrated its discrete material nature and served to promote its materialist interpretation and undermine speculations on that subject by specialists in theology and advocates of Veda/ism. Mendeleev Dmitry, outstanding Russian scientist and materialist who combated mysticism. Mendeleev's great scientific achievement was the discovery of the periodic system for the classification of chemical elements. His periodic system is of tremendous importance for the materialist world outlook, providing as it does an illustration of the general laws of dialectics and, in particular, of the law of the transition of quantitative changes to qualitative changes. Mendeleev came out against energism, which provided an outlet for the idealist vacillations of a number of physicists of his time, and he waged an uncompromising battle against spiritualism. In response to his initiative, the Physics Society at St. Petersburg University set up a commission, which demonstrated the anti-scientific essence of spiritualism. Mendicant orders, monastic orders in the Roman Catholic Church, whose rules demand from their members that they observe without fail the vow of poverty in the spirit of the early Christians, i.e. rejecting property of any kind and existing on charity. Orders of this type include, among others, the Franciscans, Bernardines, Capuclian, Dominicans, Canalites, Augustinian and Trinitarians. Initially they were set up as a sign of protest. 346 Menno Simons. Against the luxury of the papal court and the way of life of church leaders. The members strictly observed the vow of poverty. The rules for these orders forbade not just individual monks but also the orders as a whole to have any kind of property that would bring in steady revenue. The papacy first viewed the mendicant orders with suspicion and was reluctant to ratify their rules. Yet once it became evident that they were growing rapidly and winning authority and influence, it was decided that they should be granted official recognition and that they should be used in the struggle against the medieval heretical movements, in particular the Albigenses and the Waldenses. Later the mendicant orders became a powerful weapon for extending and consolidating the influence of Roman Catholicism throughout the world in the struggle against progressive movements and ideas. At various times many mendicant orders have turned to the Pope with the request that their rules might be relaxed, and these requests have often been satisfied. This caused the split between the mendicant orders into two camps, one of which supported strict observance of the original rule, while the other supported its relaxation. At the present time observance of the vow of poverty by the mendicant orders is relative to say the least. Menno Simons, a Dutch Roman Catholic priest, who in 1531 went over to join the Anabaptists. The small number of Anabaptists were reorganized by Menno in accordance with principles of peaceful Anabaptism, humility, and nonviolence. Mennonites, adherents of one of the trends in Protestantism, which came into being in the 16th century in the Netherlands on the basis of peaceful Anabaptism. Its founder Menno Simons advocated in his sermons that men should accept what they found in the real world, reject violence, and aspire to moral perfection. The principles of Menno Simon's teaching are expounded in the Declaration of the Chief Articles of our Common Faith. A characteristic feature of Mennonite practice is adult baptism. Church hierarchy is rejected and Mennonite communities are administered on an independent basis. An international body for the Mennonites, known as the Mennonite World Conference, was set up with its headquarters in the USA. Initially the Mennonite faith spread in the Netherlands and Germany, and later in other countries as well. In Russia, Mennonites appeared in the 18th century among the German Coloradonists. Later class differentiation led to a split in the ranks of the Mennonites in Russia. The resultant groupings were known as ecclesiastical and fraternal Mennonites. The latter group began to associate more closely with the Baptists and the two movements began to hold joint services. Leaders of most Mennonite communities were hostile in their response to the October Revolution of 1917. Some of the Mennonites who had left the USSR at the end of the 20s were later to return home. In 1963 the Fraternal Mennonites joined the All-Union Council of Evangelical Christians Baptists. Mermaid 347. Monaugian, liturgical books containing accounts of the lives of the saints arranged chronologically according to the dates on which their memory is honored, also canticles, exhortations, canons, prayers for each day of the month. Together the books cover the whole of the year. The most popular in Russia were to be those compiled by Dmitry of Rostov and the great reader's Monology and compiled by Metropolitan Macarius. Mensching, Gustav. West German religious scholar who wrote on subjects concerned with the philosophy and sociology of religion. He attempted to provide an anti-historical, purely formal classification of religious phenomena. Mercury. In the mythology of ancient Rome, he was the son of Jupiter, god of trading and patron of travelers. He was identified with the Greek god Hermes. Mercury was depicted with a purse in one hand and a staff in the other, in winged sandals and a traveling cloak. Mercy, compassion in action and the concrete expression of kindness towards the poor, unfortunate and suffering. In religious teaching, mercy is singled out as implicit in God's commandments, and it is viewed as one of the virtues with which man is blessed from on high and which help him to overcome his sinfulness. In mercy and truth, atonement is provided for iniquity. Religious teachers tried hard to instill in the faithful the belief that the rich are ordained by God to be rich in order to show mercy to the poor, while the poor are ordained by God to be poor so as to be the recipients of mercy, thus providing religious justification for social inequality. Merezhkovsky, Dmitry, Russian writer and religious philosopher. He was influenced by Dostoevsky, Nietzsche, Vladimir Solovyev and Vasily Rezanov. In the early 1890s he came to prominence as the theoretician of Russian decadent writing. In 1901, on Merezhkovsky's initiative, religious cum philosophical meetings were organized in St. Petersburg, whose aim was to fan the intelligentsia's interest in the church. According to Merezhkovsky, inherent features of traditional Christianity were monastic asceticism and the stark contrast drawn between the spiritual divine principle on the one hand and secular culture and real life on the other. He put forward the idea that the so-called new religious consciousness or true religion would develop out of a synthesis of classical culture and Christianity. In the social sphere this would lead via incarnation of the divine to a statelless religious community. His main works include a 2-volume study of Tolstoy and Dostoevsky, Gryadushchi Kam, N. Emir Nomek, Rozdaniyi Bogov. Mermaid, mythical female figure in the ancient beliefs of various peoples, a creature living in seas, lakes, and rivers. The idea of the mermaid served to 348 Merton. Combine ancient beliefs in water and fertility spirits, and later concepts of the unclean dead. Merton, Robert King B. 1910. American sociologist, advocate of structural functional analysis. In the sociology of religion he starts out from the premise that the main factor in social integration is the system of values shared by the members of the society in question, which serves to underpin the stability of the existing social system. Collapse of that system of values and ideals leads to anomie, i.e. man's alienation from society and the predominance of individualism and egoism in individual and social consciousness. This he sees as the conflict inherent in any industrialized society, misguidedly applying conceptions of antagonistic, class-based societies to all societies without exception. Meru, Mount, in Hindu cosmology the holy mountain at the center of the world, around which revolve the planets. On it stands Shiva, supporting and linking earth, heaven, and hell. It was believed that on this mountain stands the city of the Hindu gods and celestial beings. Meslier, Jean 1664–1729. French atheist thinker and utopian socialist. While serving as a village priest he wrote his main work Le Testament. The Testament. In WCH he spoke out against the social injustices of feudal society, tyranny, the exploitation of the masses, rallying the people to revolutionary struggle. He exposed the true nature of religion, which he saw as a means to consolidate power of the wealthy. He pointed out with convincing arguments the inconsistency of religionist conceptions, church dogmas, and the anti-humanist nature of Christian morality. The church authorities attempted in every way possible to stop the testament being propagated. A complete edition was finally published only in 1864. Messiah. See Messianism. Messianism, teaching regarding the future coming to earth of God's messenger, or a Messiah, sent to establish an order that is just and pleasing to God. This teaching was born of the helplessness of the oppressed masses, of their illusory hope for help from supernatural forces. Originally, the king who underwent the ceremony of anointing during his enthronement was known as the Messiah in Judaism. Following the lapse of the Jewish state there gradually takes shape in the books of the prophets the teaching concerning a Messiah as the future deliverer of the Jews from foreign oppression called upon to renew the covenant between Yahweh and his chosen people. Initially it was anticipated that the Messiah would come down to earth and achieve victory by terrestrial means, although the intervention of supernatural forces would also be inevitable. After numerous attempts to achieve national liberation for the Jews or to establish a Jewish state had failed, the expectations regarding the coming of the Messiah assumed an increasingly mystical character. Messianism manifested itself in Christianity in a rather different form. In accordance with Christian Metaphysics 349. Eschatology, the second coming of the Messiah was to follow after the first, during which Christ had only carried out the initial stage of the mission assigned to him by God the Father. The spreading of Christianity among various peoples of the Roman Empire brought about a transformation of Messianism. The coming of the Messiah began to be interpreted as signifying deliverance for the whole of mankind from all suffering. The original sin of Adam and Eve was now presented as the source of the evil, making redemption essential. Meta-Buddhist religions, a term used to denote various religious sects and movements which evolved in Japan after its defeat in the Second World War, belong to the group known as New Religions and which claim to be showing the faithful the only true paths to salvation. Like other new religions, these are far more accessible to a broad public thanks to significantly simplified rules for joining the religious community, and the absence of burdensome obligations or large financial outlays. These sects promise salvation in the imminent future and during life on earth, as opposed to after death. They offer each member opportunities for self-discovery and create the illusion that the whole of the given community shows concern for the welfare of each individual member. These religions evolved from Buddhism in the form it was lent by the 13th century prophet Nichiren and take as their basic scripture the mantra homage to the lotus of the good law, which Nichiren termed the summation of the Lotus Sutra, one of the most popular Buddhist texts. Intrinsic features of Meta-Buddhist religions are intensive missionary activity and a pronounced interest in political and social questions. The most widespread are Soka Gakkai and Risho Kozeikai. Metagalax, part of the infinite universe, constituting an enormous but finite totality of galaxies and galactic systems. At the present time, part of the metagalaxy incorporating some 1,000 million galaxies is accessible to investigation. It has been established by astronomers that galaxies move away from each other at speeds proportional to the distance between them, and that there exists radiation, which is evenly spread throughout the whole of that part of the metagalaxy accessible to investigation. Hence it follows that between 15,000 and 18,000 million years ago there occurred an enormous explosive transition of matter from an extremely dense hot state to the state to be observed today, and it was at that point that the expansion of the metagalaxy began. The identification by theologians of the Big Bang with God's creation of the world is groundless, since the metagalaxy is only one of the elements in the infinite universe, and the current state of matter in the metagalaxy evolved not from nothing but from an extremely dense and hot state of matter. Furthermore, this transition took place in full accordance with the laws of nature. Metaphysics, Spec. 350 Metempsychosis. Lative philosophical teaching regarding supersensory ultimate causes and principles of all that exists. In this sense, metaphysics is an idealist attempt to deduce philosophical definitions of being from pure reason, independent of experience or the natural sciences. In a wider sense, metaphysics is defined as a philosophical teaching with claims to knowledge of reality as it is, independently of human consciousness and cognition. From this follows on the inclusion of materialism as well in the range of metaphysical teachings. Hegel was the first to use the term to denote a cognitive method, representing the very opposite of dialectics. Marxists regard metaphysics as an anti-dialectical method of thinking, which is one-sided and abstract, tending towards the absolutization and ontologization of formal logical laws which turn here into laws of unchanging and non-contradictory existence. They challenge metaphysics with the theory of dialectical materialism. On the other hand, metaphysics is also found as the absolutization of the changeable nature of all that exists, of the relative nature of things and concepts, leading to relativism and sophistry. In the context of the philosophy of religion, major differences are to be observed with regard to the question as to the relationship between metaphysics and theology. In some cases, as in Aristotle's Rit James, they are presented as one and the same thing, while in others a sharp division is made between the two. Metempsychosis. Transmigration of souls. Methodists, followers of one of the Protestant movements, which came into being in the second quarter of the 18th century in the Anglican Church. In 1729 at Oxford University, John W. Easley founded a small club, whose members were distinguished by their particular religious fervor, and by their tenacity and methodical approach in their study of the Bible. John Wesley sought to reform the Anglican Church, increase the interest of the masses in religion, and with the help of religion blunt the social protest of the working classes against increasingly harsh exploitation at the time when the Industrial Revolution was unfolding. When he failed to receive the support of the official church, he began to organize mass prayer meetings in the open air at which he used to preach sermons, the favorite subject of which was vivid description of the sufferings in hell of unrepentant sinners. Through his preaching, Wesley would often work up his audience into a state of religious ecstasy. In the 3 decades between 1740 and 1770, the Methodists set up an authoritarian, strictly centralized and disciplined organization. The Methodists devoted particular attention to preaching as the main instrument for increasing religious influence over the faithful, and they instituted so-called itinerant preachers. Thanks to these measures, the new movement became widespread in Britain and her American colonies. In 1784, in the town of Baltimore, the Methodist Episcopal Church of the USA was inaugurated. A shortened version of the Anglican Creed was taken as the cornerstone of Methodist dogma. Practices of worship in the Midsummer Festival 351. Methodist Church also retained many features of Anglican worship. At the present time there are Methodist communities in 87 countries with a following totaling 26 million. Methodism is particularly widespread in the United States. The most prominent of these branches is the United Methodist Church of the USA. The Methodists have their own international organization, the World Methodist Council, set up in 1881, which brings together 55 national churches. Every 10 years the Methodists convene a World Conference. The Estonian Methodist Church operates in the USSR. It has a total of 14 communities, numbering about 2,200 believers. Metropolitan, the highest rank in the hierarchy of the Orthodox and certain other Christian churches, apart from the Patriarch himself in those churches in which a patriarchate is established, the head of an ecclesiastical province. In the Anglican Church the term is used for an archbishop, and in the Roman Catholic Church it denotes an archbishop or bishop with authority in certain matters over the dioceses in his province. Michelangelo Buonarroti, Florentine sculptor, painter, architect, and poet. His work constitutes the high point of the realism of the Renaissance and the artistic embodiment of the ideas of Hellenism. Michelangelo exalted the heroic principle in man and his capacity for boundless moral and spiritual growth. His works executed during the crisis of the ideals of the Renaissance are filled with a sense of the tragic discord between faith in man's victory and the actual impossibility of putting humanist ideals into practice in the conditions obtaining at that time. His frescoes entitled The Last Judgment, which aroused indignation in clerical circles, expose social vices and contain images of tragic despair. In his late sculptures the predominant theme is that of man's intense struggle for freedom and his will to act. Midrash, a particular type of Judaic religious literature dating from between 300 and 1200 AD, and consisting of allegorical instructive commentaries on the books of the Old Testament, collections of such works and the pre-achings of religious teachers or lawgivers. In the 13th century these writings were collected and arranged in such a way that it became possible to provide commentaries for the whole of the Old Testament verse by verse. The Midrashim are recommended to the faithful as edifying reading. Midsummer Festival. From ancient times many peoples of Europe have marked the S11 solstice with a special festival, ever since the time of primitive sun worship. Christians adapted this festival to their own requirements by linking it with the birth of Saint John the Baptist, which falls on June 24. This date loomed large in the Slavonic year as well as those of other European peoples, and certain ancient rituals associated with it are still practiced. 352 Mirab. To this day, particularly in country ARS, such as the lighting of bonfires and leaping over the same, the throwing of wreaths into rivers etc. This festival assumed the name of Ivan Kupalo in Russia, Belarusia, and the Ukraine, this popular name for Saint John the Baptist originating from the Slavonic word kupat meaning to bathe. At the present time, although such festivals have virtually lost their Christian associations, the day is marked as a festival of summer and youth in certain parts of the USSR, such as Latvia. Mirab. See Mosque. Milan, Edict of. According to Eusebius of Caesarea, this edict was issued in _313 in Mediolanum by the emperors and co-rulers Licinius and Constantine, who in their struggle for power with each other and with other claimants to the Roman throne, were anxious to win over the Christians to their side. According to this edict, Christianity was recognized as enjoying equal rights with all other religions. Christians gained the right to worship freely and to own property, including real estate. Property that had been confiscated during earlier periods of persecution was restored to them, or they were given compensation for it. From that time on, Christianity began to emerge as the dominant religion in the Roman Empire. At the present time, some scholars voice doubts as to the validity of the account given by Eusebius, since it is now no 11. That as early as 311, under Emperor Galerius, Christians had been given the right to practice their religion freely. Myland Open Ha. See Menander. Military monastic orders, organizations of a monastic type bringing together European knights, who took part in the crusadas of the 12th and 13th centuries. These organizations were set up with the support of the PAPAC, which used them in order to propagate the ideas intrinsic to the fight against the infidels to set free the Lord's sepulchre, and this aim became one of the vows taken by members of the military orders. Another task assumed by these military orders was the care for wounded knights and sick pilgrims. In the East, and later in Europe, these orders seized enormous territories, indulged in plunder and exploited the population, collecting over the years great wealth. The orders gradually turned into powerful organizations which exerted major political influence. The most famous among such orders were the Hospitallers, the TEMP/Ors, the Teutonic and Livonian orders. The Order of Alcantara, the Order of Calatrava and the Order of St. James of Compostela participate in the Spanish conquests in the Americas. The organization of these orders was of a monarchical hierarchical type. Each order was headed by a Grand Master elected for life, who had a council, consisting of the other officials of the order. Gradually these military monastic orders began to lose their importance. The only one to remain intact was Head of the Knights Hospitaller, who later came to be known as the Knights of Malta, after being given the sovereignty of that island in Minaret 353. 1530, which they retained until 1798. The organization is small and has virtually lost all its former influence. Millenarianism or Chil. IASM, a utopian religious teaching regarding the second coming of Christ and his millennium or reign of 1,000 years predicted in the Revelation of St. John the Divine. Millenarianisms believed that this reign would begin on earth and not in the afterlife. This teaching provides an imaginary expression of the dream of the oppressed that they might be set free from oppress, ion and sufferings and enjoy one day a future that would be just and happy. This movement, which evolved in the early days of Christianity, was condemned by the Church in the 3rd century, but was to resurface on various occasions in the form of medieval Christian plebeian heresies, in the democratic wing of the Reformation and later on as well. Imamsa, one of the 6 darshnas or systems of Indian philosophy based on the authority of the Vedas. It is also referred to as Karma-Mimamsa or Purva-Mimamsa, as distinguished from Uttara-Mimamsa or the Vedanta. Adherents of this school of philosophy, which emerged in the 3rd century, believed that the Vedas are not a revelation in the full sense of the word and that 23-01018. The religious and philosophical tenets contained in them required logical substantiation. The basis of the teaching was the conviction that the final liberation from the embodied state, or moksha, cannot be rationally explained or understood with the help of knowledge or any deliberate mental effort alone. In this teaching, attention is focused on unswerving observance by man of his social and religious duty or dharma. From the viewpoint of this philosophy, man's observance of his dharma in itself can bring him to final liberation. Mimamsa philosophy also accepted the material principle that permeates the whole universe. Latter-day commentators emphasized the theological aspect of Mimamsa. Yet at the same time, the extremely realistic and rationalist methodology of Mimamsa justifies attempts to represent it as related to materialism as found in ancient India. Min, the god of fertility in the religion of ancient Egypt, who was often identified with Ammon. Later he became a god of roads and protector of travelers. The corresponding figure in ancient Greek mythology was the god Pan. Minaret, a tower belonging to a mosque, from which the muezzin calls the faithful to namaz with the characteristic summons or azan. At the present time in many countries minarets retain their distinctive architectural features, including one or more balconies, while the call to prayer is made from a small elevation within the courtyard of the mosque. 354 Minbar. Minbar. See Mosque. Minerva, the goddess of wisdom in the mythology of ancient Rome, who was regarded as the patroness of science, handicrafts, art, and healing. From the late 3rd century BC, Minerva came to be identified with the ancient Greek goddess Athena, which led to her being venerated also as the goddess of war and military science and the protectress of cities. Minor orders, the term used to denote the inferior ranks of the ministry in the Christian Church. In the Orthodox Church these include the subdeacon, lector, and cantor who are commissioned by means of chirothesia. In 1972 the minor orders in the Roman Catholic Church were renamed the ministeria and now include only lectors and acolytes. Minorites, another name for the friars minor, members of one of the subdivisions in the Roman Catholic monastic order of the Franciscans. Miracle, in religious practice and religious writing this is presented as a supernatural, incomprehensible event stemming from the will of God and contradicting the laws of nature. Many legends about miracles are to be found in holy books of all religions. In the religions of revelation a miracle is held to be an external sign bearing witness to the truth of divine revelation. With the advance of scientific knowledge belief in miracles is being undermined and it is now definitely on the wane. Miraj, a Muslim festival inaugurated in honor of Muhammad's miraculous night journey from Mecca to Jerusalem, and from there up a radiant ladder to heaven to commune with Allah, and all achieved in no more than an instant, as the theologians assure us. Miraj was celebrated in the month of Rajab. Nowadays many Muslim calendars that make mention of Islamic festivals pass over Miraj in silence. Morocco. See Methraya. Mishnah. Ct al-Mud. Mission, in church usage, a specific religious task assigned to a person or group of persons, connected with the propagation of a specific religion among adherents of different faiths, a group of missionaries sent abroad for religious and social work, a building or group of buildings in which missionary work is performed, or the territory on which such buildings are sited. The Roman Catholic and other Christian churches have numerous missions active in the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Muslim organizations also maintain religious missions. Mission to the workers, involvement of workers from among. Missionary work 355. The faithful in the practical resolution of the political tasks confronting the Roman Catholic Church. To this end numerous church organizations have been set up in various countries that were designed to disseminate the Church's social doctrine among the workers. Missionary societies, organizations of the Protestant churches for the propagation of Christian ideas among people professing other faiths. One of the first of these was the London Missionary Society set up in 1795. In 1797 the Netherlands Missionary Society was set up, and in 1799 the Anglican organization, the Church Missionary Society. Small missionary societies, set up in North America, concerned themselves with the evangelization of the Red Indians. Missionary societies were set up in many countries of Western Europe. The Interdenominational Basel Mission Society for Switzerland and Germany, established in 1815, was active in India, China, and Iran. In 1823 a Society of Evangelical Missions was set up in Paris. In 1824 the Berlin Missionary Society was organized. In 1910 an international conference of Protestant M1SS Tenerife was held in Edinburgh to discuss the question of coordinating the activities of the missionary societies of Great Britain, America, and Europe. The International Missionary Council was set up in 1921. Missionary work, activity of church organizations to propagate religion among adherents of different faiths in their own country and beyond its borders. This work was 2.1*. One of the forms of ideological expansion, which became particularly widespread during the period of colonial seizures and which facilitated the creation and consolidation of colonial empires. Missionaries took an active part in the enslavement and plundering of the peoples of America, Asia, and Africa. Roman Catholic orders of Jesuits, Franciscans, Benedictines, Dominicans et.al. engaged in missionary work. The Congregation for the Propagation of the Faith, that was renamed the Congregation for the Evangelization of the Peoples in 1968, supervised the work of Roman Catholic missionaries. Missionaries in the colonial countries virtually monopolized the field in matters of education and medical services. The encyclicals entitled Fide Donum, Princolon, Seps Pastorum, Populorum Progressio were devoted to missionary work. The question was also discussed at the Second Vatican Council, which issued a decree on missionary activities. In an effort to consolidate the position of the Roman Catholic Church in the countries of Asia and Africa, missionaries began to train priests locally. In the conclaves of 1978 12 cardinals from Africa and 9 from Asia took part. The Protestant churches are also actively engaged in missionary work, having as they do a number of missionary societies at their disposal. The principle of universal priesthood in Protestant communities, such as those of the Baptists and the Adventists, demands 356 MFFLLRAISM. That every believer involve himself in missionary work. Mithraism, a religion linked with the worship of the god Mithras. It appeared in the last centuries before Christ in Persia and later spread to territories of the Roman Empire and Asia Minor. The cult of Mithras had existed in ancient India and Persia long before the appearance of Mithraism, but it had played a secondary role in those lands. Not long before the birth of Christ, Mithraism began to emerge as an independent religion in Persia. Mithras now came to be worshipped as the supreme benevolent deity over against the evil Angra Mainyu, and in this capacity he came to replace Ahura Mazda as sun god and savior, who in good time would engage in an all-important combat with Angra Mainyu and destroy him. The myths on which Mithraism and the cult of Mithras are founded correspond in many respects to the mythology and worship in Christianity. Even the organization of Mithraic communities resembles that of Christian ones. This can be explained, on the one hand, by the adoption by Christians of certain aspects of Mithraism, and, on the other, by the identical socio-historical conditions pertaining at the time when both religions grew up and spread. In the first centuries AD, Mithraism represented a serious rival to Christianity. Mithras. See Mithraism. Mitre, the tall liturgical headdress of a bishop in both the Orthodox and Western churches. Usually embroidered with golden thread. Modern free-thinking in the West is characterized by criticism of religion and the church in conditions of growing secularization. On the one hand, modern criticism of religion is a search for ways in which to adapt bourgeois ideology to conditions of widespread atheism and a lack of faith in general. On the other, it is an expression of the mood to be found in sections of the petty and middle bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia, that is protesting against various social practices sanctioned by religion. Modern free-thinking ranges from religious doubts, pantheism, deism, and agnosticism to rebellious or even nihilistic rejection of religion. Its philosophical basis is provided mainly by various types of idealist philosophy. Prominent representatives of this free-thinking include Bertrand Russell and J. and Paul Sartre. Some of its representatives combine criticism of religion with the denunciation of Marxism. A small group of modern freethinkers which adheres to the principles of 18th-century French materialism and reflects the moods of the most democratic strata of the bourgeoisie, contributes to the growing influence of atheism in modern capitalist society. The main features of modern freethinking in the West are anti-dogmatism, anti-authoritarianism, anti-clericalism, and the propagation of secular morality. Many representatives of modern freethinking are members of the WORLDUNIONOF. Mohammed 357. Freethinkers and the International. Humanist and Ethical Union. Modernism in Theology, one of the methods for adapting religion and theology to new socio-historical conditions, to the Chang'ing mentality of believers. In the process of modernization, various elements of religion are redefined, new concepts take shape, traditional forms of the apology of religion are reviewed, and its dogma is modified. The main objective of religious modernism is to consolidate the hold of religious ideology, to surmount the crisis of faith, and at the same time to elaborate new techniques for combating the scientific materialist WORLD outlook. Modernism is not an organized, clearly defined movement. It is a trend supported by those groups of the clergy, theologians, philosophers and rank and file believers, who think that their updated religionist views are better equipped to defend the interests of religion and the church than those of the traditionalists. While the Vatican at the turn of the century unequivocally condemned the theological works of Louis Duchesne, Alfred Louisy and Edouard Leroy, in which an attempt was made to take a new look at a number of outdated concepts, at the Second Vatican Council held in 1%-1965, modernist ideas proved already to be the predominant ones. The position of moderate renewal is now shared by many Orthodox and Protestant churches, and it has also become widespread in Islam, Buddhism, and other religions. The most radical ideas at the present time are to be encountered in Protestant theology. Modernism today, just like the original variety, aims to revive religion, increase the demand for religion, invent religion, inoculate the people with religion, or strengthen the hold of religion on them in new forms. Muhammad, Arab religious and political leader, the founder of Islam. He is venerated by Muslims as the greatest prophet, God's messenger. It is proclaimed in Islam that there is no God other than Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet. According to tradition, Muhammad was from the Quraysh tribe, was orphaned early, lived as a shepherd, then married a rich widow and became a merchant. In about 610 he began to preach a new religion that later came to be known as Islam. Muhammad called upon men to embrace a new faith, which was based on the acknowledgement of a single God, Allah, and consolidated the social foundation for antagonistic class-based society. In an effort to win the confidence of the people, he also spoke of the brotherhood of the faithful, the need to observe simple norms of morality, of restrictions on usury, and the granting of charitable help to the poor by the rich. The leaders of the Quraysh tribe initially took a hostile view of Muhammad's activity, and in the year 622 he had to flee from Mecca to Yathrib al-Nabi, the city of the Prophet. The year 622 has gone down in history as the main date of Islam, from which the Muslim era is computed. In Medina, Muhammad became the leader of the Muslim community, which people joined not because of tribal blood ties, but Mohammedanism, cause they shared the same faith. Muslims regarded Muhammad as God's messenger, and he enjoyed limitless power among the faithful. In 630 to 631, under Muhammad's leadership, the Muslims gained control of Mecca and later a large number of other parts of Arabia, where Islam took root. The prophethood of Muhammad is one of the fundamental Islamic religious beliefs. His tomb in Medina became the second most important Islamic shrine after the Kaaba. Mohammedanism. See Islam. Moirai, the three goddesses of fate in the mythology of ancient Greece. Clotho spun the thread of life, Lachesis distributed men's lots, and Atropo cut the thread of life at the appointed time. Moksha. See Samsara. Moloch, Greek name for the Semitic god, who was known as Molech in Hebrew and to whom parents sacrificed their children. In the Phoenician religion he was god of the sun and patron of cities and tribes. The cult of Moloch was particularly widespread in Carthage. Moloch was worshipped in the kingdoms of Israel and Judea right up until the reforms of King Josiah, who in 622 BC banned all cults except that of Yahweh. Mohicans, one of the offshoots from the spiritual Christians in Russia. They appeared in the middle of the 18th century among peasants, and in petty bourgeois and merchant circles. The founder of the sect, Semyon Ukline, was a village tailor. The Molochanes referred to the teaching they followed as pure spiritual milk. They turned their back on the Russian Orthodox Church hierarchy, monasticism, icons, relics, and worship of the saints, regarding the Bible as the only source of truth. The Molochanes interpreted it in a spiritual, i.e. ethical light, seeing it as the main guide in their everyday public and private life. According to their beliefs, the true meaning of life and man's salvation and bliss is to be found by unearthing the potential for good latent in man and helping him aspire to moral perfection. The idea of salvation through faith and the renunciation of mediators between God and man brought them nearer to Protestants than anyone else, and this in turn led to their subsequent absorption by the Baptists. A few communities of Molochanes are still active today in the southern part of the territory of the USSR. Moltmann, Georgian, West German theologian. It was his book Theologie der Hoffnung that brought him fame in particular, in which he attempted to reconcile traditional Christian eschatology with the ideas of social theology that had become fashionable in the 1960s. According to Moltmann, the question that is central to Christian theology is the problem of the futur, which is resolved through belief in the second coming of Christ. Moltmann interprets the future not just from the eschatological angle. In his view, hope of divine intervention must go hand in hand with the transformation of society and man himself in the spirit that underlies Christian principles. Monastic Orders 359. Monarchians, followers of a Christian sect of the 2nd and 3rd centuries which opposed the doctrine of the THIRD then being elaborated, since, in their view, this concept threatened to undermine the idea of God as the sole ruler of the universe. The monarchians preached that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit of the Trinity were only manifestations of a single divinity, who in the Old Testament appeared as God the Father, in the New Testament as God the Son, and in the souls of the faithful endowed with divine grace as God the Holy Spirit. From this principle they drew the conclusion that God the Father had suffered, died, and risen again in the person of his Son, Jesus Christ. Monastery, the complex of buildings provided for the use of a monastic community for religious and economic purposes, and also for accommodation. Some Christian churches found monasteries and also Buddhists. The first Buddhist monasteries were set up around 500 BC in India and the first Christian ones in the 3rd and 4th centuries in Egypt. A significant part of the Christian monasteries in Europe were founded in the feudal period. In the USSR, the Russian Orthodox Church, the Georgian Orthodox Church, the Armenian Apostolic Church and also Lamaists have monasteries. Monastic communes, associations of monks which had a communal way of life as laid down in the monastic rule, in contrast to hermit monks. In monastic communes, property was all shared, the monks administered the monastery and its land themselves, they shared their meals and the income they derived from conducting special services and tithes etc. Almost all Roman Catholic and Orthodox monastic communes, Buddhist and other monasteries were organized on these lines. Monastic orders, centralized monastic associations in the Roman Catholic Church, whose activity is regulated by charters approved by the Pope. The first Roman Catholic monastic order was that of the Benedictines, which appeared in the 6th century in Italy, and later spread to a number of other countries. Until the 11th century, monastic orders were independent of the church authorities. In the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, in connection with the Crusades, orders of knights or military monastic orders came into being, who began to be used by the papacy to propagate among the knights of Western Europe the ideas of the fight against the infidels for the liberation of the Lord's sepulchre. In the 12th and 13th centuries, the orders of the Cistercians, Carthusians, and Premonstratensian canons were founded in France. There also appeared then the first of the so-called mendicant orders, such as Franciscans, Dominicans, and later the Canalites, Trinitarians, and Augustinians. The Church made use of these orders for the struggle against heretical movements. Many monastic orders possessed not only great wealth but also enjoyed widespread influence, enabling them to be in control of education, scholarship and 360 monasticism. Culture. In the 15th and 16th centuries, the townspeople and the emergent bourgeoisie demanded that monastic orders be disbanded. The Roman Catholic Church, however, not only declined to close existing orders, but also set up new ones for the fight against Protestantism, in particular the Order of the Jesuits, which led the Counter-Reformation and became one of the mouthpieces of absolutist feudal reaction, a fact which led to the order's disbandment in 1773, during the period of bourgeois revolutions. In 1814, however, it was reinstated and up until the present day has remained one of the largest and most influential monastic orders in the Roman Catholic Church. In the 19th century, a number of new monastic orders were founded, with less strict charters than the earlier ones, which were designated for missionary, catechumenal and charity work. Approximately 140 monastic orders operate in the Roman Catholic Church at the present time. Monasticism. Initially, this meant the secluded life of zealots from various religious faiths, who were bound by voluntary vows to lead a chaste life of unselfish asceticism. Monasticism first evolved as a form of passive protest against inhumane conditions of life in slave-owning and feudal societies, as a desperate gesture reflecting a lack of faith in the possibility of changing those conditions. Later, monasticism became an official institution of the Church, bringing together those who saw isolation from the external world as an ideal way to serve God, who led a secluded life shaped by rules laid down by the Church and aimed at cultivating religious fanatism and total obedience to Church authorities. In monasticism there is a great deal that is deliberately ostentatious, calculated to promote religious exaltation among the faithful. The majority of monks and nuns live in monasteries or convents, but many of them abide by their monastic vows in the life outside and well. Within the Church as a whole, the monastic communities constitute a privileged group, from which Church leaders are recruited. Buddhist monks first appeared in the 6th-5th centuries BC and still play a part as important as ever today. The first Christian monastic communities evolved in the 3rd century. In the West, at the beginning of the Crusades, monastic communities joined forces with the knights and military monastic orders came into being. Mendicant orders also appeared. Monasticism developed in Russia in the 11th century. Kiev-Pechery Monastery was founded in 1051 and many others followed later. Monism, philosophical doctrine according to which there is only one basic element or substance underlying the diverse phenomena of the real world. Materialist monism holds matter to be this element, and idealist monism holds that it is idea or spirit. Scientific, consistent materialist monism is an essential component of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, according to which all that exists represents various forms of moving matter, its aspects and properties. Diametrically opposed to monism are dualism and pluralism. Monk, a member of a particular religious as Monothe Lil SM 361. Association, membership of which is viewed as the ideal way to serve God according to ecclesiastical tradition. The individual preparing to become a monk takes monastic vows, symbolizing his complete renunciation of the world of sin and total obedience to the Church. Buddhist monastic orders are only for men, but in the Christian Church there are monastic orders for women, as well as men. Communities of nuns live in foundations known as convents. UMONKEY trial, name given by world public opinion to the legal proceedings instigated by the authorities in the state of Tennessee in the U.S. against the school teacher John T. Scopes for expounding to his pupils the evolution theory of Charles Darwin, that it was forbidden to teach in several of the U.S. southern states. The trial against Scopes was held in 1925, and he was sentenced to a fine. Even today laws are still in force in a number of states which place restrictions on the propagation of Darwin's evolution theory. Monophysitism, a theological and doctrinal teaching in Christianity, which emerged in the Byzantine Empire in the 5th century. Its founder was held to be an archimandrite from Constantinople by the name of Eutyches, who taught that in the person of Christ there was but one nature, a divine nature, and not two, divine and human, as was maintained by representatives of official church orthodoxy. At the Chalcedon Concile monophysitism was condemned as a heresy and its supporters began to be persecuted as heretics. Behind these doctrinal disputes regarding the nature of Christ lay complex economic, political, and social contradictions between Constantinople and the population in a number of provinces, where separatist sympathies were prevalent. These religious and political differences, that were so closely intertwined with each other, eventually led to a number of uprisings by Christian monophysicalites. 2. Long-term armed struggle and, finally, to a separation of the so-called non-Chalcedonian Churches from the official Byzantine Church. Monotheism, religious concept and teaching concerning a single God, as opposed to polytheism or belief in more than one God. Adherents of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam regard themselves as monotheists. Yet the principle of monotheism is not followed consistently in any religion. When defining the social factors underpinning the emergence of monotheism, Friedrich Engels wrote, "Without the one king, the one God could never have come into being. The oneness of the God controlling the multifarious natural phenomena and holding together the conflicting forces of nature is only the image of the one, the Oriental despot who apparently or in fact holds together conflicting individuals whose interests clash." Monothelitism, a Christian theological and doctrinal teaching that appeared in the early 7th century, according to which Christ allegedly had two natures, divine and human, but one will. This teaching was an attempt to work out a compromise between the monophysitism, the official Orthodox Church, and the Byzantine government. Monothelitism was condemned at the Sixth Ecumenical Council, which declared that God made man had two wills, and, moreover, that his human will was subordinate to his divine one. After that council the influence of monothelitism declined. An offshoot of the movement was the sect of the Maronites, which in the 16th century acknowledged the supremacy of the Vatican monstrance, in the Roman Catholic Church, a vessel or shrine in which the Eucharistic host or relics are carried during religious processions and exposed for veneration. The monstrance for the host is in the shape of a star made of silver or gold supported on a carved base. The host is placed in the middle of the star between panes of glass. Monstrances for relics are made in the form of a carved tower on a decorated pedestal. The relics are on view in the middle of the tower, in a cylindrical glass container. Montaigne, Michel de, French humanist philosopher. In his main work Essays, he subjected theology, dogmatism, and scholasticism to harsh criticism that was profound and all-embracing. He also substantiated his hypothesis to the effect that man is the supreme achievement of Asian. He considered that religion cannot withstand reasoned analysis. He also rejected the idea of the immortality of the soul, regarded consciousness as a property of matter, appealed for toleration and condemned religious fanaticism and hypocrisy. He was to exert a powerful influence on the development of free thinking and atheism in the Europe of the 17th and 18th centuries. Montanism, an early Christian sect which appeared in the middle of the 2nd century in Phrygia. It was named after Montanus, a former priest of Cybele, who after converting to Christianity declared himself to be the Paraclete, at whose coming the kingdom of the Spirit would replace the kingdom of Father and Son. In anticipation of the imminent end of the world and second coming, which was expected to take place in Pipuzza, a small town in Asia Minor, the Montanists advocated asceticism, martyrdom in the name of the true faith, banned any but first marriages, and forbade flight in persecution. The Montanists refused to recognize the authority of the bishops. Although condemned by the official church, Montanism remained influential in Africa, where Tertullian was a prominent member. Some Montanist communities continued to exist until the 8th century. Montesquieu, Charles Louis de, French political philosopher and historian, one of the early advocates of deism. He actively combated scholasticism, calling for free thinking and progressive scientific views. In his satirical writings, Montesquieu singled out the ridiculous nature of certain Christian doctrines and biblical motifs and attacked theological teachings with regard to miracles. Like other representatives of the bourgeois Enlightenment, Montesquieu held that in the final analysis religion had emerged under the influence of the work of lawgiver and was directly dependent on the political structure of the country where it was being practiced. He also formulated the idea to the effect that each religion is adapted to specific geographical and social conditions. From this follows his demand for freedom of worship and equal rights for all religions. Yet he held it to be expedient to retain religion as a tool in state administration and moral education. His main works include Lettres persanes and L'Esprit de Lois. More, George Edward, British idealist philosopher, representative of neorealism. In his work The Refutation of Idealism, More criticized subjective idealism, declaring that perception involves consciousness and the object that is independent of consciousness, and that only common sense forces us to acknowledge the objective nature of the world. According to More, common sense does not rule out the possibility that the world in its very nature is something spiritual, or that divine reason, acts of that reason and life beyond the grave exist. Moral rearmament. C. Bookmanism. Morally 1y, one of the forms of social consciousness, a reflection of the spiritual existence of the individual, one of the spiritual levers for the development of society. In the sphere of moral consciousness, man's attitude to the world and himself develops, and this finds expression in his assessment of men's behavior, customs, character, and convictions from the standpoint of good and evil. Morality helps man define the meaning of life and his vocation. Man's morality manifests itself in his sense of duty, his conscience. In the strict sense of the word, morality is the product of socio-historical development, a manifestation of man's self-awareness and freedom. Individual and social interests in class society represent two opposites, and this is reflected in the sphere of morality as discord between what is obligatory and what is desirable, between egotism and selflessness. The demands of morality are inescapably linked with practical class-based interests, although this link is usually concealed for ideological reasons. This end is served, in particular, by the religious substantiation of morality, which is necessary so as to facilitate the retention of practices that are advantageous for the ruling class. Moravian Brethren. C. Bohemian Brethren. More, Thomas, English humanist, statesman, author of the first secular conception of utopian socialism. He was accused of high treason and beheaded. In his work Utopia, More depicts an ideal society without classes and private property. It was based on principles of labor for all. 364 Morelli. Democracy and humanity, and the goal behind this ideal society was the free development of the individual as the guarantee of the common will. From a standpoint of Renaissance humanism, he criticized scholasticism, the Roman Catholic clergy and religious coercion, seeing in the latter a threat to humanistic culture. He was one of the first champions of religious toleration. Morelli, a writer of the French Enlightenment and a utopian socialist of the 18th century. There are no reliable sources of biographical data on Morkley. In his work Le Code de la Nature ou le véritable esprit de ses lois, he advocated deism. According to Morelli, God is the lawgiver for nature and society. Man, when he comes to understand the laws of nature and society, comes to understand God's divine plan. In his poem Basiliade, Morkley criticizes social inequality and attacks monasticism. His ideal is early Christianity, and from that standpoint he criticizes the religion of his day, regarding it as the accomplice of the oppressors. Nevertheless, he failed to expose the social nature of religion. Mormons, the popular name for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a religious sect that was founded in 1830 in the United States. Its founder, Joseph Smith, published the Book of Mormon, history of the colony of Jerusalem Israelites that had allegedly existed in America and to whom Christ was supposed to have entrusted his teaching recorded by the prophet Mormon on brass tablets. Book of Mormon that had been translated by Joseph Smith contains over 300 quotations from the Bible and is accepted as scripture alongside the Old and New Testaments. The eclectic dogma of the Mormons is based on that book and Smith's own revelations. Initially the Mormons were harassed, but then they settled in the west of the United States where they founded the town, Salt Lake City, that became their Mecca. In 18% the lands that they had settled were admit-lb the Union as the state of Utah. The Mormons hold that their teaching is destined to bring man happiness both in this life and in life after death. The world and its development are subject to the so-called law of progress, and evil and sin arise where men neglect this law. Mormons expect that the end of the world is at hand, as is the last battle with Satan. They regard themselves as the chosen people. Their attitude to other churches and the ecumenical movement is hostile. The Mormons' church is organized according to a strict hierarchy, and is headed by a president acknowledged as a prophet. The main centres for its missionary work are the United States, Britain, Scandinavia, West Germany, Austria, Switzerland, the German Democratic Republic, New Zealand, and Australia. Morozova, Feodosia, a boyar's wife who played an active part in the Old Believer schism in the Russian Orthodox Church, a follower of Archpriest A.V. Vakum. For her adherence to the Old Believers movement, her opposition to the Tsar and Patriarch, she was arrested and subjected to cruel tortures and then banished to the Borovsk monastery. While I'm Mosque 365. Prisoned in the monastery dungeon, she died of hunger. Moses, biblical character, whom Jews and Christians traditionally regard as a prophet of Yahweh and the founder of the religion of the latter's chosen people. According to biblical legend, Yahweh helped Moses to rescue the Jews from their bondage in Egypt and lead them out into Canaan. He also gave to Moses on Mount Sinai tablets on which were engraved the Ten Commandments. To Moses is also traditionally attributed the role of lawgiver and the authorship of the Pentateuch. Muslim sectarianism, general term used to embrace the various movements within Islam, that evolved under the influence of class-based social contradictions. The main branches of Islam are Sunnism and Shiism, and from these there later evolved a large number of different sects. Most of them are varieties of Shiism. The factors underlying the emergence of various Muslim sects were first and foremost socio-political movements, which were lent religious form, since in medieval Muslim society all political, legal, moral and other questions were approached from a religious standpoint. Geographical and climatic conditions, cultural factors, traditions, former popular beliefs prevalent among people who came to adopt Islam all influenced the nature of the Islamic sects that emerged. In Shiism there exist the sects of the Imamites, Ismailis, Zaydis with many ramifications. Although there are no sects in the Sunni branch of Islam, there are various legal schools and groupings nevertheless. Muslim World League, international Islamic organization bringing together the leading figures of Islam from various countries and parts of the world. It was founded in 1962, its headquarters is in Mecca. Its supreme body is the Constituent Council, which consists of 54 religious leaders. The virtual leader of the League is the Secretary General, who is usually elected from among the theologians of Saudi Arabia. The aim of the organization is the propagation of Islamic teaching throughout the world. It publishes a weekly newspaper in Arabic, Akhbar al-Alam al-Islami, and a monthly journal. It carries out wide-ranging missionary work. It has branches in a dozen of countries. The Muslim World League claims to be the leading center for all international non-governmental Islamic organizations. It has the status of a non-governmental consultative organization affiliated to the United Nations. Mosque, place of worship for adherents of Islam, where services are held and sermons are preached. The wall opposite the entrance to a mosque faces Mecca as a rule. In the center of this wall is a niche decorated with texts from the Quran and known as the mihrab, which indicates the direction in which the Muslim worshippers should face during their prayers. To the right of the mihrab is the minbar, a pulpit with steps leading up to it, from which passages from the Quran are read and sermons are 366 Modi'ir of God. Pr 8. The interior walls of the mosque are decorated with vegetable or abstract patterns and extracts from the Quran. Many mosques have minarets, pools, or special buildings set aside for ablutions. Mother of God. See Our Lady, Mother of God. Mounier, Emmanuel, French Catholic philosopher and one of the founders of Persona/ism. He was a representative of the left radicalist trend in Roman Catholic ideology. From a petty bourgeois standpoint, he criticized the vices of capitalism and advocated the restructuring of society according to principles of the early Christian communities. He demanded that the faith fuge should be more actively involved in the solution of social issues. Mourning, form of outward expression of grief over a death or on the occasion of any kind of public or national disaster. The grief finds expression in various customs associated with mourning: the wearing of clothes of a particular color, self-inflicted torture or pain, the cutting of hair, the tearing of clothes, lamentation and eulogy of the deceased, fasting, various religious proscriptions, etc. Customs connected with mourning have their roots in primitive beliefs such as animism or ancestor worship. Mysterian burials, remains of human skulls and bones of Neanderthal men found in Le Moustier cave in southwestern France. Their particularly important scientific significance stems from the fact that these skulls and bones provide ancient evidence of the assumed practices of primitive people in relation to their dead, and indirect evidence of the state of development of their consciousness. These finds, of which to date only some 20-odd have been made, appear to point to deliberate acts of burial. The skeletons were lying on their back or on their right side, as if in a sleeping pose. Some of the finds were discovered in a grave pit dug out of stone. One can hardly imagine that such an arrangement of bones was accidental. It would appear that there existed specific burial practices. Certain facts relating to the finds of Neanderthal skulls with clear traces of burial rituals also serve to bear out the assumptions made with regard to the Mysterian burials. Apart from the human skeletons, remains of the bones of a cave bear have also been found which relate to the same Mousterian age, and some researchers consider that such animals were kept for some special ritual purposes. Various interpretations of the Mousterian bulletin reals are also important in connection with the more general question as to the period when the first religious concepts and rituals came into being, in particular those relating to the emergence of burial rituals. Muezzin, the official of the mosque who summons the faithful Muslims with the call to prayer. Mufti, the leading religious official authority for the Sunni Muslims, who pronounces legal opinions, known as fatwa, on matters connected with the Sharia. In countries where Islam is the established religion, muftis are appointed by the government. In the Muridism 367. USSR muftis are elected at congresses for representatives of the Muslim clergy and the faithful. Muharram, the emmi of the first month in the Muslim lunar calendar. The first day of this month is New Year's Day as celebrated by Muslims. Mujtahid, Muslim theologian who has achieved the highest level of knowledge in the faith and practice of Islam in accordance with the laws laid down in the Quran, and who possesses the prerogative to form independent judgments on questions of dogma, law, and morality. Mujtahids were the founders of legal schools and well-known theologians of the two main branches of Islam, Sunnism and Shi'ism. Mullah, in Islam a scholar, teacher, or religious leader, who leads prayers. Usually he is elected high moslems among the members of the local community. Müller, Friedrich M. Ax, Anglo-German philologist and Indologist, who researched into myths and the history of religion. To his pen posterity owes the translation and publication of a number of ancient Sanskrit texts, in particular that of the Rig Veda. He was a supporter of the naturistic theory with regard to the origin of religion. The appearance of myths he linked with the special features in the evolution of ancient languages. His works bring together rich factual material which helps the reader to understand various aspects of the epistemological roots of religion. Multitheism. See Polytheism. Munzer, Thomas, one of the leaders of the Peasant War in Germany, Spokesman for the Christian plebeian wing of the Reformation. He taught that the kingdom of God, a society without private property, without rich and poor, needed to be built on earth. Munzer's world outlook was of a pantheistic nature. He saw as one the concepts God and world. God for him was the world as a whole, and the divine was none other than all that was earthly elevated to a state of ideal perfection. Wrote Engels, as Munzer's religion is philosophy approached atheism, so his political program approached communism. He was executed after the revolutionary forces he had organized had been defeated. Murid, novice, pupil, and follower of any sheikh preceptor or ulshan. According to the canons of Sufism, murids were total jai subject to the will of their preceptor, and they regularly made their confessions to him and repented for the errors of their ways. Muridism, term loosely used to denote a religious mystical trend in Islam, which spread through the northern Caucasus in the 19th century. The ideology of Muridism was made wide use of in Dagestan in the struggle against the colonial policy of the Russian Tsars. The advocates of Muridism called upon the mountain people to follow the canons of Sufism, to obey the demands of the Sharia, and to wage a holy war jihad against the infidels. Muses, goddesses of the arts and sciences in the mythology of ancient Greece. A muse is initially mentioned as a single goddess, but later their number increased to 9. They were said to be the daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne. The muses' names are first encountered in Hesiod's Theogony. They were venerated as the patronesses of the various arts, but later of sciences as well: Euterpe, Clio, Thalia, Melpomene, Terpsichore, Erato, Polyhymnia, Urania, and Calliope. Musulmana Sovetskogo Vostoka, a journal published by the Muslim Religious Board of Central Asia and Kazakhstan since 1%. It comes out in Uzbek, Arabic, English, French and Persian, and appears 4 times a year. In its pages theological questions are discussed and issues connected with the activities of Muslim religious organizations in the sphere of culture and international links, are published in it, extracts from sermons, and material relating to various Islamic forums. Some of the articles deal with the secular life of Muslims in the Soviet republics of Central Asia and in Kazakhstan. Mutakalaymun, adherents of Orthodox Islamic theology Ka/M. There are 2 main trends among the Mutakalaymun, the Asharis, followers of the theologian Al-Ashari, and the Mutazilites. The Asharis accepted faith as a criterion of truth, declaring that reason was passive and blind. They adhered to the doctrine regarding the Quran as something pre-existent to the world and believed in divine predestination. Mutazilites, adherents of a rationalist trend in Muslim theology, which evolved in the Arabian Caliphate of the 8th and 9th centuries. The main tenets of Mutazilite teaching were unity and justice. For the Mutazilites, unity refers to their strict monotheism, rejection of all attributes of God different from his essence, and the prohibition of any anthropomorphic concepts of God. They denied any possibility of the beatific vision of God, holding that he is imperceptible to the senses. The Mu'tazilites also rejected the doctrine regarding the Quran as pre-existent to the world, seeing it merely as one of Allah's creations, and they waged battle against the advocates of the teaching of predestination. Miasopust, the week before the Great Lent, during which according to the Russian Orthodox canon it is not permitted to eat meat, but during which cheese, butter, and fish may be eaten. Miasoid, the season during which it is permitted in the Russian. Myth 369. Orthodox canon for the faithful to eat meat. In the autumn it lasts from August 15th to November 14th, and in the winter it lasts from December 25th until Shrovetide. Mystagogue, a priest in ancient Greece, who instructed those to be initiated into the mysteries, secret cults in ancient religions, in which only the initiated were allowed to take part. The first mysteries were associated with the cults of divinities in ancient religions of the East, Osiris and Isis, Tammuz, Attis, and Cybele, Mithras. In ancient Greece the best-known mysteries were the Eleusinian, Orphic, and Samothracian ceremonies. Many elements from the mysteries were taken over by Christianity. Mysticism, in the broad sense 1, acceptance of the supernatural sense of the phenomena of nature and society, e.g. the explanation for various events in people's lives with reference to predestination or fate, the interpretation of various discoveries in natural science as demonstration of the existence of mysterious forces. 3. Religious cum philosophical idealist teachings, such as theosophy or anthroposophy, Eastern beliefs and Cu1ts in India, in China, in Japan, in Iran, and Judaism, vestiges of primitive beliefs in spirits in the form of spiri. 24-0101s. Twillism, in magic impersonal forces in the form of occultism, in magical healing etc., various forms of magic in everyday life, attempts to mystify all forms of life and men's activities from sex or sport to eating. In the narrow sense of the word, mysticism is belief in the direct supersensory communication of man with God or the supernatural through personal, religious experience. All mysticism is religious and all religion is mystique. The attitude of the Christian priesthood today to extra-denominational mysticism is contradictory. Its spread is advantageous to the Church since it serves to consolidate the hold of religion, but there is the fear that mysticism, calling as it does upon men to seek union with God themselves, may render irrelevant the mediation of the Church in its capacity as the mystical body of Christ, and that of its ministers. Mysticism can be traced back to primitive magic, astrology, and divination of the ancient world, to its mysteries. One of the features of mysticism today is the attempt to lend it a scientific guise and to persuade people that it can be scientifically substantiated. Rationalism is insufficient to surmount mysticism. All forms and products of consciousness cannot be dissolved by mental criticism, but only by the practical overthrow of the actua, social relations which gave rise to this idealist humbug. Myth, fictitious story, the product of popular imagination, in which phenomena of nature or culture are 370 mythologem. Represented in naive personifications. A myth differs from a fairy tale in that it always constitutes an attempt to explain phenomena. A myth differs from a legend in that it is not based on any historical event. The question as to the connection between myths and religion is a most complex one. Some scholars identify myths and religion, whereas others see them as the opposites, holding that myths only besmirch religion. Some scholars are of the opinion that mixing religion with myths adulterates the latter, since they originally gave expression to man's creative imagination, rooted in his labor experience. Mythogem, a concept used in the study of religion to express the basic or recurrent idea contained in a myth. The British ethnographer James Fraser, for example, discovered the mythologem of the king sorcerer, who dies and is replaced and who bears magic responsibility for the harvest and the welfare of his tribe. In the course of time this mythologium was to be passed down through many ancient myths and eventually be transformed into the idea of gods who die and eome back to life. Mythowgical school, a movement in historiography of early Christianity, which set out to demonstrate that the gospel story of Jesus Christ was a myth. Three distinct periods can be singled out in the development of this school. The first is linked with the names of the French scholars Charles Dupuy and Constantin Violani, who devised the astral theory to explain the origin of myths, according to which myths are personifications of both animate and inanimate phenomena of nature, and Christ is an allegory of the sun. The second is linked with the work of the German young Hegel and Mo Bauer and representatives of the Dutch radical school. While shedding light on the contradictory nature of the Gospels, Bauer interprets them as fictitious stories, deliberate inventions of single writers. He also made a tangible contribution to the study of ideological prerequisites for the emergence of Christianity. The third period in the development of this school began in the early 20th century and is linked with the names of John Robinson and Thomas Whitaker, who elaborated the hypothesis to the effect that there had been a pre-Christian cult of Jesus, and also those of Andrzej Niemojewski and Arlher Drews. The latter studied Gnosticism as a source of Christian beliefs. These scholars greatly contributed to investigation of the origins of Christianity. But being idealist thinkers, they failed to reveal the socio-economic factors underlying the emergence of this religion. Mythological thinking, a archaic stage of ideology consisting in a syncretic unity of primitive religious notions, poetic creation, and rudimentary empirical knowledge of the world. Characteristic features of this type of thinking are failure to set man apart from his natural environment, the ascribing of human features and properties to natural phenomena, the lack of a clear dividing line between the concepts subject and object, material and ideal, spatial and temporal, etc., underdeveloped abstract mythology. 371. Seps versus highly developed perception, that is of a definitely elementary sensual nature, no distinction between nature and culture, i.e. between phenomena from the world of nature and things that are man's handiwork. Mythological thinking played a significant part in the genesis of religious mythology, philosophy, folklore, and it influenced the development of literature. Mythological thinking coexisted in time with scientific thinking, and they represented two separate levels of knowledge and understanding of the world, with mythological thinking being founded on emotional intuitive principle, and scientific thinking proceeding from the logical principle. Mythological thinking is still encountered nowadays, and, moreover, not only in societies with an archaic social structure, but also among what are today the culturally advanced peoples. Mythology, body of myths, i.e. stories born of popular fancy, in which phenomena of nature and social life are embodied in the tangible artistic images. During the early stages of human history, mythology combined in an intricate way elements of realistic knowledge of the world with artistic images, moral 2-4*, precepts and prescriptions, and religious ideas. The most widespread myths are stories regarding the origin and evolution of the world, the sun, the moon, the stars, etc., the origin of animals and man. Myths are still an essential ingredient of religion. As they evolved, the world religions adopted various motifs from the ancient myths, while at the same time creating new ones. Christianity, for example, made use of ancient myths such as those relating to gods who die and rise again and to redemptive sacrifices, while at the same time elaborating its own original ones, concerning such things as the descent of the Holy Ghost upon the apostles. As human society developed, mythology lost its significance as a universal method for achieving an understanding of the real world. Discovery of the laws of nature, and man's growing power over external forces undermined the foundation on which myths grew up. Karl Marx was to write, "All mythology subdues, dominates, and fashions the forces of nature in the imagination, and through the imagination, it therefore disappears when real domination over these forces is established." The study of myths aimed at singling out the essence of the latter and examining the diversity of mythological phenomena. N. Nakiachik, among the Russian Old Believers a man well versed in theological and ecclesiastical literature, who would be the leader of an Old Believers community. In public debates these men would argue with missionaries of the Russian Xi'an Orthodox Church. They would also compose works to justify their own beliefs, defending the most important principles of the Old Believer movement. Nagarjuna, philosopher, theologian, poet, reformer of Buddhism and founder of the Shunyatavada doctrine. He maintained that there is nothing in the world apart from effects, predetermined by causes, and that everything else is a mirage or void. Consequently, there are no objects or thoughts in the world, only a continuous stream of samsara. Offshoots of Nagarjuna's teaching were the Vijnanavada, Tantrism and Zen Buddhism, all of which proceeded from the idea of intuitive knowledge. Nagasena, one of the early expounders of Buddhism. He put forward the idea the effect that the individual is a transitory state of consciousness, which means that he appears for a moment and disappears almost immediately. This kind of identity of object and subject was to influence the development of Buddhist philosophy, which found expression in a negation of the existence of objects. The world came to be seen as no more than a combination of dhanas. Nawutlism, an advanced form of the worship of personal spirit protectors, represented in the form of animals or birds by the Indians of Central America. Naiads, nymphs of rivers and springs in the mythology of ancient Greece. The belief in naiads can be traced back to primitive worship of water. Naiads were regarded as the protectresses of men, animals, and plants, possessed of healing powers and able to tegi the future and call forth poetic inspiration. Naigeon, Jacques-André, French materialist philosopher and atheist, representative of the younger generation of thinkers belonging to the Enlightenment. In his main work Les Militaires Philosophes he maintains that all religions are false. Like other materialists of the 18th century he did not progress far enough to be able to identify the class roots of religion, and he held that religion could be done away with through legislation and improved education. Nalbandian, Mikhail. Armenian writer, materialist philosopher and revolutionary democrat. National Council of TIIE Churches of CHRISF in TIIE USA 373. He saw ignorance and social oppression as the causes underlying the appearance of religion. Nalbandian criticized religious morality, as he held that truly moral relationships between people could not exist in a society founded on social oppression and exploitation. Namaz, compulsory prayers in Islam to be recited 5 times every day, including reading of the Fatiha and excerpts from other surahs of the Quran, recitation of the exact version of established formulae for prayers during which the faithful bow down, kneel, prostrate themselves, sit cross-legged etc. The namaz can be executed in any clean place, where the believer spreads out a small mat or some outer garment, on which to stand, sit, or kneel. On Friday days it is recommended in the Sharia that the namaz should be performed in a mosque. Name day. It is the custom among Orthodox and Roman Catholics to celebrate as a personal festival the day on which the saint, whose name they bear, is honored. Protestants, who reject veneration of the saints, do not celebrate name days. At the present time name days are for the most part celebrated in keeping with familiar traditions and have largely lost their religious connotations. Nanak, the founder of Sikhism, who was born in the Punjab into a family of merchants belonging to the Kshatriya caste. He visited many religious centers in India and the countries of the Middle East, after which he proclaimed himself to be guru and expounded the tenets of his teaching, that represented an attempt at a synthesis of Hinduism and Islam. Nanak condemned polytheism, both Hindu and Muslim ritual, and spoke out for toleration. He also fiercely criticized the caste system, demanding social equality and active efforts to promote the welfare of society. Later Nanak's teaching came to provide a banner for the people's anti-feudal struggle. Nance, Edict of, an edict issued by the French King Henry IV in 1598. It signified the end of the religious wars in France between the Roman Catholics and the Protestants. The Edict of Nantes granted the Huguenots free exercise of their religion and a number of civic rights, that had previously been denied them. It met with resistance on the part of the Roman Catholic clergy and the provincial assemblies, which were controlled by the Church. It was revoked by Louis XIV in 1685. Nastavnik, religious leader of the communities belonging to the Bispopovtsy group of the Russian Old Believers. He is elected by the entire community and is responsible for administering the sacraments of baptism and confession and also for conducting services and occasional religious rites. For those Bispopovtsy in favor of marriage, Nastavniks also administer the sacrament of holy matrimony. National Council of The Churches of Christ in the USA, the largest and most influential of the interdenominational organizations embracing a number of Prots. 374 national religions. Tant and Orthodox churches in the USA. It was set up in 1950 after a shake-up of the Federal Council of the Churches of Christ that had existed since 1904. A leading role in the National Council is played by the United Church of Christ, the United Presbyterian Church in the USA and the United Methodist Church. The Council follows a liberal theological line and has a marked ecumenical orientation. National religions. See ethnic religions. NATM1Y of Christ, Christ. Mass, one of the main Christian festivals. In the Orthodox Church it numbers among the TWL great feasts. It is celebrated on December 25. The disparity between the dates on which the celebration of the Nativity of Christ falls in the Western and Eastern churches stems from the different systems of chronology they use. The foundation for this festival is the Gospel legend concerning the birth of the Son of God by the Virgin Mary. Its earliest sources should, however, be sought in pre-Christian cults. In ancient Egypt the birthday of the god Osiris was celebrated on January 6 and in ancient Greece the birth of Dionysus was celebrated on the same day. On December 25 the birth of Mithras, worshipped in ancient Iran, was celebrated. These festivals coincided approximately with the day of the winter solstice, with which was linked the turn towards spring. The birth of these gods was associated with the rebirth of nature in the spring. Initially the Nativity of Christ was celebrated on January 6, together with the baptism of Christ in the Jordan and the Epiphany. It was only in the 4th century that Christmas was moved to December 25, which stemmed from attempts to supplant the worship of Mithras that had become widespread in the Roman Empire. After becoming established in various countries, the festival of the Nativity of Christ came to incorporate many rites and customs from popular festivals that had been celebrated in the past and which were lent a new interpretation in accordance with Christian dogma. In Russia, for instance, the Nativity of Christ coincided with the ancient Slav festival Svyatki, and Christians adopted the most widespread rites associated with that popular festival, although it bore no relation to the legend of Christ. At the present time, as in the past, the Nativity of Christ occupies a central place in Christian ritual. Religious preachers underline that with the birth of Christ there opened up the possibility of salvation, eternal life and heavenly bliss for all men, regardless of their social roots and the place they occupied in society. On Christmas Day sermons ring forth from church pulpits, stressing the idea that man is totally dependent on God and that without trust in Him he cannot count on attaining happiness. Ideas of this sort condemn men to passive expectation of favors from heaven. Natm1Y of the Mother of God, a Christian festival which is numbered in the Orthodox Church among the TWL great feasts. It is celebrated on September 21. Its importance stems from the role which the Christian Church assigns to the Mother of God, who gave to mankind its Savior, Jesus Christ. This festival took root no earlier. Natural religion 375. Than the second half of the 5th century. It was then that a more or less complete biography of the Mother of God was compiled. When substantiating the divine nature of Mary, the Church held that she had been conceived in accordance with God's promise. In 1854 the Roman Catholic Church also accepted the doctrine concerning the Immaculate Conception of Mary by her mother Anna. The Orthodox Church, however, does not accept that doctrine. The festival of the Nativity of the Mother of God was always used by the clergy to instill into believers the idea that each one of them must strive to follow the path of the righteous ones, among whom pride of place was accorded to the Mother of God. Special attention was paid in this connection to the particular popularity which the Mother of God enjoyed among women believers, who held that she was their supplicant or protectress before the throne of God. Natural law, the concept according to which law is rooted in man's own nature. In classical philosophy, natural law appears as a moral idea. Norms of morality are defined by an order that serve to organize all that exists within a well-regulated cosmos. The concept of natural law was linked with doubts as to the consistency of the legal norms sanctioned by the gods. In Christian thought, natural law takes legal norms from divine law inherent in human nature thanks to the act of divine creation. Later the concept of natural law was elaborated mainly in Roman Catholic theology. In the Protestant churches this concept was not accepted. The thinkers of the Enlightenment formulated their own teaching regarding natural law, which they regarded as an ideological tool in the struggle against the feudal order and the official church. Natural religion, teaching about religion as if it were a characteristic of human nature. It came into being on the basis of deism. It was at its height in the 17th and 18th centuries. The founder of this trend was Herbert of Cherbury. He started out from the existence of innate or general concepts, which are defined as the simplest, primary concepts, which are not derivative and are immediately convincing. After examining existing religions from this standpoint, Cherbury formulated natural religion as a teaching that acknowledged the existence of a supreme being, the need for it to be honored through the practice of virtue and piety, the possibility of the redemption of sins through repentance, and also immortality and just retribution or reward in both life on earth and beyond the grave. Cherbury's followers later came to acknowledge the boundless rights of human reason. Somewhat heterogeneous views of the adherents of natural religion were conducive to the emergence of different trends within this teaching. In the age of the struggle against feudalism and the domination of the official church, natural religion provided the progressive bourgeoisie with a convenient and smooth form for a break with religion while formally paying lip service to it. Natural religion was put 376 natural science into practice in France under Robespierre in his attempt to establish a cult of the supreme being. It was propagated by Rousseau and Voltaire. It made its mark in Germany in the form of reformist Judaism. Supporters of natural religion included Locke, Matthew T. Indel, John T. Oland, Lessing, and Hermann Remarus. In the 19th and 20th centuries, certain positivists and existentialists turned to the concept of natural religion. Feuerbach lent a different meaning to the concept. He saw it to represent primitive beliefs embodying the forces of nature. Natural science, the range of sciences concerned with nature, one of the three main spheres of knowledge, the natural scientific foundation for the materialist world outlook. Natural science is linked with production and through it exerts an influence on the life of society. It influences philosophical materialism and the dialectical materialist interpretation of nature, and it plays a part in the creation of a scientific picture of the world. The development of natural science shattered the religious picture of the world. It provided natural scientific substantiation for the principle of the indestructibility and non-created nature of matter. Darwinism gave rise to a scientific theory of evolution and refuted teleology and creationism. The advance of physiology paved the way for scientific substantiation of materialist psychology and the dialectical materialist theory of reflection. The revolution in natural science at the turn of the century, which added a new dimension to man's conception of the structure of matter, its connections with movement, time, and space and so on, facilitate the advance of the scientific world outlook. Achievements in biology, particularly genetics, are also of important materialist significance. since they shed light on the hereditary mechanisms of self-reproduction and the evolution of the living nature. Modern astronomy has also significantly enriched our picture of the world. The ideological struggle surrounding the achievements in the realm of natural science has borne out Lenin's premise to the effect that theories of natural history which conflicted with the old prejudices of theology provoked, and still provoke, the most rabid opposition. Modern fideism attempts to neutralize materialist conclusions drawn from natural scientific data and substantiate the possibility that it could march hand in hand with religion. The whole course of development of natural science shows that it is a true ally of philosophical materialism in the struggle against religion and idealism. The objective internal processes of differentiation and integration have turned natural science from a grouping together of separate sciences into an integrated all-embracing system of knowledge regarding nature, that is diametrically opposed to the religious world outlook. Naturistic theory, a conception explaining the origin of religion with reference to man's failure to understand Natu. Nazari 377. Real phenomena, in particular astral and meteorological ones. Charles Dupuy can be considered a forerunner of this theory. By the middle of the 19th century, when scholars had gathered together large amounts of factual material on comparative mythology and philology of the ancient Indo-Europeans, the comparative study of materials relating to Jagion and mythology of the various peoples enabled the advocates of this theory and particularly its mythological school to prove, following some of Dupuy's ideas, that ancient religious beliefs, which they identified with mythology, came into being because people, who could not understand the reasons for the movement of the heavenly bodies, for wind, hail, rain etc., deified these phenomena, lending them human or animal form. According to the advocates of naturistic theory, fairy tales, folk songs, popular rituals and customs, all echoed ancient astral mythological beliefs. Although this theory drew on extensive factual material, it was one-sided in that it approached religion as no more than a contemplative or mental activity of man, divorced from any social roots and not in its development from more primitive to more advanced forms, but rather as decline and degradation of what had existed in ancient times. The leading exponent of this theory was Friedrich Max Müller. At the beginning of the 20th century, ethnographers tried to revive this theory, which was later utilized by those who devised the theory of unmonotheismus. Nauka I Religia, a monthly illustrated journal that has been published in the USSR since September 1959. While aimed at the general reader, including those practicing a religion, it also caters for propagators of atheism. It treats a wide range of questions covering Marxist atheism, Marxist history of religion, the practice of atheist education, history of religious beliefs, free thinking and atheism, the role of religion and the church in history and their place in the modern world, philosophical interpretation of topical problems and scientific achievements and so on. Nazarene, the Jesus Christ is sometimes referred to in this way in the Gospels, since he allegedly came from the town of Nazareth and lived in it. Nazareth, town in Lower Galilee, Israel. According to the Gospels, it was the place where Jesus Christ's parents lived, and he as well, until the age of 30. In view of the fact that Nazareth is not mentioned either in the list of Galilean towns in the book of Joshua, or the works of Josephus Flavius, or in the Talmud, some experts consider that at the time when Christ is held to have lived, Nazareth had not been in existence. Other scholars assume that Nazareth is not mentioned in the above listed sources because at that time it had only been a small village. Nazarites or Nazirites, ascetics and preachers in ancient Judea. The outward sign of participation in this body was the Nazarites' refusal to cut their hair and drink wine and a vow to avoid defilement by contact. 378 Nebo. With a dead body. In the last centuries BC, the movement of the Nazarites merged with that of the Essenes. It is possible that it was from the ranks of these groups that the first Christians emerged. Nebo, the god of wisdom and the patron of the arts and sciences in the Babylonian religion. He was one of the 12 main gods of Babylon and was identified with the planet Mercury. The cult of Nebo also spread to Assyria. Necrolatry lists or registers of the dead kept by the church, in particular such lists of high-ranking members of the church hierarchy, monarchs, charitable benefactors, whose names are read aloud during services, announcements of the reliefs of prominent people, usually of a panegyric variety, and more are only known as obituaries. Nectar, in the mythology of ancient Greece, a drink that was partaken of by the gods together with ambrosia which provided their food. According to Homer, nectar was like red wine and was mixed with water before being drunk. Nectar gave the gods immortality and eternal youth, and it protected the bodies of the living from decay. N. Doncel, Maurice Gustave, French Roman Catholic philosopher, one of the representatives of persona/ism. Characteristic of his work was an extremely abstract, anti-historical interpretation of the concept central to personalism, namely, that of the individual. He regarded the individual's capacity to discover within himself the emotions of the other as his most important attribute. To this concept he lent mystical significance, and the highest form of this concept, the other, was God himself. According to Doncel, only man's mystical involvement with God can make possible his links with other people. On this basis he endeavors to establish universal brotherhood for individuals, a brotherhood which Doncel describes in rather utopian terms. Nehemiah, Jewish political figure of the 5th century BC, appointed by the Persian king Artaxerxes I. The ancient Greeks likened her to Athena. Necrasophsi, a group from among the Bispopovtsi branch of the Old Believers. They were descendants of the Don Cossacks led by Ataman Ignat Necras, who had fled to Turkey to escape persecution from the Russian government, following the defeat of the popular uprising led by Kondraty Bulavin. After that, some of them settled in the Dobroja region of Bulgaria and others in Asia Minor. After living as an ethnically isolated community over 250 years, the Necrasophsi developed into an ethnic religious group, whose members were not assimilated among the people in the countries where they were living. In 1962 they returned to their home country and settled in the Stavropol region of the Soviet Union. In a context of new economic and socio-cultural relations, the spiritual attitudes of the Necrasophsi underwent noticeable changes. Researchers have established that the patriarchal patterns of family life and relationships have become more democratic. Many members of the community have also been abandoning religion. Nemesis, the goddess of retribution and vengeance in the mythology of ancient Greece. She was depicted with the attributes of balance, control, punishment, and speed. Neo-Augustinianism, one of the trends in contemporary Roman Catholic philosophy, which is carrying forward its Platonic Augustinian tradition. Neo-Augustinianism is based on principles of intuitionalism, and rejects rational means of influence in favor of exclusively emotional ones, by appealing to man's emotional and moral experience. While accepting the traditional means for drawing men to religion used in Roman Catholicism, Neo-Augustinianism also attaches crucial importance to the provision of a psychological context such as would facilitate the acceptance of rational arguments. Faith, according to the Neo-Augustinians, is not knowledge but a directly experienced link between man and God, a feeling stemming from man's need for the divine. Neo-Augustinianism is represented by a number of religious philosophical schools: philosophy of action, the philosophy of the spirit, Christian existentialism, activism, persona/ism. Neo-Buddhism, a reformist religious movement aimed at adapting Buddhism to the modern world. Various trends within Buddhism, between which fierce struggles rage, reflect the specific nature of the social conditions obtaining at present in the countries where this religion is widespread. The variety in the forms Neo-Buddhism takes also stems from the fact that Buddhism has no clearly defined, well-established organizational structure and no single philosophical conception. In an attempt to provide a social interpretation of Buddhism, reference is made. 380 Neo-Christianity. To various tenets of Buddhist philosophy on causal connections, to elements of dialectics contained in it, the theory of knowledge, psychoanalysis, etc. Concepts of historical progress and development are being introduced, while the teaching regarding Kayana is being played down. Attempts are made to emphasize similarities between communism and Buddhism, by making reference to certain principles underlying the way of life found in Buddhist monastic communities. In modern Neo-Buddhism there is a trend to be observed towards less emphasis on human reason and more on faith. Neo-Christianly. See New Christianity. Neo-Confucianism, the most important philosophical movement in the history of Chinese thought after classical Confucianism, it appeared during the Sung dynasty and was then developed further during the Ming dynasty. Its emergence and flowering are linked with the names of a number of thinkers including Zhou Tunai, Chang Tsai, the brothers Cheng Chenghao and Cheng Ai, and Chu Shi. The most important of the schools of Neo-Confucianism was the Cheng Chu school, i.e. that of the brothers Cheng and Chu Shi. In the exposition provided by Chu Shi, the ideas of Neo-Confucianism constituted a dualistic teaching concerning two principles, the ideal, primary principle Li, and the material, secondary principle Chi. Li needs to be attached to a specific Chi, and Chi is inseparable from Li, which provides the law of its exist. Hence, all that is real and all that is possible is contained in the great ultimate that possesses no physical form and actualizes in all things taken in their totality and also viewed separately. The Li of a man or thing constitutes its nature, both real and concrete. The most famous of the Neo-Confucians of the Ming period was Wang Yongming. He developed a monistic teaching, in which the ideal principle, or Li, was viewed as the first cause of the world, while the material principle, Chi, was presented as merely derived from Li. Neo-Hinduism, a reformist religion. This movement aimed at removing a number of obsolete social norms and rules in Hinduism, in particular those connected with the social relations between the castes, above all attitudes towards the so-called untouchables. A more active approach to involvement in politics and social labor is being advocated, as is the need to introduce new rules and attitudes, by taking care of people's everyday needs. When it comes to the interpretation of men's basic aims in life, attention is being focused first and foremost on the ideals of the Dana. Less attention has come to be attached to the idea of moksha, or liberation. Advocates of Neo-Hinduism call for a more rational approach to a number of religious concepts and for secularism, which in the context of India would mean primarily the acknowledgement of all denominations as equal. Neo-Shintoism 381. Neo-Orthodoxy, a term used by theologians from the school founded by Karl Barth and Emil Brunner in order to stress their adherence to the principles of the Reformation and the continuity that could be traced from Luther and Calvin through to dialectical theology, aimed at countering liberal Protestant theology. Neo-Orthodoxy starts out from the insoluble tragic contradictions inherent in human existence. It tends towards social pessimism, that finds expression in the neo-orthodox presentation of man and God, of creation and the Creator, and of reason and faith as opposites. Neophyte, originally a new convert to Christianity, a newly baptized follower of Christ's teaching, a newly ordained priest or a monk who had just taken his monastic vows. Later the term assumed a wider meaning and is now used to denote any new convert to any religion, or, even more broadly, a beginner, a tyro. Neoplatonism, the last and most influential idealist movement in the philosophy of the ancient world, which took shape on the basis of a reworking of Plato's teaching in a spirit of Hellenistic Roman eclecticism and religious philosophical syncretism. The Neoplatonists endeavored to inject new life into dying paganism by interpreting polytheistic mythology in terms of Greek philosophy. The theology of Neoplatonism includes a teaching regarding the Ultimate One, from which emanate the mind of the universe and the soul of the universe, which, in their turn, give rise to nature. The Neoplatonists present matter as the lowest limit of such emanation, and they identify matter with non-being. The process of emanation is complemented by a process of the return of all that exists to the original primordial principle, the ultimate being or God, which man himself can become through contemplation and practice of virtue aimed at likeness to God. When elaborating their own doctrines, the early Christians took over from Neoplatonism a number of its main ideas. Neoplatonism greatly influenced the philosophy of the patristic age and also the whole of medieval philosophy. Neo-scholasticism, a concept which embraces various trends in religious philosophy that endeavored to reinstate medieval scholasticism. The appearance of neo-scholasticism dates from the 16th century. Neo-scholastic thinkers attempted to adapt the teaching of St. Thomas Aquinas to new currents in science and philosophy and thus to defend scholasticism against criticism from the progressive thinkers of the Renaissance and the modern era. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, the so-called Roman Catholic Restoration began in Italy and Germany, which was aimed at restoring the influence of scholastic philosophy. By the middle of the 19th century, the spread of neo-scholasticism was proceeding on an increasingly wide scale and assuming new forms. The main thrust of this development was along neo-Thomist lines. Neo-Shintoism, a movement in Shintoism, which appeared mainly in 382 Neo-Taoism. Post-war Japan and spread to a whole range of organizations that came under the heading of the new religions. This is the largest and the least homogeneous of the groups numbering among the new religions. Some of the adherents of Neo-Shintoism have close affinities with Shrine Shinto or are under the influence of Confucianism. Another group of the Neo-Shinto religions represents the result of mutual influence between Shinto and Buddhism, or Shinto and Christianity. Neo-Thomism, the predominant objective idealist trend in the philosophy of Roman Catholicism. It became widespread in the countries where Roman Catholicism was the dominant religion. The Neo-Thomists aimed to provide philosophical substantiation for Christian teaching. While remaining faithful to the main ideas of Thomism, the advocates of Neo-Thomism strive to adapt it to modern conditions, by providing a theological interpretation for the findings of contemporary natural sciences and linking up Thomism with certain tenets put forward by the latest of the idealist schools. This characteristic of Neo-Thomism has become particularly pronounced after the Second Vatican Council, and it made its influence felt in the socio-political program put forward by that council, in the greater readiness to compromise, in the more marked tendency to justify the social role of Roman Catholicism as the third force in the struggle between socialism and capitalism. Yet none of this changes the unmistakable trend to be observed in the social doctrine of Roman Catholicism, which is designed to justify capitalist social practices and preserve the latter intact. Nephthys, a goddess in the religion of ancient Egypt, daughter of the sky goddess Nut and the earth god Keb, sister of Osiris and Isis, sister of Seth. Together with Isis, Nephthys mourns Osiris, killed by Seth, and recites a number of spells so as to bring him back to life. Nephthys was venerated as guardian of the dead. Neptune, one of the main gods of ancient Rome. Originally he was the god of flowing water, regarded as the protector of the fields from drought. After he had been identified with the Greek god Poseidon, he began to be venerated as the god of the seas. In Christianity, the figures of Saint Phocas and Saint Nicholas Ofmyra in Lycia incorporated many characteristics associated with Neptune. Nereids, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the 50 daughters of the sea god Nereus, who allegedly helped sailors during shipwrecks. The most famous of them were Amphitrite, Thetis, and Galatea. Nereus, a sea god in Greek mythology, endowed with the gift of prophecy and a personification of the calm sea. Nero, Claudius Caesar. Roman emperor from the year 54. New Christopher 383 AD. According to available sources, he was a cruel, conceited, and dissolute tyrant. He pursued a policy of wide-scale repression which set various Romans straight against him. The first mass-scale persecution of Christians was associated with his name, after they had been accused of setting fire to Rome in 64. Neranov, Ivan, prominent Russian church figure, one of the leaders of the Old Believer Schism, mentor and friend of Awakam. On account of his public statements against Patriarch Nikon, in 1653 he was exiled to a monastery in Vologda and later to the one at Kandalaksha, from which he escaped to Moscow. While in exile he continued to denounce Nikon. At a church council in 1666 he repented, and in 169 he was appointed archimandrite at the Danilov monastery in Peroslavl-Zalesky. Nesmyov, Victor. Russian religious philosopher and theologian. He devoted his attention mainly to questions of religious anthropology. In his opinion, the main purpose of philosophy was to study the existence of free man endowed with reason, who, while being a simple entity in the physical world, also belongs to a spiritual world, himself being made in God's image. Man's awareness of himself and the knowledge of God are granted to him directly via religious experience. This anthropological theory appears in Nesmilov's teaching as a dogmatic precondition for the theory of reality, the link between six olents, sin and guilt, on the one hand, and man's freedom, on the other, for his view of morality as likeness to God and so on. His main work was Nanksa Oki Lovk. Nestorianism, a movement in Christianity, which came into being in the Byzantine Empire in the early 5th century. Its founder was Nestorius, the Patriarch of Constantinople, who recognized Jesus Christ as a man who had overcome human frailty and become the Messiah. From this standpoint he maintained that the Virgin Mary was not Our Lady, Mother of God, but mother of a human being. Nestorius held that there were two separate persons in Christ, human and divine, which had never completely merged as one. Nestorius was condemned as a heretic at the Ecumenical Council in Ephesus in 431. Fleeing from persecution, the Nestorians resettled to the east of the Byzantine Empire. Contemporary Western theologians maintain that Nestorianism did not go beyond the limits of Orthodox teaching. Today there are Nestorians to be found in Iran, Iraq, Syria, and India. Nestorius, Patriarch of Constantinople in 428 to 431, before which he had been a monk in Antioch. He was the founder of Nestorianism. Nestorius was deposed by the Ecumenical Council in Ephesus in 431, condemned as a heretic and banished to Egypt. Netovsky. CSP as persuasion. New Christianly, religious revivalist movement in Russian social thought at the beginning of the 20th century, aimed at seeking ways of adapting Christianity to life against a background of the crisis of the auto. 384 New Humanism. Chrissy and of the traditional forms of socio-political life associated with it. It emerged as a reaction to the inability of the traditional Russian Orthodox Church effectively to stem the advance of revolutionary events in Russia and the spread of the ideas of Marxism among the masses. One of the best known of the representatives of New Christianity was Bishop Sergius. The ideas of this movement were also widely propagated by such thinkers as Nikolai Berdyaev, Dmitry Merezhkovsky, Sergei Bulgakov, and Semyon Frank. Starting out from a basis of Russian orthodoxy, they tried to reform it, so that a dynamic religious ideology might take shape, capable of bringing its influence to bear not only on the liberal bourgeoisie and those sections of the intelligentsia drawn from the bourgeoisie and the nobility, but also on the popular masses. The political ideal of the New Christians was the conception of a free theocracy adopted from Vladimir Solovyev, and their religious creed was so-called dynamic dogmatism, which did not reject Christian doctrines but merely envisaged a new interpretation of those doctrines that would correspond to the spirit of the times. New Humanist, monthly journal put out by the Rationalist Press Association, that is closely linked with the WORLDUNIONOF Freethinkers. This journal advocates unconditional recognition of a predominant role for reason over against religious faith, rationalist philosophy and ethics, secular education and secularism in general. Plus, New Testament, part of the Bible which is venerated as holy scripture by Christians. The name New Testament is linked with the teaching concerning the new covenant made by God with men through Jesus Christ. The NT consists of 27 books, 4 Gospels, the Acts of the Apostles, 21 Epistles, and the Revelation of St. John the Divine. The order in which the books of the NT appeared does not correspond with the order in which they are arranged in canon and which is accepted in the Christian tradition. The first to appear in late 68 early 69 was the Revelation of St. John, then certain of the Apostles in the 90s of the 1st century and the early 2nd century, the Gospels in the 2nd quarter of the 2nd century, and in the middle of the 2nd century the Acts and the remaining epistles. The overall significance of all these books of the NT for the Church and the Christian tradition was to tell of the assumption of human form by Jesus Christ the Son of God, who came down to earth in order to redeem man's original sin, and of the way in which Christ carried out that mission, to tell of his residential erection after the crucifixion and his ascension into heaven, where he was to wait until it was time for him to appear on earth a second time and complete his salvation of the human race, and of the work to propagate Christ's teaching undertaken by his disciples, as a result of which the first Christian communities came into being, and then the Church itself. Certain links in that chain of beliefs find only inconsistent and contradictory expression in the NT, so that to group them in some kind of whole proved a most difficult task for the theologians. Hence the numerous contradictory interpretations of the Nicholas of CUSA. Meaning of the NT, which appeared in the history of Christianity as justification for the standpoints adopted by Christian movements disputing amongst themselves on issues concerning questions of belief and socio-political ones as well. The NT canon was only established gradually against a background of struggle between various communities of early Christians. Over a long period many works used to circulate as canonical holy scriptures, which either were not included in the canon in the end, or acknowledged as apocryphal, dozens of apocryphal Gospels according to St. Thomas, St. James, St. Peter etc., the Revelation of St. Peter, and a number of epistles and books of the Acts. On the other hand, the canonical nature of the Revelation of St. John, which was included in the Christian canon later than most books, was questioned for a long time. It is generally held that the NT canon was ratified at the Council of Laodicea. In actual fact, however, its composition has been the subject of discussion on a number of occasions at subsequent local and ecumenical councils. Even the texts of the canonical books of the NT have undergone many changes. Newton, Sir Isaac. English physicist and mathematician. Starting out from the laws of classical mechanics and the law of gravitation he himself had formulated, he elaborated, in his major treatise Philosophic Naturalis Principia Mathematica, a theory concerning the movement of celestial bodies and completed calculations for the heliocentric system. He was the first to compile the scientific, mechanistic picture of the world, thus greatly facilitating the advance of science and materialist philosophy. The limitations of mechanistic materialism led Newton to acknowledge the need for a first impulse as the cause behind the appearance of the world, but he forbade God any further interference in his solar system. Newton provided justification for the autonomous development of science and an unorthodox interpretation of a number of biblical prophecies. Nicaea, Councils of c. Ecumenical or General Councils. Nicholas of CUSA. German philosopher, scholar, theologian, and cardinal in the Roman Catholic Church. In his main work De Doctrinal Norentia he developed the ideas of pantheism that were associated with heretical mysticism. As a scholar he sought exact methods for investigating nature. In his philosophy he defended the principle of the unity of opposites, the idea that all that exists is interconnected, that the universe is infinite, that the laws governing the celestial and the terrestrial world are identical, and he was a forerunner of heliocentrism. Nicholas of CUSA's humanistic interpretation of man was at the root of his acceptance of the power of human reason and of man's never-ending advance towards the truth. Nicholas of CUSA was to influence 386 Nicholas of Myra in Lycia. The development of the natural philosophy of the Renaissance. Nicholas of Myra in Lycia, Saint C. Nicholas the Miracle. W. Owerker, St. Nicholas the Miracle Worker, St., one of the most venerated of Christian saints. According to church tradition, he was bishop of the town of Myra in Lycia and was persecuted by Emperor Diocletian. He became famous as a miracle worker and was canonized. Yet, as has since been established, Nicholas was a figure of legend, and the story of his life was copied almost word for word from the description of the life of another saint, Nicholas of Pina. This saint's popularity among the faithful led to him being declared the patron of sailors and traders and of farming, the protector of the poor and needy, the helper of simple folk in their sorrows and misfortunes. He was regarded as the patron saint of Russia. Saint Nicholas is also considered the protector of children, bringing them gifts on Christmas. Nicolaitans, Christian sects and movements in various periods, which were accused by their opponents of violating the seventh commandment, i.e., "Thou shalt not commit adultery," an early Christian sect in the Middle East, which was alleged to have communal wives, Roman Catholic priests who rejected the vow of celibacy after the Cluny Re-Ephon, a Bohemian sect in the 15th century, who rejected the institution of the family and property. The teachings and way of life of the Nicolaitans reflected their protest against the asceticism and the hypocrisy of the Church, yet in the teachings of the Bohemian Nicolaitans there are also some early utopian socialist ideas to be found, albeit with religious overtones. Niebuhr, Reinhold, American theologian, one of this century's foremost thinkers in Protestantism. The crisis that swept the United States in the late 20s led Niebuhr to turn his back on the traditions of liberal theology with its intrinsic faith in progress, and he analyzed this crisis from the standpoint of social pessimism characteristic of dialectical theology. In his work Moral Man and Immoral Society, Niebuhr came out against the optimist ethics of the social gospel and stressed man's sinfulness, maintaining that hopes of man perfecting himself were illusory. According to Niebuhr, the task of Christianity is to help man to understand his own ambivalent nature and to reject attempts to influence the course of history, instead becoming more aware of his guilt before God and putting his trust in the redeeming strength of God's love. His other works include The Nature and Destiny of Man and Faith and History. Niemojewski, Andrzej, Polish poet, political journalist and representative of the mythological school. In his works God, Jesus and the Philosophy of the Life of Jesus, he maintains that there is no real evidence for the actual existence of Jesus. 4. Nihilism, Religious 387. Niemojewski, the Gospels are works of fiction, pertaining to the dying tradition of religious astral poetry and philosophy. He held that ancient Oriental religions were one of the sources for the myth of Jesus Christ. Niemojewski's theory contains some rather arbitrary interpretations. Nietzsche, Friedrich Wilhelm, German thinker, who substantially influenced European philosophy and literature of the 20th century. In his works such as Also sprach Zarathustra, Menschliches also Menschliches, Der Antichrist, and Der Wille zur Macht, Christian ethics are subjected to harsh criticism, as depriving man of the fullness of life, emphasizing his powerlessness and undermining his instinct for self-preservation. Christianity, from Nietzsche's point of view, is more harmful than any vice. Nietzsche is one of the most savage opponents of the popular masses, of the herd in his parlance, which he counters with the ideal of the Superman, who sets himself above good and evil and asserts his will for power. Although Nietzsche rejected the idea of a world beyond the grave, he cannot be numbered among atheists. His atheist views are presented as the opposite to religionist views, yet can only exist in the light of religious views, since they are a negation of the latter. The world Nietzsche sees as something which lacks purpose, this finding expresses in the idea of eternal recurrence that in Nietzsche's Ritus Ings possesses mystical implications. Nietzsche's ideas provided justification for amoralism and the glorification of force. Nietzscheanism, trend in the culture of Europe at the turn of the century, which took shape under the influence of the ideas of Friedrich Nietzsche. It is characterized by a radical break with traditional philosophy and ideas of bourgeois democracy. Intrinsic to Nietzscheanism are a reactionary political stance and extreme individualism. The ideas that constitute Nietzscheanism were used by imperialist reactionary circles, in particular the Nazis, to propagate racism and the idea of world domination by the Aryan race. Night service, a service in the Orthodox Church, which begins after sunset and finishes more often than not after midnight on the eve of Sunday and the major Christian festivals. This practice can be traced back to the traditions of the first Christians, who were in the habit of celebrating their services at night. Nihilism, religious, total rejection of religion that is not linked with any positive ideals. At the level of ordinary consciousness it finds expression in a lack of spirituality, and a fundamentally practical attitude to life. Theoretically it is associated with subjective idealist philosophy of a voluntarist nature. Features of religious nihilism come clearly to the fore in the works, for example, of Friedrich Nietzsche, who contrasts the Superman standing beyond good and evil with the herd, thus adopting a blatantly in 388 Nika humane stance and turning his back on objectively operating social laws. The refusal to accept any positive content in spiritual culture and their unprincipled cynicism made the critique of religion put forward by the representatives of religious nihilism appear superficial and also explains why they could so easily make the transition to mysticism. Religious nihilism nowadays assumes a variety of forms. Racists in the USA attack Christianity, by putting forward the idea of quality, i.e. racial purity, in its place, while Satanists recommend commandments of hate in place of the Christian commandments, etc. Identification of atheism and religious nihilism is a common feature of the writings put out by those who distort Marxism. Nikah, religious marriage in Islam, conducted by a mullah, who reads the appropriate prayers and passages from the Quran. The marriage ceremony can be performed in a mosque or at home. The Sharia allows a Muslim to have as many as 4 official wives. A man can dissolve his marriage by pronouncing the word talaq 3 times. A marriage can also be dissolved at the request of a wife, but in the court. Nike, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the personification of victory in battle or in competition. She was depicted in the form of a winged woman, wearing a laurel wreath and with a palm branch in her hand. Nike was one of the attributes of Athena as goddess of victory. Nikita Pustisvayat, one of the theoreticians of the Old Believers schism in the Russian Orthodox Church. At the Church Council of 1666 to 1667 he was excommunicated, but he repented. In 1682 he joined the movement of the Soldier dissenters anxious to restore the old piety in Russia. He took part in an open ecclesiastical debate, which took place on July 5, 1682 in the Hall of Facets of the Moscow Kremlin. He was arrested and executed on the instructions of Tsarevna Sofia. Nikolsky, Nikolai. Soviet Orientalist and historian of religion. He published a number of works which provided expositions and support for the conclusions drawn by adherents of historical criticism regarding the origins of the Old Testament. He also worked on the history of the Russian Orthodox Church. His main works are Istoria Ruskoy Tserkvi and Politeism I Monoteism v Drevny Evrayskoy Religii. Nikolsky, Vladimir. Soviet historian and ethnographer. He concerned himself with the history of the Old Believers and the history of primitive society, devoting special attention to the question as to the origins of religion. His main works are Prawaskostaniyi Nashko Letashaslinia and Prawahajniyi Religii. Nikon. Patriarch of Moscow and all Rus. He comes from a peasant family. First he was a priest in Moscow, then a monk, archimandrite of Moscow's Noah 389. Novospassky Monastery 1646, and from 1648 Metropolitan of Novgorod. He established a close relationship with Tsar Alexei Mikhailovich, with whose support he became Patriarch in 1652. In order to consolidate the position of the Russian Orthodox Church and enhance its prestige, Nikon introduced reforms in the order of services, which sparked off a movement demanding the retention of the old rituals, and this development then led to the Old Believers schism. The attempt to make the Patriarchate superior in power to the autocracy eventually led to conflict between Nikon and the Tsar. Calculating as he did so that the Tsar would not be able to manage without him, Nikon divested himself of patriarchal office in 1658, however this blackmail did not succeed. The Church Council deposed Nikon in 1666 and he was then banished to a monastery in the north of Russia. Nilis of the Tsara, st. real name Nikolai Maykov, c. 1433–1508, Russian church leader, ideologist of the non-possessors movement and founder of the small monastic community on the river Tsara, near the St. Cyril Monastery by the Lake Beloye in the north of Russia. In his main work, The Monastic Directory, he advocated asceticism, rejection of the concerns of this world, renunciation on the part of the monasteries of landed property and the accumulation of wealth, i.e. of all possessions. In this way St. Nilis had hoped to enhance the moral authority of the Church and to concentrate its activities on strictly religious matters. At the 1503 Church Council in Moscow he supported the proposal made by Tsar Ivan III to deprive the monasteries of their landed possessions. This proposal, however, met with strong opposition from the Oesifaliani and was rejected. Nirvana, concept central to the religious philosophy of Buddhism and Jainism. The term is used to denote complete disappearance, final release from the bonds of samsara, the highest state of mind, in which all earthly ties have been surmounted and which is free of all desires and passions. Nirvana constitutes a break in the cycle of reincarnations, absolute and inviolable peace. Nirvana defies all definitions. With regard to the way in which nirvana should be precisely understood, there has always been controversy between Buddhist theologians and scholars, which still continues. In Brahmanism and Hinduism, nirvana is interpreted as complete absorption into Brahman. Nizami of Ganja, Azerbaijani poet and thinker. He attacked religious concepts regarding the structure of the universe and defended the idea of an orb-shaped earth. Nizami was rather skeptical about the idea of life beyond the grave. Noah, righteous man in the Old Testament, who was saved in an ark with all his family during the flood, when the rest of mankind was destroyed. Representatives of all the world's species of animals were also 390 nominalism saved together with him. At the end of the 150 days of the flood, all those aboard the ark were again able to resettle on dry land. Nominalism, one of the main theories to emerge in medieval scholastic philosophy. Insisting that only individual things really existed, advocates of nominalism rejected the tenet of the realists, who acknowledged the existence of universals in the divine mind. While for the extreme nominalists only individual things existed and universal concepts were mere sounds, for the moderate nominalists these concepts were deemed to emerge in human consciousness in the course of abstraction, and the existence of universals was acknowledged, if not outside the confines of human reason, then at least within that very same mind as it sought after truth. When applied to Christian theology, nominalism led to a rejection of a single divine substance constituting the three persons of the Trinity. The most outstanding nominalist philosophers in the 1-14th centuries were Russellinus, Pierre Abelard, Duns Scotus, and William of Ockham. The solution of the problem of universal concepts in nominalism was rather anti-dialectic and could well lead to subjectivism. At the same time, nominalism directed philosophical searching away from theological questions towards the study of the world of natural phenomena. Nomo Canon, a collection of Byzantine ecclesiastical canons and imperial laws, concerning the Church and its rules. At the end of the 13th century the Nomoka Non provided the basis for the Russian Kormchayeniga, that served as a guide or manual for the Russian Orthodox Church, in particular for the Church Court. Nonconformists, see dissenters, non-possessors, religious cum-political movement in Russia in the late 15th and early 16th century, whose adherents demanded that the Church renounce possession, seen as contradictory to the ideals of the Gospels and undermining the authority of the Church. The ideas providing substantiation for this demand were to be found in the works of, among others, Saint Ni/Usof the Sara. In his monastic directory, Saint Nilus maintained that the acquisition of property was incompatible with monastic vows, with a strict, ascetic way of life and with individual labor as a means of subsistence. His pupil, Vassian Koswa, advocated the confiscation of landed estates belonging to the monasteries to be subsequently divided up between the lesser feudal lords. The non-possessors were opposed by the Osif/Yana led by Saint Iosif Volotsky, who convinced Tsar Ivan IV that he should not support the non-possessors, since they were opposed to the policy of consolidating the power of the Grand Princes. The Church Council of 1503 condemned the non-possessors movement and came out in favor of the Church retaining its landed property. Yet the struggle between the non-possessors and the Osifliana was not yet. Novgorod-Moscow heresy 391. Over. It was only after the Church Council of 1531 that the non-possessors were finally defeated. The non-possessors exerted a powerful influence on the emergence of the anti-feudal heretical movements of the 16th century. Norms, religious, a type of social norms laid down by religion. They influence men's attitudes and determine their behavior. Any religion includes a set of religious norms, with the help of which it regulates social relations. These norms consist of rules of behavior, and the indications as to the means securing all these rules. A characteristic feature of the Holy Scriptures is the scattering through them of the injunctions dealing with religious norms. Thus, the commandment exhorting man to honor his parents found in certain passages of the Bible is reinforced, in some places, by the promise of prosperity and long life if the commandment is kept, in other places, by the threat of death for those who fail to keep it, while in certain other passages no approval or disapproval is expressed at all. Rules of behavior that are established by religious organizations are presented by theologians as the concretization of divine laws. Novatianists, one of the early Christian sects, which broke away from the Church during the reign of Emperor Decius. The Novatianists insisted that the Church could not grant forgiveness to those Christians, who, under threat of repression from the Roman authorities, had made sacrifices to pagan gods and thus betrayed their faith. The Church condemned their leeching as heretical, however their communities continued to exist up until the 8th century. The movement of the Novatianists provided an outlet for the dissatisfaction of the Christians strongest in their faith with the compromise, entered into by the Church, with pagan power. The consequence of the Novatianists' leeching was the transition throughout the Christian Church, which took place at the end of the 3rd century, from public penance to private confession. Novgorod-Moscow here. SY, anti-clerical and anti-feudal movement in Russia in the mid-15th century. Like the medieval heresies in WCS turn Europe, it was one of the forms of opposition to feudalism and advocated a revival of early Christian traditions and the abolition of the closed institution of priesthood. The general socio-political implications of the Novgorod and Moscow heresies did not rule out the inclusion of certain specific points in their programs, while features intrinsic to both were, a critical approach to the Christian doctrine of the Trinity, rejection of the holiness of icons, the Eucharist and other sacraments, rejection of the Church as an institution, and of the Church hierarchy, set up on a basis of bribes and leading an unworthy way of life. In this respect the Novgorod-Moscow heresy had affinities with the heresy of the Strigalniks. The demand that the Church should renounce its AQ. 392 Novgorod safe. Mutation of wealth provided theoretical substantiation for the secularization of the estates belonging to the Church in Novgorod. This meant that the criticism of the foundations of Christianity was aimed against the feudal state. The Novgorod heresy was supported in the main by white priests and members of their families. The social background of the freethinkers in Moscow was somewhat different, among them were also represented the boyars, merchants, scribes, and other social groups. They called into question the authority of the writings of the Fathers of the Church, rejected monasticism and the teachings concerning the day of judgment, the resurrection of the dead and man's immortality. The Church Councils of 1488, 1490 and 1504 condemned the Novgorod Moscow heresy. An anathema was pronounced upon its adherents and many of them were executed. Novgorodtsev, Pavel, Russian bourgeois legal expert and sociologist. After the October 1917 revolution he emigrated, being a supporter of the old regime. He rejected materialism from a stance of transcendental idealism. Novgorodtsev held that morality depends upon an absolute divine principle, and used this idea to substantiate a concept of natural law as traditionally advocated by adherents of social theology. Novice, a probationary member of a monastic community preparing to embark upon monastic life. He is called upon to perform various lowly tasks during church services and in the monastery's economy. Nuncio, permanent diplomatic representative of the Vatican in states, with which the latter has diplomatic relations. In a number of countries the nuncio is the doyen of the diplomatic corps. A nuncio also supervises the activity of the Roman Catholic Church in the country where he is resident. Nasaris, a Shiite sect of Islam. In their teachings they had much in common with the Ismailis, but these teachings also contain elements of ancient Eastern astral cults and of Christianity. The Nasaris revere the Caliph Ali as God incarnate, the sun and the moon. They believe in the transmigration of souls and celebrate a number of Christian festivals. The Nasaris inhabit northern Syria and Turkey. Nud. Sikab. Naya, one of the schools of ancient Indian philosophy, the emergence of which is linked with the name of Akshapada Gautama. The main principles of this philosophy were formulated in their definitive version by the 2nd century. In the teaching of this school epistemological questions were investigated and for the first time in India a syllogistic theory was elaborated. The Naya school is most closely linked with another philosophical system of ancient India, namely, Vaisheshika. From about the 7th cen. Nim 393. Turi onwards the teaching of the Naya school accepted the main ontological principles and the atomism of the Vaisheshika system, which was rooted in strong materialist traditions. New York Aya Sutra, the original source for the Nyaya philosophical system, whose author is held to be Akshapada Gautama. The final version was compiled between the 2nd and 4th centuries. It consists of 5 books, each of which contains 2 sections. According to the Naya Sutra, the process of cognition leads to an elimination of false knowledge, which, in its turn, eliminates evil and suffering. The wisdom contained in the Vedas is not deemed here to be supernatural. The Naya Sutra adopted an indifferent stance to the idea of God, whom it presented neither as the real cause of man's existence, nor as the cause of the existence of the universe, which had come into being as a result of the Svabhavaveda, i.e. natural causality. Later interpreters of the Naya Sutra tried to emasculate its atheist significance. New York PH, Greek word used in mythology to denote a category of female divinities of inferior rank, who personified elements of the natural landscape, seas, springs and rivers, trees, mountains, meadows, islands, and hills etc. Most nymphs' worship was confined to their own mountains, springs, groves, or even individual trees. 0. Oberon, king of the elves, a character in old French legends of the 12th century connected with Charlemagne that were later assembled in a popular prose work. Obo, a heap of stones piled up by believers for purposes of worship. On the summits of mountains, at mountain passes, on roads through the steppe, by rivers and springs. Originally they constituted primitive sanctuaries constructed to honor spirits, who would be regarded as masters of the locality in question. They were also the places where religious rituals associated with shamanism were enacted for Mongolian and some Turkic tribes. As Lamaism spread, These master spirits turned into the divinities of the Lamaist pantheon, while the Oho, which did not undergo significant changes, became objects of Lamaist worship. Aboniatakilga, ritual performed round an obo and consisting in magic calls upon God, his subsequent regaling with food and praise, or incantations to frighten him away. Food, coins and silk scarfs are offered to him as sacrifices. Sometimes this ritual is accompanied with the solemn slaughtering of livestock. Obscurantism, opposition to the advance of knowledge and enlightenment in an effort to retain old beliefs, which are considered as eternal and immutable. Observantins, Franciscan monks, who unlike the conventuals strictly observed all rules and rites laid down for their order. They are headed by the Minister General. The division of the Franciscans into observantines and conventuals took place in 1517. The former were declared the true order of Saint Francis. An offshoot of the observantines is the Capuchin order. Occasional religious rites, prayers, and religious ceremonies conducted by priests at the request of one or more believers. They include rites for the liturgy, for the sacraments, for burials, and also special services for various particular occasions, such as prayers for a return to health or during periods of drought. Occasionalism, idealist religious movement in 17th century West European thought. The adherents of this theory denied that there could be interaction of mind and matter. They held that God always intervenes to bring about a change in matter when a change occurs in the mind, and vice versa, thus acknowledging God's constant influence on. Odoyevsky 395. The world as the only source of all causal links. Occultism, an apostolic letter issued by Paul VI in May 1971 to mark the 80th anniversary of the encyclical Rerum Novarum. In this document the Pope spoke out against Marxist ideology and warned the faithful against approving of the same. Odia, Thomas. American sociologist, advocate of functionalism in the sociology of religion. In his works Odia attempted to single out the real contradictions inherent in religion. He picked out the 6 main social functions of religion: consolation, support for the social order, social control, the prophetic function, to which the Valkyries bring back the souls of heroes who have fallen in battle and where the latter continue to lead their former heroic life. His Germanic counterpart was Wotan or Woden. Odoyevsky, Vladimir, Russian writer, literary critic, and idealist philosopher. In the 1820s, following in Schelling's footsteps, Odoyevsky viewed God as a fusion of the ideal and the real. In 396 Odyssey. The 1830s and 40s, he began to regard religion as intuitive integral knowledge and developed inclinations towards mysticism. In the late 1850s and the 60s he moved away somewhat from religious idealism, advocating knowledge based on experience and authority rooted in fact. Odyssey, epic poem which, together with Iliad, is traditionally attributed to Homer, a wandering bard of ancient Greece. Modern scholars, however, regard the Homeric poems as the product of a pre-literate oral tradition. Odyssey tells of the travels of Odysseus, who had taken part in the Trojan War. It contains many portraits of everyday life and is one of the most significant sources of both our knowledge of the archaic period of the history of ancient Greece and of Greek mythology. Ecumenical movement, movement for the unity of Christian confessions. The ecumenical movement is a result of the process of secularization within the life of society. Steps taken by leading bodies within the ecumenical movement represent one of the attempts to overcome the crisis of religion. The ecumenical movement manifests itself at a variety of levels. Above all, it is a movement working for the unification of the Christian churches, which is coordinated by the WORLD Council of Churches. This movement is supported by most Protestant and Orthodox confessions, the Armenian and other churches. The activity of international Protestant organizations such as the Lutheran World Federation, the World Methodist Council and the Baptist World Alliance constitute the second level of the movement's work. The work of religious associations within individual countries, in their national councils of churches, constitutes the third level of this work. The fourth level involves the activity of religious associations within particular regions, a whole group of countries. There also exist international religious associations catering for specific groups of the population. The World Council of Churches keeps in contact and cooperates with these international organizations. The Vatican has also actively involved itself in ecumenical work. The Second Vatican Council adopted a decree on ecumenism. Christian ecumenism is also affected by processes of integration and differentiation at work within non-Christian confessions. The work of many ecumenical bodies promotes a lessening of international tension and the fight for peace and the security of the peoples. Ecumenical or general councils, assemblies of leading ecclesiastical representatives, to which are sent as delegates representatives of local Christian churches, in accordance with an established procedure. At these councils dogmas and practices of worship were elaborated and sanctioned, canonical norms and rules for conducting services were formulated, various theological concepts were ecumenical or general councils 397. Assessed and means of combating heresies were laid down. The Christian churches began to hold ecumenical councils at the suggestion of the Byzantine emperors, who often presided over them and lent their resolutions the force of state laws. The First Council of Nicaea adopted the first version of the Nicene Creed, condemned Arianism as a godless heresy, determined the date for the celebration of Easter, issued 20 canons including those relating to the privileged status of the metropolitans of Alexandria, Rome, Antioch, and Jerusalem. The Second Ecumenical Council was that of Constantinople. It was convened in order to elaborate the details of the Nicene Creed and so as to combat the heresies of the Arians, the Eunomians, Photonians, Sabellians, Marcellians et al. This council also elaborated a formula for the Holy Trinity, ratified the Nicene Creed and a number of canons, according to one of which the Patriarch of Constantinople was accorded the place of honor along with Rome, over and against all other bishops. Saint Gregory of Nazianzus was appointed Patriarch of Constantinople. The Third Ecumenical Council, that of Ephesus, was held in an atmosphere of tense struggle for supremacy among the churches. The council condemned Nestorianism and acknowledged the Virgin Mary to be the Mother of God. In the year 449 a new council was convened in Ephesus, which later came to be referred to as the Robber Council, at which Patriarch Dioscorus of Alexandria forced the Church to accept Monophysitism. The Fourth Ecumenical Council of Chalcedon condemned the Monophysitism of the Alexandrian school of theology and the Nestorianism of Antioch. It recognized the leading role of the Patriarch of Constantinople. It also ratified the principle to the effect that Jesus Christ was both true God and true man and of the same substance as God the Father, that there existed one person in two natures constituting one hypostasis. The Monophysites refused to accept this formula and split away to form a separate church of their own. The Fifth Ecumenical Council was convened in order to approve the Edict of Justinian I, who condemned the so-called three chapters and their authors, theologians Theodore of Mopsuestia, Theodoret of Cyrus, and Ebaz, Bishop of Edessa, who did not regard Christ as God incarnate, or Mary to be the Mother of God, did not accept the decisions reached at the Council of Chalcedon and supported Nestorianism. The teaching of Origen was also condemned as a heresy. The Sixth Ecumenical Council condemned, as a heresy monothelitism, restored peace with the papacy, which had been broken in the middle of the 7th century, when Pope Martin I had been arrested and banished at the order of the Emperor of Byzantium. In the year 692 a further council was convened in Constantinople that was to be termed the Quinisext Council, since its decisions were held to supplement those of both the Fifth and Sixth Councils. The Seventh Ecumenical Council condemned the iconoclasts and the former definition regarding the veneration of images and the cross was reasserted. In 869 to 870 the Fourth Council. 398 Ecumenical or General Councils. Still was held in Constantinople, at which bitter contradictions between the Christian churches of East and West came to light. The decisions taken at the council against the ecclesiastical policies of Patriarch Photius of Constantinople were revoked by the Fifth Council held in Constantinople. The Orthodox Church and the Roman Catholic Church, which came into being in the 11th century, take different views of the Fourth Council held in Constantinople. The Roman Catholics recognize it as the Eighth Ecumenical Council, but the Orthodox Church does not. After the split between the churches, further councils for all Christians were not held, although the Roman Catholic Church refers to the councils it convenes as ecumenical. In the 12th century 3 councils were held which were known as the First, Second and Third Lateran Councils, and which concerned themselves with problems within the Church, relations between the Church and the temporal authorities, and the struggle against heresies. In the 13th century 3 further councils were called, the Fourth Lateran Council, the First Council of Lyons, and the Second Council of Lyons. The Fourth Lateran Council ratified nearly 70 proposals put forward by the Pope, including the decision to persecute the heresies of the Cathars, the Wa/Dents and the Amalricians. The 15th Ecumenical Council held in Vienne in 1311–1312 is famous on account of the harsh decisions made with regard to the persecution of the Waldenses, the Spirituals, the Bigards and other heretics. It also suppressed the Order of Templars. The 16th Ecumenical Council held in Constance in 1414 adopted decrees concerning church reform, according to which the ecumenical councils were turned into permanent institutions controlling the accessions of the papacy, and the order and periodicity of the ecumenical councils were established. The council is also known in the light of the fact that Jan Hus and Jerome of Prague were condemned as heretics and burnt at the stake. The 17th Ecumenical Council was deliberating between 1431 and 1449, changing venue in the process. It was known as the Council of Basi, although some of the deliberations took place in Ferrara, Florence, and elsewhere. The council encouraged the final rout of the Hussites in Bohemia, and during it the Union of Florence was signed by the Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches, that would later be revoked by the Orthodox Church. The 18th Ecumenical Council was the Fifth Lateran Council, which lasted for the period 1512–1517. The 19th Ecumenical Council was the Council of Trent, which took place at a time when the Reformation was scoring considerable success and its main aim was to consolidate the positions of Roman Catholicism. The council reaffirmed the doctrines of original sin and purgatory and that of the priority of papal power over the authority of the Ecumenical Council. In the decrees of the council an anathema was pronounced on the main tenets of Protestantism, and the so-called Catechism of the Council of Trent was drawn up, constituting an oath of allegiance to the Church. The 20th Ecumenical Council was the First Vatican Council. Old Believers 399. Which pronounced the doctrine of papal infallibility. The 21st Ecumenical Council issued a decree reforming the liturgy, on ecumenicalism, missionary work, the bishop's pastoral office, on the curia and the tasks facing the Church in the contemporary world. Office for the dead. Christian church service held over the body of a deceased person and also on the occasion of the anniversary of a death. Universal offices for the dead are also held in memory of all those who have died a proper Christian death and in the memory of all those who died suddenly, without church rites. The special requiem service in the Orthodox Church is known as paristos, civic office for the dead, solemn gathering around a coffin, dedicated to the memory of the deceased. Oguryov, Nikolai. Russian revolutionary democrat, poet, and political journalist, materialist philosopher and atheist. He regarded the revolutionary restructuring of society, the granting the people of freedom of conscience, along with other democratic freedoms, and the dissemination of atheist views among the people in a language comprehensible for them as essential steps towards the triumph over religion. Old Believers, a whole range of religious movements which came into being as a result of the schism within the Russian Orthodox Church and which refused to accept the church reforms introduced by Patriarch Nikon in the SE Condominium half of the 17th century. The essence of those reforms was a question first and foremost of ritual. The requirement that the sign of the cross should be made with 3 fingers instead of 2, that believers should bow down from the waist, rather than prostrate themselves on the ground, that they should change the direction in which they moved round the church during services. Niken also introduced triple repetition of the word Alleluia during the singing of the liturgy, as well as various corrections in service books and changes in the shape of the cross. Failure to agree on these innovations with regard to ritual was merely a pretext for an external expression of protest within the church. The real reason for this protest was that the innovations in patterns of worship were for the first time introduced not by a local concile but on the strength of the patriarch's personal decision. This dealt a blow at the principle of sobo most, at church autonomy, and introduced absolutist rule within the church, thus subordinating it to a monarchic state. 3 main forces were in conflict over these church reforms: the monarchy supported by the nobility, which was anxious to subordinate the church to the state, the boyars and feudal church dignitaries, who sought to preserve intact the foundation for feudal fragmentation and the privileges of their social estate, and the clergy led by Niken anxious to centralize the church and institute the supremacy of the churches. 400 Old Believers Schism. Power over secular power. The social heterogeneity of the forces involved in the schism, whose supporters ranged from ancestral boyars and rich merchants on the one hand, to peasants and the urban poor on the other, accounts for the emergence of a large number of groups within the Old Believers movement. To use the classification put forward by Vladimir Bonk-Bimivak, the Old Believers can be divided into 2 main categories, the Popovtsi and the Bispopovtsi, and each of these categories embraces several persuasions and soglasia. Many of the Old Believers' concords had broken up even before the October 1917 revolution or been absorbed by larger ones. Old Believers Schism, a religious and social movement in Russia, which emerged in the mid-17th century and led to the division within the Russian Orthodox Church and to the formation of the Old Believers movement. The causes of this schism were rooted in the exacerbation of the social antagonisms, stemming from the centralization of the Russian state and the consolidation of the autocracy. The church reforms of Patriarch Niken were aimed at centralizing the church, at restricting the autonomy of local churches and monasteries, and doing away with the principle of sobo most. Despite the fact that the reforms did not undermine the foundations of the Orthodox Church and were concerned with unimportant details connected with the conduct of rites, they aroused strong protest from the former members of the circle of upholders of piety, including Protopopiavakam. They protested against the innovations, causing the Greek Orthodox Church of deviating from the piety of old. The opposers of the reforms were subjected to cruel persecution. This lent them the halo of defenders of true orthodoxy and secured them the support of various strata in society, who had been impressed by the ideology of the Old Believers. After the Church Council of 1666-1667, which had decided to pronounce an anathema upon the opposers of the reforms and subjected them to repression, the Old Believer movement assumed mass proportions. Cruel persecution compelled the adherents of the old belief to flee to remote areas in the north, the Volga Valley, Siberia, and to set up their own communities in those parts. Old Catholics, adherents of a movement that split away from the Roman Catholic Church after the First Vatican Council. In 1871, a professor from Munich University, the theologian Johann Dollinger, and other opponents of the decision adopted by the council which had proclaimed the doctrine of papal infallibility, were excommunicated. The Congress which they convened that same year came forward with a decision to form an independent church community which would bear the name Old Catholic. The Old Catholics reject the doctrine of papal infallibility and they do not acknowledge the Pope's supreme power. They reject the adhesion to the creed known as the Filioque and the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin Mary. Old Catholics also decided to Old Testament 401. Abandon obligatory celibacy for the clergy. At the present time small communities of Old Catholics are to be found in West Germany, Switzerland, the Netherlands, France, the USA, and some other countries. In 1889 the Old Catholics merged with the Church of Utrecht. Old Testament, the part of the Bible that is regarded as Holy Scripture both by Jews and Christians. It contains 39 books that are considered canonical. The books of the Old Testament can be divided up into several sections: the Pentateuch or books of Moses, historical books, the prophets, and the writings. The historical books include Joshua, Judges, 1 and 2 Samuel, 1 and 2 Kings, 1 and 2 Chronicles, Ezra and Nehemiah. Among the books of the prophets, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Daniel are singled out as the great or elder prophets. In addition, the Old Testament contains another 12 books of the minor prophets such as Amos, Hosea, Tod. The section known as the writings is extremely varied both with regard to content and form. It includes narratives of a novella type, philosophical and moralistic treatises, an erotic love poem, the Song of Songs, the Book of Psalms, etc. The Orthodox and Roman Catholic editions of the Old Testament also include 1 books that are not canonical, including Tobit, Judith, Ecclesiasticus and Maccabees. The Roman Catholic Church regards them as canonical books of secondary importance. The Orthodox Church does not regard them as canonical but recognizes 26:01018. Them as uplifting and useful. The Protestant churches view them as no more than apocryphal. The authors of the vast majority of the books in the Old Testament are definitely not those individuals named by the Church. In most cases the dates given for the appearance of the books of the Old Testament are also erroneous. The first 5 books, for example, are not the work of the legendary figure Moses. The history of the compilation of the Old Testament as a whole embraces the period between the 9th century BC and the beginning of the latter half of the 2nd century BC. The original language of the Old Testament books was Hebrew, with the exception of a few fragments written in Aramaic. In the last 2 centuries BC the Old Testament was translated into Greek. This text together with the Hebrew original is viewed by the Christian churches as divinely inspired. In the late 4th and early 5th centuries Saint Jerome translated the Old Testament into Latin. This translation, known as the Vulgate, was recognized as divinely inspired by the Roman Catholic Church's Council of Trent. The codification and canonization of the books of the Old Testament began in the 5th century BC and was completed by the end of the 1st century AO by an assembly of rabbis in Jamnia. The canon of the Old Testament was accepted by Christians in the form in which it had been passed down to them via Judaism. Over a number of centuries the text of the Old Testament has been edited by the Masoretes. In addition to canonical books and non-canonical books of the Old 402 Old Testament prophets. Testament there also exist apocryphal books of the Old Testament. Old Testament prophets, soothsayers, and diviners, who were to be found among the peoples of C, Anon and the ancient Israelites. During the act of prophecy they were in a trance-like state of ecstasy. Some of the Old Testament prophets led a nomadic life, collecting payment from the population for their services. Others were employed in the permanent service of kings or tribal leaders. In the Old Testament frequent mention is made of the prophets Samuel, Gad, Nathan, Elijah, and Elisha. Some of these prophets wrote down what they preached and these writings were later incorporated into the Old Testament as the books of the prophets. Olympus, a mountain range in northern Greece. According to classical mythology, it was the dwelling place of the gods headed by Zeus, who led a life of bliss there while deciding the fates of mortal men. Scholars link the Olympic period in Greek mythology with society's transition to a patriarchy. Omar Khayyam, Persian and Tajik poet, philosopher, and mathematician. In his philosophical quatrains, permeated with anti-clerical free-thinking, Omar Khayyam demonstrates that nature is eternal and infinite and he sings the praises of life's joys, while mocking the priesthood and religious rites, rejecting the idea of retribution or reward beyond the grave, maintaining that heaven and hell are to be found on earth. Omega, concept in the religious and philosophical system elaborated by Pietei/Hard de Chardin, which served to denote God as the ultimate goal for the development of the universe. God Omega is not only transcendental, but also immanent in the world, as the center of the universe, drawing it along the path of evolution and giving it direction. His influence on the world allegedly does not contradict the laws of nature and the causality principle. On the History of Early Christianly, a work by Friedrich Engels. It was first published in the German magazine Die Neuzeit, No. 1.2, 1894-1895. It is one of the fundamental works of Marxist atheism and is the result of many years' research by Engels into questions regarding the emergence and essence of Christianity. The work provides a materialist explanation for the emergence of Christianity and also a profound analysis of its social essence. Engels pointed out that Christianity was originally a movement of oppressed people. It first appeared as the religion of slaves and freedmen, of poor people deprived of all rights, of peoples subjugated or dispersed by Rome. Engels also stressed that in the early period of its existence, when it was a movement of the oppressed, Christianity sought deliverance from slavery and poverty not in life on earth but in life beyond, after death, in heaven, which made it easier to turn it later into an ideological buttress for social orders based on exploitation. This work of Engels contained a profound analysis of German biblical criticism. It on the separation of church and state 403 played an important part in the enlightenment of the working class, in the elaboration of a scientific program for the workers' parties of Europe with regard to religion and the church. On the separation of church and state, and school, and church, decree of the Council of People's Commissars of the Russian Federation issued on January 23, 1918. The decree represented a summary of the early legislation of the Soviet Republic that consolidated the gains of socialist democracy and also the broad rights and freedoms of all citizens. Through this decree the Soviet state broke free of the church, and implemented in practical terms the equality of all religions. Within the confines of the Republic it was now forbidden to promulgate any local laws or resolutions, which might in any way have restricted or infringed men's freedom of worship, or which established any kind of advantages or privileges based on a citizen's religious allegiance. The Soviet government had also stipulated in the decree truly socialist legal norms, according to which every citizen enjoyed the freedom to confess any religion or not to confess any at all. It had rejected any deprivation of citizens' rights as a result of their profession of any religion whatsoever or their rejection of all religion. It removed from all official papers all mention of citizens' religious affiliations or the absence of the latter. It ensured their freedom to perform religious rituals insofar as these did not violate public order and were not accompanied by any encroachment upon the rights of the 26 citizens of the Soviet Republic. While acknowledging the right of every citizen to profess any religion, at the same time the decree established that no one may deviate from execution of his civic obligations on the strength of his religious views. All citizens have not merely equal rights but also equal obligations. All religious organizations were turned into private associations, maintained by donations from the faithful themselves, and not by the state. Compulsory exaction of donations and levies in the interests of the church and religious associations was banned. The most important point in the decree was the separation of school and church, which prohibited the church from interfering in the upbringing of young people, or the coercive involvement of the latter in the practice of religion. The upbringing of children became the exclusive right of the family, the schools, and the state. The question regarding the property of the church and religious associations was also resolved in the interests of the working people and believers themselves. The decree granted the faithful material guarantees, ensuring the satisfaction of their religious needs. In Article 1.3 it was stated that buildings and objects designated for use during services would be handed over to the appropriate religious associations for them to use free of charge in accordance with special resolutions of the local or central state authorities. The decree on the separation of church and state, and school and church is the main legislative document specifying the position of the church in the USSR. All other laws concerning religious worship are extensions of the principles found in this original. 404 One Church document. They were duly reflected in the Constitution of the USSR. One Church, a journal published in English that comes once in 2 months, the official publication for the parishes of the Moscow Patriarchate situated within the USA. Optina Hermitage, Russian monastery founded in the 14th century by the former leader of a band of robbers by the name of Opta. In the second half of the 19th century the revival of the Optina Hermitage began, and it was to turn into a center for starchestvo or spiritual direction. The Startsi were given the opportunity to print their advice and meditations in secular journals, and they also began to issue their own publications. The Optina Hermitage was often visited by artists and writers, including Gogol, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy and Vladimir Solovyev. Opus Dei, a semi-secret political religious organization, which sets itself the task of defending with particular energy the political and economic interests of monopoly capitalism, by fostering the application of Christian dogmas in everyday life and fighting communist ideas. It was founded in Madrid in 1928. Its members are carefully selected and are individuals with real political and economic power. The names of members are a closely kept secret. At the present time it has over 70,000 members and branches in 87 countries. The headquarters of Opus Dei is in Rome, and it coordinates its activities with the various departments of the Vatican. Opus operatum, the opening words of the Latin sentence opus operatum, id est passive operatum, which constitutes the essence of the Roman Catholic doctrine established by the Ecumenical Council of Trent, according to which the operation of the sacraments bringing men nearer to salvation can apply to any recipient, however unworthy or passive. Man's faith in the sacrament and his wish to receive it are not essential. It is enough for the priest to pronounce the sacral formula and to perform the ritual actions for man to receive God's redeeming grace. Oracle, prophecies from a divine source in ancient Greece and Rome, or the place where such prophecies were made or the person through whom such prophecies were made known. The most famous of the oracles were those at Delphi and Dodona, and the oracle of Heracles at Bora in Achaia. No important decision was made without the oracle being consulted, whose prophecies would be revealed through the medium of priests. Orant, in ancient Greek art a female figure in the posture of prayer, one of the iconographic images of the Mother of Origen 405. God, which became widespread in early Christian art. The Mother of God is depicted in a standing position with hands raised to the level of her face, palms turned outwards. This image also became widespread in the icons and paintings of the Byzantine Empire and medieval Russia in the period between the 9th and 13th centuries. Oratorians, members of the Oratory of St. Philip Neri, a congregation of secular priests in a community without vows, that was approved in Rome in 1575. Their chief task was to lead men to God through prayer, pre-aching and the sacraments, and they set store by attractive services with good music. They stood out on account of their missionary zeal, their willingness to serve the interests of feudal and ecclesiastical reaction, and they engaged in religious education and charitable works. On several occasions they attracted the disapproval of the secular authorities. At present the number of oratorians is very small. Ordering of priests. See ordination. ORL, Inary, in the Roman Catholic Church, ordinary of the Mass, i.e. the invariable parts of the Mass, as distinct from those parts which vary according to the ecclesiastical calendar, a superior ecclesiastic exercising ordinary jurisdiction over a specified territory. Since ecclesiastical jurisdiction within a diocese is in the hands of the bishop, it is, almost always he who is the ordinary. In England the title was also used for the clergymen who visited condemned prisoners before their execution. Ordination, the right for the admission to holy orders in Christianity, particularly in the Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches, which regard it as a sacrament, through which divine grace is allegedly miraculously bestowed upon. Ordinands, through the laying on of hands by a senior priest. In Protestant churches presbyters, diacons and other male ministers, after being elected by their respective congregations, are also ordained through the laying on of hands. As a result of the fight for equal rights for women in religious life, a number of Protestant churches adopted a resolution accepting not merely admission of women to the diaconate but also their ordination as presbyters and priests. Origen, early Christian theologian and philosopher of the Alexandrian school. His most famous work is De Principiis, which was devoted to questions of defending Christianity and providing philosophical substantiation for biblical legends. He extended the method of allegorical and symbolical interpretation of 406 Origin of life. The Holy Scriptures to the books of the New Testament. Origen's teaching was the first attempt to give expression to a Christian world outlook in a systematic form. At the Second Council of Constantinople it was condemned as a heresy. Origin of life. The examination of this question only became possible after such achievements in biology as Danvin's theory of evolution, the investigation of the chemical compounds involved in biological processes and the identification of the crucial role of proteins in TB-Latter. The foundations for the theory of the natural evolution of life on Earth were laid in the 1920s in the works of Alexander Oparin. Of fundamental importance for the development of that theory was a discovery made in the 1950s to the effect that the basis for living matter is provided by proteins together with deoxyribonucleic and ribonucleic acids. Nowadays this theory, drawing on recent achievements in biochemistry, biophysics, molecular biology, cytology and other sciences, leads to the conclusion that life on Earth appeared approximately 4,000 million years ago, as a result of the evolution of the carbonaceous compounds to be found initially on the Earth and the formation of the polymolecular systems which developed from them. Experiments modeling conditions on the surface of the young planet have demonstrated that out of simple organic compounds, water and ammonia, there evolved various more complex compounds, including amino acids and nucleotides, from which, in their turn, there developed proteinaceous and nucleic polymers, polypeptides, and polynucleotides. In the solutions of organic substances in the water of the seas warmed by the sun, polymolecular colloidal systems were formed, separate from their habitat and yet carrying on with that habitat a constant exchange of substance and energy. Within the coacervate drops, interaction took place between polynucleotides and polypeptides. Polynucleotides provided matrices for non-fermental synthesis of polypeptides and polyamino acids bonded with certain nucleotides. This interaction had a direct influence on the stability of the formations. Those of them in which the structural and functional interdependence of the polynucleotides and polypeptides was more pronounced than in others, proved more stable and enduring since their interaction with their habitat was of a more balanced nature. There took place primary selection of the formations with the polypeptide and nucleotide elements that were the most adjusted in structural and functional respects. In certain conditions, as yet unspecified by scientists, there appeared formations in which nucleotide elements changed into nucleic acids, which operated as organizers and matrices of the synthesis of proteins, while the polypeptide elements changed into protein enzymes, which made possible the self-replication of molecules of nucleic acids. These formations gradually turned more regular, drawing on the energy and substance of their external habitat and replicating themselves on the basis of information contained in the chemical structure of nucleic acids. They also possess the capacity, that developed along individual lines, for reaching a balance with their habitat, thanks to Origin of Man 407. Which primary selection gave way to a qualitatively new phenomenon, natural selection. These formations constituted the first living organisms. Origin of Man. After the publication of works by Charles Darwin and Thomas Huxley on the subject of the origin of man, the conception of man as related to the more advanced of the apes took firm root in the scientific world. This relationship is substantiated with reference to comparative anatomical, embryological, and physiological investigations, to the study of the higher nervous activity of man and apes, and also to data from the fields of paleontology and paleoanthropology. While providing a correct answer to the question regarding man's ancestors, Darwin and Huxley could not, however, identify the emotive forces, which led to the evolution of the advanced apes of ancient time into men. The answer to this question was provided by Frederick Engels in his notes The Part Played by Labor in the Transition from Ape to Man, which make part in his major work, Dialectics of Nature. According to the labor-based theory of anthropogenesis, it was precisely labor activity that was the main driving force behind the evolution of the higher primates into men. In the course of that process, social factors gradually took priority over purely biological ones. The place where man first originated has still not yet been precisely defined. In the light of the archaeological and paleoanthropological data now available, the most likely original home for man would appear to be East Africa, where the oldest human remains and traces of human activity have been found. Nevertheless, some scholars have not finally rejected Southeast Asia and a number of other regions as possible sites for the origin of man. Man's immediate ancestors were Australopithecine apes, which inhabited many parts of the globe. They moved on two legs, hunted small animals, and had a relatively well-developed brain. In the course of evolution, the best developed varieties, which had already begun to make tools, came to T4. At this stage we encounter Homo habilis, whose remains were found in 1960 by the English archaeologist Louis Leakey in the Olduvai Gorge in Tanzania. The age of that creature was determined as between 1,750 and 1,850,000 years, using the potassium-argon technique. Still more ancient were the primitive stone tools found by Leakey in 1970 in Kenya, which were 2,600,000 years old. Many scholars regard Homo habilis to be the most ancient man, yet certain other researchers consider that this creature was not a real man, but a pre-man, and they maintain that his labor was of a non-systematic, semi-instinctive character. Ancient men of a more advanced type were those of the Java man type. Most of them lived between 500,000 and 1 million years ago. However, the most ancient specimen found so far is between 1,500,000 and 1,900,000 years old. Other examples of ancient man are Chaudanthropus man found in Central Africa, Atlanthropus man in North Africa, Heidelberg man, and V. Erdus Zalos man in Central Europe, Olduvai Pithecanthropus in East Africa, Sinanthropus man in East Asia, and so on. The next stage in the development of man is represented by Neanderthal man, who first appeared between 200,000 and 150,000 years ago and who had evolved conspicuously further than the most ancient examples of early men listed above. As regards the size of his brain, Neanderthal male differed little from modern man, however the structure of his brain was far more primitive. Yet it would appear that the capacity for abstract thought was considerably higher in Neanderthal man than in his ancestors, and this is borne out in particular by evidence to the effect that religious concepts had taken shape by the time that he was living. Some researchers even accept as possible the fact that clan organization, albeit in embryonic form, was to be found among Neanderthal men. The most developed examples of Neanderthal men were the ancestors of man as we know him today, Homo sapiens, the first remnants of whom were found in the Cro-Magnon cave in France and who are known as Cro-Magnon man. Since the appearance of modern man, natural selection has ceased once and for all to operate as a factor shaping evolution, and the biological development of man is complete. Origin of religion. Incontestable evidence relating to the earliest known religions dates from the Upper Paleolithic period. One of the most ancient forms of religion was magic, a range of beliefs and rites, with which primitive man attempted, through supernatural means, to influence the world around him, in order to achieve his practical goals. The social foundation of religion comes clearly to the fore in magic. Primitive man resorted to it on those occasions when he was not confident as regards the results of his practical activities, when factors that were unknown to him or outside his control interfered with his life and his destiny. It is thus clear that the causes behind the emergence of religion should be sought not in the sphere of human consciousness, but rather in he limited nature of primitive man's knowledge, in his powerlessness in the face of nature and social relations. Underlying every religion is belief in the supernatural. In primitive religion there first emerged belief in the supernatural properties of material objects or belief in a supernatural link between real objects. Only at later stages of the development of primitive society did men come to perceive of the supernatural as something essentially independent and non-material, and then belief in spirits and souls paired, which were seen as the opposite of material things and as existing independently of the latter. Concepts of gods, i.e. of spiritual beings, each of which has its own name and individual characteristics, appear, as a.r.ul, in class-based societies, providing a specific reflection of antagonistic social relations. The religions of primitive society evolved within the framework of individual tribal communities and reflected in their beliefs and rites the conditions in which men lived, and the specific features of their material and spiritual culture. Changes in the nature of a tribe's productive activity and in its social relations were reflected, in an illusory way, in religion. Orpheus 409. Eos beliefs, e.g. the transition from hunting to animal breeding and agriculture, found its religious reflection in the transition from hunting magic and totemism to the worship of spirits, as the protectors of animals, and plant spirits, and the transition from the matriarchy to the patriarchy led to the female spirits, who had formerly held sway, being replaced by male spirits. In early clan society there had existed complete social equality between members of one and the same tribe. This was also reflected in the patterns of worship of a particular clan or tribe. All members of society used to take part in worship on one and the same basis. Only when clan society began to disintegrate, did specialization between different patterns of worship appear. Sorcerers or shamans began to play the leading role in religious worship. This specialization became more pronounced and more firmly established in class-based societies. A separate social stratum of priests and those responsible for conducting religious rituals also began to emerge at that time. The Origin of Species, the main work of Charles Darwin. The full name of the work is On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. After studying copious scientific data during a journey around the world, Darwin prepared a manuscript on the theory of natural selection, which he then extended. In 1859 his Origin of Species was published, in which it was demonstrated that the diversity of species of plants and animals and the expediency of their structure were not the product of divine ation but the result of the long evolution of the organic world by means of natural selection. Darwin's Origin of Species gave rise to a revolution in biology and dealt a crushing blow to religious doctrines. This work won the enthusiastic support of all progressive scientists and was ferociously attacked by clericalists. Original sin or the fall, according to the beliefs of the Jews and Christians, this was the violation by the first human beings of God's command that they should obey him without question, which led to his stern punishment not only for them but also for all their descendants. This punishment for their disobedience was the banishment of Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden. Adam was condemned to toil in the sweat of his face and Eve to bring forth children in pain. God cursed the ground and all who lived upon it. Sufferings and death thus became the common lot of all mankind. The responsibility for the original sin of Adam and Eve passed down to all subsequent generations who were only able to free themselves from original sin through the sacrament of baptism. The religious aim behind the teaching of original sin was to remove responsibility for the evil existing in the world from God who had created the world and transfer it to man instead. The implication of this concept was that the consequences of original sin could allegedly only be mounted through the mediation of the Church, which strives to bring the faithful totally under its influence. Orpheus, mythological singer and poet from TB. Race, son of the muse Calliope. He possessed the divine 410 Orphism gift of being able to bewitch those around him with his beautiful playing and singing, and he took part in the expedition of the Argonauts. He married Eurydice and tried to bring her back from Hades after her death, but he failed to obey the condition that he must not look back at her until they had reached the world of the living, and Eurydice was lost to him forever. The myth of Orpheus has been widely used in world literature, fine art, and music. Orphism, religious philosophical movement which emerged in the 8th and 7th centuries BC in Attica and was named after the legendary figure of Orpheus. Orphism drew on the cults of Demeter and Dionysus and was closely associated with agricultural magic, which fact gives grounds for considering it as an ideology of the peasantry. Those who led the cult, prophets and healers, propagated ideas of redemption, and defended the ideals of asceticism. Orphics taught that the soul embodied the principle of good in man, while his body was the prison of the soul, and that retribution or reward for man's life on earth would be meted out to him beyond the grave. The idea of metempsychosis is attributed to Orphism. Ideas from Orphism were taken over by Pythagoreanism, to some extent by Plato and later by Christianity. By the 5th century BC, Orphism had degenerated into no more than a mystic cult. Orthodox autocephalous churches, 15 independent, self-governing Orthodox churches that have inherited the Byzantine religious tradition. The foundations of that independence, which goes back to the time of the Byzantine Empire, are a continuation of the independence from each other of the patriarchates of Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch and Jerusalem, which was the first step towards the foundation of 4 self-governing Orthodox churches with corresponding names. The 5th place in the diptych of the Orthodox autocephalous churches belongs to the Moscow Patriarchate, which became an autocephalous church in 1589. There later followed the Church Ofcypms, the Georgian, Serbian, Romanian, and the Bulgarian Orthodox churches, which are also headed by patriarchs. The Autocephalous Church-Los, the Albanian, Polish, Czechoslovak Orthodox churches, and the Orthodox Church in America are headed by archbishops and metropolitans. Intrinsic to the autocephalous Orthodox churches is common dogma, which incorporates doctrinal principles that had been elaborated even before the breach in the Christian Church and outlined in the Nicene Creed and other documents of the first 7 ecumenical councils, and also in the teaching of the Fathers of the Church. They share basic patterns of church life and also the basic elements of worship. Services in Orthodox autocephalous churches are conducted in the language of the relevant country. So-called dead languages are also used. As regards their political orientation, social doctrines, and assessment of phenomena in public life, they vary, since these aspects of the churches are shaped by the social environment in which a given church operates. The Orthodox autocephalous churches are members of the WORLD Council of Churches. Orthodox autonomous churches, 3 relatively autonomous Orthodox churches, which to some extent depend on the Orthodox autocephalous churches, those of Sinai, Finland, and Japan. This dependence manifests itself in, among other things, the fact that the election of the head of such a church is approved by the leaders of the autocephalous church under whose jurisdiction it comes. The Orthodox Autonomous Church of Sinai consists of the monastery of Saint Catherine of Alexandria standing on Mount Sinai and 14 branches located in Egypt, Greece, Cyprus, the Lebanon, and Turkey. The Archbishop of Mount Sinai is consecrated by the Patriarch of Jerusalem. The Finnish Orthodox Autonomous Church, which was accorded the status in 1921, comes under the jurisdiction of the Patriarch of Constantinople. It has 2 eparchies, 32 churches, 54 chapels, 3 monasteries and a seminary. The Autonomous Orthodox Church of Japan was accorded autonomous status in 1970 by the Moscow Patriarch, 1/8. It has 3 eparchies, a theological academy and several Sunday schools. All Orthodox autonomous churches are affiliated to the WORLD Council of Churches. Orthodox Church, one of the 3 main movements of Christianity, which emerged as the eastern branch of the Christian Church after the division of the Roman Empire and which evolved further after the split in the Church in 1054. It spread mainly through Eastern Europe and the Middle East since it was initially the state religion of the Byzantine Empire, with some special features of that empire's historical development leaving their mark on the doctrine and organization of the Orthodox Church. The Holy Scriptures and the Apostolic tradition form the basis of Orthodox dogma, which was elaborated in the creed adopted at the ecumenical councils held in Nicaea and in Constantinople. It starts out from the acknowledgement of one God in three persons who is creator and ruler of the universe, recognition of life beyond the grave, of retribution or reward after death, and of the redemptive mission of Jesus Christ, which made possible the salvation of mankind on whom lay the stain of original sin. The Church is accorded the role of mediator between God and men. The central place in Orthodox worship is that of the seven sacraments. Considerable importance is attributed to religious festivals and fasts. In the Orthodox Church a number of doctrines, except in Roman Catholicism, are rejected, i.e. the procession of the Holy Spirit from God the Son as well as God the Father, the teachings concerning purgatory and the Immaculate Conception of Virgin Mary by her mother Saint Anne. Certain sacraments are also administered slightly differently. The Orthodox Church does not have a single spiritual center or one head of the Church, unlike the Roman Catholic Church. As the Orthodox Church developed, 15 autocephalous churches evolved: the Constantinople Church, Alexandrian, Antiochian, of Jerusalem, Russian, Georgian, Serbian, Romanian, and Bulgarian churches, the Church of Cyprus, the Church of Hhe/Los, Albanian, Polish, and Czechoslovak churches, and the Orthodox Church in America. They follow different political currents in the light of the immediate social conditions in which they carry out their work, and they adopt different attitudes to topical issues in the modern world. The modernization of doctrine and patterns of worship proceeds at different speeds in the various churches, just as the review of traditional concepts in keeping with the spirit of the times. Despite the differences in ritual in the various churches and in their assessments of topical problems in the modern world, the Orthodox churches maintain close contacts between themselves, and attend conferences for all Orthodox churches which have been held since 1961. They are also involved in the ecumenical movement. Orthodox Church in America, the youngest of the Orthodox churches, whose autocephaly was granted by the Russian Orthodox Church in 1970. Its rise can be traced back to the 18th century, when the Holy Synod, the Russian Orthodox Church, appointed its first mission to Alaska in 1793. At the beginning of the 19th century, the Russian Orthodox Episcopal Chair was established in America. When Alaska was sold by the Tsarist government to the United States, Russian missionaries gained permission to institute the Aleutian and Alaskan Diocese in 1870. In 1905, the center of the Aleutian and North American Diocese was moved to San Francisco and, later, to New York. In accordance with a decision taken by its first council, the diocese was accorded the title of the Russian Orthodox Greek Catholic Church in North America under the jurisdiction of the Church in Russia. In 1933, an exarchate of the Moscow Patriarchate was set up in North and South America. In 1970, the Russian Orthodox Church in the Soviet Union, in keeping with the wishes of the Russian Orthodox Greek Catholic Church in America, granted the latter autocephaly. At the present time the Russian Orthodox Greek Catholic Church in America, the 15th in the diptych among the autocephalous Orthodox churches, is headed by a metropolitan, whose residence is in New York. It has 9 dioceses, embracing nearly 350 parishes in the United States, Canada, Argentina, Brazil, Peru, and Venezuela. Within the American continent there are 6 Russian Orthodox monasteries, a theological academy and a seminary. The common language for the faithful is English. The Church is a member of the World Council of Churches and also of the National Council of the Churches of Christ in the United States of America. It maintains contacts with the Russian Orthodox Church in the Soviet Union. Orthodox Liturgical Books 413. Orthodox Church of Cyprus, one of the ancient Autocephalous Orthodox churches. It is headed by an archbishop. Despite the relatively small number of believers, it has a large number of monasteries and convents. The Orthodox Church of Cyprus is a member of the WORLD Council of Churches. Orthodox feasts, days devoted to the solemn commemoration in church of the most important, from the point of view of the Orthodox Church, religious events or religious figures. The roots of Orthodox feasts or festivals can be traced back to pre-Christian cults and rites, lent a new interpretation along Christian lines and supplemented with specifically Orthodox elements. The total number of Orthodox feasts is significantly more than the number of days in the year, and therefore several events, worthy of celebration, fall on each day. Orthodox feasts can, with regard to the object of glorification, be divided into those connected with the Lord, the Mother of God and the saints. With regard to their importance they fall into the category of great, mean and lesser feasts, and with regard to their timing they fall into two categories: immovable feasts which always fall on one and the same date, and movable feasts, whose dates vary, depending upon the date of Easter. The list of great feasts begins with Easter and there then follow the 12 great feasts. Other major feasts include the circumcision of Christ, the protecting veil of the Mother of God, the nativity of St. John the Baptist, the beheading of St. John the Baptist, and SS Peter and Paul. Orthodox feasts honoring the saints are great in number. Saint Nicholas the miracle worker is singled out for special veneration. 2 feasts honor his name, one in the winter and one in the summer, likewise the prophet Elijah and Saint George. There is also a feast of All Saints whose light shone forth in Russian lands. Many feasts are dedicated to miraculous icons. Particular importance is accorded to patron saints' days. The form for the celebration of all these Orthodox festivals is virtually identical. A solemn service is held during which the event to be commemorated or the person to be honored is extolled, and through the celebration praise is given to God and other heavenly powers. Orthodox liturgical books which are read in places of worship during services or which contain instructions for conducting services, for the administration of the sacraments and performance of other religious rites. The first category of these books includes the Gospels and the Acts of the Apostles, collections of general epistles, the epistles of St. Paul and the book of Psalms. The second category includes the service book, with the order of services, the book of hours, a manual for conducting all services, apart from the liturgy, and the Euchologion, the prayer book containing the list of sacraments in order of importance, the Octoechos, a collection of canticles, the monthly Menaion, a collection of prayers, psalms, and canticles in honor of the saints for each day of the year, and the general Menaion, a similar 414 Orthodox philosophy collection but containing canticles related to all the saints, the Lenten Triodion, containing the liturgy for the period from Septuagesima to Easter, including Lent, and the Pentecostarion, containing the liturgy from Easter to All Saints' Week. The correct sequence of the rituals performed during the service, the canticles and prayers is laid out in the Typikon. The existence of such a large quantity of liturgical books bears witness to the intricately elaborate order of services in Orthodox churches. Orthodox philosophy, a religious philosophical movement that came into being as substantiation for Orthodox doctrine and worship. Sources for its ideas were Neoplatonism, Patristics, Nicene Orthodoxy, and the mysticism of Dionysius the Pseudo-Areopagite. In an attempt to demonstrate that Christian ideas are true and of lasting value, prominent representatives of Orthodox philosophy formulated the whole range of Christian concepts in accordance with the demands of Aristotelian logic. Saint John of Damascus formulated the fundamental principles of Christian scholasticism, substantiating the concept of science as the handmaiden of theology. In his writings, rationalism and mysticism are intertwined, as are devotion to the Nicene tradition and reinterpretation of biblical concepts. In the centuries that followed, Orthodox philosophy assumed an increasingly mystical, irrational character. In the writings of the Hesychists, such as Saint Gregory Palamas. Meditation in prayer, ascetic exploits, and mystical illumination were presented as the only means of understanding divine truth. Only thanks to mystical experience does it become possible, in their opinion, to achieve knowledge of the absolutely unknowable God through the manifestation of His grace. From this viewpoint the hesychists proceeded to wage a bitter struggle against all those who supported the liberation of knowledge from the Church's tutelage, actively speaking out against opposition movements and substantiating the unshakable nature of the foundations of feudal society. Byzantine philosophy exerted a major influence on other Orthodox GCHES, including the Russian one. Works by the Fathers of the Church, the hesychists, and writings on logic and dialectics were translated into Old Church Slavonic. Particular popularity was enjoyed in the 14th–16th centuries by the works of the Cappadocian Father and the hesychists. Religious and philosophical ideas of that period, however, varied considerably. On the one hand, there was the trend towards mystical meditation as represented by Saint Sergius of Radenez, Saint Ni/Us of Thesara, and, on the other, that towards rational scholasticism as represented by Saint Iosif V. Olotsky and Zinovietinski. Although the mystical and scholastic trends did not assume any extreme forms in Orthodox philosophy, nevertheless at specific periods in time each of these trends became dominant. In the early 19th century there emerged so-called academic philosophy. Its general principles were elaborated by Fyodor Golubensky, Viktor Kudryavtsev Platonov, Vasily Karpov, Sylvester Gogitsky, Pamphil Yurkevich et al. In this work particular at Orthodox Worship 415. Attention was devoted to research in the sphere of patristic literature, soteriology and sophiology. Nikolai Globokovsky, Pavel Florensky, Orthodox anthropology, ecclesiology. The non-ecclesiastical line in Orthodox philosophy was elaborated by representatives of the Church Renewal, Slavophiles, and the metaphysics of universal unity and new religious consciousness movements. Orthodox worship, the range of ritual actions laid down in Orthodox dogma and officially specified by the Orthodox Church, which are aimed at creating among the faithful the illusion that they are in constant communion with God and other supernatural forces. This is a means of constantly involving adherents of the Orthodox Church in church activities, which are aimed at arousing religious thoughts and feelings in the parishioners of Orthodox churches. Practices of Orthodox worship took shape in the Byzantine Empire and they incorporate many elements of pre-Christian ritual, even primitive magic. Orthodox worship is distinguished by the complexity and large number of its ritual actions. Its focus is the church, which is decorated with numerous icons, representations of the cross and other attributes of worship. And the church regular services are held, which are divided into three groups, according to their importance: weekday, Sunday, and feast day services. Other distinctions are made between services on the basis of the time at which they are held: morning, midday or evening. The main service is the liturgy, during which parishioners partake of the Eucharist. An important component of church services are prayers, which are often sung. The main acts of worship performed in church are called sacraments. The content of these has been laid down in Orthodox doctrine. An important place in Orthodox worship is assigned to the veneration of the saints and even that of their remains. A distinctive feature of Orthodox worship is the veneration of icons, to which the Church attributes supernatural properties, the ability to work miracles. A very wide range of ritual objects are used in the course of services, and while sacramentals are being performed, the cross, thirstable, candles, icon lamp, tabernacle, communion cloth, dike, Ryan and so on. The range of vestments, which the Orthodox clergy wear during services and which have been handed down since Byzantine times, is also very wide: chasuble, phelonion, epitrachelion or stole, alb, orarion or deacon stole, sakos, omophorion or bishop's long scarf, and so on. The list of prescriptions laying down how the faithful should conduct themselves in church and outside is endless, the number and nature of obeisances, the content and order of prayers, etc. The modernization of the Orthodox Church has affected patterns of worship as well. The length of services has been reduced, certain prayers have been omitted, demands for the observance of fasts have been lightened, burial services everywhere may now be held without the presence of the coffin in the church, general or group consolation is widely practiced, and so on. 416 Orthodoxy. Orthodoxy, see Orthodox Church, ad. Adherence to traditions, to the fundamentals of any teaching or world outlook, which rules out completely any even insignificant deviation. Orthodoxy in religion is taken to mean right belief, undeviating obedience to the traditional teaching of the Church. The concept of orthodoxy came into being in the Christian Church in the 2nd century. When the first heresies appeared, this term came to be used to imply right belief as contrasted with heresy. Osifliane or Iosifliane, the followers of Saint Iosif Vo/Slashytsky, a religious political movement in the Russian state of the late 15th century and early 16th century. In contrast to the Non possessors, the Osifliane defended the churches and monasteries' ownership of land. They succeeded in bringing the Grand Prince and his court round low their point of view, although the latter had been anxious to secularize church lands and had at the outset supported the non-possessors. Eventually concessions were made to the Osifliane, so that the government might have the church as an ally in its struggle to set up a centralized state. The Osifliane elaborated a teaching on the subject of the divine origin of royal power, subjected anti-feudal heretical movements to harsh persecution, and at the church councils in the mid-16th century managed to have Matvei Bashkin and Theodosius Koswa condemned and punished. They also actively promoted the institution of the Oprichnina. Osiris, god of ancient Egypt, the husband of Isis, and father of Hams. Initially Osiris was the god of fertility and nature, which dies and is born again each year. According to legend, Osiris was killed by his wicked brother Seth and brought back to life by Isis. He was resurrected as the divine judge of the dead in the underworld and became the symbol of immortality. The figure of Osiris exerted a significant influence on the formation of the cult of Christ. El Osservatore Romano, a daily newspaper which is the official mouthpiece of the Vatican. Its publication started in 1861. It reports on religious life in Italy and in other countries. It also publishes speeches made by the Pope and articles of general political interest. On Sundays it comes out with a supplement, and there are also special Spanish, French, English, German, Portuguese and Polish weekly editions. Other world, according to religious conceptions, the spiritual, supernatural world beyond the sense, a world beyond the world, which is contrasted with our own, the real, natural, perceptible world. The other world is considered to be the place where God and the spirits dwell, where heaven and hell are to be found. This world is held to be a derivative of the other world. Otto, Rudolf, Ger man philosopher and Protestant theologian, one of the founders of the phenomenology of religion. Otto recognized the real existence of the object of religious veneration. Overton 417. Which he described as a mystery inaccessible for human reason. Religion, according to Otto, was man's encounter with das Heilige, leading for that kind of experience one for which he coined the term number in us. The numinous is held to include both a feeling of awe and self-abasement stemming from contact with the divine mystery and a feeling of rapture, reverence, and veneration. All religions are only modifications of the general sense common to religious beliefs. His main work was Das Heilige.